Dad, good news. My brother has already caused his adoptive mother to lose consciousness. According to your plan, he will blame Jiang Nan. My brother has already called the police, and she will be taken away soon. The woman, heavily made up and with a malicious tone, had a twisted face. An greasy old man sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. I've waited so many years, and now I can finally acknowledge my son openly. He stroked the jade pendant in his hand. Luckily, I have this jade pendant, or we really wouldn't have found your brother. If Jiang Nan finds out that she caused her own biological mother's death, what do you think her expression will be? Jiang Mei's face was twisted with a fierce look, as if she was enjoying a good show. Jiang Daming snorted coldly. That's her own fault. When she was 10, I gave her to a human trafficker, but she found her way back home. Is that my fault? This time, she won't escape. Once Mrs. Gu is dead, the Gu family will never find out Jiang Nan's true background. Even if she doesn't die, she'll be in prison for life. Jiang Mei thought about how she would soon enjoy wealth and status with her brother, a triumphant smile on her face. Don't celebrate yet. Go and lock the door. If she comes looking for us, don't open it. At this moment, Jiang Nan, standing at the door and overhearing every word from the living room, had a cold expression and a hint of self-mockery at the corner of her mouth. Her hand, hanging by her side, trembled fiercely. She had just received the news that Mrs. Gu, whom she was treating, had mysteriously died. She sensed something was wrong and hurriedly came to find Jiang Mei before the police arrived. Her sister, Jiang Mei, had been involved with Mrs. Gu's son for the past year. Rumor had it that she was the mistress of Gu Yiji, who was secretly dating her. She hoped Jiang Mei could step forward to find out what was going on. But when she arrived at the door, she overheard such a shocking secret. It turned out that everything was a conspiracy, and her own background was indeed suspicious. She had suspected for a while that she might not be the biological daughter of Jiang Daming and Wang Xinglan. She had investigated secretly, but found no clues. Yet she never expected that she was actually the daughter of Gu Yiji's mother, Sun Wanru. Gu Yiji was Jiang Daming's son? Could this be a plot to swap the royal heir? What shocked her even more was that Mrs. Gu was actually driven to death by Gu Yiji's provocation, and they wanted her to be the scapegoat, killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Nan's lips were cold with anger as she realized that a huge net was spreading behind her. Her first instinct was to leave quickly and find a way to fight back. But it was too late. Jiang Mei had already discovered her. Jiang Mei saw the terrifying expression on Jiang Nan's face and thought it was not good. She shouted into the house, "Dad!" Jiang Nan heard everything. Jiang Nan was about to turn around but was pulled into the house by Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei. The door to the living room slammed shut. The father and daughter from the Jiang family looked at her with cold, sinister eyes. Since she couldn't escape, she decided to argue with them. She silently pressed 3 numbers on her hand and dialed. Calmly, she took out a silver needle from her bag and looked at Jiang Daming as she questioned him. "Is Madame Gu my mother? Is Gu Yiji your son?" Jiang Daming no longer pretended to be a kind father. His face turned fierce, showing what it means for a bad person to grow old. "So, what if it is? Madame Gu is already dead. Tomorrow, it will be announced publicly that she died because you caused her death. But don't feel too guilty. After all, she abandoned you back then. Now that she's dead at your hands, it's karma. You and she, in the afterlife, can continue your story. You won't succeed. I believe the others in the Gu family aren't so stupid. And Lu Hao, he will clear my name." Jiang Daming laughed wildly without holding back. "Haha, you treated Madame Gu's illness because of that ugly guy Lu Hao. Soon he will have a car accident. Give up hope. This time, he won't rescue you like he did when you were 10. Hearing that Lu Hao was also targeted by these vampires, Jiang Nan forced herself to stay calm, but completely lost control. I'll fight you all. She owed Lu Hao enough already. Whoever hurt him, she would fight to the death. She crazily lunged at Jiang Mei, stabbing a silver needle into her eye. A few years ago, she had been kidnapped, so she had developed a habit. Whenever she went out alone, she would hide some self-defense items on her.
Ah,
My eye. Dead girl, I'll kill you. When Jiang Daming rushed forward, Jiang Nan stabbed the needle wildly at him. Jiang Daming immediately covered his painful eyes, crying out in agony, "You beast, I'll kill you." Seeing the man rolling on the ground, Jiang Nan's lips curled into a cold smile. Her first instinct was to contact Lu Hao to stop the car accident. As she was about to get up, the woman on the ground reached for the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it at her back of the head. Jiang Nan froze for a second and collapsed straight down. Her phone, which was in her pocket, fell out and still showed the call screen. Jiang Nan was awakened by the heat. She moved uncomfortably, feeling as if she was in a large steamer, so hot she couldn't breathe. The scene before her was pitch black, and she couldn't tell if she was in the mortal world or... She reached out in the dark and pulled back the heavy quilt covering her. She touched her thigh and pinched it. There was pain. She was still alive. Confused, she reached out to feel her surroundings, trying to understand her current situation. Her hand tentatively stretched to the side and touched something hot and hard.
could it be?
Chest muscles? She continued to explore upward. It seemed like a man's Adam's apple. Was there a man beside her? As her hand moved, she heard a muffled groan nearby. Jiang Nan was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, panicking as she sat up. Once she adjusted to the darkness, she saw the faint moonlight coming through the window, revealing her environment. This scene looked familiar. She cautiously reached behind the window and found a pull cord. She tugged it, and the light bulb hanging from the beam lit up. Her eyes blinked. The furniture in the room became clear. A characteristic orange-yellow bed cabinet from the 1990s, a four-legged table, and a double happiness character pasted on the cabinet.
And
A man sleeping on the bed, his face wrapped in gauze, making it impossible to see his features. Jiang Nan was so shocked she almost screamed. Is this a bridal room? Lying on the bed was Lu Hao. She suppressed her shock, lowered her head, and saw herself wearing a bright red cloth dress and two thick legs like pillars. She was not unfamiliar with this look. She hadn't been hit to death by that ashtray. She had returned to May 1992, on her wedding night with Lu Hao. Jiang Nan jumped off the bed and saw two red nylon mesh bags on the table, containing enamel basins with big red double happiness characters, along with a mirror, comb, shoe polish, toothbrush holder, and other items full of the era. She quickly grabbed a round mirror with a picture of a beautiful woman on the back and held it up to her face. In the mirror, she saw a chubby, round face with messy hair, looking quite rough. She was very familiar with this look. It was her 20-year-old self. She put down the mirror, excited, and ran to the edge of the bed, looking at the man lying there. She trembled and reached out to touch his sleeping face. The moment her hand touched his face, she was startled. Why was it so hot?
just like his chest.
Memory from her past life flooded her mind, her wedding night with Lu Hao, who had burns and was feverish from the chaos of the wedding, nearly dying that night. Jiang Nan didn't have time to enjoy her rebirth. She quickly got off the bed to find medicine for Lu Hao. On the table, there is a small white plastic bag filled with many medicines, including iodine solution, anti-inflammatory drugs, and the most common fever reducer of this era, Nuagine. These are probably the medicines he needs most right now. Jiang Nan took a cup from the large red thermos, poured some water, checked the temperature, and then took the anti-inflammatory medicine and a Nuagine. She walked to the bedside. She softly called to him, "Lu Hao, you have a fever and need to take some fever medicine." Because of his high fever, the man was unconscious and was awakened by her voice. He groggily opened his sharp eyes. "Hurry and take the medicine, or you might get an infection." Jiang Nan quickly put the pill into his mouth and fed him water. It seemed he was confused from the fever. After being given the medicine, he closed his eyes again. Jiang Nan didn't dare delay. She put down the cup, poured water into the matching double-eared basin, and found a towel to start cooling him down. His half-face was wrapped in gauze, and the wound couldn't be touched by water, so she couldn't apply anything to his forehead. She directly took off his white shirt and used a cold towel to cool his armpits for fever reduction. She pressed the icy towel into his armpit and looked again at this simple new house. Her feelings were complicated. She had actually been reborn. Heaven seemed to think she had lived too miserably in her previous life and died unfairly, so it gave her a second chance to live again. How wonderful! Starting over, besides seeking revenge on those villains, the thing she most wanted to fix was Lu Hao's face. His face was burned and disfigured in a fire. Now, looking at him, she couldn't help but fall into memories. In her previous life, she married him unwillingly because she had someone she loved. They had promised to meet at the place where they first met on her 20th birthday. In 2 months, it would be her 20th birthday, but she was suddenly forced into marriage. On her wedding day, she still carried a pair of scissors in her arms, just in case she needed to defend herself. Thinking of this, she turned her head and saw the scissors sitting in the corner of the room. On the wedding night, she didn't see the groom. She woke up in the middle of the night and saw a man with his face covered sleeping on the bed. She was curious about what his face looked like after being burned, so she gently peeled back his gauze while he was asleep. What she saw was a face with no scabs, bloody and disfigured. She was so frightened she fainted immediately. The next morning, she cried and begged to go back to her parents' house and wanted to cancel the marriage. Lu Hao's burn injuries, caused by her improper handling, allowed bacteria to invade. Coupled with a high fever that wouldn't go down, he nearly lost his life and was rushed to the hospital. At this moment, Jiang Nan lowered her eyes and gently wiped his body. After giving him fever and anti-inflammatory medicine and cooling him physically, his body finally wasn't so hot anymore. She then buttoned up his shirt again. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Jiang Nan sat beside him, sorting through her chaotic memories from her past life. Until late at night, when sleepiness took over, she dozed off, her plump body falling down. Lu Hao was awakened suddenly by someone pressing down on him. He felt as if he was carrying a heavy weight. When he opened his eyes, a furry big head was resting on his chest. He looked closely and saw a large, round face come into view. His brow furrowed, and he pushed her away without hesitation. Startled by the push, Jiang Nan jolted upright, rubbed her eyes, and saw the man had woken up, staring at her intently. Their eyes met. Jiang Nan looked into his deep eyes, and tears suddenly burst out. Lu Hao, oh Lu Hao, her Lu Hao. In this life, she would never dislike him or regret marrying him. Seeing the chubby woman crying with tears and snot, Lu Hao's eyes grew colder. His grandfather was really something. He had brought her here. He spoke coldly, "You don't need to be afraid. I won't do anything to you." Jiang Nan clearly heard his youthful voice and cried even harder. The man's impatience grew from her crying. His whole body radiated a chilling aura, with dark clouds in his eyes. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. He got off the bed, stretched out his long arm, grabbed a large red pillow, and looked serious, ready to leave. Strangely, today the house was very quiet, and not a single medicine seller was around. "Don't worry, I won't come in. I'll send you away at dawn," he said coldly, then strode out. Send her away? Jiang Nan's pupils shrank. No, she couldn't let that happen. As Lu Hao was about to open the door, she quickly stopped crying, hurriedly slipped off the bed, and went to stop him. But in her haste, because she was too heavy and clumsy, the scissors she had placed on the bed fell onto her foot when she swung her arm. The scissors' tip pierced into her flesh. Ouch! Jiang Nan gasped in pain. Her face was full of embarrassment, like shooting herself in the foot. That was exactly how she felt right now. Lu Hao, stepping over the threshold, heard her cry of pain and paused. He turned back and saw the woman crouched on the ground, blood seeping from her foot. His expression changed instantly. He hurried back, grabbed the scissors near her foot, and his entire aura turned icy. "I told you, I won't do anything to you. Why hurt yourself?" Jiang Nan winced in pain, gasping as she looked at her bleeding foot. She choked on her words and explained, "I didn't mean to hurt myself. It was an accident earlier." Hearing her, Lu Hao looked at her with a serious face, trying to judge whether she was telling the truth. Last night, when he came home, he overheard some gossip from the family members, saying the bride was holding scissors and looked fearless. But the confused grandfather refused to admit it and pushed him into the room. When he entered, the woman was already asleep under a quilt. He didn't see her clearly and didn't want to look. He had injuries on his face and felt unwell, so he just lay on the bed, planning to talk about it after waking up. Seeing blood beads appear on her foot, Jiang Nan trembled with pain, her body shaking. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, being straightforward, stood there, thinking she was trying to hurt herself. "You're trying to hurt yourself? You should be saved," she yelled angrily. "Help me up first and bandage my foot quickly. Why are you just standing there like a wooden statue?" The man standing there looked at her with a resentful gaze and a coquettish tone, momentarily stunned. He didn't expect her to speak to him like that. He snapped out of it, reluctantly bending down, using his left hand to lift her up and sit her on the edge of the bed, then went to fetch water. But his right hand seemed very weak. It trembled as he held the basin. Seeing his trembling right hand, a serious expression crossed Jiang Nan's face. Lu Hao not only had burns on his face but also recently suffered an accident with his right hand at the hospital. He was a graduate of the medical school, specializing in orthopedic surgery, the most proud student of his mentor. Now he was an assistant in surgery and, in a few years, he would take on more responsibility as the lead surgeon. Not long ago, he was injured while protecting his mentor from a patient who lost control and was cut on his right hand. He took leave to go back home to visit his grandfather, then was involved in a heroic act in the county town, rescuing someone from a fire, which burned his face. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's expression darkened. Lu Hao's arm injury wasn't accidental. In his past life, after his right hand was injured, medical conditions at that time prevented him from getting proper treatment. He could never return to the operating room. This was his lifelong regret. Although he had cosmetic surgery on his face burns, faint scars remained. In modern terms, Lu Hao was a classic case of a tragic but beautiful hero. The noise in the wedding room eventually woke the others living in the yard. The lantern in the main hall lit up, and on the bed, the woman nudged a middle-aged man. "Old Lu, what are you listening to? Is your son about to get serious? That girl should not think about harming herself." Lu Hao's father, Lu Xingmin, is a private teacher at the village elementary school, considered a cultured person. Hearing Su Yuqin speak without restraint, he glared at her. "What are you talking about? You're old enough to think before you speak. Xiao Hao isn't that kind of person." The rough woman, Su Yuqin, rolled her eyes and said coolly, "My words may be rough, but they are true. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Your son looks like that, and that girl might be so scared she could faint. Don't cause any accidents." Hearing this, Lu Xingmin looked more worried and sat up straighter. He felt more angry at his father for forcing this marriage on Lu Hao. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Xingmin pushed Su Yuqin gently. "Why don't you go look out the window?" Su Yuqin looked unwilling. "Why should I go?" Lu Xingmin awkwardly said, "You're the mother-in-law. It's easier for you. Just peek out the window and see why that girl is calling out." Su Yuqin snorted. "That's not my son. I'm just a stepmother. I can't be your son's mother-in-law. Stop with the sarcasm. What if something happens? A bride brought here with 2,000 yuan in bride price trying to harm herself. I really don't understand what your confused old father is thinking, forcing this marriage." Muttering unhappily, Su Yuqin reluctantly put on her clothes and went outside. She carefully looked inside through the glass window decorated with a double happiness character. Just then, she saw Jiang Nan sitting on the edge of the Kong bed, with blood on her foot, scissors lying nearby. Lu Hao was frantically searching inside the room. Su Yuqin was so frightened she gasped in shock. Sure enough, there was blood. She forgot everything else and hurried into the bridal chamber. Lu Xingmin also came out of the house, alarmed, along with his son and daughter. Lu Hao's half-brother, Su Zheng, who had a different father, watched from the window as his mother and old Lu hurried into the bridal room, a slight smile on his face, his dark eyes full of schadenfreude. Inside the bridal room, Su Yuqin saw the bride trying to hurt herself with scissors, and her temper flared. She angrily said, "What's going on? Why are you using scissors on your wedding day? If you don't want to marry, you shouldn't try to harm yourself. We spent so much money to bring you here. If you try to hurt yourself on your wedding night, what's left for anyone?" She called her the bride, but inside, she was blaming her foolish old father-in-law. The old man was truly biased beyond measure. She had a son and a daughter. If something happened to someone in the family, how could her son and daughter get married? Lu Xingmin hurried in behind, pulling Su Yuqin aside.
"Say less," he said.
Lu Xingmin looked at Jiang Nan and asked, "Did Lu Hao bully you?" Lu Hao remained silent, only tossing a clean piece of gauze to her for her to bandage her foot. Jiang Nan saw Lu Hao's family again, her expression complicated but her tone calm. "He didn't bully me. I was trimming my nails earlier, and the scissors accidentally fell and hit my foot." Lu Hao looked confused. Trimming nails? Su Yuqin clearly didn't believe her story. She had been holding those scissors all afternoon. Who trims nails so late at night? Jiang Nan looked composed. "I'm fine, really. Please go rest now. Sorry for scaring everyone." "That's good," Lu Xingmin said, glancing at Lu Hao with a meaningful look. "Be careful." Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin were surprised by Jiang Nan's sudden change in attitude, but said nothing and left. Lu Hao remained silent. After she finished bandaging her foot, he prepared to leave again. Jiang Nan hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Lu Hao's voice was emotionless. "Outside." Hearing this, Jiang Nan blurted out, "It's not even dawn yet. Stay here and sleep in the house. Don't disturb Grandpa." Lu Hao looked confused. She was worried her attitude might seem too abrupt, so he lowered his head and said, "I mean, you can sleep on the sofa too." Lu Hao stood still. "Don't misunderstand. I just don't want to disturb anyone else, and I don't want Grandpa to worry." There were no extra rooms in the yard. Lu Hao didn't get along well with his stepbrother, so he couldn't sleep there. Lu Hao's grandfather lived in the old house next door. Because it was too run down, they arranged the bridal room on Lu Hao's father's side. If Lu Hao went back now, it would ruin all the effort his grandfather put in. His grandfather was ill and couldn't handle stress. In her past life, after she divorced Lu Hao, her grandfather was deeply affected and passed away shortly after. That was the thing she felt most guilty about in her previous life. Lu Hao seemed surprised that the chubby girl was so calm facing him. He stood silently, watching her, and the scissors lying nearby. She looked into his deep eyes and said, "If you don't want to worry, Grandpa, just stay here for the night. We'll talk in the morning." She had been reborn and truly wanted to spend more time with him, even now, during this awkward moment. Finally, Lu Hao gave up on sleeping in the old house. He decided to go over there now, hoping the old man could give him some advice. Inside the house, there is a handmade cloth sofa. He places a pillow on the sofa and lies down on it. Jiang Nan sits on the kong, a traditional heated bed, quietly watching the tall, long-legged man lying on the small sofa. She feels restless inside. The man on the sofa seems to sense her intense gaze. He turns over and covers his head with his coat. Sitting on the kong, Jiang Nan remains silent. She knows that Lu Hao has someone in his heart and fears she will give up and stay with him. And the person in his heart is, surprisingly, her former self.
10 years ago, she was kidnapped.
On the train, she was saved by a young boy, a Lu Hao. However, in her past life, when she married Lu Hao, he was disfigured, and she had become very fat. Because they only knew each other's nicknames as children, neither recognized the other. Neither wanted to be victims of arranged marriage, so they simply missed their chance by mistake. Just before she died, she found out that the kidnapping was actually a scheme by her wicked father, Jiang Daming. At night, Lu Hao lies on the sofa, not sleeping well. Jiang Nan on the kong tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Her mind is filled with conversations between Jiang Mei and Jiang Daming. She was poisoned and killed her own biological mother. She feels abandoned. Suddenly, she remembers that in her past life, On her second day of marriage, her good sister Jiang Mei came to the Lu family pretending to be Lu Hao's younger brother's girlfriend. She humiliated her completely in front of the family. In the darkness, a cold light flashes in Jiang Nan's eyes. Good. She will see Jiang Mei tomorrow. In the early morning, Jiang Nan wakes up to find the tall, long-legged man on the sofa gone. She gets up from the Kong, feeling a faint pain in her foot. She leaves the bed, searches inside the house, and finds a pair of Lu Hao's slippers to drag her out. As she arrives at the simple rural courtyard she remembers, she sees Lu Hao's younger sister, Lu Xiaoya, scolding a ragged, messy-haired girl of about 7 or 8. Why are you out early just to get the cold wind? Why wait until dawn? There's no food for you. Go back to your house, she says fiercely. The little girl, smelling the delicious stew in Lu Xiaoya's bowl, licks her lips eagerly but dares not speak. Jiang Nan recognizes that the girl is the child of Lu Hao's aunt. Lu Xiaoya, with a fierce look, finishes scolding and is about to walk into the main room with her bowl. But when she looks up, she sees Jiang Nan coming out of the western wedding room. Her face darkens even more than when she was scolding the girl. Oh, the new wife is up? You're really willing to get up. You paid a lot to marry in, so you're precious, she sneers. Jiang Nan looks at the girl with 2 ponytails, who is glaring at her fiercely, her expression cold. Lu Xiaoya, this foolish girl, arrogant and domineering, was often cruel to the weak in her past life. Jiang Nan walked slowly over, dragging her slippers, and gently tousled the shy little girl's messy hair. Seeing her rough appearance, the girl was so scared she ran away quickly. Jiang Nan didn't mind and looked at Lu Xiaoya lazily, saying, like I said, I'm the new wife. The new wife needs to rest more. Don't you know the wedding night can be tiring? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoya was stunned for a few seconds, then blushed instantly. You're shameless. Marriage matters. How can that be shameful? Jiang Nan sneered. Well, you're single, so you wouldn't understand. Lu Xiaoya refused to back down, puffing out her chest and arguing, Stop lying. My brother wouldn't like someone like you, you fat pig. Su Zheng crossed his arms at the door, listening to the girl's provocative words. Seeing her flushed face, he slightly curved his lips. Could Lu Hao really be so reckless? No, he didn't believe Lu Hao would be so desperate. He was just waiting to see a good show. If Lu Hao gave in so quickly, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Su Zheng added fuel to the fire. Xiaoya, don't be rude to your sister-in-law. Be careful, Lu Hao might cause trouble for you. Lu Xiaoya shouted loudly, cursing, sister-in-law. She spent so much money to marry in, and what did she get? Better return the money early. Qiao Zhan is so pretty and fashionable. She's still waiting for my brother. She doesn't want the bride price. Hearing her mention Qiao Zhan, Jiang Nan's temper flared. She stretched out her arm and pointed at her, retorting, Dream on. You want me to divorce your brother and give him your cousin? I tell you, Lu Hao will only love me in this life. No one can steal me away. In her past life, the day after they got married, Jiang Mei came to provoke her. Lu Xiaoya also brought a girl home, claiming she was Lu Hao's mistress. Already feeling insecure, she suffered humiliation that she still remembered vividly. And this foolish girl Lu Xiaoya was sent to the south to work by Qiao Zhen, ruining her life. Jiang Nan shamelessly boasted about her love, but Lu Xiaoya despised her. Aren't you ashamed? Shamed? You're the one dreaming about a swan while you're a toad. Are you secretly in love with the police officer? Aren't you ashamed? When Jiang Nan said this, Lu Xiaoya's face suddenly changed. This newly married fat woman knew her secret and shouted it out loud, attacking her personally. Lu Xiaoya, like a cat with its tail stepped on, was furious. Fat pig, I'll fight you. She put down her bowls and chopsticks, then angrily rushed forward to hit Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan calmly took off her slippers, planning to wait for Lu Xiaoya to come closer so she could slap her face. But before Lu Xiaoya could get near, she bumped into a wall of flesh. Seeing Lu Hao return, Lu Xiaoya immediately withdrew her hand, which was about to pull Jiang Nan's hair, and pouted as she complained, Big brother, This chubby woman is trying to hit me. Still saying you're with her. She's so shameless. Lu Xiaoya blushed and was too embarrassed to speak openly about her harsh words. Big brother, how could you like someone like her? She was clearly forced on you by Grandpa. You should kick her out. Thinking about how she married this chubby woman for 2,000 yuan, Lu Xiaoya felt upset and wanted to hit someone. Su Zheng stood to the side with his arms crossed, looking gloomy and sarcastic, saying, Xiaoya, don't be unreasonable. Big brother likes this kind of person. When Jiang Nan came out of the house, she noticed Su Zheng. He was a white-eyed wolf raised by the Lu family. She looked at her scheming younger brother with a cold smile. Yes, Lu Hao likes someone like me. So, what if I'm chubby? I'm kind-hearted and broad-minded. Unlike some people, ugly face, black heart. She deliberately emphasized the last words and gave Su Zheng a meaningful look. Su Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised that this chubby woman was so bold. When she married in yesterday, she wasn't like this.
You.
Jiang Nan was quick-witted, and Lu Xiaoya was definitely no match for her. Jiang Nan walked up to Lu Hao, looked up at him, and accused, I just married in yesterday, and these two are already bullying me. They don't respect you at all. They're targeting you. Lu Hao looked at her innocent, chubby face with a hint of grievance. His eyes momentarily drifted, as if recalling a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Su Zheng was silent. Did he bully her? Lu Xiaoya was genuinely afraid of her older brother, who had not lived with them since childhood. She hurriedly retorted, You're talking nonsense. When did I target my big brother? Stop stirring trouble. He won't listen to you. Jiang Nan was tired of arguing with her. She preferred to prove herself with actions. She looked at Lu Hao with concern and asked, Where did you go? You're all dirty. Go inside and wash up. After speaking, in front of the unkind siblings, she took Lu Hao's arm. Lu Hao was silent. The chubby girl was quite strong. It looked like she was holding his arm, but in reality, she was almost dragging him into the house. Su Yuqin just finished feeding the pigs in the backyard and was surprised to see Jiang Nan holding Lu Hao's arm, blinking in shock. Old Master Lu also came in from the old house and saw the young couple walking hand in hand. His cloudy eyes suddenly lit up with a faint glow. Under the watchful, skeptical gaze of the Lu family members, the wooden door of the bridal room slammed shut with a loud bang. The Lu family members all stared silently. Inside the room, Lu Hao looked at the arm held by the chubby girl with a deep, thoughtful gaze. His eyes were sharp, like a blade. Jiang Nan quickly let go, feeling frightened. Since Lu Hao hadn't pushed her away earlier, she took it as a sign of respect. Last night, Lu Hao clearly said he would send her back home soon. Now, she needed to find a way to win him over. She couldn't let him send her back to the Jiang family. She closed the door and looked at Lu Hao as she spoke. I know marrying me isn't your true wish, but Grandpa has had a hard time. He worked so hard for you, his grandson. My own grandfather died early, so I really envy you having such an elder. The reason old Master Lu insisted on arranging this marriage for Lu Hao wasn't just because he was worried Lu Hao might get disfigured and not find a wife. More importantly, he was afraid he wouldn't live to see his grandson get married. Lu Hao's face could be disfigured, and with a stepmother and a younger brother in the family, plus his own serious illness, old Master Lu wanted to make sure everything was in order while he was still alive. Jiang Nan sincerely said, To not worry, Grandpa. I've decided to stay with you. Stay with him? As she finished speaking, Lu Hao's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of horror story was this? He looked coldly at the sincere girl in front of him and said softly, You don't have to be a victim of an arranged marriage. I told you, I will find a way to fix this and send you home soon. It's not a sacrifice. I volunteer, she said with a gentle smile, tilting her head. I think you're pretty good too, tall, strong, and you went to college. Out here in these 10 villages, you're the only one who went to college. If I get you, I've really hit the jackpot. Lu Hao felt a headache coming on. He simply couldn't understand why the woman who was holding scissors yesterday had suddenly changed so much. She was willing to stay with him. She was willing, but he didn't want that. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at her and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of what?" Jiang Nan tilted her head, looking confused. He replied, "I might get disfigured." Hearing this, she felt a sudden pain inside. She clenched her teeth to hold back the hurt and waved her hand dismissively, pretending to be indifferent. "It's okay. Men with scars have more courage." Lu Hao was stunned. The chubby girl was not afraid of him at all. Instead, she showed great enthusiasm. That's right, because his face was covered with gauze. She couldn't see anything. Lu Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a tough man who spoke little. He raised his slender left hand, took off his hat, and then directly tore off the gauze from his face. Staring at him, Jiang Nan was silent. At that moment, apart from the tearing sound of the gauze, only the breathing of the two people filled the room. Jiang Nan saw that cruel scene, her hand hanging by her side trembling slightly. In her previous life, on her wedding night, she fainted from being scared by his face. Later, when she saw him again, it was with the scars on his face. He often wore a mask. Now, her heart felt like it was being pierced by a sharp blade. He was brave to do this for justice, but was it worth it? Seeing her stare at him like that, Lu Hao's eyes grew deeper. The expected scene of her panicking and running away did not happen. Could this chubby girl really be that naive? Soon, Lu Hao dismissed this idea, because in her eyes there was a certain emotion. It was not fear, nor surprise, but tenderness. A fool wouldn't show such an expression. Seeing her stare blankly, Lu Hao simply threw the gauze onto the table. His face, with unscarred skin, was bloody and hideous, terrifyingly exposed right in front of her. He didn't believe she wasn't scared. Let's see how long she can hold on. Jiang Nan didn't expect that this guy, just to avoid marrying her, would be so ruthless. But he was really willing to go this far. She knew he had someone in his heart and wouldn't look at her now. But she didn't expect it to be in such an extreme way. He was truly ruthless. Jiang Nan lowered her eyes, glancing at the blood-stained gauze on the table. She walked over, opened the drawer, found new gauze, and handed it to him. "Just wrap your face again. Don't let bacteria get to the wound, or it might get infected." From the look of it, the wound hadn't scabbed over yet, and the situation was still serious. "Aren't you afraid?" Seeing the blood-stained gauze, Lu Hao felt uncomfortable himself. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "Not afraid. Are you willing to face this kind of face for the rest of your life?" He looked at her, trying to find some flaw in her calm expression on her chubby face. The woman in front of him looked composed, her face unbothered. "I think it's nothing. Looks don't matter. What's important is inner beauty." Lu Hao was speechless. He couldn't scare her away with his bloody, scarred face, so he had to pick up the new gauze again, disinfected it with iodine, and skillfully wrapped his wound. Then he looked at her and spoke with a guilty tone. "Honestly, I have someone in my heart. If I stay at home with you, it wouldn't be fair. You should go pursue your happiness." Although he has changed so much now and no longer has the right to keep his promise with the young girl for 10 years, he cannot hold anyone else in his heart anymore. Jiang Nan's eyes are dull. "Why didn't you say these words before your wedding? The banquet is already over, and it's very unfair to me. I wanted to say it, but I didn't have the chance." He was hospitalized after a burn injury and just returned yesterday, only to be sent into the bridal chamber. Jiang Nan looks at him with a faint smile. "Honestly, I also have someone in my heart. He's a handsome young man, and I will only marry him in this life." Hearing her words, Lu Hao's eyes flicker slightly. A handsome young man? Only he will do? It seems like there's hope to solve the problem. But then she changes the subject. "Right now, I can't leave your house, or else my family of vampires might marry me off somewhere else again and ask for more bride price." Lu Hao clears his throat and gives her advice. "You could find your young man." Jiang Nan shakes her head. "He went far away. I'm waiting for him to come back." At this moment, she really wants to tell him that she is the little girl he saved long ago who was kidnapped. They have a 10-year promise. But her rational mind tells her she can't reveal this secret for now. Her current appearance doesn't resemble the beautiful little girl she once was 10 years ago. She once promised him she would work hard to live well, become stronger, and become her best self in 10 years to see him again. But she broke that promise. In these 10 years, her family has mistreated her into this miserable state. Now, if she claims to be the beautiful girl Lon Lon from back then, what's the difference from a big online accident scene? Moreover, in her past life, Lu Hao didn't go to their 10-year meeting because he was ashamed of his disfigurement. He didn't want his little girl to see him like this. Now, she stays as his wife, actively loses weight, and seizes the best opportunity to treat his face and right hand. Yes, in her past life, she studied medicine, and she and Lu Hao were colleagues. Lu Hao is a Western doctor, and she practices traditional Chinese medicine. Once they survive this ordeal and become their best selves, they will recognize each other again. Perhaps they might not even need to recognize each other. Once she loses enough weight, he will recognize her. She continues, if I leave your house now, it won't be good for you either. Your family spent so much money to marry me. If I leave, my family won't return the bride price, and we'll lose both people and money. It would be a bad deal. Most importantly, your grandfather might be affected too. Given the elderly person's blind love for you, if I pass away, they will surely find another girl for my family to fill the gap. You might not know, but I have 3 sisters, one sharp-tongued, one carefree and wild, and one honest but always crying. Lu Hao. So, none of the Jiang family's daughters are normal? She tilted her head, squinting her eyes. In the end, I am the best choice for you. I am independent in thought and character, and I might even be able to be financially independent in the future. Choosing me for cooperation is the right decision. Lu Hao became interested. Cooperation? Yes, she said. Our marriage is just a temporary arrangement. We pretend to be in love, benefit each other, and when you return to the city later, you can take me out, and we go our separate ways. I won't cling to you. Parting ways is impossible. First, stabilize him and gradually develop feelings. Hearing this, Lu Hao's eyes slightly softened. She sensed Lu Hao was about to compromise, so she quickly added some sweetness. I won't cause you any trouble. Just have your family feed me 3 meals a day. I will also help take care of Grandpa. Lu Hao kept his calm gaze but remained silent. He had gauze on his face, so Jiang Nan couldn't see his expression. If you disagree, I will go talk to Grandpa right now. Lu Hao thought of the old man who threatened to die if he didn't get his way. He rubbed his forehead. His head hurt, his injury ached, and his hand also hurt. He really didn't want to bother anymore. He compromised. Wait a moment, let me think. Jiang Nan smiled gently. Okay, take your time. We have plenty of time. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost noon. That woman, Jiang Mei, was coming soon. Go out first. I want to change clothes. On the second day after the wedding, I need to look neat and pretty, so I won't embarrass you. Jiang Nan directly pushed Lu Hao out of the room. For her first encounter with Jiang Mei, she needed to be in the best condition. She rummaged inside the room and found 2 new outfits in the dowry chest. One was a tailored, sky blue dress. The other was a trendy floral shirt with beige pants. Jiang Nan changed into the sky blue dress and immediately felt it looked much better than bright red. But her wide waist and elephant-like legs were hard to hide. Fortunately, the clothes from this era were loose enough. She changed clothes, looked in the mirror, and felt her dry. Long hair was a bit too cumbersome. It was hard to style or frame her face properly. Her messy long hair and extra weight made her look quite sloppy. Since being reborn, I will start over from the beginning. First, I cut my hair to make the moment feel special. I looked around but couldn't find the scissors from last night. Jiang Nan opened the door and saw old Master Lu in the yard, pulling Lu Hao aside and whispering something secretive. The old man looked lively and in good spirits. Grandpa, Jiang Nan greeted him, then said, I need to talk to Lu Hao about something. Okay, he'll be here soon. Old Master Lu pushed his grandson, a piece of wood, and told him to come inside. Lu Hao seemed like a helper. Within minutes, he was pushed out and then brought back in. Jiang Nan asked, where are the scissors from last night? Lu Hao looked at her with a questioning gaze, as if asking what she meant. Clearly, the incident with the scissors last night left him with some emotional scars. She awkwardly explained, I was cutting my hair. Lu Hao glanced at her long, loose hair, then stretched out his arm and took the scissors from the cabinet. Jiang Nan took the scissors and quickly cut her waist-length hair into shoulder length. She carefully placed the cut hair neatly on a piece of paper. Hair can be sold or used for sewing or bedding. She couldn't reach the scissors at the back and had to ask Lu Hao for help. Lu Hao hadn't planned to help her, but when he saw her sincere big eyes, he felt a strange sensation inside. Jiang Nan insisted, pushing the scissors into his hand. Please help me. I'll cut half and leave quickly. If not, it'll ruin your reputation. He shook his head. I don't know how to cut hair. Your hand is steady when you use a scalpel. Cutting hair is easy. Just follow the length I want, she said. Using a scalpel hand. Lu Hao's eyes lowered slightly, unconsciously looking at his right hand. He felt a bitter taste inside. Please help. I've already cut this much. I can't stop now. Just cut it short. It's not hard, she urged. She pushed the scissors into his hand. Reluctantly, Lu Hao had no choice but to accept. He held the scissors with his left hand and cut the long hair at the back of her head with a snap. She pushed further. Can you fix it a bit more? Lu Hao was forced to act, awkwardly experiencing his first haircut as a barber. Then Jiang Nan cut his straight bangs to hide her big face. After tidying up, she looked less bulky, and with her fair skin and delicate features, she looked quite attractive now. How about it? This hairstyle looks good, right? She asked, flipping her hair and smiling happily, hoping for praise. Lu Hao looked away and didn't respond. Instead, he casually picked up a book from the shelf. Jiang Nan knew this man was just like a monk, caring only about the person in his heart. To other women, he was as cold as wood, especially since she was quite bold herself. She ignored him and finished trimming her hair, then looked at the clock on the wall to check the time. She was waiting for the scoundrel to come to her door. Before long, she heard the joyful voice of Lu Xiaoya from the yard. Second brother. Is this the future second sister-in-law? She's so beautiful. Hearing Lu Xiaoya's voice, Jiang Nan's expression turned cold instantly. She knew he was coming. She looked at Lu Hao, who was flipping through a book, and said, Your younger brother has brought his partner home. Lu Hao didn't stop flipping the pages and replied, That's not my younger brother. She liked Lu Hao's attitude. Eager to see Jiang Mei, her good sister, she rubbed her fists and said, I'm so hungry. Let's go to the main hall. Lu Hao closed his book and looked at her. Later, it's better if you don't cause trouble with them. She smiled confidently. It depends on whether they behave. Jiang Nan reached out to hold Lu Hao's arm, but he dodged as if he saw a ghost. Why are you dodging? We need to act like a loving couple. Someone's watching us, and you need to pretend. Jiang Nan insisted on holding his arm and headed to the main hall. In the main hall, Lu Xingmin came back from work at noon, and Old Master Lu was there too. Su Zheng was introducing the girls standing beside him to Old Master Lu and Lu Xingmin. When Old Master Lu saw the girls Su Zheng brought, his face darkened slightly. Why does this girl look so familiar? The girl stood there politely and sweetly introduced herself. Grandpa, you've seen me at my home. I am Jiang Nan's younger sister, Jiang Mei. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other strangely. Jiang Nan's sister? When did Su Zheng start dating Jiang Nan's sister? Jiang Nan forcibly held onto Lu Hao's arm. Just as they reached the door, she heard Jiang Mei introduce herself. Her voice was sweet and polite, but Jiang Nan's mind flashed back to her past life, where she saw Jiang Daming secretly plotting against her. Jiang Mei, we meet again. She masked her fierce expression and entered the house, pretending to be surprised. Sister, why are you here? Are you visiting me? Jiang Mei turned around and saw Jiang Nan holding onto a man's arm. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes. How had she changed? Yesterday, she was crying and shouting she didn't want to marry the ugly, fat man, and now she was holding his arm. Who becomes the mistress of the marquisate is ultimately decided by her. Shun Juanxi's father was once titled Shin Bojun, a third-rank official, far from inheriting a first-rank marquisate. Shun Haoshan bypassed his son and gave the marquisate to his grandson, which was against proper etiquette, and most people didn't know the full reason. But in North Tang, a concubine could only be granted a noble title if she bore a son who was officially 5th rank or higher and had no biological mother, so she could be ennobled. Madame Su was publicly granted her noble title, but what about Shinjuanshi? The noble marquis of the state became the daughter of a concubine, forcibly held. In her past life, she was afraid of Lu Hao and didn't dare sit with him. When Jiang Mei arrived, she saw her as a savior. She cried until her eyes were swollen, wanting to go home with Jiang Mei, but Jiang Mei scolded her harshly, calling her a fat pig who only deserved to be with ugly people. Even Lu Hao was humiliated by Su Zheng, the younger brother, who mocked him for spending so much money to marry a fat woman and then despising her.
Lu Hao used to be so outstanding.
Now, he was insulted by the family's ingrate, his dignity trampled underfoot. Grandpa was so angry that his health worsened. In her past life, she was afraid of Lu Hao and didn't dare sit with him. When Jiang Mei arrived, she saw her as a savior. She cried until her eyes swelled, wanting to go home with Jiang Mei, but Jiang Mei scolded her harshly, calling her a fat pig who only deserved to be with ugly people. Lu Hao was also humiliated by Su Zheng, the younger brother, who mocked him for spending a lot to marry a fat woman and then looked down on her. Lu Hao was once such an outstanding person. Now he was insulted by the family's ingrate, his dignity crushed. Grandpa was so angry that his health deteriorated further. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, shook off the unhappy memories from her past, and affectionately took Lu Hao's arm. She walked to Grandpa Lu and the others, speaking in a sweeter tone than Jiang Mei, "Grandpa, Dad." Seeing his grandson and daughter-in-law so loving, Grandpa Lu's wrinkled face was full of happiness, and even his health seemed less weak. "Come, child, sit here." Grandpa Lu was warm to Jiang Nan but only politely nodded at Su Zheng's partner. Jiang Mei was a bit confused by this scene. She thought Jiang Nan would be jealous, sad, or even do something foolish when she saw her with the charming Su Zheng. But Jiang Nan looked like she was in love, very close to this unattractive person. She also seemed to get along well with the rest of the Lu family. And this legendary ugly person, with half her face covered in gauze, hiding her features, but her aura and figure made it impossible to look away. This was not the outcome she wanted to see. Yuqin Su prepared many delicious dishes because her son brought his partner home. She heard that the person brought back by Su Zheng was Jiang Nan's younger sister, and her face looked a bit displeased. Why do they all have to look for the same family? Doesn't that mean her son and Lu Hao are now related by marriage? Lu Xiaoya was very friendly, chatting with Jiang Mei, complimenting her clothes, praising her beauty, and saying her second brother has good taste. She also subtly insulted the chubby Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan at this moment looked at her and seemed to have no other flaws besides being overweight. Honestly, even if her face is full of flesh, her features are more attractive than Jiang Mei's. Jiang Mei, because she was dressed in fashionable clothes and had a slim figure, looked like a beauty at first glance. But upon closer inspection, her nose was flat, her mouth large, and her face was not very attractive, more like a typical wife face. Still, Lu Xiaoya was not convinced. Why should she spend so much money to marry this chubby girl? She wanted to learn tailoring but needed to pay an apprentice fee, which her family refused to give her. Jiang Nan sat beside old Master Lu, calmly listening to Lu Xiaoya flattering everyone. She looked at Jiang Mei's disgusting yet shy expression, feeling a bit nauseous.
My sister is quite honest.
Besides being chubby, having a big appetite, not liking to do chores, being introverted, and having a bad temper, she has no other faults. Xiaoya, don't speak ill of my sister. Jiang Nan. This green tea girl. In her previous life, she thought Jiang Mei's words were harmless and meant to defend her. Jiang Nan's lips curled slightly as she glanced at Su Zheng, then looked at Jiang Mei, worriedly asking, Mei, don't worry about me. Think about yourself first. If you're dating my brother-in-law, what about Wu Erzhu from our village? Wu Erzhu? Su Zheng's eyes, full of suspicion, looked at Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei's face changed, and she snapped, "What are you talking about? What does Wu Erju have to do with this?" Jiang Nan looked confused. "Aren't you seeing Wu Erju? How come you're now Su Zheng's girlfriend? How many boats have you been on? Stop spreading rumors." "I never liked Wu Erju," Jiang Mei quickly explained, nervous under Su Zheng's sharp gaze, swallowing nervously. "Don't listen to her nonsense," she added. Old Master Lu Xingmin, and others also looked serious. They all turned to Jiang Mei. Although the Lu family's life was average, they were honest and decent people. Lu Xingmin, being a teacher, couldn't accept a woman with a wandering reputation entering his home. Su Zhang was his stepson, so he couldn't do much about it. But on principle, he felt he had to say a few words. Jiang Nan refused to give up and continued exposing. "Last time Erju came to our house to play cards, you two were flirting, and he even touched your. You didn't seem to mind?" She tilted her head and recalled, "I remember one evening after dinner, when we were cooling off outside, you two came out from behind the haystack. The village kids all called you shy. Isn't that just flirting? Or is it something else?" Jiang Mei's face flushed alternately with red and white, feeling embarrassed and eager to hide. Unexpectedly, this usually timid and overweight woman was so bold today. She was spreading rumors and revealing her secrets. She was used to suppressing Jiang Nan, but now Jiang Nan was speaking openly and ruining her plans. She lost her temper and looked at her fiercely. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Jiang Nan trembled in fear, pretending to be surprised. "So you never told Su Jing about Wu Erju?" "Oh, I was just being nosy." She quickly covered her mouth, walking the path of pretending to be innocent, leaving no way out for others. Su Zheng's face was now extremely dark, more cold and grim than usual. Looking at Jiang Mei with hatred, he wished he could punish her severely. He had planned to bring this woman here to deliberately annoy Lu Hao and show him the difference. But he didn't expect this woman, so young, to be so promiscuous. Jiang Nan scolded Su Zheng, "Little brother-in-law, what do you call this? If you like my sister, just tell me. I can help you make arrangements. You're sneaking around behind her back without even checking if she's interested?" She kept calling him little brother-in-law, and Su Zheng's expression changed unpredictably, looking as if he had eaten something bitter. Jiang Nan then lectured Jiang Mei, "And you, sister, you already have Wu Erju, and you're still flirting with my little brother-in-law. Aren't you afraid Wu Erju will find out and come after him? I tell you, Wu Erju is such a stubborn guy. If someone else shows interest in him, he'll fight to keep her." Jiang Mei was speechless, because she had indeed flirted with Wu Erju just to get some advantage. She thought Jiang Nan, who was chubby and simple-minded, wouldn't notice the little secrets between her and Wu Erju. Half a month ago, after meeting Su Zheng, she decided to give up the whole forest and just cling to this big tree. Su Zheng was handsome, his family lived in town, and most importantly, he was from the Lu family. Jiang Mei really wanted to be with him, especially since Su Zheng told her she could suppress Jiang Nan in the future. She didn't have to worry about sister-in-law issues because his mother was Su Zheng's biological mother and would definitely support her. Just thinking about it made her feel great. At this moment, Jiang Nan, the overweight girl, unexpectedly ruined Jiang Mei's good mood. Jiang Mei, furious and twisted with anger, looked at Jiang Nan with a fierce expression, trying to change the subject and regain control. "Are you crying and shouting that you won't marry that ugly monster? What are you pretending now? Are you jealous because the person I married is better than yours? Are you deliberately trying to smear me? I have nothing to do with Wu Erju, but I wonder how long you can stay with this ugly creature." Since Jiang Nan ruined her happiness, Jiang Mei decided not to let her have a good time either. "Ugly monster? Keep your mouth clean." Jiang Nan had been ready to fight this woman since she saw her. Now she finally had an excuse. She slapped Jiang Mei twice, directly hitting her sharp, mean face. Then, she grabbed her hair and pulled twice, causing her to fall to the ground. And then, with a big step, she straddled her. Fat hands waved again, delivering 2 more slaps. "Open your big dog eyes, and look. This is my in-laws' house. Do you think you can still bully me like before?" She pointed at Lu Hao, who was stunned by her actions, and said, "Look clearly. I married him. He's my man. If you keep disrespecting him and shouting nonsense, be careful I'll knock out your teeth." The other members of the Lu family wanted to intervene, but Jiang Nan was too strong. She was riding on Jiang Mei and hitting her face, which was already swollen like a pig's head, with fists like rain. No one else could get close to her. In just a few minutes, in front of the Lu family, she beat her sister into a pig's head. Old Master Lu also didn't expect his granddaughter-in-law to be so fierce. To defend Lu Hao, she even went against her own family, beating her own sister. Although she fought well, old Master Lu couldn't help but worry. Could his eldest grandson handle this chubby girl? He was afraid that if she kept fighting like this, someone might get seriously hurt. He quickly signaled Lu Hao to pull his wife away. Lu Hao stood still, his eyes flickering slightly, showing his feelings at the moment. Being protected by someone, his cold heart was actually touched a little. "Fatty, let go of me. I'll go back and tell my parents. Be careful, or Dad will break your legs." Jiang Mei called her fat, which made Jiang Nan even angrier. She slapped her twice more. "Am I fat because of you? If you hadn't hurt me, I wouldn't be this fat. Let me go, fatty. Are you crazy? Zhenge, save me." Su Zheng wished he didn't know this woman and watched everything coldly. He showed no mercy or pity. He wanted to see how powerful and fierce the fat wife married by Lu Hao really was. Jiang Mei was heartbroken and crying loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Old Master Lu and Lu Xingmin couldn't watch anymore, and hurriedly pulled Lu Hao to separate his wife. Lu Hao casually checked his ear, walking over slowly and sternly saying, "Enough, stop now." Jiang Nan also wanted to give Lu Hao face, so she stepped down from Jiang Mei, clapped her hands, and acted like a big sister, saying, "From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I will beat them up." While speaking, her gaze casually glanced at Su Zheng. Su Zheng looked awkward and felt extremely embarrassed, more than ever before. Jiang Nan didn't let him off and looked at him with a smile, saying, "Little brother-in-law, don't take it to heart. My sister doesn't know how to show respect. As her older sister, I am teaching her to be polite. I still support her being with you. You both look good together and are good people. Wu Zhu can't compare to you." Su Zheng clenched his teeth and said, "Thank you." Jiang Mei was beaten into a pig's head, her hair was pulled into a mess, and she couldn't stay for dinner at the Lu family. She was taken out by Su Zheng. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoye was eager to give Jiang Nan a hard time again. But just now, she saw Jiang Nan beating Jiang Mei at the door and quietly stepped back, afraid to cause trouble. This woman was too fierce. This warning was perfect. After Jiang Mei was pushed out, Jiang Nan looked into the eyes of Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin, feeling awkward, and scratched her head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just didn't want my sister to scold Lu Hao. Lu Hao is the head of the family. I married him, so I have to support him. Young daughter-in-law, you're right. Old Master Lu almost cried with emotion. "I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Xiao Hao is lucky. Since he was a child, his eldest grandson had never been so protected. This time, he truly made the right choice." Sure enough, the chubby girl was honest and sincere. Jiang Nan chuckled and scooped some food onto old Master Lu's plate. "Grandpa, eat more." Yuqin looked at the happy family eating together. Old Master Lu, Jiang Nan, and others, with a dark face, losing her appetite. Her son wasn't close to the Lu family, and today they had suffered such a big embarrassment. In the future, Lu Hao and old Master Lu might look down on Su Zheng even more. "Yahweh, why haven't you gone to work today?" "I took a break and went to the Chinese medicine hospital with a friend." After her mother sat down, Gu Yahweh poured her some water and sat on the sofa, looking serious. "Mom, I have something I want to talk to you about."
"What is it?" Nie Yuhua asked.
Gu Yahweh reached into his pocket, then opened his hand and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Seeing what was in his palm, Nie Yuhua immediately got angry. "Isn't this my jade pendant? Why is it in your hand? What are you rummaging through?" Before she finished speaking, she slapped his hand. Gu Yahue quickly dodged. Jiang Nan didn't mind and smiled. It's okay. Young people don't care about those things.
But
The old man was worried. The old house is run down. What if the girl dislikes it? His grandson was already injured, and the house was still broken. The girl would definitely have thoughts about it. Grandpa, let's go quickly. I want to see your house with Lu Hao. Jiang Nan insisted on going out with old Master Lu to see the old house. Old Master Lu could only let her go. When he saw Lu Hao standing still, he shouted, "You come too." They left the yard and went around to the street corner, where there was a fence gate. Inside were a few earthen houses. The yard was quite spacious and had a patch of lush green vegetables. Because of their poor living conditions, old Master Lu looked anxious.
child, this is the place.
Wow. Grandpa, this is our home? It's so spacious. Jiang Nan pushed open the fence gate and looked at the vegetable patch, exclaiming, "You even grow vegetables here?" In her past life, after living in the city for a long time, returning to the fresh air and simple rural life, being with the person she liked, made her feel very happy. She was also very touched. Heaven had truly been kind to her. "Grandpa, do you usually live here with Lu Hao?" Old Master Lu nodded nervously.
Yes.
After Xiao Hao graduated, I went back to my hometown and lived in the old house. Lu Hao's university was paid for by him working at a trash station in the city. Jiang Nan entered through the fence, looked around the yard with a gentle smile. "Grandpa, I think this place is pretty good. Can we move here and live with you?" "Move here?" Old Master Lu looked at her in surprise. "Yes, I want to live with you." Jiang Nan turned to look at Lu Hao, who was standing stiffly at the fence gate, with dark eyes. "Can we move here to live?" Old Master Lu refused. Nan, this house is too broken. You should stay at your parents' place. Don't move." "Grandpa, it's quiet here. I want to live with you." She knew Lu Hao would also prefer to stay with his grandfather in these few broken houses. Old Master Lu took Jiang Nan into the house. The walls were blackened with newspaper, with no furniture except old-style tables and a dirt bed. This was Grandpa's house. The small room on the right side of the main house was Lu Hao's old bedroom. On the left was the kitchen. Jiang Nan took a walk around the small hut. It was a simple earthen bed, and on a table inside the room, there were many books. She glanced at them, various textbooks from elementary and middle school, as well as medical books. The mud brick house was tidy and livable, warm in winter and cool in summer. However, they probably wouldn't stay through the winter and would leave soon. Still, old Master Lu thought it was a bit too harsh for the new bride to live in such a place. Nan, this won't do. The house is too broken. You young people can't live here. We can live here." Jiang Nan looked at Lu Hao. "Can we move in?" Lu Hao looked at her with curiosity. After a long pause, he agreed, "If you want to move, then move." Living in the fenced yard was like going back to the days before liberation. The girl might not last 2 days before she wanted to leave. This time, Lu Hao returned to his hometown, not only to recover from his arm injury, but also to bring his grandfather to the city. Unexpectedly, they encountered a fire on the way, and he ended up in the hospital. Once back in the village, his grandfather arranged for him to move into a bridal chamber. Lu Hao agreed to move in, but old Master Lu was anxious and scolded him. "What are you moving for? Just stay with your parents." He couldn't huiban sunzi yibaizhe, but he hoped to create opportunities for his grandson and his weak son to bond, to help Lu Hao integrate into the family. When he died, at least Lu Hao would have relatives. Lu Hao insisted, "Grandpa, Xiaobang wants to move in, so let him. I also want to live in our own home." "Your own home? Other people's home?"
You
blockhead." Old Master Lu looked at Lu Hao angrily, pointing at his head, not knowing what to say. In his agitation, the old man suddenly started coughing violently. Jiang Nan turned around and saw the bent-over, coughing old man covering his mouth. She hurried over to support him. "Grandpa, are you okay?" She remembered that in her previous life, she heard Lu Hao say that her grandfather had died of lung disease. The old man had hidden his illness until the bride he arranged for Lu Hao left, which deeply affected him, and he suddenly passed away. If she was just joking, she would still complain to his father. Gu Chang'an signaled him to sit down. Yahweh, what exactly happened? Tell us in detail. Didn't my mom just say? When I was in Longshan County, a man came to me with this jade pendant, saying I was his son. Just as Gu Yahweh finished speaking, Nye Yuhua became excited again. Old Gu, listen to this. Isn't this just making things up? Gu Yahweh sighed helplessly. Mom, the other person used the jade pendant to find someone. Isn't your jade pendant with me? Besides, that man is looking for his son, but he didn't say his son's mother is you. Lu Hao insisted, Grandpa, Xiaobang wants to move in, so let him. Old Master Lu waved his hand weakly and said it's nothing. Lu Hao saw that the old man's complexion wasn't good and became worried. Grandpa, you've been coughing a lot lately. Let me take you to the hospital. Old Master Lu refused. No need, I'm fine. Grandpa, let me help you inside to rest for a while. Jiang Nan helped Old Master Lu onto the Kong bed inside the house. Grandpa, rest for a bit. We need to tidy up the house because we're moving later. Jiang Nan came out of the house planning to clean the yard first and then move things. Lu Hao called out to her and spoke quietly and seriously. Little fatty, listen to me. I need to rest for a while and then take my grandpa to the city. If you want to leave now, I can give you money for the trip. Go wherever you want. Having a woman suddenly appear at home made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang Nan heard this and looked strange. What does little fatty mean? Right now, she didn't have time to argue about titles. She looked at him seriously. When you go to the city, bring me along.
We can each go our own way then.
But for now, I still need to stay at your house. I said I won't stay for free. She glanced around the yard, then secretly leaned in and whispered, not to hide anything, I am a doctor. I have a secret recipe for treating burns. Lu Hao raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a deep gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. Jiang Nan explained, there's an old educated youth named Nia in our village. He's an experienced traditional Chinese doctor. I learned medicine from him since I was young. He has many secret recipes for difficult illnesses, but he usually keeps them hidden and doesn't show off. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see him tomorrow. Jiang Nan spoke excitedly, but Lu Hao suddenly interrupted her. Little fatty, you might not know, but I am a doctor myself. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the snow cleared. After Jiang Gongming left, the rhythmic recitation in the classroom immediately stopped, as if it had never existed. The winter sun shone through the window slit, slanting onto the desk. In his sleep, Shen Juanxi's eyebrows caught a patch of colorful light. Juanxi, brother, it's time to eat. Zhang Fenlin turned around carefully and called Shen Juanxi. Seeing no response, he guessed that Shen Juanxi, knowing Madame Su was waiting outside, had already gone for a nap, possibly deliberately avoiding seeing her. It seemed that he wanted to leave the Ministry of Rites. His grandfather's health had recently been poor and couldn't handle stress, so for now, only little fatty could stay. Jiang Nan stepped in front of him. You speak so easily. With your current look, can you really go back to the city? From what I've observed, I also noticed your right hand has a problem. Lu Hao exclaimed. She glanced at his right hand and continued lightly, you're an orthopedic doctor, but your hand was trembling just to hold some gauze last night. Can you really perform surgery? Lu Hao's lips pressed tightly, and his hand hanging by his side trembled slightly. Did I hit a nerve? At this moment, Jiang Nan felt more pain inside than he did. But she had to provoke him this way. She wanted him to realize how serious the situation was. As a man, you should face problems head-on. I said we are colleagues, but you're a Western doctor, and I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You're good at surgery, but in your current state, you really have no solution. I saw the burn on your face just now. It's deep. The scar will be uneven and ugly. Skin grafting will be painful, and the results might not be great. If you don't want to carry this face for the rest of your life, I hope you can trust traditional Chinese medicine once. Also, for your hand, you need to use the right rehabilitation methods to fully recover. Lu Hao's eyes flickered fiercely after hearing her words. He began to reconsider this chubby girl. Jiang Nan's attitude was professional, her tone serious. First, about your face. Since it hasn't fully scarred yet, use a healing ointment to promote new tissue growth. After 2 or 3 cycles, it will heal, and scars will be minimal or shallow, not affecting your appearance. She spoke sincerely, and Lu Hao's gaze momentarily became dazed. He almost thought she really knew her stuff, but he was rational. Hearing about the healing ointment, he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he looked at her with a strange expression and said softly, "Do you know medicine? Why don't you treat yourself first?" He asked, "Do you have some illness? Your face, this big round face, clearly isn't just normal weight gain." He suspected hormone-related issues. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes. A big round face, such a sharp tongue, and her gaze was sharp too. She took a deep breath, chose not to argue with his sarcasm, clapped her hands and smiled. "You do have some skill. I can tell." She honestly replied, "I'm not sick. I was framed. To be honest, I used to be very pretty. As you saw today, my sister looks quite average. She was jealous of me, so she secretly put hormones into my water cup every day. Over time, I ended up looking like this, so much so that even my own father doesn't recognize me." In her past life, when she found out her obesity was caused by her so-called sister Jiang Mei, her first thought was that Jiang Mei was jealous of her looks and deliberately hurt her. But now, upon reflection, the situation may not be so simple. What Jiang Mei did was likely at the instruction of her irresponsible father, Jiang Daming. Their goal was to hide her true appearance. After all, she bears no resemblance to their family at all. Lu Hao lowered his eyes, tidying up the messy farm tools in the yard, ignoring Jiang Nan, who was talking nonsense. Jiang Nan was holding a broom, planning to sweep the yard, and followed Lu Hao persistently, trying to persuade him, "Since you're like this now, instead of waiting for scars to form, why not try the skin regrowth powder? It might work." Lu Hao was annoyed by the noisy woman, turned around, giving her a sharp look. "If you keep bothering me, I'll send you back to your mother's house." Jiang Nan immediately shut up out of fear. While they were tidying up the yard, a simple-dressed middle-aged woman with a face full of freckles, holding a little girl, was peeking in front of the fence gate. While they were tidying up the yard, a simple-dressed middle-aged woman with a face full of freckles, holding a little girl, was peeking in front of the fence gate. Seeing Lu Hao and Jiang Nan working in the yard, she whispered, "Xiao Hao, you're back?" The woman spoke cautiously, glancing toward the old house entrance. Lu Hao saw the woman at the door, dropped his, and strode over. "Auntie, come in quickly." Noticing the nervous look in her eyes as she looked toward the main house, he said, "Grandpa is resting." Hearing this, Lu Huifang relaxed and led the little girl into the yard. Seeing Jiang Nan working, she looked surprised. She didn't expect that the girl who caused trouble yesterday by refusing to marry would be so obedient today. Lu Huifang warmly took the broom from Jiang Nan. "Niece-in-law, let me do it." "No need, Annie, I'll do it." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Annie, come inside." She recognized that the little girl Lu Huifang was holding was the same one who was scolded and hit by Lu Xiaoya this morning at the Lu family's house. But now, the little girl's hair was neatly combed, and her clothes were clean. Lu Huifang looked awkward, instinctively glanced toward the house's door, and shook her head uncomfortably. "No, it's fine." She looked at Lu Hao and softly asked, "Xiao Hao, I came to ask you. Last time, you said you wanted the city doctor to look at your uncle's x-ray. Did you do that? How is he?" Lu Hao hesitated for a few seconds, looking troubled, and replied, "Auntie, our hospital director examined it. It's stage 3 femoral head necrosis, and he might need surgery later." Hearing the word surgery, Lu Huifang's face instantly turned pale. Lu Hao then explained, "However, the director said my uncle is still young and doesn't meet the criteria for surgery yet. We can wait a few more years." Lu Huifang looked worried and asked cautiously, "If he needs surgery later, how much will it cost?" "I want to be prepared." "Auntie, the money matters. We'll find a way together," Lu Hao replied. "Your uncle is in so much pain he can't even walk properly, can't lift his leg, and he fell again yesterday." As she spoke, Lu Huifang began to cry sadly. Jiang Nan listened to Lu Hao and Lu Huifang's conversation, trying to remember information about Lu Hao's uncle. But before she could recall anything, Old Master Lu suddenly came out of the house, looking furious, and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Lu Huifeng, hearing her father's voice, looked scared, holding her little girl, and instinctively took a step back. Old Master Lu was in poor health, his beard trembling as he gasped for breath, and he questioned, "When you married out, didn't you promise you wouldn't come to my house in this lifetime? Now things are bad, and you're only here because you begged to come back to your family?" His face was full of sadness and anger, chest rising and falling with emotion. Lu Hao helped him steady himself and said soothingly, "Grandpa, please don't get angry." Old Master Lu looked at Lu Huifeng and angrily ordered her to leave. "Get out. Don't come to my house." Lu Huifeng, holding her daughter, cried with her head bowed. Lu Hao was unhappy with his grandfather's attitude toward his aunt, saying, "Grandpa, we're all family. Why be so harsh? Who said we're family? Just leave now." Jiang Nan saw that the old man was so angry he looked like he might fall over, and she hurried to support him, saying, "Your health is more important.
Please go inside and rest."
She helped him into the house, then turned to Lu Huifeng, who was crying, and said, "Auntie, you should go back now. I'll check on my uncle later." Lu Huifeng, tears streaming down her face, looked longingly toward the main house and tearfully left. Jiang Nan helped her grandfather into the house and helped him lie down on the bed. She sat on the edge of the bed and softly said, "Grandpa, please don't be angry. There's no need to get upset with family." Although Jiang Nan had married Lu Hao in her previous life, their marriage lasted only a short time before Lu Hao sent her away. So, she had never experienced her grandfather refusing to let his daughter come home. Old Master Lu turned over and looked sadly at the girl who was sincerely trying to comfort him, sighing, Nan, I feel like I've failed in this life. The eldest son has been married twice. He doesn't raise his own children but instead raises his stepchildren. Xiao Hao has become an orphan, and the second son went to the city to work as a laborer. This was supposed to be a proud family achievement, but that scoundrel, greedy for wealth, married the daughter of the workshop director and changed the child's surname. My most beloved youngest daughter is also disappointing. I told her that the Fong family was not suitable for marriage, but she would rather break ties with me than not marry him. Now, not only is she very poor, but Fong Guoping also became disabled after an accident. Sigh, what kind of sins have I committed? Old Mr. Lu said this with hopeless eyes filled with despair. Jiang Nan softly comforted him. Grandpa, children will have their own happiness. You haven't failed. You managed to get Lu Hao into medical school, which is a great achievement. When mentioning Lu Hao, the old man's sad face finally showed a glimmer of hope. Only my eldest grandson is promising. Without him, life wouldn't be worth living, he said, then sighed again. It's a pity he got hurt again. Life is so unfair. Grandpa, don't worry too much. I have something to tell you, Jiang Nan said quietly. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered slightly. This was a good chance. As long as he could persuade Grandpa to talk to Lu Hao and help him understand, success was certain. What is it? Old mister. Lu turned his face and asked. Jiang Nan looked serious and said, I have a traditional Chinese medicine master. He has many secret recipes passed down from his ancestors that can treat burns. Just sprinkle the healing powder on the wound and spray it with medicine, then remove the dead tissue and grow new flesh. It's very magical and leaves almost no scars. Hearing this, old Mr. Lu sat up suddenly, surprised. Really? Yes, and I've also learned some medical skills myself. My master gave me many secret recipes. I can handle difficult and complicated illnesses, Jiang Nan said confidently, his chubby face glowing with pride. Old Mr. Lu hesitated, doubtful. Nan, when I went to propose marriage, I didn't hear you knew medicine. And this chubby girl, so simple-minded, doesn't seem to have the aura of a doctor. The one being treated should be more suitable. Grandpa, I learned secretly. I can't let my family know. They think my master is a bad person and won't let me contact him. I told them I'd cause trouble for my master, Jiang Nan said sincerely, without lying. Old Mr. Lu hesitated for a moment, then believed Jiang Nan's words. There was a glimmer of hope, and he wanted to seize it. He quickly said, "Then tell Xiao Hao about it and have him get treatment." "Grandpa, he's already a Western doctor and is treating his wound with hospital methods. He doesn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. But let me show you first." Jiang Nan plans to focus on the old man first, as his health is also serious. Hearing Jiang Nan, old Master Lu's eyes flickered. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" "Grandpa, when I was helping you just now, I also checked your pulse. You have severe obstructive pulmonary emphysema." Jiang Nan's expression suddenly became serious, and her tone was very weighty. Hearing this, old Master Lu looked at her with surprise, because she said the same thing as the doctor from the city, who diagnosed him. Old Master Lu fully believed that Jiang Nan had medical knowledge. He looked cautiously toward the door and whispered, Nan, you must not tell Xiao Hao."
"I really am fine."
Jiang Nan nodded. "Should I prescribe some traditional medicine for you?" Just as old Master Lu was about to speak, a shadow loomed at the narrow door, and Lu Hao walked in. Old Master Lu immediately fell silent and gave Jiang Nan a look, signaling her not to say anything. Lu Hao, tall and broad, stood in front of the bed. Although his face was wrapped in gauze, his eyes and the aura around him showed he was in a bad mood. He looked at the old man sitting on the bed and said coldly, "Grandpa, my aunt is in trouble now. Be nicer to her. Don't be upset with her." "My aunt. She's really having a hard time." When he mentioned Lu Huifeng, old Master Lu's anger instantly flared. "It's her own fault. Who told her to marry old Five from the Feng family? I warned her many times, telling her the Feng family has many sons, and she's too timid. Their relationship is already difficult. She refused to listen and wanted to cut ties with me. Now she comes here. You're not allowed to see her." Lu Hao was also a straightforward man who stuck to his principles. He retorted directly, "I can't listen to you. My aunt was so good to me before. I can't betray her."
"You."
Old Master Lu's beard trembled with anger.
"Stop talking."
"Let's go tidy up the house." Jiang Nan quickly pushed Lu Hao outside to avoid further trouble. In the yard, Jiang Nan looked at Lu Hao and softly said, "Don't argue with Grandpa. Just say you won't see Auntie, and that's it. Why do you have to upset him?" Lu Hao looked at her with deep, cold eyes. Jiang Nan shivered at his icy gaze and quickly added, "Your legs are on your body. Go quietly to her house. Don't let Grandpa see. He won't follow you all the time. I'll go tidy up the house. You check if there's anything important you need to take. Don't let me throw everything away." After saying that, she headed straight to the small hut. Lu Hao watched her chubby figure walk ahead and, almost instinctively, followed behind. Lu Hao's small house is not spacious. Besides a bed and a table, there are no sofas or similar furniture. Jiang Nan quickly packs the dusty books on the table into a cardboard box. "Are you sure you want to move?" Lu Hao hasn't been back to his old house for a long time and is not used to the cramped environment. He can't help but look at the girl packing the old books and ask. Jiang Nan lifts a box of books and plans to dust it off. "Move? Wouldn't you like to move here?" Lu Hao stands still and lightly reminds her, "There's only a bed here. If they moved, sleeping would be a big problem." Jiang Nan efficiently places the box outside the door, then comes back and looks at him with a raised eyebrow. "So, you'll sleep with Grandpa?" "Lu Hao. Grandpa will probably kick you out." Jiang Nan stacks the books and gestures at him. "You sleep on that side, I sleep on this side. We put a pillow in the middle, and we won't bother each other." Lu Hao hesitates. It's not good for your reputation. He himself doesn't want to lie on the same bed with a stranger woman. Moreover, little fat takes up too much space. The bed isn't very wide to begin with. Jiang Nan doesn't mind. "It's okay. Later, I'll go to the city with you. Whether you say anything or I do, who would know we slept together?" "What does it mean to say we slept together?" Lu Hao is startled and coughs violently at her words. The pain from his injury is sharp and burning. Jiang Nan awkwardly chuckles. "Don't misunderstand. I mean, we just slept on the same bed, like roommates. Anyway, I don't like living over there. I don't want to deal with all kinds of messy relationships. I'm naturally timid. Your younger brother and sister are both so fierce, I'm really scared. Lu Hao. Timid? Does she misunderstand something about him? Who is the one riding on the other and fighting fiercely? Feel free. His right hand is not very responsive, and his face hurts from the injury. He can't do chores like cleaning, so he simply leaves the house. Ren Xiaobang hums a song as he washes up. Old Master Lu calms himself, comes out of the house, and sees the pile of things Jiang Nan has packed in the yard. He realizes he can't stop the young people and suggests, "You can move in if you want. First, patch up that wall properly. Tear off the newspapers, plaster it smooth and white, clean and neat. Tomorrow, I'll buy some lucky characters to paste on the wall, make it look like a new house.
Don't rush to move today.
We'll talk about it later." After saying this, old Master Lu looks at Lu Hao. "Xiao Hao, take Nan to your father's place.
Stay there for a while."
Lu Hao understands his grandfather's good intentions. He tidies up the house briefly, then leaves with Jiang Nan. After leaving the old house, Lu Hao said he wanted to visit his aunt's home and told Jiang Nan to go back first. Jiang Nan wanted to say she also wanted to visit Lu Huifeng's house, but her professional instinct made her want to get close whenever she heard about a patient. Jiang Nan stared at Su Yuqin and then asked, "Aunt Su, think carefully. When that happened, was Su Zheng's father acting strangely? Did anything happen in your family at that time?" Faced with Jiang Nan's repeated questioning, Su Yuqin's face changed, and she spoke sharply. "What do you mean?" Jiang Nan also responded with a firm attitude. "I don't mean anything bad. I heard that Su Zheng's uncle has a letter from his father. Do you know about it?" When Su Zheng heard Jiang Nan's words, he lost control and angrily confronted her, glaring fiercely. "What are you talking about? My father died accidentally while saving Lu Xingmin." "Yeah, it's all fate. Who knew she'd end up like that? Did you hear?" It seems her face is ruined. As Jiang Nan got closer, the women quickly hushed and secretly glanced at her, trying to pass by without speaking. "Hello, ladies," Jiang Nan said cheerfully, stopping to greet them. The women, who had been gossiping, looked a bit awkward and forced smiles. "Ah, hello," they replied. "I'm Jiang Nan, Lu Hao's new wife." Jiang Nan approached them not to chat, but because her eyes fell on the herbs in their baskets. She asked, "Annies, did you go up the mountain to pick herbs?" "Yes, we went to pick herbs," they replied. "Are they easy to dig? Where do you sell them?" "I want to earn some pocket money," Jiang Nan said, starting a conversation. "Yes, they're easy. We're picking dandelions, wild astragalus, and pinellia. In a while, some herbal traders will come to buy." "Oh, I see." Jiang Nan smiled sweetly. "Aunties, if I go up the mountain later, can you take me with you?" Her confident and friendly attitude surprised the women a bit. Usually, new wives in the village follow their mother-in-law around for a while before getting used to the new environment and making friends. Someone like the cheerful, outgoing girl was rare. Village women often liked to gossip behind others' backs, but most didn't mean any harm. Lianne smiled and replied, "No problem. If you want to go, just come with us." "Thanks, Auntie. Goodbye." Jiang Nan waved with a smile and then headed home. Climbing the mountain to gather herbs is a way to earn some pocket money. But that is not her ultimate goal. After all, not every reborn person can find 1,000-year-old ginseng overnight and become rich quickly. Lu Hao's family lives in Jinshui village, at the foot of the northern mountain. Nearby villages rely on the mountain for firewood, wild vegetables, medicinal herbs for sale, and even building materials like beams. The entire North Mountain is checked by villagers several times a year. A few years ago, to protect the environment and reduce soil erosion, the government stationed forest rangers and started a policy to return farmland to forest, forbidding villagers from entering the mountain. But now, every spring, many villagers go up the mountain to dig herbs to supplement their income. Since last night, she has been thinking about what she can do before moving to the city to change her situation. The answer is to gather traditional Chinese medicine herbs. In her past life, after leaving the Lu family, because she had no money and no courage to go to the city, she worked for a herbal shop owner in the county, helping to dry and pick herbs. So, she has connections. But collecting herbs requires capital. Right now, she has no money at all. Thinking this through, she arrived at her house. The Lu family's gate is a green iron door. It's not very grand, but compared to her grandfather's fenced courtyard, it's quite a difference. Just as she reached the door, she met Su Zheng, who was carrying a water bucket. In her past life, Jiang Nan didn't have a good impression of him. In this life, seeing him again, after many experiences, she found his face even more detestable. She lowered her gaze, looked cold, nodded faintly to Su Zheng, and was about to enter. Su Zheng grinned mischievously, his voice playful. "New wife, you look full of spring energy. Are you ready to accept your fate?" "What do you mean, accept my fate?" Jiang Nan looked up, her cold eyes meeting his. "Did you see the scar on Lu Hao's face?" His tone was full of schadenfreude. "That face is completely ruined now." Jiang Nan smiled faintly at him. "It's okay. I don't mind. After all, he's a government employee. Even if he's not handsome on the outside, he is inner beauty." Su Zheng's face darkened slightly, a hidden dagger in his smile. "I'm just looking out for you." Jiang Nan smiled softly. "Looking out for me? You're encouraging me so much. Could it be that you secretly like me? Want to steal Lu Hao's wife?" Cough cough. Su Zheng looked at her confidently smiling face, then suddenly, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If I wanted to steal his wife, I wouldn't just have a stable job and a handsome face." Jiang Nan was speechless. In this era, there are men so wild and reckless. She shot him a disgusted look. Ignoring this crazy man, she bypassed him and entered the courtyard. "This person must be a troublemaker. I need to move out quickly." Jiang Nan went to the yard and saw Su Yuqin wearing an apron, standing at the kitchen door, looking strangely toward the entrance. She politely greeted her. Su Yuqin responded indifferently, "You're back?" Without lifting her eyelids, Su Yuqin sat at the kitchen door peeling potatoes. Jiang Nan didn't mind her attitude. After all, she was just Lu Hao's stepmother. Today, she had also hit her son's girlfriend, so Su Yuqin was probably unhappy. After washing her hands and preparing to go into the kitchen to work, suddenly, Lu Xiaoya's voice came from the doorway. "Mom, my cousin is here." Hearing Lu Xiaoya mention her cousin, Jiang Nan looked toward the entrance. Then she saw a fashionable woman wearing tight red workout pants, a blue shirt, with a dry, frizzy hairstyle, her face so heavily made up it was hard to see her true features. She was twisting her hips, following Lu Xiaoya inside. "Auntie," the woman said in a sweet, affected voice, sounding pretentious and a bit foreign, half Western, half local. Then, she cast a contemptuous glance at Jiang Nan. Su Yuqin asked, "Xiaozhen, why are you here again?" "She came for the feast yesterday, and now she's here again?" Lu Xiaoya said, "Mom, I want to stay with my cousin for a couple more days, so I called her over." Su Yuqin scolded, "You're just bored and looking for trouble." She knew her niece's intentions well enough. As it was almost mealtime and everyone was waiting to eat, Su Yuqin didn't have time for small talk and took the peeled potatoes into the kitchen. But most of the time, as Shin Juanxi's confidant, Ling Mo doesn't know how extensive her influence is. He can only guess. Shin Juanxi raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Oh, he's up to something again. That sly King Yingchuan." Seeing that Shin Juanxi didn't seem worried, Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, then lowered his fists and said humbly, "I have another matter to report to young Marquis." Shin Juanxi set aside the prescription and slightly turned to look at Ling Mo. "Is it something I won't like to hear?" "No problem, just tell me." Ling Mo lowered his head and said in a serious tone, "Some officials are privately discussing your Before Xiaozhen could react, Lu Xiaoya exploded. "Fatty, what do you mean? Are you jealous of my cousin?" Jiang Nan was too tired to bother with these simple-minded women. She looked at Lu Xiaoya's stupid and arrogant face with cold eyes. This foolish woman, in her past life, envied her fashionable older cousin who worked in the south. Without hesitation, she followed her onto a green train heading south. Later, she heard that she was deceived by Su Xiaozhen and sold to an older man with a family to be his second wife. When her original wife came from Gangcheng and found out she was pregnant, she learned that the man already had a wife and children. Feeling hopeless, Lu Xiaoye could only return to her hometown. Lu Shengmin, ashamed of his daughter, cut ties with her. Life became very difficult for her afterward. Jiang Nan wanted to warn this girl, but seeing Lu Xiaoye's face, she couldn't be bothered to say much. When Jiang Nan entered the house, she overheard Su Qiaozhen whispering outside in the yard, asking Lu Xiaoye, "Where's your older brother?" "Maybe at my grandfather's place." "Is his face really disfigured?" "It's bandaged." "My brother's looks, even if hurt, aren't too bad. Stay at home a few more days so my brother can see the difference between you and that fat guy."
But
Su Qiaozhen glanced at the room where Jiang Nan was, pouting and frowning. "I think this girl is trouble." Lu Xiaoye comforted her. "I told you, she was forced on my older brother by my grandfather. He doesn't like her." Jiang Nan ignored the sneaky whispers outside and started sorting her so-called dowry. It consisted of 2 boxes, 2 quilts. Inside the boxes were 2 sets of new clothes, a pair of cheap leather shoes, and a pair of cloth shoes. The rest of the dowry included a basin, a thermos, and a round mirror with a big face on it. All pairs. The Jiang family asked for 2,000 yuan in bride price, the highest in 10 miles and 8 villages. The total value of the dowry was less than 200 yuan. Still, being able to bring dowry was considered rare. Jiang Nan sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, staring coldly at the 2 yellowish boxes on the ground. She remembered that her so-called mother, Wang Xingmei, had used a trick to get her to agree to the marriage, pretending to be sick and lying on the kong, barely alive. Jiang Daming, acting like a drama star, begged her, saying they couldn't afford to pay Wang Xingmei's medical bills and needed the bride price. She naturally refused and weakly asked why Jiang Mei couldn't marry instead. Jiang Daming's answer was that Jiang Mei was supposed to exchange her marriage with her older brother, Jiang Jigang. Jiang Jigang, her nominal older brother, had been injured as a child when a cow pushed him down a hill, breaking his leg and leaving him A. Because of his physical defect, he was shy and found it hard to marry. In the countryside, they valued boys over girls. The Jiang family's 2 daughters, one for bride price and one for marriage exchange, completed their plans. She had nothing more to say. Wu Erzhu, Jiang Daming's card-playing friend, has a sister with poor hearing. Wu's family wants to exchange their daughter for Wu Erzhu, a lazy troublemaker, to continue the family line. Originally, Jiang Daming could have used her for a marriage alliance too. However, she was too fat, and Wu Erzhu looked down on her, thinking she would eat but not work. What makes it worse is that in a past life, Jiang Mei never arranged a marriage for Jiang Jigang. Instead, she schemed to trap Jiang Daming's honest and simple cousin Jiang Ping. Jiang Nan had a close relationship with Jiang Ping since childhood. Both were outcasts in their families, sharing their hardships. She remembers that after she was forced to marry Lu Hao, Jiang Ping inexplicably ended up lying on the kong, a traditional heated bed, with Wu Erzhu, and the whole village caught them in the act, ruining her reputation. After being beaten, she had no choice but to marry Wu Erzhu. Uncertain what Jiang Daming promised his brother Jiang Dahai agreed to exchange his daughter for Jiang Jigang. Thinking of her childhood friend Jiang Ping, Jiang Nan felt very upset. Jiang Ping had suffered greatly in her past life. Now that she was reborn, she was determined to save Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was schemed against by Jiang Mei on the night of her return home. Everything was still possible to fix. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan also planned to make Jiang Daming, that old scoundrel, fulfill his promise and marry Jiang Mei to Wu Erzhu. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Su pushed the young Marquis into a desperate situation. The old Marquis was brave and righteous by nature, and the young Marquis was clever and kind-hearted. They all knew each other's hearts clearly. To hide her true intentions, Shen Juanqi's actions could only be described as neglectful rather than frivolous, and many of her notorious acts of cruelty and power plays were spread by Mrs. Su through the noble women's circle. He shook off Mrs. Su with a flick of his sleeve, his eyes sharp, and snorted coldly, threatening the young Marquis with the spirit of his late mother to make him obey. Otherwise, Su Yuqin might show her disapproval later. As she left the house, Su Yuetian and Su Qiaozhen slipped into Lu Yuetian's small house, probably feeling anxious again. "Aunt Su, let me help you." Su Yuqin didn't expect Jiang Nan to come into the kitchen voluntarily. She was busy and responded indifferently. "It's okay, I can do it myself." If she were her own daughter-in-law, she would be warmly welcomed and even called into the kitchen to cook, maybe to teach her a few things. But this chubby girl was Lu Hao's wife, and they had spent so much money on her. Su Yuqin genuinely disliked her. Although the money was paid by the old master and had nothing to do with her, setting this precedent meant that in the future, when her own son Su Jing married, they would also need so much money. The thought gave her a headache. Therefore, she didn't show much warmth to Jiang Nan and looked at her coldly. "I will do it, Lu Hao, and I cannot stay here doing nothing." She looked at the chili peppers and potatoes on the cutting board and asked, "Should I fry these?" "Yes, stir-fried shredded potatoes," Su Yuqin replied calmly as she prepared to roll out noodles. Jiang Nan didn't say much. She picked up the knife and started cutting the potatoes. After a few cuts, Su Yuqin was attracted by her slicing movements. The chubby girl looked clumsy, but she worked quickly. Her knife skills showed. She often did this kind of work. Jiang Nan focused on cutting the potatoes, then added the chili peppers and placed them in a bowl. "Where is the firewood?" she asked. Su Yuqin glanced at Jiang Nan's clean clothes and said, "I'll go fetch it." "You don't need to worry." "It's okay, I'll go," Jiang Nan asked. "Is it the corn stalks in the backyard?" "Yes, and also the pine branches." Su Yuqin had cut the pine branches herself from the mountain and brought them back. Because of the special oil in pine trees, they burn very brightly. Other families usually have the men go up the mountain to chop firewood, but in the Lu family, Lu Xingmin is a teacher, a scholar, and rarely does this kind of work. Su Zheng is learning to repair cars at the tractor station in town, and Su Yuqin doesn't want him doing heavy chores. Lu Xiaoya can't be relied on either. Su Yuqin handles everything at home and outside. Jiang Nan went to the corner of the backyard wall and carried a bundle of pine branches into the kitchen. She held the firewood in her arms, blocking her view, so she didn't see Su Zheng bringing water. Whether intentionally or not, when he set down the water bucket, her pants got wet. The cold sensation made her shiver, and she peeked out from behind the firewood. Su Zheng's lips curled slightly. "Sorry, I didn't see you." Jiang Nan looked at his mischievous face and gritted her teeth. "It's okay. I won't argue with someone who can't see clearly." She entered the kitchen and put down the firewood. Su Zheng set down the water bucket and poured the water into the tank. "Your pants are wet? Change them." "You don't need to come into the kitchen," Su Yuqin said, giving her son a warning look. Su Zheng ignored her and left the kitchen. Jiang Nan quickly ran into her room, found her last pair of black cloth pants from the box, and planned to change. That mean man definitely did it on purpose, probably to get back at her for hitting Jiang Mei. They are about to move soon, and she doesn't want conflicts with these people. She muttered silently in her mind, closed the door, and prepared to take off her wet pants. As the weather warmed near the start of summer, the clothes in this era were thick, so most people wore only one pair of pants. She climbed onto the kong, a traditional heated bed, unfastened her waistband, and pulled down her pants, revealing her thick, white thighs. She looked at her pale legs and sighed silently. A moment of sadness often makes it easy to lose focus. At this time, the door she had closed was pushed open with a creak from outside. Jiang Nan, with her pants pulled down to her knees, thought. Lu Hao, just stepping over the door threshold with one foot, also remained silent. He stumbled slightly. Quickly, he withdrew his head and turned around. In her haste, Jiang Nan accidentally bumped her head on the door frame. She heard a loud bang as Lu Hao forcefully pushed the door shut, and only then did she realize what had just happened. Oh no, how embarrassing. Her thighs had been exposed to Lu Hao. If she had a figure, she wouldn't mind him seeing. But her legs were too thick and bulky. Would she scare him or leave a bad impression? This was a huge social blunder. She hurriedly pulled up her pants, took a few deep breaths, and nervously left the room. She didn't see Lu Hao outside in the yard. Instead, Lu Xingmin, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit and carrying an old leather bag, entered through the main gate. Jiang Nan greeted him and then went to the kitchen again. When she arrived, Su Yuqin, who was rolling noodles, looked worriedly at a fish on the chopping board. Jiang Nan entered, and Su Yuqin handed her the problem. How do you make this? Have you seen it before? The chef left it over from yesterday, and I've never done it either. In this rural part of the Northwest, seafood was rarely seen. Some banquet menus might include it. Jiang Nan said, let me try. Su Yuqin looked at her suspiciously. You know how to make it?
Jiang Nan nodded. Yes.
She washed her hands, rinsed the fish, cut it into pieces, and put it in a basin. She found some shredded on the cutting board, but there was no cooking wine in the kitchen. Jiang Nan asked Su Yuqin to find some leftover white wine from yesterday's guests, poured a little into the basin, added seasonings, and marinated the fish. Since there was a family celebration yesterday, many seasonings were still available. Although the groom only returned at night, the relatives still enjoyed the feast. Old Master Lu was a proud man. Even with debts, the banquet was still very elaborate. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan didn't get to eat much yesterday. After marinating the fish, she asked Su Yuqin, do we have starch? Su Yuqin pointed to a plastic bag hanging on the dark wall. Yes, there's half a bag left. It was made from their own small potatoes. After marinating, she coated the fish slices with starch and started frying them. Su Yuqin watched Jiang Nan pour oil into the pan and felt a bit distressed. How much oil does this take? The chef yesterday didn't cook like this either. Jiang Nan prepared shredded scallions and dried chili peppers for later. After frying both sides of the fish, she thickened the sauce, brought it to a boil, and added the scallions to enhance the flavor. Su Yuqin stood nearby, smelling the fragrant aroma from the pot. Her gaze at Jiang Nan softened a bit. She was not a careless foodie. She just used a lot of oil. Thanks to the celebration yesterday, there were some ingredients left in the kitchen. The weather was hot, and without a refrigerator, the food couldn't be stored properly, so she cooked everything. Along with shredded potatoes, she made 4 dishes in total, plus noodles as the main food. Originally, old Master Lu planned to cook for himself at the old house, but he was called over by Lu Xingmin. Old Master Lu rarely ate with his son's family, so he felt a little uncomfortable. To improve relations with Lu Hao, he had to muster up courage and come over. Su Qiaozhen came to visit relatives, but didn't help with chores. She wandered absent-mindedly in the yard, waiting for Lu Hao. At this moment, she saw a man with a bandage on his face enter. She was stunned first, then hesitated, feeling a bit scared. Is his face really ruined? This thought flashed through her mind quickly, but she was distracted by Lu Hao's tall figure. She moved closer and asked sweetly, Hao Ji, what happened to you? Is it serious? Does it hurt? As she spoke, she reached out with her painted nails to touch Lu Hao. Lu Hao stepped back coldly and asked, Who are you?
I'm Qiaozhen, she replied.
Lu Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. Who's Qiaozhen? Su Qiaozhen was confused. Does Lu Hao not remember her? Big brother, I'm your cousin. I used to live at home, Lu Xiaoya explained nearby. Lu Hao responded, Oh, a relative? I thought the white deity was here to take someone. After saying that, he stepped into the house with long legs. Su Qiaozhen felt embarrassed, her face turning red. Luckily, she saw Su Zheng casually coming out from the east room with his hands in his pockets. She quickly changed the subject. Cousin, I heard you have a girlfriend now? Su Zheng glanced at her coldly.
No.
Su Zheng was hostile to everyone. Su Qiaozhen pouted, feeling awkward and unsure what to do in the yard. Jiang Nan just brought out the dishes from the kitchen and overheard Lu Hao talking to Su Qiaozhen. She felt happy. He was sharp-tongued and funny. Everyone sat down at the table, which was quite crowded. Old Master Lu seemed more uncomfortable than the others. Lu Xingmin noticed his father looked very pale and asked worriedly, Dad, are you sick? No, I'm fine, his father replied. Jiang Nan sat next to old Master Lu and sensed the atmosphere at the table was strange, very cold and not warm at all. It is even more embarrassing than eating at a stranger's house. She saw that old Master Lu and Lu Hao acted like guests, not really eating much, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Mom, the fish you made today is so delicious. I've never had such fragrant fish before. Unlike them, Jiang Nan sat confidently on the bench and ate openly, biting into the fish, and deliberately offered a piece to Su Qiaozhen and Su Zheng. Cousin brother, try some. Wow, Auntie, you're really capable, Su Qiaozhen exclaimed happily after tasting a bite. Su Zheng also said it was very tasty. Mom, you did a good job today. The siblings seemed to be setting boundaries in this way. Old Master Lu saw Jiang Nan not eating and said, Nan Nan, eat quickly. Jiang Nan smiled. Grandpa, I'm on a diet so I eat less. Our mom's cooking is excellent. Dad, you should try it too. This fish is even better than what the chef made yesterday. Because Lu Hao was cold toward her cousin, Lu Xiaoya felt upset and started to target him at the dinner table. She wanted to set clear boundaries. Su Yuqin looked at her silly daughter, who acted like a clown, feeling very embarrassed. Afraid she would keep calling Mom, she had to remind her, that's Jiang Nan's cooking. Lu Xiaoya almost choked on the fish she was eating. Su Zheng's expression was also hard to describe. Jiang Nan smiled sweetly at them. No need to call me Mom. I'm afraid it will shorten my life. Lu Xiaoya snapped, You fatso, are you taking advantage of me? Jiang Nan retorted, You called me first. Shameless. Lu Xiaoya growled and cursed at Jiang Nan, spitting flying everywhere. Enough. Lu Hao's cold eyes looked at Lu Xiaoya. It's not your place to scold her. Angry, Lu Hao looked at her and Lu Xiaoya snorted coldly, having to shut up and exchange fierce glances. Su Qiaozhen saw Lu Hao defending this fat girl and felt very angry and sad. Jiang Nan chose to ignore these crazy people, but she was a bit surprised that Lu Hao was defending her. Everyone focused on eating, and the atmosphere at the table became awkward again. Finally, Lu Xingmin broke the silence. Nan Nan, I heard you went to school. Is that true? Jiang Nan looked up at him confidently. Yes, I did. What level of education? High school dropout, she replied. She had been a good student since childhood, loved reading, and because of a promise made at the train station 10 years ago to save him, she worked hard to study, wanting to become an excellent person. In the second year of middle school, Jiang Daming told her that girls studying was useless, so she dropped out. At that time, the education department was promoting 9-year compulsory education in rural areas. Students who performed poorly often dropped out. But she did well, which affected the school's graduation rate. Teachers and village officials visited her at home to persuade her to stay. Jiang Daming was seen as a kind father figure. Under pressure from both school and village officials, she was forced to continue studying. Later, she became overweight and weak, with poor health, and her grades declined, leading to her dropping out. When Jiang Nan's education level was known to be only high school dropout, Lu Xingmin understood the situation. He looked at old Master Lu and Lu Hao and said, There's a vacancy for a private teacher at the village school. I told the principal to let Nan go next semester. Since she's finished high school, teaching first and second graders is enough. If she can bring it, young Master Shen can personally go see her. That way, we get snow ginseng without much effort, no need to spend silver, and we can make a lot of money. Su Tianxue knew her medical skills were poor, less than 1/10 of Shen Juanxi's, so she came up with this good idea. Shen Juanxi nodded and said in a deep voice, That's feasible. You prepare for it. After speaking, he patted Su Tianxue's hand and channeled energy from his dantian toward the courtyard where Xiao Chen was. All right, the silver is mine.
Sigh.
Young master, this isn't the way back to Plum Blossom Courtyard, is it? Poorly, often dropped out. But she did well. Her 2 children, including her nephew and niece from her family, had all gone to school, but Lu Xingmin had never mentioned arranging a job for a private teacher at the school. As soon as her daughter-in-law entered, her dinner was served. Meanwhile, Su Zhen was teasing her, Uncle Lu, your daughter-in-law is really different. Mom, did you see that? Su Zheng's words, full of meaning, made Su Yuqin look even more upset. Su Zheng's biological father had died saving Lu Xingmin. How could he treat his savior's son like this? It's undeniable that in the past, she and her daughter-in-law had no issues. But when it came to major matters, she clearly favored her own son. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Nan spoke up. "Thank you for your concern about my work, but..." She smiled and declined Lu Xingmin's offer. "I have limited ability. Teaching might do more harm than good. Lu Hao's still recovering, and I need to take care of him. The village school job is better suited for someone more educated. The people here are just common folks, not capable enough." While speaking, Jiang Nan subtly glanced at Su Zheng. Her meaning was clear. Su Zheng's eyes darkened. He said nothing more and lowered his head to eat. "Lu Hao, don't you have something else to tell everyone?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I've packed everything. This stepmother, younger stepbrother, and a crazy sister make it really hard to get along." "Packed everything?" Lu Xingmin asked. "What's the matter?" "Dad, we plan to move back to the old house and live with my grandfather." As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, Su Yuqin's previously grim face immediately softened a little. She had been thinking all day about how to ask them to move out. She didn't expect Lu Hao to bring it up himself.
Moving out is fine.
She would have fewer chores to do. Lu Xingmin frowned. "It's fine here. Why do you want to move to the old house?" Su Qiaozhen also looked surprised. "That stubborn guy. He just married in and is already encouraging Lu Hao to move to the old house. He's probably afraid Lu Hao will visit her. That stubborn guy is quite scheming." Lu Xingmin tried to persuade them. "You live in the yard here. Grandpa usually comes over for meals, and at night, he sleeps at the old house. It's all one family, no need to live apart." Old Master Lu quickly responded, "I can cook for myself." Lu Hao said, "We want to live at the old house because it's more spacious." Lu Hao insisted, and except for Lu Xingmin, no one else tried to stop them. The decision to move was made. Old Master Lu asked to repair the mud wall, fill in mouse holes with mud, and then move. That night, Lu Hao and Jiang Nan still had to stay in the wedding room here. Because of the pants incident in the afternoon, they were alone now, and Jiang Nan felt quite awkward. Fortunately, Lu Hao had gauze on his face, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. She tentatively asked, "Did the doctor say what to do about your face? Do you have any medicine left?" Lu Hao replied, "Change the dressing every 3 days and take antibiotics to prevent infection. Once the scar forms, apply scar removal ointment."
"Oh, then."
Jiang Nan wanted to talk to him about traditional Chinese medicine, but Lu Hao didn't give her a chance. He put on his coat, ready to go out. "Rest here. I'm going out to sleep with my friends tonight. Won't you sleep on the sofa?" Jiang Nan blurted out. "I have something to do." Before leaving, he looked at her with a meaningful tone. "Remember to lock the door." Jiang Nan's face turned red. After Lu Hao left, Jiang Nan felt bored. It was only 8 p.m., and it was still early to sleep. Her mind was full of thoughts, but she couldn't fall asleep. She decided she needed to lose weight. She had gained weight from taking hormones, but once she stopped the medication and exercised properly, she would lose it quickly. If she needed to take hormones for her illness, she couldn't stop suddenly. She had to follow the doctor's advice and reduce the dosage gradually. But she wasn't sick at all. She just stopped taking the medication and she was fine. Thinking about how she was being given medicine, even though she wasn't ill, made Jiang Nan feel furious. In her past life, Jiang Daming's family was never easy to forgive her. Even after she got married, they kept sending her medicine for various reasons. Tomorrow is her return home day. Jiang Nan's eyes were cold. She had to go and confront those bad people. Jiang Nan turned on the light, locked the door, did a set of exercises, then did dozens of sit-ups, sweating heavily. Her body was very weak because she had been using hormones for a long time. Besides exercising, she also needed traditional medicine to improve her health. The next day was the weekend. When Lu Hao came over, he saw Jiang Nan's door still tightly closed, so he didn't go inside. "If your wall needs fixing, ask Su Zheng for help." Lu Xingmin didn't go to school today. Seeing Lu Hao, he wanted to use this chance to improve his relationship with Su Zheng. Lu Hao shook his head. "No need," I called Qin Feng over. Just after coming out of the bathroom, Lu Xiaoye, with messy hair, heard Qin Feng's name. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to run into the yard. By then, Lu Hao's long legs had already stepped out the door. Jiang Nan had gotten up and was combing her hair. When she heard Lu Hao talking to Lu Xingmin outside, she also opened her door. Lu Hao had already left. When Lu Xingmin saw Jiang Nan come out, he reached into his pocket, took out 2 bills, and handed them to her. Nan, today is your return home day. Here are 20 yuan. Use it to buy something. Jiang Nan saw the crumpled bills and felt touched inside. She smiled. Dad, thank you, but I don't need it. Suddenly, she felt that this gentle, well-educated elementary school teacher was not indifferent to Lu Hao after all. He had been biased towards his stepchild before, but there were reasons.
Take it.
You can't go empty-handed, Lu Xingmin insisted. She lied. Lu Hao gave me money. In the end, she didn't take Lu Xingmin's money. After washing up, she returned to the old house first. In the yard, old Master Lu was squatting in the corner with a water pipe, puffing clouds and coughing from the smoke. Jiang Nan looked at him and shook her head silently. Why suffer so much? She frowned slightly and went over to persuade him. Grandpa, the morning air is so fresh. Walk around the yard more and stop smoking water pipe. Her tone was serious. You need to quit smoking. Old Master Lu had severe lung emphysema, a disease related to his past work environment and lifestyle. Now it was too late to quit smoking to cure the illness, yet he still smoked happily. Seeing his granddaughter-in-law, old Master Lu looked up and smiled. You, child, I'm already old. Why quit smoking now? I've loved it all my life. Your health is important. The cigarette you're smoking damages your lungs a lot. Jiang Nan's face was tense, and she threatened angrily. If you smoke again, I'll be mad. I won't live happily with Lu Hao. Old Mr. Lu, hearing this, quickly extinguished his water pipe, saying, Okay, I won't smoke anymore. He put away the water pipe, and Jiang Nan finally relaxed. She looked toward the kitchen and asked, Grandpa, what do we have in the kitchen? Lu Hao said a friend is coming to help with the wall. We need to prepare food for them.
You don't need to worry about that.
First, let Xiao Hao go back with you for the family visit, then we can fix the wall in the afternoon. Jiang Nan hesitated, Grandpa, about Lu Hao. It's better if he doesn't come. He probably doesn't want to go back with me. I'll go alone. No, that won't do. Just then, Lu Hao came out of the house. He was wearing a gray sports outfit, tall and long-legged. Ignoring his face wrapped in gauze, he looked very impressive. Old Mr. Lu said to him, Today is Jiang Nan's family visit. You go with her. I have something to do. Lu Hao immediately refused. Jiang Nan quickly tried to smooth things over. Grandpa, I'll go by myself. Old Mr. Lu said, Then I'll go with you. Jiang Nan was silent. She knew that her grandpa didn't fully trust her. She gave Lu Hao a look and said, Maybe I should go with Lu Hao. Lu Hao looked at her with that gaze but didn't say anything. Old Mr. Lu happily went to push his broken bicycle and was about to buy some sugar at the village shop. Once Grandpa left, Lu Hao spoke seriously, Little fatty, I need to go to the hospital now. I don't have time to go back to my parents' house. We agreed not to interfere with each other's lives. Jiang Nan lightly explained, I'm just joking with Grandpa. When we reach the village entrance, you can do whatever you want. I'll go back alone. Lu Hao responded with a simple okay. Soon, old Mr. Lu returned with 2 jean of sugar. Jiang Nan made an excuse, Grandpa. You can keep the sugar for yourself. You don't need to bring it. It has to be brought. Proper manners are important. Jiang Nan had no choice but to accept.
Wow.
This place is so beautiful. As soon as Xiao Bei stepped into Songjiao Tower by the lake, he was captivated by the exquisite and beautiful dance paintings of maidens on the walls inside. This was Xiao Bei's first time visiting a flower house. Chongqing ignored him and headed straight to the small kitchen at the back door.
Hey.
Where did this little kid come from? Our young lady doesn't entertain guests early in the morning. Yurui, dressed in a bright red long dress, swayed her waist as she descended the stairs gracefully. Seeing Xiao Bei with Chongqing, she was curious because she rarely saw such a cute young boy like Xiao Bei and decided to tease him. bicycle. The bike finally stopped beside a simple earthen house in Dawan village. On the back wall of the house, a bright red slogan was painted. It doesn't matter if you have a boy or a girl, or else your son won't have a partner. Jiang Nan looked at this old-fashioned sign and couldn't help but smile. Honestly, it was quite forward-thinking. This earthen house was not her real family home.
It was.
Uncle Nya, are you at home? Reincarnated and back in the old, worn-down courtyard from her memories, Jiang Nan felt a mix of emotions. She entered the yard but didn't see anyone. A big yellow dog rushed over and immediately bit her pant leg. Big Yellow, let go of me. Jiang Nan shrank back and shouted toward the house. Uncle Nya, are you home? Your dog is biting me. Please help. As Jiang Nan cried out in distress, the tattered door curtain was pushed aside. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a calm expression and simple clothes, slowly walked out of the house. Seeing Jiang Nan, his usually indifferent eyes showed a hint of surprise. His expression remained cold. Do you need something? Nya Yun waved at Big Yellow, who, understanding, released Jiang Nan's pants. Jiang Nan looked at Nya Yun, suppressing her rising emotions, and gave him a small smile. Uncle Nya, I came to see you. Nya Yun lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone cool. What is there to see? Just say what you want. Can we go inside? I've been riding my bike all the way here, and I'm thirsty. Jiang Nan looked at him pitifully. Nya Yun glanced at her with a stern look and walked into the house, without saying a word. Jiang Nan hurried to follow. Although Nya Yun was a bachelor, his house was very tidy. The few pieces of furniture inside were cleaned meticulously. The most numerous items in the house were medical books. He was a former rural youth sent to the countryside, a barefoot doctor. Later, for some reason, he never returned to the city, nor did he get married. He rarely interacted with the villagers and lived alone at the edge of the village. He treated patients only when he felt like it. Nya Yun looked at her and asked, just say what you want. Jiang Nan looked at him with guilt and spoke sincerely. Uncle Nya, I was naive before. Now I understand things better. Can you accept me as your apprentice?
What?
Nya Yun's deep eyes flickered sharply. Jiang Nan looked at him seriously. I want to learn medicine from you. Didn't you say before that you looked down on my skills as a barefoot doctor? Nya Yun's tone was cold, still holding a grudge. Jiang Nan sincerely explained, Uncle Nya, I didn't used to be unwilling to learn medicine from you. It was because the Jiang family kept a close watch on me and didn't allow me to associate with you. But now I am married, my life is free, and I have the right to decide for myself. When she was in her teens, the village's rarely seen barefoot doctor, Nya Yun, suddenly told her he wanted to take her as a disciple and teach her medicine. She found it quite interesting. Every time she went to gather pig grass, she would follow Nya Yun up the mountain to learn about herbs and their effects. Later, Jiang Daming discovered this and publicly scolded Nya Yun for being improper, accusing him of tricking young girls and even threatened to beat him. From then on, Jiang Nan never dared to follow Nya Yun to learn medicine again. Even when she saw him on the road, she would go around. It wasn't because she was afraid of him, but because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. She always remembered Nya Yun looking at her with meaningful eyes and saying, You don't belong here. Later, she understood that Uncle Nya's good intentions were behind this. He was probably the only person in the village who knew her background. That was why he wanted to help her. Now, Jiang Nan looked at him sincerely and said from her heart, Uncle Nya, I truly want to learn medicine from you. Although I haven't had the chance to learn medical skills from you these past few years, I have read the medical books you gave me. I know the basics of Chinese herbs. You can test me if you don't believe me. Jiang Nan was earnest, but Nya Yun refused without hesitation. I won't take you as a disciple. Hearing his refusal, Jiang Nan seemed prepared mentally. Uncle Nya, I understand you have concerns. You're worried Jiang Daming might cause trouble for you, but I am already married. He can't control me anymore. Nya Yun looked up at her with a calm expression. If you've married, just live your life well. Uncle Nya, you wanted to teach me medicine before because you hoped I could have a skill to escape the Jiang family's control. I understand that. Hearing her words, Nya Yun's eyes flickered. Getting married won't solve the problem. You probably heard something about the family I married into. I really need to have medical skills now, and I love this profession very much. Having a teacher like Nia Yun would explain where her medical knowledge came from. Of course, it was also a regret that she couldn't learn medicine from Nia Yun in her past life. Nia Yun's expression softened a little, and he waved his hand. I wanted you to learn before, but you didn't want to. Now that you're not in the same village, it's not convenient for you to learn. Let's forget it. Uncle Nia, please accept me. I really love the profession of traditional Chinese medicine. You currently have no other apprentices, and I don't want my medical skills to go to waste. Why do you insist on studying medicine? Nia Yun found Jiang Nan's sudden change in attitude strange. Jiang Nan said, because I want to leave here. About my background, I think you must know something. You are the kindest person in this village to me, and I trust you. I've found out that I am not Wang Xingmei's biological daughter. I want to change my fate. Right now, she truly needs Uncle Nia as her teacher. Of course, she didn't mean to use Uncle Nia. She also wanted to change his life's destiny. When Jiang Nan mentioned her background, Nia Yun was first surprised, his eyes flickering as he avoided her gaze. Really?
I don't know much about that, he said.
Uncle Nia, I came today because I want to tell you something else. Seeing that Nia Yun didn't want to talk to her, Jiang Nan took out a token. I once met a beautiful auntie. She's also a very skilled traditional Chinese doctor. When she saw I knew about herbs, she wanted to take me as her apprentice. But I accidentally mentioned your name. When she heard it, she got very emotional and then refused to take me on and left without saying a word. Jiang Nan looked at Nia Yun with curiosity. Master, do you know who she is? Do you have any story with that beautiful auntie? Sure enough, Nia Yun's calm eyes flickered strongly, and he looked at Jiang Nan anxiously. What did you say? She got emotional when she heard my name? She's a traditional Chinese doctor? What does she look like? What's her name? Her surname is Huang. There's a mole on her forehead. Jiang Nan pointed to her own forehead. Hearing this, Nia Yun suddenly stood up from his chair, his emotions agitated as he muttered, a mole on her forehead? It's her. It really is her. Where is she now?
Nia Yun asked urgently.
Jiang Nan shook her head. I don't know. I met her when I was in high school in the county town. Nia Yun looked as if he had been shocked, pacing back and forth. Uncle Nia, if she's someone you know, I'll keep an eye out for her when I go to the city with my wife. The Huang woman with a mole on her forehead that Jiang Nan mentioned was her godmother in her past life, who taught her Chinese medicine. However, she never understood the true relationship between her godmother and Nia Yun. She only knew that her godmother kept a secret in her heart, and she never could let it go. Nia Yun paced for a long time, then finally calmed down. His gaze toward Jiang Nan was still emotionless. He waved his hand and said sadly, no need. Don't bother looking for her. How dare he meet her? Jiang Nan didn't expect Nia Yun to have this attitude. She became more curious about Nia Yun's relationship with her adoptive mother. Noticing Nia Yun's unusual mood, she didn't dare speak and quietly stood aside. After a long while, Nia Yun sat down, sighed, and said, I do know a little about your background. Jiang Nan's eyes brightened as she listened carefully. Back then, when your mother, Wang Xinglan, was pregnant, I checked her pulse. From her pulse, it seemed she was carrying a boy. A hint of understanding crossed Jiang Nan's eyes.
A boy?
Nia Yun nodded. That's right. Jiang Nan asked again, do you know where I was born? I heard it was in the county town. That year, the village organized workers to build a dam in the county. Jiang Daming went, and Wang Xinglan, pregnant, went to find him. When she returned, she was holding a girl, saying she was born in the county. He was suspicious, but didn't pay much attention to what those people were doing. Until the little girl grew to about 7 or 8, with delicate features, completely unlike the Jiang family. And that night when the girl was kidnapped, Jiang Daming was still playing cards with others in the village. Fortunately, heaven blessed her, and the girl found her way back home. Uncle Nia, thank you for telling me this, and thank you for trying to change my fate. Whether or not you want to accept me as a disciple, I respect you greatly. She looked at Nia Yun sincerely and said, Uncle Nia, I have one more request today. I have serious burns. Do you have a secret remedy that can heal without leaving scars? She added, and also for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Only if Nie Yun provided the medicine could old Master Lu be convinced of her. Hearing her request for medicine, Nie Yun looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Nan spoke. You might have heard that I married a man who is disfigured. I want to ask you to treat his burns. Please try to prevent scars. And what about the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease?
Nie Yun asked.
That's my husband's grandfather, Jiang Nan replied. Oh, and there's also a patient with avascular necrosis of the femoral head. Please prepare a prescription for him too.
Nie Yun.
Seeing Nie Yun's strange gaze, Jiang Nan explained sadly, there's nothing I can do. Trouble comes one after another. Nie Yun looked at her quietly and said softly, first, treat yourself. She was sick, but still asked others for medicine. Jiang Nan. She reached out her hand, asking Nie Yun to check her pulse. After checking, Nie Yun concluded she was healthy, just a bit weak. Under Jiang Nan's persistent plea, Nie Yun still wrote 2 prescriptions for her. Nie Yun gave her the prescription and warned, but I haven't seen the patient, so I can't guarantee it will work. Jiang Nan carefully kept the prescription like a treasure, smiling happily, Uncle Nie, I trust your medical skills. Next time, I will bring the patient here. After speaking, she stood up. Today is my return visit day. I have to go now. Your things. Nie Yun pointed at the 2 jean of sugar on the table. That's for you, as a gift. Jiang Nan came out of Nie Yun's house and saw various Chinese herbs drying in his yard. There were also 2 half-bags of dried herbs standing by the wall. Jiang Nan's expression flickered, and she asked with a smile, Uncle Nie, are these herbs for sale when the herbal seller comes to the village?
Yes.
I know a herbal shop owner from the county. He pays more for herbs than the village sellers. I can help you sell them later. Nie Yun declined, no need to trouble you. It's no trouble. I'll come tomorrow to pick up the herbs.
Nie Yun was silent.
Whenever something seemed unusual, there was usually a problem. Jiang Nan parked her bicycle outside Nie Yun's house, empty-handed, and strolled towards Jiang's home. Walking along the village path, she looked at the poor, backward little mountain village she remembered, feeling a mix of emotions. She searched her memory and stopped at Jiang's door, took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally for a long time before calming down. She was back. Nan, you've arrived? Jiang Jigang, limping and carrying a basket, was about to feed the cattle when he saw Jiang Nan. He spoke with concern. Jiang Nan turned around at his call and saw her only sensible, resilient brother. She was momentarily unsure how to speak. Nan? Jiang Nan shook off her thoughts and smiled. Brother, I'm back. Nan, did they trouble you at home? Jiang Jigang asked cautiously. Seeing his sister forced into marriage, Jiang Jigang felt guilty and ashamed. He felt powerless to protect her.
Jiang Nan smiled. No.
Come inside quickly. Jiang Jigang put down the basket and looked into the yard, softly reminding her. Mei might have said something. Be prepared. Jiang Nan nodded, I know. Since childhood, whenever Mei complained, Jiang Jigang would secretly warn her, though often his warnings didn't help much. She smiled at Jiang Jigang, brother, let's go inside. From now on, she would no longer be the obedient, naive girl who is led around by others. The Jiang family's conditions are considered middle to lower class in the village, with only earthen brick houses. However, their yard is well-built and tidy, unlike some families with open doors and yards. In recent years, Jiang Daming learned to play cards with some troublemakers in the village. He often lost. He borrowed money and started to make reckless plans. In her past life, after receiving her bride price, she paid off his gambling debts. Now, Jiang Daming, with a scruffy beard and wearing a faded red vest, stood in the yard with his hands on his hips. When he saw the girl following Jiang Jigang inside, his face immediately changed, and he scowled. You still dare to come back? Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Jiang Nan looked up at him and asked back. Jiang Daming, looking fierce, questioned, Why did you hit your sister yesterday? Are you crazy? Why did I hit her? Doesn't she know herself? Hearing the noise, Jiang Mei came out of the house. Seeing Jiang Nan at the door, she immediately added fuel to the fire. Dad, look at her. She got married and doesn't even respect you. Yesterday, when I went to the Lu family, she hit me and even slandered me, saying I was with Wu Erju. As Jiang Mei spoke, she started to wipe fake tears. Slander? Didn't you all say Jiang Mei was to marry Wu Erju to exchange for my brother? And the thing about Wu Erju touching her is true too. Jiang Nan stared at Jiang Daming and kept asking, did you say I should exchange the bride price, and that Jiang Mei should marry my brother? You promised, right? Jiang Daming was taken aback by Jiang Nan's relentless questioning. A silly, fat girl, not seen for a few days, suddenly so sharp-tongued. Those were just jokes before. Why are you saying those in front of your sister's boyfriend? And you hit her? You're really bold. Jiang Daming didn't mention the matter of Jiang Mei exchanging the bride price anymore. Instead, he changed the subject and scolded Jiang Nan. She's just too bratty. The Lu family didn't even want to marry me. When I tried to hold on to the bride price, Jiang Mei went around bad-mouthing me, saying I'm fat, eat too much, and have a bad temper. The Lu family even wanted to cancel the engagement and asked for interest. Jiang Daming glared fiercely at Jiang Mei. I didn't say that. Jiang Mei didn't expect to get caught off guard. This fool suddenly woke up, which was really frustrating. Because of your words, they have opinions about me. Today I came to visit, wanting to buy some gifts for my seriously ill mother, but I don't have any money. Jiang Nan looked toward the main room. By the way, how is she? Is she still alive? The bride price money has been received, so why not send her to the hospital? She said this and ran into the main room. Wang Shengluan heard Jiang Nan coming and immediately climbed onto the Kong bed, lay down, and pretended to be sick. Jiang Nan pulled back the blanket, and Wang Shengluan curled up on the Kong, weakly groaning. She looked obedient and asked, why not show her? Quickly take out my bride price money. I want to send my mother to the hospital. No need to send her to the hospital. I already bought medicine for your mother. Jiang Daming came in behind. Jiang Nan asked, wasn't it serious? Just taking medicine isn't enough. Sending her to the hospital also means she'll need medicine. Don't worry so much. Jiang Daming angrily left the room. Wang Shengluan, weak and faint, said, Nan, I'm fine. Jiang Nan grabbed Wang Shengluan's hand tightly, acting like a filial daughter. You can't die. If you do, those women in the village who don't like Bai Lian will have a chance. Wang Xingmei responded with a sound, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Nan, what do you mean? Her voice became strong again. Jiang Nan smirked. I dare not say. Why not? Tell me, is your father fooling around with those women outside? Wang Shengluan suddenly sat up on the Kong, looking angry and questioning Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan kept her head down and said nothing. Hearing his wife's loud voice, Jiang Daming hurried in, frightened. What nonsense are you talking? There are no women outside. Lie down and rest. This fat man came back and forth today, but now he seemed so aggressive. Shouted at by Jiang Daming, Jiang Nan was so scared she fell silent and dared not speak. But the seed of doubt had already been planted in Wang Shengluan's mind. Jiang Daming still wanted to scold Jiang Nan, but then the voice of second brother Jiang Dahai rang out in the yard. Jiang Dahai, with his two daughters, stormed in through the broken wooden door, looking fierce. Big brother, I've said it before. They don't want your fat girl. Let Jiang Ping marry. But you, relying on being the eldest, refuse to let go of this marriage. After speaking, Jiang Dahai looked urgently at Jiang Nan. Tell me, what does the Lu family mean? Are they unhappy with you? You just got married 2 days ago, and you don't even have a marriage certificate. If they don't want you, maybe this marriage should just be called off. Jiang Dahai's family was separated from Jiang Daming's by a dirt wall. Jiang Nan's words earlier in the yard had been overheard, so he came rushing over. Call it off. And then what? Jiang Nan chuckled softly. This second uncle was just like Jiang Daming, greedy for money and without morals. Jiang Ping probably looks better than you, right? Let Jiang Ping marry, Jiang Dahai said. Jiang Ping, thin and small, shrank back, unable to speak out. Uncle, are you crazy? Just go sell your blood if you're so broke. Jiang Nan was so angry, she wanted to hit this burly man. Hey girl, what's your attitude? Jiang Dahai didn't expect this stubborn, chubby girl to suddenly become so sharp-tongued. Second uncle, I only have this attitude. Did you ask Jiang Ping if she's willing to marry? Are girls just tools for you to exchange dowries? Jiang Dahai spoke confidently. This is a childhood marriage arranged by your grandfather before he passed away. He never said who she would marry. Since she doesn't like you, you'd better come back quickly and make room. At that time, old Master Lu came to the house to arrange a marriage. Neither of them wanted it, especially since they heard that the man was burned in a fire and ended up in the hospital. No one knew what he looked like now. It seemed like he might also lose his job in the city. Old Master Lu offered the highest dowry in 10 miles, and Jiang Dahai, whose family was struggling financially, was a bit jealous. He wanted to marry his second daughter, Jiang Ping, to that man. Even if the man was disfigured by the fire and couldn't see people, his daughter might be scared and get sick. But that dowry could solve many of his current problems. However, his older brother, relying on being the eldest, insisted on inviting old Master Lu into their home. And that old Master Lu, with poor eyesight, immediately liked this chubby guy. Second uncle, just give up already. I will have a good life with Lu Hao. Men aren't all gone from this world. Why do you keep staring at my partner? Jiang Nan's confident attitude made Jiang Daming very pleased. Did you hear that, second brother? Stop making trouble. Nan said she'll have a good life with Lu Hao. Do whatever you want. Jiang Daming was worried that Jiang Nan might cause trouble and refused to stay at the Lu family. Now he's relaxed and confident. Jiang Dahai, angry, turned around with his hands behind his back. Jiang Ping, with her neat braids, wearing a floral shirt and looking delicate, followed behind him. Before leaving, she glanced at Jiang Nan and gave her a meaningful look. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and then left. When she stepped outside, Jiang Ping was already waiting, clutching her clothes, looking serious. Seeing her come out, Jiang Ping hurriedly asked, Nan, are you okay? Did that person trouble you? Jiang Nan shook her head. No, I'm fine. Then what about his face? Jiang Ping asked with concern. It's disfigured. Very badly. If I were a bit more timid, I might have been scared to death. The timid Jiang Ping's face tightened at her words. Looking at the girl who seemed so frightened, Jiang Nan spoke lightly. Don't be afraid. With me here, you won't fall into any traps. In this life, Lu Hao, I won't let anyone hurt you. Jiang Ping looked at the once timid, chubby girl who now had a bright smile. Suddenly, she felt like she didn't recognize her. In just 3 days, her dull eyes seemed to have a little light. Is it because she escaped from this suffocating environment? The two sat down by the roadside. Jiang Nan casually plucked a small trumpet flower, fiddling with it, and said to Jiang Ping, Ping, I am already married now. You need to think about your future too. Since we were kids, we couldn't compete with Jiang Mei and Jiang Shui, those clever girls. Now my fate is sealed, and I'm afraid they won't let you go. Then what should I do? Jiang Ping clasped her hands together, looking lost and helpless. Hearing her answer, Lu Hao sighed helplessly. You really are a girl sent by heaven to torment me, he said, holding her shoulders gently. He sighed softly. Do you know how painful and tangled I felt these days? Why are you tangled? Jiang Nan looked at him with bright eyes, puzzled. Tangled? Was it really how she thought? He gently held her in his arms and softly said, I realized I might have fallen for the arranged wife for my family, but I hold onto a stubborn hope, a promise. I don't know how to choose. Do you know how painful that feeling is?
What?
You like the arranged wife from your family? Jiang Ping looked at the once timid, chubby girl who now... Jiang Ping was stunned by Jiang Nan's words, her head buzzing. She couldn't understand why she should swap marriage with Jiang Jigang. She looked like she had been frightened silly, staring blankly. I don't think that's possible. How could my dad ask me to exchange marriage with my cousin? We've been a burden to the Jiang family since we were kids. We're just tools for them to exchange for a huge bride price. So no matter who you marry, Your dad won't care. They only care about immediate benefits. Jiang Nan analyzed. Jiang Mei and Jiang Shui are both scheming. They have ambitious hearts. Now that society has developed, they all want to move to the city. But Jiang Jigang is the only son of the Jiang family. Without a wife, there's no heir. Jiang Nan's words hit Jiang Ping's sore spot. Yes, Jiang Mei and Jiang Shui had already planned to move to the city. Jiang Mei would never agree to exchange marriage with Jiang Jigang. This nightmare might really fall on her. Jiang Ping was so frightened she started to cry. Why was her life so hard? Why was a girl's destiny controlled by others? Even her lifelong happiness was out of her hands. Don't cry, listen to me. Jiang Nan whispered. If today Jiang Mei suddenly shows you kindness and asks you to sleep with her in my family shed, you must be very careful. At this moment, he felt a little mischievous. If the person she was thinking of wasn't him, he wouldn't let go. He would try hard to get into her heart and push out her little brother. When his lips touched her, Jiang Nan was so surprised she opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Lu Hao to be so bold, kissing her at this moment. After a couple of seconds of shock, she went from being stunned to reaching out and hugging his waist. Her obedience and initiative gave Lu Hao great confidence and encouragement. It also gave him an answer. He was sure of her feelings. Old Mr. Lu outside saw there was no movement in the room and was anxious. After hearing it, Jiang Ping's face turned pale with fear. Nan, is this okay? Will something go wrong? Jiang Nan looked cold. If you don't do this, you'll be the one in trouble. I'm just teaching you self-defense. You have to decide for yourself. Jiang Ping lowered her head, still unable to believe that Jiang Mei would harm her for her own selfish reasons. Ping, I know you're kind, but now isn't the time to be overly compassionate. If people don't harm me, I won't harm them. If you want to be used and abused, I have no objections. I just explained what you'll face in the future. If you think you can handle it, I won't say more. Tears in her eyes, Jiang Ping spoke. Nan, I know you're doing this for me. I trust you. But why are they doing this? Jiang Nan sighed bitterly. I used to wonder that too. Why are they like this? Basically, it all comes down to interests. Selfishness. She exchanged her bride price and gambling debts for Jiang Mei to scheme against Jiang Ping, arranging her marriage to Jiang Jigang, planning to take Jiang Shui to the city. Jiang Dahai, promised by his older brother that he could enjoy city life someday, also gave him some money. They sacrificed Jiang Ping for their own gain. Everything was carefully planned in advance. It must be said, Jiang Mei in her past life was very clever. She always knew what she wanted. She was smart, and wanting a good life wasn't wrong. But wanting to step over their corpses to get ahead was too cruel. Thinking of the tragedies from her past life, Jiang Nan's heart still trembles. She whispered, from now on, you must stay alert at all times. Strengthen your mind. Don't be scared. Think about your future. Do you want to be framed, have your reputation ruined, and become the joke of everyone? Do you want to live your life with someone like Wu Erju, a gambler who would sell his wife when he's out of money? All these things Jiang Nan said, Jiang Ping couldn't even imagine. If they really happened, she wouldn't be able to live. Looking at Jiang Nan with curiosity, Jiang Ping made a firm decision in her heart and nodded confidently. I remember. She carefully put the things Jiang Nan gave her into her pocket. Jiang Nan held her hand and reminded her a few more times. I'll wait for your good news. Are you going back tonight? Jiang Ping softly asked. Yes, I have to. It's not good to stay at my parents' house right after getting married. No one in the Jiang family wanted her to stay overnight at her parents' home. Wang Shenglan was pretending to be sick. Jiang Mei didn't want to cook, so Jiang Jigang came out and said Jiang Daming asked Jiang Nan to prepare lunch for them. Jiang Nan has been diligent since she was young, often doing housework and making excellent noodles. Since she married a few days ago, Jiang Daming still missed her delicate noodles. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh out of anger. She regretted not pretending to be sick before she left. She even had to cook for them. Should she make a pot of herbal water for the whole family to drink? Jiang Jigang also knew his mother was pretending to be sick, but he had no say at home. He didn't dare to expose her. Jiang Nan didn't go inside to cook with Jiang Jigang. Of course, she also didn't stay to eat at Jiang's house. After arranging everything for Jiang Ping, she planned to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Ping held her hand and cried heartbreakingly. She refused to let go of her hand, not knowing what kind of life Jiang Nan would face at her husband's home, nor what she would face that night. The Jiang family only thought Jiang Ping was worried about Jiang Nan. "You're useless. Why are you crying?" Jiang Daming shouted at her. "It's a good thing Jiang Nan got married. Look at her. She's glowing and happy. What's there to cry about? He will follow the direction she gives him toward the future. He will behave well. Young master knows many people who are good at flattering others, but you're the best at talking." Shun Juanxi turns around, smiling gently. She was worried that Xiao Chun might tell Consort Chen everything without keeping secrets. After all, Consort Chen is quite passionate about her feelings or stubborn, depending on how you see it. She clearly had the chance to leave the palace and take Xiao Chen back to her homeland to live happily. But she was stubborn and refused. If she didn't love her son, she would have shown more care for Xiao. She had to pretend to be weak to trap him. When Jiang Nan reached the village entrance and greeted Nie Yun, she rode her bike back to Jinshui village. Before leaving, she told Nie Yun she would come to gather herbs tomorrow morning. When Jiang Nan arrived at the village entrance of Jinshui village on her bike, it was not yet noon, and she didn't see Lu Hao, who was supposed to meet her. The sun was very strong at this time. Jiang Nan stopped her bicycle at the village entrance, planning to wait for a while. Meanwhile, she wanted to chat with the villagers who had just come down the mountain with herbs. Jiang Nan parked her bike and sat under an old locust tree to rest. Gradually, villagers who had been harvesting herbs were coming down the mountain. Some carried woven baskets on their backs, others held nylon bags. Everyone looked dark from the sun and was sweating heavily. In this era, rural people are very hardworking. To earn some extra money by selling herbs, everyone who could go up the mountain did so. At this moment, Jiang Nan even saw a small boy about 6 or 7 years old, wearing dirty clothes, holding a small basket filled with green herbs. She politely greeted the villagers coming down the mountain. Many people she met for the first time didn't know her at all. She only learned from others nearby that the chubby girl was the new wife of the Lu family. Among the villagers coming down, Jiang Nan saw a familiar figure. Lu Huifeng, with a thin back, was carrying a large basket on her shoulders, with a round, bulging nylon bag stacked on top. Her fragile body was bent under the weight of the basket. She moved slowly and heavily, as if about to be crushed. Seeing this, Jiang Nan's heart tightened. She hurried over and said, "Andy, put that down and rest for a bit." She helped support the basket and leaned against a field ridge at the village entrance. Lu Huifeng was sweating heavily, panting, and her thin body leaned on the basket as she let out a long sigh. She looked at Jiang Nan and smiled kindly, asking, "Nan, what are you doing here?" Jiang Nan replied, "Andy, I went to my mother's house and am waiting for Lu Hao." She looked at the large basket of herbs and said with concern, "Auntie, why are you carrying so many herbs? You should carry less. It's too heavy." Not only was her basket full, but there was also a nylon bag stacked on top. Lu Huifeng, with her hands stained green from the herbs, wiped her sweat and said, "It wasn't easy going up the mountain last time. I was quick and I dug a lot, so I packed it all." "Auntie, how many herbs have you dried at home?" Jiang Nan asked. "I went up the mountain for the first time today. A while ago, I was planting corn and weeding the wheat fields, so I didn't have time." From old Master Lu's words, Jiang Nan learned a bit about Lu Huifeng's family situation. She knew life was tough for her, and seeing this fragile woman made her feel even more sympathetic. Jiang Nan said, "Annie, I'll help you push this bag of herbs home on my bicycle." Nan, you don't need to bother. Aren't you waiting for Xiao Hao? Wait for him later. I'm not waiting anymore. Let's go." Jiang Nan tied the nylon bag to the back of the bicycle, then pushed the bike along, following Lu Huifeng toward her home. Turning a winding path, Jiang Nan saw a locust tree ahead where a man leaning on crutches was anxiously looking this way. A small girl in worn clothes stood beside him. The man saw Lu Huifang and immediately looked relieved. He said to the girl, "Xiao Xiao, your mom is back." Lu Huifang carried a basket on her back and approached them, scolding gently, "Old five, it's so hot today. Why are you standing here?" Although Fang Guoping had difficulty moving his legs, his face was still handsome, and his voice was gentle, like a cultured person. He looked at Lu Huifang with concern. "I was waiting for you and the children. I saw others in the village had already come back, but I haven't seen you. I was worried." "You're carrying too much," Fang Guoping said tenderly, wanting to help with her basket but unable to do so because of his crutches. His expression was both caring and helpless. Lu Huifang smiled. "It's okay, not heavy." She introduced Jiang Nan to him. "This is Xiao Hao's wife. She came down the mountain and helped me bring the herbs from the bag. Nan, this is your uncle-in-law. He's not feeling well." "Hello, uncle-in-law," Jiang Nan politely greeted. At this brief moment, she could feel that Lu Huifang had married for love. "Hello, Nan," Fang Guoping said with a smile. "Let's go home." Jiang Nan stopped her bike, carried the nylon bag with both hands, and headed into the yard. Their house didn't even have a proper gate, just an old earthen house. Although it looked poor, the yard was very clean. They grew various flowers and plants. The lively green plants added some color to the small rural yard. Jiang Nan set down the nylon bag and, with Lu Huifang, poured the herbs onto the yard to dry. Lu Huifang had dug mostly dandelions. This big basket and nylon bag probably weighed about 80 or 90 jin, roughly 40 to 45 kilograms. But these were freshly dug dandelions. When dried, they might weigh only 20 or 30 jin, around 10 to 15 kilograms. They could sell for about 8 or 9 yuan. At this time, that was a regular worker's daily wage. But drying fresh herbs takes time, especially relying on sunlight. On rainy days, they might mold. Herbal traders wouldn't come to the village promptly. So, there was quite a bit of loss. Jiang Nan helped her pick herbs and chatted casually. "Auntie, I heard there's wild huangqi on the mountain. Herb vendors also buy wild huangqi and baiji. Why didn't you dig any? Those herbs have less water, and although digging them is slower than collecting dandelions, they fetch a higher price." "Collecting dandelions is too tiring," Lu Huifang replied. "On my first day up the mountain, I dug whatever herbs I could find quickly. They have too many people digging for wild huangqi, so I had to search all over the mountain. Dandelions dry easily and are easy to manage, and they sell quickly. Auntie, next time be careful, and don't tire yourself out too much." "Okay, I'll carry less next time." After arranging the herbs, Lu Huifang warmly invited her inside. Jiang Nan said, "Auntie, I won't go inside today. Let's chat next time when I visit. I'm worried Lu Hao is waiting for me at the village entrance." Before leaving, she spoke to Lu Huifang's husband, Fang Guoping. "Uncle, take good care of your health. Your body will get better." She hadn't given Lu Huifang the prescription from Nie Yun yet, since they weren't very familiar. Fang Guoping has a chronic illness, so his treatment isn't urgent at the moment. They need to build trust and get to know each other better before starting treatment. Jiang Nan was about to leave when Lu Huifang ran to the kitchen and quickly brought out a bunch of chives. Nan, these are my homegrown chives. Grandpa loves chive and egg dumplings. I didn't get a chance to make them for him, so take these home and make dumplings for your family." Jiang Nan took them politely and thanked her. "Thank you, Auntie." She pushed her bike from Fang's house and went to check the village entrance again to see if Lu Hao was waiting for her. If she didn't go home with Lu Hao, Grandpa would definitely ask questions. Sure enough, she saw Lu Hao standing under the big locust tree at the village entrance. He was dressed in black, with a noticeable bandage on his face. Next to him was a man in a gray uniform shirt. The man was tall and handsome, with a bright smile and a stylish side profile. He was very different from the calm and steady Lu Hao. Jiang Nan paused for a couple of seconds before recognizing who he was. Qin Feng, Lu Hao's good friend. In her previous life, Qin Feng was a powerful businessman. He made his fortune by reselling clothing. Seeing him, Jiang Nan couldn't help but think of Qin Feng's fate in her past life. He was wearing a police uniform. So, at this moment, Qin Feng was still a police officer at the small town station. What she saw now was still a cheerful, handsome young man. He was completely different from the gloomy, irritable Qin Feng with a tired face from her past life. He is still working as a police officer, so the event that changed his family's fate in a past life has not yet happened. Jiang Nan, suddenly seeing an old acquaintance, feels a bit overwhelmed. But soon, her thoughts are interrupted by the gossiping voices of the men. Hao Ji, your wife probably took this chance to run away. Running away would be easier. Lu Hao, with one hand in his pocket, stands there nonchalantly. The man looks like he's gossiping. What kind of attitude is that? I haven't even met her. How could she run? Jiang Nan. Qin Feng asks with concern, which way did she go today? If she runs, I'll go find her and bring her back. Lu Hao glances at him sharply. Qin Feng adds, at least get the bride price back. Your old man has worked hard to save that money, and if she runs away, you'll lose everything. Jiang Nan can't stand listening anymore. She shouts to the man by the tree, Lu Hao. Lu Hao turns around and sees the chubby girl walking from the village toward them. He looks puzzled. How did you come from over there? Jiang Nan explains, I was waiting for you at the village entrance, and I happened to meet my aunt who was coming down from picking herbs. I helped her carry some herbs. Qin Feng sees the girl pushing a bicycle and suddenly pops out from behind a tree, sizing up Jiang Nan. Are you Lu Hao's arranged little wife? Jiang Nan smiles at him. Hello, my name is Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan? Qin Feng nods. Nice name. He glances at Jiang Nan's sturdy build and smiles. You're quite strong too. Jiang Nan. I'm Qin Feng, a friend of Lu Hao, Qin Feng teases, giving Lu Hao a look that suggests his little wife is quite nice. Jiang Nan asks Lu Hao, is the friend you called here the one who repairs walls?
Yes.
Lu Hao's tone is flat. It's getting late. Let's go home. After saying that, he walks ahead on his own. Qin Feng grins brightly at Jiang Nan and walks shoulder to shoulder with Lu Hao. Jiang Nan pushes her bicycle alone, following behind them. Qin Feng walks beside Lu Hao, occasionally poking him and whispering teasingly, that chubby girl is quite sensible. I think you're managing okay. This girl's face shows she's good for her husband. People in police uniforms believe that too. Want me to report you? It's just superstition. I just think she's honest. Jiang Nan. She pushes her bicycle behind them, listening to the two men whispering, her lips twitching slightly. Can these two be any louder? But Qin Feng's eyes are pretty sharp. He says she's good for her husband. When they enter the house, Old Master Lu sees Lu Hao and Jiang Nan coming back together and quickly comes forward. Old Master Lu has already prepared the glue for wall plastering. He is now holding a basin, stirring it with chopsticks. Besides Old Master Lu, Lu Xiaoya is also standing in the yard. Today, Lu Xiaoya is dressed quite fashionably, wearing tight fitness pants, a floral shirt, with makeup on her face, eyebrows drawn, her hair loose, and a butterfly hairpin clipped in. Although her style feels a bit like a mix of rural and urban, there are definitely some fashionable elements in her look. When Jiang Nan saw her, a phrase flashed through his mind. A woman dresses to please herself. Big brother, Lu Xiaoya called Lu Hao, twisting her hair around her finger in front of her chest, shyly glancing at Qin Feng. She didn't dare speak to Qin Feng directly, but her meaning was obvious. Anyone with sharp eyes could see what was going on. Jiang Nan noticed Lu Xiaoya's gaze on Qin Feng and was surprised. Turns out, this bold girl, Lu Xiaoya, could also show such a shy, almost embarrassing expression. Is this your sister? Qin Feng, who is naturally friendly, saw a beautiful girl and asked Lu Hao. Lu Hao nodded. Qin Feng looked at the shy Lu Xiaoya and asked curiously, I think I saw you once before. Why don't you look as pretty as last time? Lu Xiaoya was confused. Not as pretty as before? She had been dressing up all morning. Get to work quickly, Lu Hao said. Then Qin Feng took the glue from Old Master Lu and went inside. Old Master Lu noticed Jiang Nan had picked some chives from a bicycle basket and asked, Nan, where did these chives come from? Jiang Nan didn't dare say it was given by Lu Huifeng, so he told a small lie. My master gave them to me, the old Chinese doctor, Uncle Niai mentioned. Holding the chives, Jiang Nan said to old Master Lu, Grandpa, do we have any eggs at home? I want to make chive and egg dumplings later. We do, but... Old Master Lu hesitated and suggested, why don't you take them over there? You and Aunt Sue can make them together. Jiang Nan could tell that old Master Lu was eager for her and Lu Hao to get along with the others. But Jiang Nan wasn't very willing. Grandpa, we're all moving over soon. Today we have people helping with the work. I'll do it in our kitchen. Lu Xiaoya, who had just gone outside to peek at Qin Feng plastering the wall, suddenly overheard Jiang Nan's words and hurried over. Can we invite Officer Qin to come home for dinner? If they could invite Officer Qin, they'd have more chances to get to know each other better. Invite him then, Jiang Nan said dismissively. She was too hungry to bother with her. She hadn't eaten lunch yet, and her stomach was growling loudly. Inside the kitchen, she saw some leftover boiled potatoes on the cutting board. She took one, peeled it, sprinkled chili powder, added salt, and started to eat. After finishing, she felt much better inside. Then she grabbed a small stool and sat at the broken kitchen door, picking chives. Lu Xiaoya stood outside the kitchen, seeing Jiang Nan so ungrateful. She hadn't moved out yet and was already cooking and making dumplings. She looked angry but couldn't do anything about her, because Jiang Nan simply didn't care for her way of doing things. She wasn't afraid of her either. Lu Xiaoya wandered outside the small hut, occasionally glancing through the window at Qin Feng, who was standing on a ladder, patching the wall. His broad back, tall figure, and cheerful laugh all made her feel captivated. But she wasn't as bold as Jiang Nan and didn't dare to show her feelings. She could only secretly steal a few glances at him. It seemed she had offended her older brother and couldn't ask him for help to create opportunities. It was really frustrating. Old Master Lu didn't want Lu Hao to tire himself out, so he didn't let him work. Lu Hao held a small broom, sweeping each tile after Qin Feng finished sticking it, to prevent wrinkles from forming. Lu Hao had nothing to do, so he came outside. Seeing Lu Xiaoya wandering at the door, he spoke coldly. Why aren't you leaving yet? Big brother, this is also my home. Why are you chasing me away? Looking at Lu Xiaoya's face, Lu Hao remembered when he was a child. She used to run over with her short legs, standing at the door, saying harsh words, "This is my house. Your old house is over there. You're not allowed to come in." Lu Hao's expression was cold, and he didn't speak to her, heading straight to the main hall. Lu Hao was indifferent to her, and Jiang Nan also didn't like her. Lu Xiaoya pouted angrily. She secretly glanced at the man still working on the ladder, but didn't want to leave. Just then, old Master Lu came out and saw Lu Xiaoya wandering around. He signaled to her with his eyes, telling her to help Jiang Nan with the chores. Lu Xiaoya didn't want to, but then she thought, if she helped Jiang Nan, she could stay longer and maybe say a few words to Qin Feng later. "I'll help you pick vegetables," she said proudly, standing in front of Jiang Nan and speaking generously. Finished. Jiang Nan took the prepared chives into the kitchen, washed them in a basin, and let them drain in a basket. "Is there any other work?" "Grandpa asked me to help." Lu Xiaoya mentioned her grandfather, really not wanting to leave. She was willing to do any work offered. Jiang Nan glanced at the woman dressed up beautifully, her eyes flickering slightly, and ordered, "Go behind the house and bring in the corn stalks." Lu Xiaoya looked down at her new clothes, feeling very reluctant. Carrying the corn stalks felt too dirty. She doesn't do these dirty chores at home. But, even though she was reluctant inside, she still pouted and left. The power of love. Jiang Nan dug out dough from a nearly broken noodle cabinet, mixed it with warm water, and let it rest in a basin, then started cracking eggs. Lu Xiaoya carefully stacked firewood, standing in the kitchen, watching Jiang Nan work skillfully and quickly. After Jiang Nan finished cracking the eggs, she turned around and saw Lu Xiaoya still there. She said calmly, "Are you leaving or helping more?" Lu Xiaoya clenched her teeth, determined to stay and talk more with Qin Feng. "Grandpa asked me to help you. How can I leave?" "Then you start the fire." Lu Xiaoya frowned, squatting in front of the stove to light the fire. Jiang Nan cooked the eggs and drained the water from the chives, then began chopping the chives. After preparing the dumpling filling, she asked Lu Xiaoya, "Can you roll the dough?" If this continues, Tang Xiang might keep stirring up young Marquis. With his temper, he will lash out at anyone who crosses him. The northern Tang Emperor suddenly slammed the chess table and shouted angrily, since it's clear that Mo Shi and Mo Yingjie are not heavily involved, send someone to release Tang Rong's wife. But since he caused this trouble, and if he cannot calm Xin Juanxi's suspicions, let him come and face me. Seeing Emperor Baitang angry, Yan Lai immediately appeared worried and nervous, but he was surprised that the Emperor's actions were exactly what Xin Juanxi had. Cough cough.
What did you mean that day when you said that?
Lu Xiaoya glanced at Jiang Nan casually and asked,
"What are you talking about?"
Jiang Nan, focused on making dumplings, didn't lift her head and replied indifferently.
Just.
Why did you say I was secretly in love with Officer Qin? Lu Xiaoya said awkwardly, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. Jiang Nan placed the finished gold ingot-shaped dumplings into the basket, looked at her, and asked lightly, "Did I say you were in love with Officer Qin?" Lu Xiaoya looked angry. "Why didn't you say that? You even scolded me that day, saying I was dreaming of eating swan meat." Jiang Nan smiled faintly, with a tone that was both teasing and deadly. "I said you were secretly in love with the police officer. So that person is Officer Qin?" Lu Xiaoya's face flushed with embarrassment, but she stubbornly asked, "Why did you say that?" She had never told her closest sister about this secret. It was the deepest secret in her heart. How did this chubby girl find out? Jiang Nan looked at her mysteriously. "I can tell. Do you believe me?" Lu Xiaoya was stunned when she heard her words and sneered. "I don't believe you. Stop pretending to be a saint." Jiang Nan didn't explain further and quietly continued making dumplings. But because of her words, Lu Xiaoya's heart was not at peace. Lu Xiaoya didn't like Jiang Nan and even despised her deep down, naturally refusing to believe that this overweight girl had such magical abilities. However, Jiang Nan knew she liked Qin Feng, which was hard to explain. Seeing Lu Xiaoya distracted and her dumpling skin rolling slower, Jiang Nan urged, "Hurry up, or give me the rolling pin if you don't want to do it." Lu Xiaoya clenched her teeth and shot her a glare. She gripped the rolling pin tighter. "Where is your cousin?" Jiang Nan casually asked. "Why hasn't that woman come to see Lu Hao?" "She went back." She was driven away by her mother. Her mother said Lu Hao was married and told Su Qiaozhen to stay out of it. "Are you planning to introduce her to Lu Hao?" Lu Xiaoya neither admitted nor denied. Jiang Nan continued, "Do you think I don't match up with Lu Hao? Only your fashionable cousin is suitable for him? Isn't that so?" Lu Xiaoya raised her chin, disdainfully glancing at Jiang Nan. Her cousin liked Lu Hao a long time ago. As her good sister, she naturally tried to matchmake. If her cousin married her older brother Lu Hao, it would be a perfect match. Jiang Nan cursed softly, "Fool." "What do you mean? You're the fool. Not only are you stupid, but you also look dumb." Angered by being called stupid, Lu Xiaoya immediately snapped back, her emotions running high. This idiot had attacked her personally many times. Jiang Nan, losing her temper, grabbed a kitchen knife from the chopping board and stabbed it forcefully into the board, shouting, "If you curse me again, huh? I gave you face already?" Lu Xiaoya's face twisted in anger. She wanted to curse back, but was stunned when she saw the knife in Jiang Nan's hand. She screamed in horror and ran out, crying out, "She's trying to kill me. The fat girl is going to kill me." She ran and yelled, rushing into the small hut where Lu Hao and others were patching the wall. Qin Feng had just finished patching the high part and didn't need a ladder now. He found it cumbersome and took it away. Seeing the girl running toward him, he slightly twitched his lips. "What's wrong?" "Officer Qin, please help me. Jiang Nan, that fat girl, is trying to attack me with a knife," Lu Xiaoya said, hoping to create an opportunity for Qin Feng to heroically save her. She also wanted her older brother to see the true face of this fat girl. Qin Feng stepped out, put down the ladder, and looked toward the kitchen but didn't see Jiang Nan. He rolled his eyes. Are you sure you're not imagining things? That overweight girl is not trying to kill you. Lu Hao heard the noise and came out of the house. Qin Feng saw Lu Hao and dismissively said, "Does your sister have a problem in her head?" Lu Xiaoya was confused and nervously explained, "Really, I'm not lying. That fat guy Jiang Nan really threatened me with a kitchen knife." Everyone seemed convinced that the big, fat guy was a good person, even though he was not. Jiang Nan, wearing an apron, appeared at the kitchen door and angrily shouted, "Lu Xiaoya, if you can help, then help. If you don't want to, go home. Stop causing trouble. I swear I'll cut you, and I'll get into trouble myself. Am I crazy?" Lu Xiaoya was surprised that this sharp-tongued woman was actually a coward. She was easily frightened. With Lu Hao and Qin Feng present, she puffed up her chest and retorted, "You clearly threatened me with a kitchen knife." "You're a coward," Jiang Nan cursed, then looked at Lu Hao and Qin Feng and asked, "Are you almost done?" "Not yet," Lu Hao replied. "Oh, then I'll take my time," Jiang Nan said, and went back into the kitchen. Qin Feng and Lu Hao continued working on the wall. Lu Xiaoya stood in the yard, stomping her feet in anger. Lu Hao was too unreasonable. He clearly wasn't her real brother. He had no real feelings for her at all. She couldn't rely on him. Qin Feng's attitude also made Lu Xiaoya very sad. She cried as she went home and told Su Yuqin about Jiang Nan bullying her. She also complained that Jiang Nan was eating dumplings alone in the old house. Su Yuqin, who was scrubbing clothes with a washboard, saw her daughter crying and said irritably, "Who told you to go near her? You deserve it." Seeing her mother's cold attitude, Lu Xiaoya was filled with sadness and anger. "Mom, she threatened me with a kitchen knife. You didn't help me vent your anger, and you even made cold remarks. Stay away from her in the future," Su Yuqin said and continued washing clothes. At that moment, Su Zheng, who was taking a nap, was awakened by the noise in the yard. He dragged his slippers and came out of the house. Lu Xiaoya immediately said to him, "Brother, that Jiang Nan woman is so mean. Not only did she hit your girlfriend that day, but today she also threatened me with a kitchen knife." Su Zheng rubbed his messy hair, looking sleepy. But Lu Xiaoya didn't notice and went closer, asking, "Brother, can you help me get back at her?" "No," Su Zheng coldly replied and started walking toward the bathroom. Both brothers refused to protect her. Lu Xiaoya felt wronged and angry, and suddenly exploded. "Are you really my brothers? Turns out, if you're not from the same family, you're not really related." Su Zheng was about to enter the bathroom when he heard a girl screaming hysterically behind him. He turned around, took 2 steps to her, and looked at her with cold eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he sneered. "Do you think the same? Because I don't have the surname Lu. I'm an outsider? Not related to you? Brother, I." At the police station entrance, Qin Feng watched Lu Hao's move, eyes wide in shock. Then he slowly exhaled a single word. When they left the police station, Lu Hao's pager rang. It was Gu Yahue calling him. He took Jiang Nan to a phone booth and called Gu Yahue back. When the call connected, Gu Yahue chatted with Lu Hao for a bit before asking about Jiang Nan. "Is Xiaolongjong with you?" "This call is mainly for her," Gu Yahue said with a hint of resentment. "I left her my number, but she hasn't called me." Lu Hao, surprised, said, "Is there something wrong?" "Yes, is Xiaolongjong there? Please give her the phone," and went closer, asking, "Brother." Su Yuqin looked pained and couldn't speak. "You won't tell her?" Su Zheng sneered at Lu Xiaoya. "Then I'll tell you. Because my biological father died, saving your father. My mother became a widow, raised me alone, and was bullied so badly she couldn't go on. Your father felt guilty and took us in. He even had you. If he hadn't saved him, my father wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't be living under someone else's roof." By the end, Su Zheng's voice trembled. If his father hadn't acted bravely, how could he have become someone else's son? Su Yuqin was crying and shouted, "Stop talking." Su Zheng's lips curled into a cold, chilling smile. Su Yuqin angrily shouted at Lu Xiaoya, "Why do you keep bothering Jiang Nan? You're 19 now. Can't you understand some things?" Lu Xiaoya looked at her mother, who had never lost her temper before. Suddenly, her mother shouted at her. Feeling scared and sad, she cried and ran back into the house. As she ran, only Su Yuqin and Su Zheng remained in the yard. Su Yuqin cried and apologized. Xiao Zheng, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I couldn't raise you alone back then and was bullied, so I remarried without pride. It's all my fault. Su Zheng didn't listen to her finish and turned back into the house. Su Yuqin stood alone in the yard, listening to the door being slammed shut, tears streaming down her face. Over at the old house, after the wall was repaired, Jiang Nan's dumplings were served. It was just past noon. Usually, dinner wasn't prepared at this time. Jiang Nan finished making the dumplings early. Since Qin Feng was a guest and needed to leave soon, Jiang Nan cooked the dumplings right after finishing her work. At this moment, inside the small, cramped clay house, 4 people sat around the Kong table. There weren't many vegetables at home. Jiang Nan added sour soup, poured oil and chili, making the sour soup dumplings very tasty. She reminded Lu Hao, "You're injured, don't put in chili." Hearing her warning, Lu Hao looked at her politely and said, "Thank you. Nan, these dumplings are so delicious. Grandpa hasn't had such tasty dumplings in a long time." Old Master Lu took a bite and seemed lost in memories, his eyes clouded with emotion. Qin Feng took a bite and praised enthusiastically, looking at Lu Hao. "Wow, your little brother's cooking is really good. The wrappers are thin, the filling is big, and they taste amazing." Jiang Nan. She cleared her throat and corrected him. "My name is Jiang Nan, not Little Fatty." Lu Hao just called her Little Fatty, but why did Qin Feng also call her that? "Oh, Jiang Nan, right?" Qin Feng happily stuffed another dumpling into his mouth, eating with gusto, not caring what she called. Jiang Nan looked at him seriously and corrected, "Based on your relationship with Lu Hao, you should call me sister-in-law." As soon as she finished, Qin Feng almost choked on his dumpling. He looked up at the serious girl with a strange expression. Didn't Lu Hao say that this girl was just playing around with him? He chuckled softly. "Well, Little Fatty, are you a bit too into the role?" Jiang Nan. "What do you mean too into the role?" Jiang Nan pretended to be naive. Old Master Lu also agreed. "Yes, Xiao Qin, you should call her sister-in-law. We should show proper manners." Qin Feng, looking unhappy, explained, "No, Grandpa Lu, I'm the same age as Lu Hao. Why call her sister-in-law? She's not a real wife." Old Master Lu had a good memory and quickly exposed him. "Aren't you just a few months younger than him? You should call her sister-in-law." With Grandpa's support, Jiang Nan smiled and looked up at Qin Feng. Lu Hao was busy eating dumplings and didn't step in to clarify. Qin Feng rolled his eyes in frustration, forced a fake smile, and called out, "Sister-in-law." "Hey!" Jiang Nan immediately put on a smile. "Eat quickly. There are more in the kitchen. After you're done, I'll cook again. Grandpa, you should eat more." Old Master Lu looked kindly and nodded. "Good. Eat more, eat more." Having a woman in the house made the atmosphere suddenly warm and cozy. Old Master Lu felt very happy. After finishing the dumplings, Jiang Nan went to wash the pot, but Old Master Lu tidied up the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Since his wife passed away, he had been cooking for himself. Lu Hao took care of cooking himself, so he wouldn't fall behind in school. This became a habit. Of course, he also didn't want Jiang Nan, the new daughter-in-law, to do too much housework right away. "Grandpa, I'll wash the dishes. You rest." Jiang Nan quickly cleared the table. "Talk among yourselves, I'll wash up and help digest," old Mr. Lu said as he went into the kitchen. Jiang Nan followed behind him, saying, "I have nothing to talk about with them. I'll wash." "Child, Xiao Hao is your husband. You two will be together for a long time. Feelings can grow slowly. His character is good, but he's a bit cold. Once you're familiar, it will be fine." Old Mr. Lu was eager to help them develop a good relationship. "Grandpa, Xiao Hao and I have plenty of time. We can talk tonight. I'll wash the dishes. You go for a walk in the yard to help with digestion. Remember, no smoking," Jiang Nan said. "Got it, I won't smoke anymore," he replied. Inside, Qin Feng looked at Lu Hao and teased, "I think that chubby girl is pretty good. You really should consider being with her." Look at the wrinkles on your face. You're smiling so much it looks like flowers. Lu Hao's eyes were calm. It's late. You should go home. By the way, about your act of bravery at Longshan Hotel, the county might want to recognize you. They'll contact you tomorrow, Qin Feng added. I know, Lu Hao replied. Before leaving, Qin Feng looked at Lu Hao's face and said, You're a doctor. Can your face heal? Sure. Scars aren't a big deal for a man, but if they're too serious, they can affect your image. He had seen Lu Hao remove the bandages. His injuries looked quite severe. Lu Hao didn't answer and just nodded, sending him off. Qin Feng looked serious as he left the Lu family house. Jiang Nan finished washing the pots, went inside, and proudly took out 2 prescriptions. She looked at Lu Hao and old Mr. Lu. Grandpa, I have 2 good news to share today. Good news? 2 of them? Old Mr. Lu became interested. She placed the prescriptions on a small table. These are for my master. One is for Grandpa to improve your health, and the other is a special ointment for Lu Hao's burn scars. It's really amazing, usually it leaves no scars. Lu Hao didn't lift his head, busy fiddling with the family's 14-inch black and white TV. Old Mr. Lu happily said, Xiao Hao, Nan brought you a secret recipe. You must try it. Jiang Nan responded, Grandpa, I'll go buy the medicine tomorrow. Lu Hao adjusted the TV and prepared to leave. Grandpa, don't take any random medicine, he said before stepping out. Old Master Lu and Jiang Nan exchanged a worried look. This person is hard to deal with. Old Master Lu smiled and comforted her. Nan, don't worry. I'll talk to him. Jiang Nan nodded. Grandpa, first let me take care of you. Tomorrow, I'll light the coal stove and prepare the medicine. I'll go over there to move some things. While Old Master Lu and Jiang Nan went to move things, Lu Hao had already brought his bag of books over. Jiang Nan carried the rolled-up bedding and left. The Lu family was eating dinner when Lu Xingmin came out and said, Nan, don't worry about heavy lifting. I'll help. When they were moving things, Su Yuqin also put down her chopsticks and helped Lu Xingmin carry Jiang Nan's dowry box. After finishing, Jiang Nan thanked them. Dad, Aunt Su, thank you. Please go back and eat. Lu Xingmin looked at the old, worn-out yard, and his face was heavy. He wanted to say something but thought about the family situation, so he looked at Lu Hao with guilt and left. That night, Jiang Nan and Lu Hao were forced to sleep in a small room. During the day, they didn't feel much, but now in this cramped space, the dim yellow light from a 15-watt bulb made the atmosphere a little awkward. Jiang Nan sat on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, and asked the uncomfortable man, which side do you sleep on? Lu Hao, holding a glass of water and taking medicine, replied calmly, I'll find a friend to sleep with.
Oh.
When Lu Hao arrived in the yard, he saw Grandpa standing at the door of the main house. What are you doing? Grandpa asked cautiously. Lu Hao could only awkwardly turn around, going to the bathroom. Jiang Nan thought he had left and finally took a deep breath, lying flat on the Kong and pondering life. In her previous life, they had shared skinship, but reborn in this isolated era, especially in this environment, she still felt very shy. She didn't dare to be bold in front of him, mainly because of her overweight body. She lacked confidence. She didn't waste time lying down. She crossed her arms behind her head and did sit-ups. Suddenly, the door panel, which had been closed, squeaked as it was pushed open. Startled, Jiang Nan quickly sat up. Seeing the man who entered, she brushed her hair behind her ear and asked, Are you still here? I can't leave. With just this short sentence, Jiang Nan immediately understood what he meant. She could only put a pillow in the middle of the Kong and pointed to the half of the bed near the cabinet. Then you sleep over there. After speaking, she pulled the blanket over herself and crawled into the bed. Lying in the bed, Jiang Nan felt herself getting hotter. She didn't dare to take off her clothes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. But Lu Hao was still not asleep, sitting at the desk reading a book. Jiang Nan also couldn't sleep and kept thinking about Jiang Ping. She didn't know if that timid girl was tricked by Jiang Mei tonight. Could she successfully fight back? The more she thought, the more anxious she felt. She decided to get out of bed again. Lu Hao sat upright in his chair, flipping through a book. His hair was a buzz cut, and his face, without bandages, was sharp and stern. The handsome boy from 10 years ago had grown into a handsome young man. If not for that accident, such a man wouldn't belong to her. This made her more determined to heal his face. She also wanted to work hard and become a good person. Can I borrow this book to look at? She looked at a book on osteoporosis diagnosis on the desk and asked softly. Lu Hao didn't lift his eyes and casually replied, "Feel free." After getting his permission, Jiang Nan carefully took the book and sat by the bed, quietly reading. After a while, Lu Hao, feeling a bit tired from holding the same posture, moved his neck and glanced at the girl reading intently by the bed. His eyes flickered slightly. The calm side profile of the chubby girl had a peaceful, beautiful quality. Also, this side profile gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Lu Hao realized he was daydreaming again and hurriedly snapped back to reality. His gaze fell on the back of the book Jiang Nan was holding, and his eyes showed some surprise. "Can you understand it?" His tone was teasing. Jiang Nan looked up from the book when she heard him speak and replied seriously, "It's okay." The book introduces Western medical diagnosis of osteoporosis, mentioning two main methods, mainly relying on fragile fractures and bone density tests. She spoke earnestly, so Western medicine depends on machines to check if someone has osteoporosis. And traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Hao asked casually, seeing her answer so seriously. He took the initiative to discuss medical knowledge with her. Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. She closed the book and said carefully, "Traditional Chinese medicine uses observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, then dialectical analysis. For example, patients with kidney yang deficiency often feel cold, have back pain, and their tongue is pale with a thin pulse. Patients with liver and kidney yin deficiency tend to be thin, prone to cramps, and have dry eyes." Lu Hao interrupted her. "That's pretty good from the book." Jiang Nan retorted, a bit annoyed, "I didn't just memorize it. I have clinical experience."
Oh.
Lu Hao turned back to his book, clearly not believing her words. "Lu Hao, is your right arm affected by brachial plexus nerve damage?" Jiang Nan leaned over to ask. Lu Hao's gaze fell on her face again. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. Jiang Nan's round face showed confidence, and she said, "Actually, your condition can be treated with traditional Chinese medicine. Through acupuncture and massage, we can repair damaged nerves, improve blood flow, and prevent muscle atrophy. Of course, this treatment takes time, but it works very well. Returning to surgery is not impossible." His words made the man's cold eyes brighten briefly, then quickly fade. He spoke in a deep, somewhat annoyed tone. "Xiaopeng, I know you might have learned a little from barefoot doctors, but I am a graduate of a professional medical school. You don't need to show off in front of me, okay?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan was a bit angry and laughed. "What do you mean by showing off? What's wrong with being from a professional medical school? You also can't do anything about your own injuries?" Whether in her past life or now, she hated it when others looked down on barefoot doctors with contempt. Those with difficult illnesses who didn't trust her medical skills often ended up realizing the truth too late. She tried to reason with him. "Don't look down on barefoot doctors. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down through generations for thousands of years, saving many lives. It's a precious heritage left by our ancestors." Xiaopeng suddenly became serious. Lu Hao rubbed his temples in frustration. "Are you sleeping or not?"
Why?
Jiang Nan raised her chin, ready to argue about Western and Chinese medicine theories with him. "We agreed not to interfere with each other. If you keep arguing, our collaboration ends here. You pack up and leave immediately." Jiang Nan was silent.
Leave?
She rolled her eyes at Lu Hao, gave up arguing, and hurriedly got onto the bed, jumping under the covers in 1 second and pulling the quilt over her head. Lu Hao finally had peace in his ears, but lost interest in reading. He looked at his right arm, his eyes darkening. That night was the sweetest sleep Jiang Nan had had since her rebirth. She was originally worried about Jiang Ping, but after not sleeping well for the past 2 nights, she covered her head and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When the rooster crowed, she got out of bed, stretched happily, feeling refreshed. Her first thought was to ride her bicycle quickly to Dawan village. She turned her head and saw Lu Hao sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at his right arm in a daze. It was still early. The lights in the room were off, and the lighting was dim. Jiang Nan looked at his vague silhouette and felt a strange sadness. But Lu Hao was unresponsive, so she didn't dare say much. After waking up, her mind suddenly lit up with an idea. Yes. She thought of a way to treat Lu Hao. Lu Hao sensed something and turned his head, seeing a woman sitting behind him like a mountain, which startled him. Then he softly said, "Little fatty, you should leave my house. Are you going to change your mind again?" Jiang Nan was angry. "Didn't we agree on everything? In the early morning, why are you rushing people?" Lu Hao spoke, "If we sleep on the same bed, it will hurt your reputation." "I don't care." "I do." Jiang Nan could tell he was worried about being mistaken for a fake couple, so she said, "When we part ways in the future, I can explain to your true love that we have nothing between us." Anyway, his true love is herself. Lu Hao saw that she was very subtle and had to be direct. "You see, I am injured and need a quiet environment to rest." Jiang Nan thought she was too noisy last night and disturbed him. She bit her lip and muttered, "Maybe I won't discuss medical knowledge with you in the future." Lu Hao took a deep breath and decided to be straightforward. "Has anyone told you that you have sleep apnea?" Jiang Nan. As soon as he said that, Jiang Nan's chubby face turned pale and then red. She felt embarrassed and wanted to slap herself. She also wanted to slap Lu Hao, this annoying guy. Blushing, she stammered, I snore because I am a bit overweight, or maybe your pillow isn't suitable. These can all be improved." After speaking, she lowered her head, didn't dare to look at him, kicked off her cloth shoes, and ran out of the door. Lu Hao was surprised. He didn't expect her to understand the technical term he used. Watching the chubby girl run away in embarrassment, he couldn't help but smile a little. Then he remembered her snoring last night and felt a headache coming on. Fake couples really affect sleep. He needed to persuade her to leave. But first, he had to deal with his grandfather. Grandpa was in poor health and very stubborn. He really didn't want to make him angry. After Lu Hao left the house, he saw an old man and a young boy, one thin, one fat, doing calisthenics in front of the vegetable garden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. The old man's face was full of smiles, and his complexion looked a bit better than before. He followed the little fat boy, moving his arms and legs. It seemed that since yesterday, the old man hadn't smoked his water pipe. He had tried many times, but it was useless. The little fat boy's threat was enough to settle it. Lu Hao shook his head and went into the main room. Jiang Nan finished exercising with her grandfather and found a rope to start jump rope exercises. "Grandpa, count for me. I'll do 100 jumps." "Okay, I will count." Her hopes were high, but reality was tough. After about 10 jumps, Jiang Nan was out of breath, her legs felt heavy as if tied with sacks, and she couldn't jump properly. She put down the rope, panting, and said, "Grandpa, I can't do it anymore. Let's take it slow." "Yes, take it step by step. You can't become fat in one go," her grandfather replied. Looking at the chubby girl, old Master Lu cleared his throat and added, "Similarly, you can't become thin in one breath either." Around 6 o'clock, when it was bright outside, Jiang Nan wiped her sweat and said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, I need to go back to our village now to pick up my master's herbal medicine and take it to the county. Stay at home, I'll leave now." She had just finished washing up and was about to leave, but her grandfather said it wasn't safe before dawn, so she couldn't go out. Old Master Lu suggested, "Let Lu Hao go with you." Jiang Nan shook her head. "No need, he's injured." Reluctantly, her grandfather proposed, "Just have your master take a look at him." "Grandpa, forget it. He won't agree." "I'll go now and talk to you later," Jiang Nan said, then jumped onto her grandfather's old bicycle and headed to Dawan village. The bike sped along quickly. The air was fresh, birds chirped happily, and rapeseed flowers bloomed along the dirt road. If she didn't have urgent matters, she would really enjoy the beauty of nature. When she arrived at Dawan village, Jiang Nan saw a few villagers working in the fields. She locked her bicycle at Nia Yun's house as usual. Then she ran to check near Jiang's shed. The shed was in front of Jiang's yard, originally built years ago when her foster mother raised pigs, to make it easier to care for the piglets. It had a bed, and after the sow gave birth, people would sleep nearby to look after them. Later, Jiang Daming became obsessed with playing cards, and the shed became a place for their card-playing friends. Now, Jiang Nan carefully approached the shed behind Jiang's house to see what was happening. She saw a group of people gathered in front of the shed, their voices loud and mixed. Wu Erju's mother's voice was especially sharp. "My family's Erju said last night he went to play cards with old Jiang. He must be inside. I need to wake him up so he can go to the fields. Your Erju has been out all night, and he's really close to old Jiang." Nervously, Jiang Nan sneaked behind the villagers to listen. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. Jiang Daming was still wearing the faded red vest from yesterday, looking like he had just woken up, with sleep crusts still in the corners of his eyes. He came out of the broken door and saw Wu Erju's mother and several villagers working in the fields, chatting in front of the shelter. There was no sign of confusion on his face. He asked Wang Shenglan, "Where is Mimi?" Wang Shenglan shook her head. "I didn't see her. She should be sleeping inside the house." Last night, Jiang Mei was led into the house, then went back to sleep in her own room in the yard. Jiang Daming was a bit worried and said, "Go call her." Wang Shenglan looked at the villagers passing by and reminded him, "They're probably at home. Just deal with them first." While Jiang Daming and Wang Shenglan were whispering, Wu Erju's mother couldn't wait and pushed open the door of the shelter. She thought that the villagers passing by were just on this small path. If she didn't quickly share some exciting news to get everyone's attention, she might miss the best chance, and her daughter-in-law would be gone. After pushing the door open forcefully, she saw something that made her quickly close the door again, covering her eyes embarrassedly and shouting, "Oh no, this is terrible. This naughty boy." Although she was complaining, her tone carried a bit of pride. "Hey, Aunt Wu, what's wrong? Did Erju cause trouble again?" someone asked happily. Wu Erju's mother looked embarrassed and said, "Oh, it's so embarrassing. I suspected he might have a girlfriend, but I didn't expect it to happen so fast." She raised her sleeve to wipe her lips and sneered, "Lord Lu, after becoming a high official, you seem to have forgotten your manners. That name is not one you should be called by." Lu Mingtian's hand froze midair. His eyes widened in surprise for just a moment before he slowly knelt down on one knee, enduring silently. "Understood, Your Excellency." Shun Juanxi felt dizzy, her stomach churned, and she vaguely felt some stomach pain. She didn't want to speak, nor did she want to act out a servant master scene with Lu Mingtian. She turned around and headed outside. Living in this Beijing city, she had to perform many plays every day. She thought, who is this girl from the Jiang family he's with? With whom? Wu Erju is sleeping with a girl from the Jiang family? As soon as this was said, the villagers working in the fields burst into chaos. They all crowded at the shelter's door, eager to see for themselves. Early in the morning, this was too shocking. It had been a long time since the village had such explosive news. "Big Mouth, is this real?"
someone asked.
Zhang confidently replied, "Auntie, when have I ever spread false news?" Someone at the shelter's door gave a quick look and said, "Jiang Nan is married, so it must be Jiang Mei." "What Jiang Mei?" "My daughter is inside." Jiang Daming didn't expect Wu Erju's mother to be so impatient. Seeing everyone misunderstand, he angrily retorted. He instinctively believed that his daughter, being so clever, wouldn't make a mistake. When Wu Erju's mother first showed that expression and looked at him, he wasn't worried.
But
while everyone was talking loudly, Wang Shenglan went into the house to call Jiang Mei and came back disappointed. She whispered to Jiang Daming and realized something was wrong. Jiang Daming's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to stop her, but he underestimated how much the villagers loved gossip. Everyone was crowded at the door of the shed, talking messily, leaving him no chance to speak. At this moment, Jiang Nan pulled Jiang Ping's hand, and the two squeezed into the crowd. Jiang Nan suspiciously shouted, "What's going on?" Jiang Daming, his wife, and Wu Erju's mother saw Jiang Ping being pulled by Jiang Nan. They were stunned at first, then all changed their expressions. Jiang Daming and his wife thought quickly, "It's over, completely over." Could it be that Wu Erju slept with the wrong person? Jiang Daming didn't care about asking why Jiang Nan was there so early. He was terrified and immediately tried to block the shed's door. Wu Erju's mother was also stunned for a moment. Jiang Ping was outside, and the woman on the bed? She had just seen her son hugging a girl. If it wasn't Jiang Ping, then who could it be? Wu Erju's mother looked at Jiang Daming and Wang Shenglan, feeling more at ease. Jiang Mei was even better. That girl was smart and could manage life well. Unlike Jiang Ping, who was timid. Moreover, she and Jiang Daming had become relatives, closer now. Wu Erju's mother looked at Jiang Daming with a charming smile, feeling very pleased. But, just as she was imagining the future scene of becoming relatives with Jiang Daming, she heard Jiang Daming rush to the door of the shed and say coldly, "Everyone, disperse." Hearing this, Fong Guoping relaxed and felt more at ease. "Okay, if you say so, I feel better now," he said. He had thought the medicine Jiang Nan gave him might not be suitable. He was nervous, as he had finally found some hope and was afraid of being disappointed again. Jiang Nan then asked Lu Huifeng, "Auntie, we want to ask about Su Zheng's family. Do you know anything about them? Most rural people have relatives in nearby villages. News spreads quickly through relatives, and any gossip about a village can reach 10 or more villages. Inshui village is close to Jinshui village, so Lu Huifeng should know about that family. Or this girl, she must go to the city someday."
Okay.
Jiang Daming didn't have time to block the broken door of the shed. Jiang Ping stepped forward, looking anxious, and shouted loudly, "Uncle, it's Jiang Mei." Jiang Mei is on the bed. "Last night, we were supposed to sleep together. I had a stomach ache before bed, so I ran home to get medicine. After taking the medicine, I didn't dare go back to the shed, so I slept at my own house. Jiang Mei is inside." Jiang Ping came out as a witness, and the villagers, watching, got more excited. Jiang opened his mouth wide, glaring at Jiang Daming, who looked guilty and rolled his eyes. "Old Jiang, did you hear that?" Jiang Ping said, "Jiang Mei is inside. Why are you still blocking the door?" Wu Erju's mother also took the chance to agree. "Yes, old Jiang, look at these two kids. Since something happened, they might as well make it public. Young people, you know." She spoke while giving Jiang Daming a flirtatious look, trying to make him understand her meaning. But when it involved her daughter's reputation, Jiang Daming's attitude was very firm. He completely ignored Wu Erju's mother's expression. "Make it public? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Mei isn't inside. You should go back." Jiang Daming's cold and distant attitude made Wu Erju's mother feel cold inside. She got angry immediately. "You shameless man." He pulled up his pants and turned hostile. Wu Erju's mother looked serious and said displeased, "Old Jiang, what do you mean? Why do you change your attitude so quickly? My son Erju is a man. If he should take responsibility, he will. He won't be unfaithful. Both kids are like this, and you're still hiding something?" For her son's marriage, she decided to turn against Jiang Daming. With everyone as witnesses, she insisted on catching Jiang Mei and not letting her slip away. Jiang Daming faced Wu Erju's mother's tough gaze and refused to back down. "Even if I tell the truth, Jiang Mei isn't home today." He was angry and embarrassed. "Stop blocking my door. Are you all so free?" Seeing that the scene was about to end before it even started, Jiang Nan gave Jiang Ping a signal. The two moved to the shed door. Jiang Nan was furious. "Dad, move aside. Let me go teach Wu Erju that. He dared to come sleep in our shed with my sister. That's shameless." Jiang Nan, full of energy and with a fierce attitude, pushed Jiang Daming forcefully. Jiang Daming, being a man, was strong. Jiang Nan didn't push him away. Instead, he signaled Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping gathered her courage and went to pull Jiang Daming. "Uncle, let us go teach Wu Erju a lesson." Thinking about how this scene was prepared for her, Jiang Ping's body trembled. Originally, she should have been caught doing something wrong. If it weren't for Jiang Nan, her life would be ruined. Jiang Nan took advantage of the moment and slipped into the shed. With her fat hand, she slapped Wu Erzhong's dirty face twice. "Don't you dare sleep with my sister or bully her." Wu Erzhong was awakened by the slap, blinking blankly. His mind was completely empty. He turned his head to look at the woman sleeping beside him, and gradually his memory returned. Last night, according to plan, he sneaked into the shed in the dark, tore off his shirt, and got into the bed. Later, he saw a bottle of soda on the bedside, took a few sips, and drank it all. After that, he couldn't remember what happened. "Wu Erzhong, come out and give us an explanation. You ran into my sister's shed to sleep. Do you have no shame? What do you think of my sister? You must take responsibility for her." Jiang Nan pulled and dragged Wu Erzhong, who was shirtless, out of the small, broken door. As soon as Wu Erzhong stepped out, he saw a crowd outside, all looking at him with different expressions. Jiang Daming looked like he wanted to eat him. Wu Erzhong immediately explained, "Uncle Jiang, I don't know how this happened." He clearly agreed that Jiang Ping would be there, but it turned into Jiang Mei. But he liked Jiang Mei. She was quite charming. Inside the shed, Jiang Nan used all her strength to wake Jiang Mei. It was hard to wake her after taking sleeping pills. Last night, following Jiang Nan's plan, Jiang Ping took off Jiang Mei's clothes and stuffed them into the bed gap. Now Jiang Mei was, and Jiang Nan was pulling her up. The door was open, and Jiang Nan pushed her outside, angrily saying, "Everyone see what my sister looks like after being bullied by Wu Erzhong?" When the door opened, Jiang Mei felt a cold rush and instantly woke up. She screamed in horror, crossed her arms, and shrank back into the shed. "Fatty, do you want to die?" Jiang Daming was furious, teeth clenched, and raised his hand to hit Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan dodged. "Why are you hitting me? I just want to vent my anger for my sister. She's been bullied like this, and you're doing nothing." Wang Xinlan quickly ran home, grabbed a piece of clothing, and helped Jiang Mei put it on, then pushed her back into the bed in the shed. Jiang Daming's face was red with shame, and he yelled hysterically, "Get out! All of you, get out!" Jiang Nan, unafraid of trouble, added fuel to the fire. "Aunt Wu, your son slept with my sister. Your family must take responsibility." Wu Erzhong's mother nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we will take responsibility." She grabbed Jiang Daming's arm. "Old Jiang, don't be angry. We're going to find a matchmaker soon. We're changing the marriage." Jiang Daming shook her off. "My Mei will never marry Erzhong. Your family should give up. Take your son and go home." Wu Erzhu's mother refused. "Old Jiang, what do you mean? What's wrong with my son? This has happened, and she won't marry my son. Who else would she marry instead?" Wang Shenglan glanced at Wu Erzhu, who had a sharp face, and snorted coldly. "What's wrong? A toad trying to eat a swan." Wu Erzhu's mother, hearing Wang Shenglan look down on her son, crossed her arms and retorted, "Ha! Wang Xinglan's daughter, how noble is she? Isn't she just seducing my son? One hand can't clap alone. Don't pretend to be so high and mighty. If my son is willing to marry her, that's good enough." Wang Shenglan, angry, wanted to argue, but Jiang Nan spoke first. "Aunt Wu, why are you so rude? These two can be together because they truly like each other. Also, they say children follow their mother's example. Didn't you also flirt with my dad? Your Wu Erzhu must have seen you sneaking around my house looking for my dad. Kids learn from their parents." When Jiang Nan said this, the gossipers, who had been about to leave after Jiang Daming shouted at them, became even more excited. The gossip collector and spreader, Zhang, with a big mouth and a look like he already knew everything, said, "I told you so. Old Jiang and Wu Erzhu's mom are involved, right? Oh my goodness, Zhang, your mouth is blessed. What is all this about?" Wang Xinlan was stunned for 2 seconds. When she realized what Jiang Nan had said, she quickly grabbed Jiang Nan and asked, "What did you say? Are you saying the woman who came to my house is this woman?" Jiang Nan nodded weakly, "Yes, more than once. Yang Kaihua, I'll fight you." Wang Shenglan lost her mind. Forgetting she was pretending to be sick in front of Jiang Nan, she rushed over to Wu Erzhu's mother, pulled her hair, and pushed her to the ground. Jiang Daming watched as the two women fought, unable to control the scene. He was furious and went to hit Jiang Nan. "You wicked girl, I'll beat you to death." He realized that this girl had come to cause trouble early in the morning. Jiang Nan skillfully dodged Jiang Daming. She gloated, "You see, stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Serves you right." Outside, chaos broke out. Jiang Jigang led the cow from the backyard, limping, planning to take the cow out to graze. He looked indifferent about the family drama at the door. Jiang Daming, seeing his useless son, was furious and kicked him in the "All because of you, this useless brat. Why did I even have you?" If he had known his eldest son would turn out like this, he wouldn't have made that deal back then. Now, the Jiang family's lineage and inheritance are in question. Jiang Jigang was kicked in the backside. He turned around, looking coldly at Jiang Daming. "I never asked you to arrange a marriage for me, and I don't want to marry anyone. You're useless. And now you have the nerve to complain?" Jiang Jigang ignored them and led the cows straight toward the small woods outside the village. Jiang Daming shouted at Jiang Mei, questioning her about what happened last night. Jiang Nan took the chance to leave. Jiang Ping kept following her. Nan, are you leaving?" "Yes, I'm leaving. If you need anything, find me in Jinshui village." Ping, remember, in the future, you need to have your own ideas and live for yourself. Our lives must be in our own hands, and we can't let others control us. Jiang Ping nodded firmly. "I understand." She was able to escape last night only because Jiang Nan gave her good advice. At the same time, she realized her situation. Surrounded by a group of fierce wolves and tigers. Jiang Nan said to Jiang Ping, "I'm going into the herbal medicine business now. If you want, you can help me out. I'll pay you for your work." "Okay." Jiang Nan didn't stay long. She said goodbye to Jiang Ping and quickly went to Nie Yun's house at the village entrance.
"Uncle Nie, I'm here.
Please weigh these herbs for me. I'm going to sell them in the county today." Nie Yun had just gotten up and was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Jiang Nan rushed in energetically. He slowly lowered his hands, straightened up, and looked at Jiang Nan with curiosity. He seemed to wonder about her enthusiasm. Was she being friendly, or did she have another purpose? "Uncle Nie, don't look at me like that. Honestly, I plan to buy herbs in the village. I see that the herbs in your yard are high quality. I want to take some to negotiate prices with the herbal shop owners." Hearing this, Nie Yun looked away and replied calmly, "If you want to buy, then I'll sell them to you." Jiang Nan was speechless. That was too straightforward. Seeing she didn't speak, Nie Yun asked, "Is there a problem?" No problem." She hurriedly waved her hands. Nie Yun pointed to the shed where miscellaneous items were stored. "There's a scale over there. Weigh them, and I'll give you last year's market price for the herbs." Jiang Nan took the scale and hesitated. "Uncle Nie, I left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. Can I write you a IOU first?" Nie Yun said nothing and went inside. After a while, he came out with paper and a pen. "Just write an IOU." Jiang Nan struggled to weigh the herbs alone. Luckily, they were all in half bags. She could barely lift them. She recognized the scale. After weighing each half bag, she still asked Nie Yun to verify the weight, to avoid him claiming she was stealing extra. 16 gene of astragalus and 24 gene of dandelion, Jiang Nan said. "Uncle Nie, my bike can't carry more. I'll take these 2 herbs first. Can you tell me how much it costs? Aren't you buying herbs? What's your price?" Nie Yun asked again. "A gene of astragalus costs 450, and dandelion is 40 cents. These were the buying prices from the village herbal seller in her past life." Nie Yun looked at her without speaking and handed her a piece of paper and a pen. "Write an IOU." Jiang Nan quickly calculated the amount, wrote the IOU, and happily handed it to Nie Yun. "Uncle Nie, keep this. I'll bring the money tomorrow. If I don't come, you can find me in Jinshui village." Then she tied the 2 nylon bags of herbs to the sides of her bike's rear seat. "Uncle Nie, I'm leaving." She waved goodbye to Nie Yun and pedaled her bike toward Jinshui village. When she reached the small woods at the village entrance, Jiang Jigang was tying a cow to a willow tree. Seeing Jiang Nan riding over, Jiang Jigang came over. Jiang Nan stopped her bike. Brother, are you herding cows? Jiang Jigang's eyes fell on the back of her bike. Nan, what's that? Jiang Nan replied, it's Uncle Nia's herbs. I'm helping sell them. Nan, are you doing okay at that house? Jiang Jigang looked guilty because he couldn't stop her from marrying into that family. I'm doing well, Jiang Nan said, looking at this family member who had been shy and insecure since childhood, and who was the only one in her past life who had given her warmth. She couldn't help but say a few more words. Brother, you should think about yourself too. The people at home, to keep the so-called Jiang family's lineage, don't give you any choice. They just mess around. You probably noticed the person who was with Wu Erzhu last night was supposed to be Jiang Ping. But by a twist of fate, she avoided a disaster. They looked fine at first, able to fight and talk, but suddenly they looked like dead people. They're carrying bamboo tubes filled with venomous scorpions, and I think they might have some background. On the snow, 2 people wearing hats and plain indigo clothes were, and kneeling on the ground. Shun Juanxi crouched down to examine them. Their skin was pale as paper, as if it could break with a touch. Their dull eyes showed a faint red, and their lips were dark purple. If they weren't still breathing, it was hard to tell if they were alive or dead. Looking at these two, Shun Juanxi thought of the word poisoned. It fell on the back of her bike. Her bike was overloaded. Halfway, the bike couldn't handle it and the chain fell off. She crouched down, fiddling for a while but couldn't fix it. She could only grunt and push her bike home. She was naturally overweight and loved to sweat. As the sun rose, she was hot and sweating profusely, struggling to walk on the bumpy dirt road. Jiang Nan suddenly felt a bit of tightness in her chest. She had been reborn, yet she still endured such hardships. In novels, the heroines who are reborn usually have all kinds of special powers, but she only had a heavy, sluggish body that couldn't walk easily. Just as she was complaining, a 3-wheeled motorcycle roared past her from behind. She quickly pushed her bicycle to the side of the road. The rural dirt road was dusty, and every vehicle passing by kicked up a cloud of yellow dust. The motorcycle went past her, and Jiang Nan was choked and coughed. She cursed the rider for being inconsiderate. Can't you go slower? Can't you think about the people? She waved her hand to brush away the dust from her face, feeling very tired. At that moment, she saw the 3-wheeled motorcycle stop not far ahead. The person on it seemed to be waving at her. After the dust settled, Jiang Nan looked carefully and recognized the rider. Qin Feng? Little fatty, what are you up to? Qin Feng got off the motorcycle, smiling as he looked at the dirty girl. Officer Qin, I just visited my mother's village, she explained. Qin Feng leaned on his motorcycle and smiled. Your family treats you well, bringing so many things. Jiang Nan thought to herself, yeah, right. She explained, Officer Qin, these are some Chinese herbs I bought. I plan to sell them in the county town. My bicycle chain broke. Qin Feng immediately recognized that this was the small 2-wheeled cart belonging to Grandpa Lu, not far from Lu Hao's age. Probably this bike would be damaged today because of little fatty. He walked over and helped unload the 2 bags tied to the bicycle. Throw it on my bike, he said. Thanks, Officer Qin. Jiang Nan quickly thanked him, feeling grateful. This was a real lifesaver. She placed the nylon bags on the motorcycle. Qin Feng looked at her broken bicycle and said, if the bike can't hold everything, maybe you should throw away this broken bike and ride with me? Jiang Nan's mouth twitched slightly. Thanks, I'll just push it back myself. Please help me put the herbs at my door, she replied. All right, take your time. Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the 3-wheeled motorcycle sped away. Jiang Nan was behind, coughing as she ate a mouthful of dust. She cursed loudly. With the bicycle seat empty, pushing was easier. In about 10 minutes, she arrived at Jinsui village. When she pushed the bike to the gate of her old house, Qin Feng's 3-wheeled motorcycle was parked there. Old Master Lu was hunched over, standing at the gate and looking around. Seeing Jiang Nan return, he quickly jogged over to her, then bent over coughing and gasping for breath. Jiang Nan saw the old man's condition and worriedly said, Grandpa, take it slow. Nan, you're back. Qin Feng said your bike chain broke. This old bike is too worn out and should be retired. Old Mr. Lu looked at Jiang Nan's bike with some embarrassment. Grandpa, luckily I met Officer Qin. She looked at the tricycle motorcycle parked at the door and asked, he hasn't left yet? No, he's talking with Lu Hao. Old Mr. Lu explained for his grandson, I originally asked him to pick you up halfway, but Qin Feng needed to see him, so I didn't bother him. It's okay, Grandpa. She didn't expect Lu Hao to pick her up. Jiang Nan pushed her bike into the yard and asked old Mr. Lu, Grandpa, can this chain be fixed? I need to go to the county town at noon. It can be fixed. I'll repair it. Old Mr. Lu rolled up his sleeves and squatted beside the bike to start fixing the chain. Inside, Qin Feng said to Lu Hao, all right, I've delivered the message. This afternoon, old Chen and his family will meet with you at the county government. Do you want to go now or later? Lu Hao replied, let's go together. Qin Feng stood up, I've already put your grandma's medicinal herbs in the yard. Just as he left the main house, Jiang Nan came over. She asked, Officer Qin, are you leaving? Yes, your things are over there. Qin Feng pointed to a nylon bag standing in the corner of the wall. Jiang Nan sincerely thanked him. Thanks. If I had met you today, I would have been wandering on the road for a long time. Qin Feng looked at the cheerful, plump girl in front of him and asked curiously, where are you planning to sell that? To the county town. Jiang Nan added, I know some people there. Old Mr. Lu stretched his dirty hand up from beside the broken bike and awkwardly looked at Jiang Nan. Nan, it can't be fixed. This bike might have to retire completely. Qin Feng looked at the retired bike and honestly said, the little girl is heavy, and she's carrying 2 bags. No wonder it's damaged. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Old Mr. Lu smiled and asked Qin Feng, are you going back to your unit? Want to give Nan a ride? Qin Feng nodded happily, sure, Grandpa. He pointed to Lu Hao, he's going too. Jiang Nan shyly asked, can we sit on it? Her and her medicinal bags took up space. Just squeeze in, they said. Jiang Nan placed her medicinal bags on the bike, and she and Lu Hao sat on it. Jiang Nan sat on the motorcycle, holding a bag of huangqi and stacked most of the dandelions between them to prevent them from falling. Qin Feng is a police officer at the town's police station. Today, he was going to the village for some errands. Panchir town is connected to the county seat, and his office is near the county town. After entering the town, he asked, Xiaopeng, where are you going? I can give you a ride. Lu Hao also looked at Jiang Nan. With these herbs, where can she sell them? Jiang Nan politely replied, I'm going to Nongguan. Just drop me off by the roadside. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng's motorcycle arrived at Nongguan. The motorcycle stopped. Jiang Nan jumped off, then carried her 2 nylon bags down. She didn't expect Lu Hao to help her and politely said, you guys go ahead.
Don't worry about me.
I'll sell the herbs and go back on my own. Although the bags of herbs weren't heavy, the large volume of dandelions, along with huangqi, made it difficult for Jiang Nan to carry both bags with her hands. Qin Feng was about to leave, but saw the chubby girl struggling ahead. He told Lu Hao, old Lu, you should go help her. She's your wife after all. Coming to such a place alone. Something could happen. It's still early. The area was quite deserted, with only a few rundown shops and no other people around. Qin Feng, being a police officer, knew the local security well. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Hao sat still, lips pressed tightly.
Go or not?
Someone without a foundation who wants to master the Taisu 9 needles for acupoint targeting and pulse cutting needs to remember thousands of possible meridian routes. But if they first learn the Shengju Yangxing technique, the Taisu 9 needles becomes a gift. As a result, Shen Junting, who had been deeply discouraged, felt even more defeated. Human memory and mental energy are limited. He can remember 1 book, 10 books, even 100 books, but not thousands. Shen Juanxi had never memorized anything. She always relied on instinct and guesses. She didn't need to memorize at all. She just judged which path to take at forks. When she turned around, she saw Lu Hao's face, mostly hidden, but unmistakable. Jiang Nan's heart warmed instantly, and she asked in surprise, how did you come here? Lu Hao's tone was indifferent. I'm worried you might get scammed and can't explain to Grandpa. Oh, let's go. It's over there, she said happily, smiling as she pointed to the shop ahead, filled with sacks. When they reached the shop, she told Lu Hao, "Wait here a moment. I'll go find the owner." Jiang Nan set down her nylon bags and looked into the herbal shop. A tall young man with a dark tan, wearing a towel around his neck, was coming out of a herbal shop carrying a sack. Jiang Nan saw him and instantly felt a warm sense of familiarity. Big Lu. The Big Lu, who worked with her at the herbal shop in her past life. Jiang Nan suppressed her excitement and approached him to ask, "Hello, is Boss Yang here?" Big Lu wiped his sweat, looking blank, and asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Nan replied, "I'm here to deliver herbs." "Is the boss here?" "Wait a moment." Big Lu carried the sack into the shop. Soon after, a middle-aged woman with short hair followed the tall man out. From afar, Jiang Nan saw her and felt even more excited. This was the kind-hearted boss she met when she worked in the county town in her past life. Aunt Yang from the herbal shop. She was a capable rural woman, even more so than many men. Jiang Nan hurriedly ran over to them. The tall man said, "That's her. The one here to deliver herbs." Jiang Nan politely smiled and greeted, "Hello, Aunt Yang. Do you have herbs?" The woman asked, sizing her up. "Yes, I do. They are over here. Come take a look." Jiang Nan quickly ran to the side of the road, opened the nylon bag. Aunt Yang saw the man with injuries standing in front of the bag and looked at him a bit more carefully, with a hint of caution in her eyes. She grabbed some wild astragalus and examined it, sounding a little disappointed. "Is this all the herbs?" Jiang Nan explained, "I don't have much today. I came to discuss business with you. If we agree, I can give you as much of this high-quality herb as you want." As soon as she said that, Aunt Yang became interested. "Come on, let's talk inside the shop." Jiang Nan nodded eagerly. She then turned to Lu Hao and said, "If you have something to do, you can go ahead. I'll talk business with Aunt Yang. If you want to come along, that's fine too." Qin Feng's motorcycle was still nearby. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow her inside. He thought this chubby girl is now officially his wife, but he better not cause any trouble. Aunt Yang led them into the shop, which was filled with herbs, and there was a back door leading to the backyard. In the backyard, various herbs were drying. Aunt Yang was simple and practical. She pulled out 2 small stools and said, "Sit down." She looked at Jiang Nan and asked with a smile, "Young lady, how do you want to discuss?" Jiang Nan looked around at the place where she had worked for several months in her past life. Her feelings were complicated, and she felt like she had returned. But this time, her identity was different. She carefully explained, "Aunt Yang, my family lives at the foot of Beishan Mountain. This is the best time for villagers to harvest medicinal herbs. In previous years, all the herbs from our area were bought by Old Huang, the herbal trader. Old Huang offers low prices and shortchanges us. I've heard that Boss Yang is an honest herbal trader, so I want to work with you." Hearing Jiang Nan mention Old Huang, Aunt Yang's eyes brightened slightly. Looking at Jiang Nan, her gaze was curious. Old Huang is indeed their competitor, but not very honest. In past years, Old Huang was the main buyer of herbs from Beishan. They couldn't compete with him. She asked, "How do we work together?" Jiang Nan looked at her with shining eyes and said, "I will collect the herbs and deliver them to you, earning a small profit in between. What do you think?" Currently, she couldn't afford to send herbs to the city's processing factories, so she had to cooperate with herbal traders. Right now, she needed trustworthy allies. Aunt Yang and the others are honest people, so she felt completely at ease. "Can you really get such good herbs?" Aunt Yang asked, tugging at Jiang Nan's half-bag of huangqi, yellow Sephora root. High-quality medicinal herbs are very attractive to herbal traders. Jiang Nan replied, "Aunt Yang, the herbs will definitely be graded, and we will price them according to quality." Aunt Yang nodded with satisfaction. She became interested in Jiang Nan, but seeing her young, chubby face, she still felt she might not be entirely reliable. She asked again, "Girl, how old are you? Does your family know?" "This isn't a small matter." Jiang Nan pointed to the man beside her who hadn't spoken and introduced him to Aunt Yang. "This is my husband. He agrees." Lu Hao was suddenly called out. looked up at the two women chatting eagerly, but said nothing. Jiang Nan pinched him and said, "You support me, right?" Aunt Yang looked at the man with bandages on his face, her expression complicated. Jiang Nan quickly explained, "He has a minor injury on his face, but he's not a bad person." Aunt Yang thought for a long time and made a decision. "All right, let's discuss the price. Top quality huangqi is 5 yuan a jean, dandelions are 50 cents, and herbs like half summer and white mugwort. I can pay a few cents more than the village's buying price." How does that sound? The prices she offered were based on what she knew from her previous work experience here. Aunt Yang was straightforward, and Jiang Nan offered a good price right away. She didn't push for a lower rate. She lowered her head and said, "Okay, go back and start collecting herbs. You can deliver all of them to me at this price." Jiang Nan saw Aunt Yang agree, and her eyes flickered slightly. She smiled and said, "Aunt Yang, if we work together, you also need to show some sincerity. What if I buy the herbs and you try to underprice me? Or, if you stockpile goods, I can't afford that. We should agree on a price first, and you give a deposit, then I can work without worries." Aunt Yang looked uncomfortable and said, "Miss, this is a small business. I probably can't give a deposit." Today, Jiang Nan came specifically for the deposit. Otherwise, she had no money and couldn't start work in the village. When Aunt Yang refused, Jiang Nan was not upset. She smiled warmly and calmly said, "Actually, old Huang also wanted to work with me before, but I didn't trust his character, so I came to you. If you're not serious, I'll keep looking for old Huang or take the herbs directly to the processing factory in the city. Our herbs from Beishan are well known wherever they go. Working with old Huang? That would mean they would lose the chance to work with Beishan's herbs forever." Finally, Aunt Yang compromised. "All right, give me your detailed address. When my husband comes back tomorrow, he'll come to check out your place. Then we can talk about the deposit." "No problem." The two women quickly agreed on the herbs. Aunt Yang asked Daliu to weigh Jiang Nan's 2 types of herbs, buying the astragalus at a price 1 yuan higher than local vendors. Dandelions were bought for a penny more. Jiang Nan left her detailed address at the Jinshui village home. Then the two women, both seeming to regret parting, happily chatted for a while before saying goodbye reluctantly. Lu Hao stood nearby, acting completely like a tool. When Jiang Nan was giving her address, Lu Hao wanted to speak up and interrupt. But as he saw the lively, eager expression in the chubby boy's eyes, he chose to stay silent. After leaving the herb shop, Lu Hao asked quietly, "Are you really going to sell herbs?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Yes, I told my grandpa and he agreed. We plan to sell herbs to make money." She called her grandpa affectionately, and Lu Hao felt like she really wanted to stay with him longer. He reminded her, "I'll be returning to the city soon. You said we'd part ways then. Are you planning to stay in your hometown after selling the herbs?"
No, Jiang Nan strakt casually.
"You heard it. I'll sell what I have, hand over the herbs, and then leave. Just making a little profit." She saw that Lu Hao was silent and kept making excuses. Running away also costs money. Besides, you spent so much on marrying me, which is all my grandfather's hard-earned money. I don't want him to worry, so I'll find a way to pay him back later. That way, I can feel at ease." Lu Hao, being shy and reserved, listened to the girl chatter on, saying things that made sense and left him unable to argue. His face hurt, his arm hurt, and he had things to do, so he didn't want to talk much with her. Jin Feng was still standing by the motorcycle. When he saw a man and a woman talking and walking over, he teased, "Wow, you've been gone so long, and you're having such a good chat. Little fat, did the business go through?" Jin Feng asked with a tone that hinted he was happy about their success, intentionally provoking. Jiang Nan nodded seriously. "Yes, it's settled. After inspecting the farm tomorrow, I can start buying the herbs." Jin Feng was surprised. "Really? Little fat is so capable? Is that true?" He asked Lu Hao, looking at him with disbelief. "Did the deal really go through? Is business really that easy?" Lu Hao didn't answer. He went straight to the motorcycle. Jiang Nan hurried to catch up and reminded him, "Lu Hao, the price Boss Yang offered, you must keep it secret. Don't let the villagers find out. And this too, keep it quiet or someone might steal my business." Lu Hao said nothing. Instead, Jin Feng spoke, "Little fat, you shouldn't be the one to keep quiet." Jiang Nan looked confused. Huh? He's no different from a mute. As for me, Jin Feng stroked his chin, with a very obvious meaning, threatening Jiang Nan and asking for a favor. Jiang Nan grinned. "I know you're talkative." Jin Feng rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Knowing I'm talkative, why don't you just pay me off to keep quiet?" She smiled with a hidden threat. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. You decide how to handle it. Jin Feng was silent. "Mealtime is coming. How about I treat you all to dinner?" Nia Yun's herbs had sold for money. She planned to overdraft today, and once Boss Yang and the others paid the deposit tomorrow, she would pay Nia Yun. Jin Feng agreed. "Sure, it's about dinner time anyway. Little Fat is about to become the boss, so it's time for celebration." Lu Hao had already gotten on his motorcycle and said to Jiang Nan, "We have some things to do. You can eat something and take the bus back home from the station." Lu Hao seemed to intentionally distance himself from her. Jiang Nan didn't mind and nodded. "Okay, I have something to do too. I'll go first." Jiang Nan came to the county, and talking to Aunt Yang about buying herbs was secondary. Her main goal was to go find medicine. She planned to get medicine for her grandfather and also wanted to prepare a set of Xingji-san, a healing powder, for Lu Hao. If Lu Hao followed, it wouldn't be convenient. Now was a good time for her to freely browse the Chinese medicine shops. Jin Feng kindly warned her, "Xiaopeng, stay safe and don't get taken by human traffickers. Things have been a bit dangerous around here lately." Lately, things have been dangerous. As Qin Feng's words reached Jiang Nan's ears, a distant memory from her past life suddenly flashed through her mind, her beautiful but expressionless face. Her heart skipped a beat. It hurt a little. She asked Qin Feng, "Officer Qin, I heard you have a sister?" "Yes, I have a sister. Why do you ask?" Qin Feng replied casually as he was about to get into the car. Jiang Nan smiled and asked, "Is she studying?" "I feel lonely alone, and I want to meet a kind and good-hearted sister. So, can I meet her sometime?" She was trying to find out about Qin Feng's sister in this way. Qin Feng answered, "My sister is studying tailoring in the city. When she comes back next time, I'll introduce you to her."
But
Qin Feng looked at the man sitting on the motorcycle waiting for him to drive, and sighed, "I don't know if she'll still be here then." Jiang Nan was silent. Although she understood what Qin Feng meant, his words sounded so awkward. "Of course I'll be here. I have a long life," Jiang Nan said, waving goodbye to them confidently and turning around gracefully. Watching Jiang Nan's back as she left, Qin Feng smiled and said, "This girl, although a bit chubby, has an interesting soul. Her personality complements yours, such a perfect match." Lu Hao scolded him, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Qin Feng stepped on the gas, and he and Lu Hao headed back to his house. At 2 p.m., Lu Hao appeared at the county government office. He was awarded the honorary title of bravery for rescuing people during a fire. Actually, he was supposed to be honored at his home, but Lu Hao was a modest person and didn't want everyone to know. So he came alone just to go through the formalities. The county leaders greeted him, expressing their respect and asking about his injuries. This young man risked his life to save others, cut off the power at the hotel in time, and prevented greater casualties and economic loss. They truly admired him. Lu Hao was taken into a meeting room and waited. Before the leaders arrived, an elderly man with white hair, supported by a young woman with short hair, entered the room. A middle-aged official named Old Lu from the county introduced them. "Old Chen, here he is." He pointed to Lu Hao. "This young man is the brave hero who carried you out of the fire." Lu Hao saw the elderly man struggling to walk and quickly stood up. Old Chen approached him, bowing his back, with a hoarse voice, repeatedly thanking him. "Comrade Lu Hao, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I caused you to get hurt. If it weren't for saving this old body of mine, your face wouldn't be like this." "Ah." Old Chen held Lu Hao's hand, feeling grateful yet guilty. He came alone to Longshan County to find his relatives and stayed in a hotel. Due to improper handling, a fire broke out at the socket in the middle of the night. He was trapped inside the room, but this young man risked his safety to carry him out of the blazing fire. In response to old Chen's emotional thanks, Lu Hao simply said calmly, "Comrade, it's what I should do. It's I who harmed you, young man." Old Chen looked at the gauze on Lu Hao's face, feeling heavy inside. He was already a sinner. Coming to Longshan County was to find his grandson before he died and seek redemption. But before he could find him, he caused more trouble. Unintentionally, he harmed a young person. Old Chen was elderly and in poor health. He inhaled a lot of smoke during the fire and had been hospitalized for some time. Today, he forced himself to come to the Longshan County government to thank his benefactor. Seeing Lu Hao's face, his emotions grew more intense, and he felt guilty. The doctor said that this young man's face might be permanently damaged. Old Chen felt guilty and uncomfortable, his chest heaving violently, unable to forgive himself. His granddaughter, Chen Rolin, comforted him. "Grandpa, don't get too excited. Your health isn't good yet." Old Chen took a deep breath, sighed, and gradually calmed down. At this moment, the county officials had all entered the meeting room. Old Chen stood up, looked at everyone, and bowed. "I also want to thank all the comrades in Longshan County. Sorry for the trouble." "Old comrade, you're too polite." The county leaders invited everyone to sit down, spoke briefly, praised Lu Hao's brave and selfless act, and awarded him a banner, which Chen Rolin had prepared in advance. The county also rewarded Lu Hao with 200 yuan. Lu Hao accepted the official recognition and expressed his thanks. As a family member, Chen Rolin also gratefully said, "Comrade Lu Hao, my grandfather wanted to thank you earlier. Because he inhaled too much smoke and wasn't feeling well, he was hospitalized and couldn't visit you in time. Please forgive us." Then, Chen Rolin handed a thick envelope to Lu Hao with both hands. "This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Lu Hao refused. "Comrade, I can't accept this." The government offered recognition and rewards, which he accepted. However, the older comrade refused to take the extra money given to him. Chen Rolin said, "Please take it. Consider it a small compensation. If you accept the money, my grandfather will feel better. I am a doctor. Saving lives is my duty. When an elder is in danger, helping him is only right." "You don't need to worry about it," he replied. Old Chen, weak and tired, held his hand and pleaded, "Young man, you must accept it. If you take the money, I will feel better inside." "Old comrade, I have my principles," Lu Hao insisted, refusing the compensation. Old Chen, too weak to stand, sat down and held Lu Hao's hand, thanking, apologizing, feeling guilty and regretful. He just hoped Lu Hao would accept his kindness. Because of his carelessness, a hotel room caught fire, causing lifelong harm to this brave young man. He would blame himself forever. Lu Hao comforted him. "Old comrade, don't worry. Anyone would do the same in your place." With guidance from county officials, Old Chen finally changed his mind and no longer insisted Lu Hao accept the money. He held Lu Hao's hand and asked, "Little Lu, you said you're a doctor. But I'm afraid it's also part of the young Marquis's plan. Xiao Chen doesn't know how the young Marquis will respond to the emperor." Shen Juanxi looked at Xiao Chen with slight surprise. If he's foolish, his mind is surprisingly sharp. Originally, the emperor's plan to grant Madame Su a noble title was meant to let her cause trouble in the palace, perhaps to exchange conditions for something. But the emperor, sitting high above, might not have the time to know who Madame Su really is or what secrets she holds. Perhaps he didn't expect that she would refuse to see the court once, cause trouble with the Ministry of Rights, and then simply give up on becoming a noble lady. "Old comrade, all right, write down your pager number. I'll send you messages, or you can give me your address and write letters." Chen Rolin took out her phone book from her bag, wrote her home address and phone number, tore the paper, and handed it to Lu Hao. Lu Hao shared his pager number, but since he didn't stay often at his hometown, he didn't give Old Chen his home address. After exchanging contact details, the meeting ended. Chen Rolin helped her grandfather and said goodbye to them. Before leaving, Old Chen also provided the county officials with clues about the person he was looking for, hoping they could help find him. Old Chen was a retired senior official from Lan City. The county leaders naturally paid close attention to his request. Lu Hao left the county government office and headed toward the bus station. The bus from the county to the nearby town just happened to pass near Jinshui village, so it was convenient. The last bus in the afternoon left at 4 o'clock. Lu Hao checked his watch. It was 3:30. He quickened his pace toward the station. As he approached the bus stop, a clear voice called out to him. "Lu Hao, wait for me." Lu Hao turned around and saw the chubby girl, carrying a bag of traditional medicine, sweating heavily and huffing as she hurried to catch the bus. His brow furrowed slightly. Why hasn't she left yet? Jiang Nan ran up to him, wiping sweat from her forehead, and asked, "The bus hasn't left yet, right?" "No," Lu Hao replied, his eyes falling on the few bags of medicine she was holding. "Who are you getting medicine for?" "For Grandpa," Jiang Nan said. "Yesterday, I got a prescription from Uncle Nia. I went to the pharmacy to buy the medicine and to help Grandpa improve his health. Today, she had been running around all day, not only getting medicine for her grandfather to treat his lung condition but also preparing a skin tonic for Lu Hao. To keep the prescription secret, she went to 2 different pharmacies and even ground the medicine into powder." "Getting medicine for Grandpa?" Lu Hao saw she was serious and looked at her sternly. "Xiao Pang, I don't mind you staying at my house, but you can't cause trouble. You can't just give him any medicine." Jiang Nan joked, "It's just to help him recover, it won't be a problem." Lu Hao wasn't convinced. "I care about my grandfather's health. You can't give him random medicine. If you keep acting on your own and causing trouble, you should leave now." Oh, this arrogant man thought she had nowhere to go and was clinging to his house. Jiang Nan, quick-tempered, retorted directly, "I don't care about that." Lu Hao was stunned. At this point, Jiang Nan felt she might have to go back on her word. She couldn't keep the secret from her grandfather about his illness. If she didn't tell Lu Hao the truth, she wouldn't be able to prepare the herbal medicine for him. Lu Hao might immediately end their so-called marriage. Honestly, she didn't mind ending this pretend marriage. After all, she had already connected with Aunt Yang, started collecting herbs, and could live in the county. Once she lost weight, transformed into a beautiful woman, earned some money, and reconnected with him as Lan Lan, she would definitely dazzle him. But if she gave up on treating his face and left scars, that would be a pity. He would have scars on his face and might feel ashamed, avoiding facing Lan Lan from 10 years ago. Moreover, without treatment, his arm wouldn't be ready for surgery, just like in her past life. He could only do so-called scientific research. "I have always held regrets deep inside. And there is old Master Lu. She can't just watch as the elderly follow the same tragic path as before, leaving this world with regrets." Lu Hao, as his grandson, has the right to know about the old man's health. At this moment, Lu Hao's aura turns cold. Jiang Nan doesn't care about his reaction and angrily says, "If you really care about Grandpa, how could he be so sick?" Jiang Nan glares at him angrily. Lu Hao is momentarily stunned and blurts out, "What kind of illness?" "Grandpa has been coughing a lot recently. Over the years, because of smoking water pipes, his throat has been bad. He has coughed before, and they took him to see a doctor. There was no serious problem. He just smoked too much. He has been trying to persuade him to quit, but the old man refuses to listen. There's nothing he can do about it." Now, hearing Jiang Nan say Grandpa is sick, Lu Hao suddenly feels a bad premonition. Jiang Nan looks at him seriously and says, "Honestly, Grandpa has chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The situation isn't good. Even though you're an orthopedic doctor, you should understand some of these diseases. If he doesn't get treatment and it progresses, the consequences could be serious." Hearing this, Lu Hao stammers in shock. "What did you say? COPD? How long has it been since you last lived with Grandpa?" Jiang Nan asks, annoyed by his surprised look. Lu Hao replies, 2 years. After graduating from university, Grandpa returned to his hometown. He was very busy with surgical work, living in the hospital dormitory, following his mentor's team. From resident to assisting in surgeries, he was almost always on the move. If it weren't for this arm injury, he wouldn't have time to come back. Jiang Nan snorts coldly. "Is that all? You believe whatever he says about coughing? Do you really care about him? How do you know Grandpa has this disease?" Lu Hao questions suspiciously. I checked his pulse, and Grandpa admitted it himself. He arranged this marriage for you because he's worried about his health. He's afraid he won't be around to see you settle down. Hearing this, Lu Hao stands there stunned, speechless. If it weren't for Grandpa, I wouldn't be ignored by you or cling to you and refuse to leave. He lifts his head and looks at Jiang Nan, speaking, "Thank you for telling me this, and thank you for caring about my grandpa." Jiang Nan watches him standing by the roadside, his eyes dull and lifeless, feeling a bit sorry for him. She knows that, in Lu Hao's heart, Grandpa is his only family and concern. Now that he has just learned about his grandfather's serious illness, he must be very upset and worried. Today, the sun was very strong. The school bus hadn't arrived at the departure point yet. Jiang Nan saw an elderly man pushing a bicycle and calling out ice cream bars. She licked her lips, feeling very dry and thirsty. She wanted to eat an ice cream bar. She told Lu Hao, who was lost in thought, "Wait a moment, there's an ice cream seller over there." Then she ran over. Lu Hao watched the chubby girl run away, holding onto a small hope in his heart. He wished that the amateur doctor, Xiao Peng, might have misdiagnosed. But thinking about his grandfather's many years working at the trash factory, his heart sank again. "Sir, how much for one ice cream bar?" Jiang Nan asked. The old man replied, "1 dime each. White sugar ice cream bars, very sweet." "Give me 2. Jiang Nan took out a green 2-cent bill from her pocket. The old man lifted the blanket covering the box. Jiang Nan picked out her choices. "Sir, I want a pink one and a white one." "Okay, I'll give you the pink and white ones." The old man quickly took out 2 ice cream bars from the box and handed them to Jiang Nan, then hurriedly covered the box again. After paying, she ran back to Lu Hao with the 2 ice cream bars. She carried a medicine bag on her arm and held out the 2 ice cream bars to him. "Which one do you want?" Lu Hao shook his head. "I don't eat. Eat one to cool down. Look, you've walked so far, sweating is bad for the wound." It's better not to remind him, but once she did, Lu Hao felt the pain from his injury, burning and uncomfortable. The weather was too hot, and his wound was slow to heal. The pain was tolerable, but he was afraid of infection. "Here, take it." No need to be polite. Under Jiang Nan's insistence, Lu Hao took the white ice cream bar from her hand. "Thanks." While eating the ice cream, the ticket seller on the bus started shouting, "The bus is about to leave. If you haven't gotten on, hurry up." Hearing the call, the 2 finished their ice cream and quickly got on the bus. Today was market day in the county, and many villagers from nearby villages had come to trade. They were dressed simply, carrying large and small bags, squeezing onto the bus. The aisle was filled with nylon bags and cloth bags. Jiang Nan was quick and found a seat. She waved to Lu Hao, "Come sit here." "No need, you sit." Lu Hao, tall and sturdy, stood in the aisle holding onto the handrail. "You're injured, you sit," Jiang Nan said seriously. "I'm trying to lose weight." "Standing helps burn thigh fat, sitting just makes me gain weight," she replied. Hearing her words, Lu Hao's mind involuntarily recalled the 2 large, pale legs he saw that day. His expression turned strange, and a faint blush appeared on his ears. Without further delay, she sat in the seat reserved for her by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was good at using resources, so she put her herbal package into Lu Hao's arms. She was licking her ice cream, one hand holding onto the bus seat, standing beside him comfortably. Lu Hao finished his ice cream quickly, holding the herbal package, trying to ignore the chubby body next to him. But after the bus left the paved road of the county, it started driving on the bumpy dirt road. It was quite bumpy. The girl was unsteady. Her body kept swaying, her hair loose. When the bus jolted, she looked down, and a strand of her hair brushed over his forehead. With another bump, she almost fell onto him. The weather was hot, and she was dressed lightly. Her noticeable bust was swinging, which made Lu Hao feel annoyed. He closed his eyes, but the scent of the girl's body lingered in his nose. He decided to stand up.
"Sit down."
Jiang Nan, still biting her ice cream stick, politely said, "I don't need to. I told you I want to lose weight. Should I let someone else sit here?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Nan immediately sat down heavily. She took the herbal package from his hand and kindly reminded him, "Hold onto the seat tightly, don't fall. That would cause a second injury." The bus kept stopping and going, with people getting off and on. After about 20 minutes, they finally reached the nearest highway entrance to Jin Shui village. Lu Hao called out to the driver ahead, "Driver, stop for a moment." The bus jolted a couple more times before stopping. Jiang Nan followed Lu Hao off the bus quickly. They circled around a small path from the highway entrance and entered Jin Shui village. As soon as they arrived at the yard, they heard the old man's cough. They looked at each other at the same time. Both had serious expressions. Lu Hao felt very heavy-hearted. If Jiang Nan hadn't told him today, he wouldn't have known how serious his grandfather's illness was. Before, whenever he tried to persuade the old man to go to the hospital, the grandfather always found an excuse to refuse. When he was busy, he just let it go. On the way here, he felt guilty and self-blaming. Since he started working, he cared too little about his grandfather. The head of the family trusts you the most. After hearing this, Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile gently and said softly, "Go ahead." Being the most trusted by her was the best compliment Xiaoqin could hear. Moreover, Xiaobei wasn't someone who flattered easily. He genuinely thought so Xiaoqin couldn't dislike Xiaobei either. This innocent and kind-hearted boy was always charming wherever he went. The window in the east wing was slightly open, and Jin Ling, hearing the movement, quietly went to look outside. His fox-like eyes were full of envy, and he sighed to Jin Xiao, the master and King Qin. His chest felt heavy, and his nose itched with sadness, making him speechless. Grandpa Lu noticed that his grandson seemed upset. He thought Lu Hao's face looked uncomfortable and asked worriedly, "Xiao Hao, what's wrong?" Lu Hao looked at him for a long time, then spoke in a dull voice, "Grandpa, if you're sick, why didn't you tell me?" "What sickness? Am I not feeling well?" "I'm fine." "What's wrong?" Grandpa Lu pretended to be confused and tried to hide his feelings. Jiang Nan touched his nose and explained, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I couldn't hide it anymore." When Grandpa Lu found out Jiang Nan had betrayed him, he felt powerless under his eldest grandson's questioning. He could only joke, "It's nothing, just a small problem." He didn't dare look into Lu Hao's eyes and turned to Jiang Nan to change the subject. "Nan, did you sell the herbal medicine?" "Yes, I did." Jiang Nan pointed to the Chinese medicine on the table. "Grandpa, I also prepared some medicine for you. A full course. Drink it, and we'll see if we need to change the prescription." "Okay. I'll light the coal stove and borrow a clay pot from Uncle Wang's house to cook the medicine," Grandpa Lu said with a smile, looking at his grandson standing nearby. "Don't worry, Nan prepared the medicine. After taking it for a while, you'll get better." Lu Hao said, "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." "No need for that. Why waste money? I know what's wrong with me." Grandpa Lu strongly refused to go to the hospital. Lu Hao was worried and angry. "Grandpa, I'm a doctor. If something's wrong, can you tell me? You're my closest family. If something happens to you, how can I live?" His voice almost cracked with emotion. "Child, don't get upset. I really am fine," Grandpa Lu said, trying to soothe him. "Then come with me to the hospital," Lu Hao insisted. Grandpa Lu looked at Lu Hao's face with concern and sighed. "You're already like this. Don't cause trouble. Rest at home and take care of yourself." "Isn't Nan already giving me herbal medicine?" "I'll try for a week and see how I feel," Grandpa Lu said casually, trying to calm Lu Hao. "This is a chronic illness. I won't die suddenly. Don't worry so much." "Grandpa, don't be stubborn. Listen to me and go to the hospital," Lu Hao urged. Grandpa Lu felt a bitter smile inside. Going to the hospital just meant unnecessary tests and costs. Not only had he spent all his savings on Lu Hao's marriage, but he also borrowed money. He couldn't add more burden to his grandson. The old man patted Lu Hao on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Xiao Hao, you must understand that in Grandpa's heart, you are always the most important. As long as you're okay, I'm fine. Do you understand?" His words made Lu Hao's eyes suddenly fill with tears. Grandpa's illness was entirely to support his college education. His heart was filled with guilt. Jiang Nan stood nearby, watching the grandfather and grandson, her eyes red, and she didn't want to give in either. She also felt a bit sad. She said to Lu Hao, just trust me once. Try taking the medicine for a week. If it doesn't work, you can take Grandpa to the hospital. Grandpa is right. You should focus on yourself first. Lu Hao looked down and saw the chubby girl in front of him. A warm feeling crossed his heart. He spoke to her in a gentler tone than before. Give me the prescription.
Oh.
Jiang Nan took out the prescription from her pocket. Of course, this wasn't the one Nie Yun had written yesterday. That paper was just to deceive others. She simplified some herbs on top of Nie Yun's prescription. Lu Hao was a Western doctor and didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. He took the prescription and left the house, heading to the village's small shop's public phone to dial a number. Hello, who is this? A gentle male voice answered on the other end. Lu Hao spoke into the phone. Yahweh, are you at home? The other person recognized his voice and immediately became enthusiastic. Lu Hao, you finally remembered to call me. I sent you several pages of messages, but I never heard back. I thought you disappeared. Are you still in Lon City? I'm still in my hometown. Something happened. What's going on?
How's your arm now?
It's fine. Lu Hao didn't mention anything else and asked instead, are you at home now? Yes, I have the day off. Lu Hao said, if it's convenient, could I trouble you to ask your grandfather to help me look at a traditional Chinese medicine prescription? I have a formula I want him to see. The person on the phone, Gu Yahweh, smiled and said, coincidentally, I'm fishing with my grandfather right now. I'll pass the phone to my grandfather. You can talk to him. Lu Hao hurried out, not knowing what he was going to do. Grandpa Lu and Jiang Nan didn't know either. When he left, Grandpa Lu asked mysteriously, Nan, did you get the herbs for Lu Hao? Didn't you say your master has a special skin regeneration secret recipe? Did you get the herbs? Jiang Nan looked sad. Grandpa, I did get the herbs, but Lu Hao wouldn't cooperate. He doesn't trust my medical skills at all. Old Master Lu thought for a few seconds and suggested, how about this? I take medicine for a week first. Once I get better, he will surely believe you. Jiang Nan shook his head. No, that won't work. His wound can't wait that long, and once it scabs over, the healing ointment won't be effective. Then what should we do? Old Master Lu stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes brightened. Maybe I can pretend to die in front of him and use that to threaten him. He didn't tell Jiang Nan that he had used this trick to marry Jiang Nan. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's lips twitched slightly, indicating it wouldn't work. Grandpa, let's forget it. Some tricks can only be used once. He wouldn't believe that Lu Hao was desperate enough to seek death repeatedly. Old Master Lu looked downcast and sighed. What should we do? I can't just watch him ruin his face. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Old Master Lu and said, I have an idea. Quick, tell me. Old Master Lu immediately perked up. Jiang Nan leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Old Master Lu's face grew serious, and he looked uncertain. Will that work? Jiang Nan spoke confidently. It will be fine. She had already bought the medicine. Old Master Lu pondered for a moment. With no better options, he agreed. All right, then let's do it that way. Jiang Nan mysteriously handed him a small bag of powder. Grandpa, hide this medicine well. We'll plan everything tonight. After returning home, Lu Hao surprisingly agreed to let his grandfather take traditional medicine for his health. At this moment, Old Master Lu was bringing in a clay pot to prepare the medicine. Lu Hao watched as the girl busily changed the coal and asked, Is that prescription really from the barefoot doctor in your village? Yes, Jiang Nan replied casually. He then asked, Are there any foods he should avoid? Please remind Grandpa.
All right.
Lu Hao's sudden change in attitude made Jiang Nan suspicious. He had been so different after coming back from outside. Had he gone somewhere to confirm the prescription? No matter what, it was good that he and Grandpa could drink the medicine together. In the afternoon, Old Master Lu was coughing and about to cook. Jiang Nan hurried ahead of him. Grandpa, I'll cook. You rest for a while. Seeing her so considerate and thoughtful, Old Master Lu felt incredibly warm inside. Then I'll light the fire, he said. He carried a bundle of firewood to the stove, sat down, and lit it with a match. Jiang Nan washed her hands and prepared to roll out noodles. Grandpa, Just keep the fire going.
Don't worry about it.
Your health can't handle inhaling harmful substances anymore.
Just wash those chives for us.
Was your previous job at a garbage station? Old Mr. Lu sat in front of the stove and nodded. Yes, the pay was better there. Jiang Nan sighed and said, You've worked hard. Jiang Nan scooped half a bowl of cornmeal, poured hot water over it, then added white flour, planning to roll out corn noodles. The so-called corn noodles only use about 1/3 cornmeal. Adding more makes the dough less flexible and hard to roll out. She kneaded the dough on the cutting board, chatting casually with her grandfather. In the future, you must quit smoking, breathe fresh air, and take traditional medicine. It will get better slowly. Old Mr. Lu listened to his granddaughter's advice. Nan, I trust you. When she finished rolling the noodles, old Mr. Lu had already washed the chives. Jiang Nan pickled the chives and also plucked a few dried chili peppers from the string hanging outside the wall. She soaked them in hot water, then sliced them to stir-fry with potatoes. Grandpa and Lu Hao can't eat spicy food, but she loves spicy dishes. Without a bit of chili, she can't enjoy the corn noodles. Grandpa, I finished rolling the noodles. Let me stir-fry the dish. You go check how your traditional medicine is doing. Okay, I'll go take a look. The room was too hot. The coal stove was outside in the yard. When old Mr. Lu went out, he saw Lu Hao squatting beside the stove, stirring the medicine with chopsticks. His eldest grandson, who previously refused to take traditional medicine, was now boiling it for him. Old Mr. Lu felt very pleased. He sat by the stove and gently tapped him. Xiao Hao, look at Nan. She's so good. She's hardworking, cheerful, and doesn't dislike our family. You must treat her well, okay? Lu Hao didn't respond to his grandfather, but stirred the medicine and stood up. Grandpa, if this medicine doesn't work after you finish it, I'll take you to our hospital for treatment. When the time comes, don't refuse. Don't worry about the money. I haven't wasted these years. Otherwise, I'd be really angry. His tone was serious, and old Mr. Lu didn't dare argue with him. All right, we'll see after you finish. Jiang Nan's corn noodles were ready quickly. She brought out stir-fried shredded potatoes with dried chili peppers and pickled chives, placing them on a cement table in the yard. Grandpa, Lu Hao, dinner is ready. Lu Hao went to serve the rice, but Jiang Nan was already efficiently bringing it out. Sit down and eat. Having a woman at home made it feel warmer. Jiang Nan was lively, and her chatter could always be heard in the house. The once quiet old house became lively. Old Mr. Lu took a bite of the corn noodles and kept praising, Nan's noodles are really delicious. Lu Hao also ate very seriously, seeming to have a good appetite. Jiang Nan saw that they were eating happily and showed a satisfied smile. She scooped a bite of shredded potatoes into her bowl and twirled her noodles a couple of times. Indeed, it was very delicious. Having grown used to various dishes in her past life, she truly cherished this coarse grain meal. Old Master Lu saw Lu Hao, who was focused only on eating and didn't praise anything, and he glared at him, giving him a look. Don't just eat. How does it taste?
You should say something.
It's very tasty. Lu Hao didn't look up and ate his noodles slowly, adding, just as good as the ones my aunt used to make. As soon as he said this, old Master Lu's face visibly darkened.
He stopped eating.
Lu Hao glanced at the irritable old man and spoke, Grandpa, don't be so grumpy. You should forgive and forget. If you keep this up, it'll only make you feel bad, and it will also hurt my aunt. Especially today, when he learned that Grandpa was ill, Lu Hao hoped he could forgive his aunt and cherish the present. What's making me upset? Just eat your food. Old Master Lu refused to mention Lu Huifeng's name at all. Fearing he might get too emotional and affect his health, Lu Hao decided to drop the topic. After dinner, Lu Hao left the house. Jiang Nan led old Master Lu outside to exercise and breathe fresh air, while also tidying up the farm tools under the shed. She wanted to harvest medicinal herbs. At first, old Master Lu thought it was just her fanciful idea, but when he heard that the herbal supplier was coming for an inspection tomorrow, he took it seriously. As long as they received a deposit, they could proceed. His daughter-in-law was so clever, and old Master Lu was very proud. He believed he hadn't made a wrong choice, and that they would have a good life in the future. As it got dark, Lu Hao returned. Jiang Nan knew he probably went to visit his aunt, Lu Huifeng. Old Master Lu rarely asked about him and just watched Lu Hao go inside. He muttered to Jiang Nan, "Is it starting now?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Yes, I'll go in first." She thoughtfully brought Lu Hao a glass of water. Lu Hao was reading and glanced at her, saying thank you. After drinking the water, he continued reading. Jiang Nan stood behind him quietly observing his movements. Soon Lu Hao yawned. She kindly said, "You're tired today. Rest early." Lu Hao turned around and saw the girl standing by the bed, but he didn't speak. He hadn't slept well last night. With her around, he was probably not sleeping well. "I'm going to exercise. If I fall asleep, I'll sleep later, so I won't disturb you." Lu Hao Xian said that little fatty was quite obedient. He was really tired today, so he got into bed, placed a pillow in the middle of the bed, and lay down. Outside the house, Jiang Nan and Old Master Lu were sneaking outside the window, tiptoeing to look inside. Old Master Lu softly asked, Nan, how is he? Has he fallen asleep?" Jiang Nan straightened up and pulled Old Master Lu aside. "Grandpa, don't worry. Let's wait until he is in a deep sleep." Yes, she added sleeping pills to the water she gave Lu Hao. She bought it specially from the pharmacy today. As a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, acupuncture can help people fall asleep. But she didn't have silver needles for now, and even if she did, she couldn't reach Lu Hao's body. So she had to use this last resort. While Lu Hao was sleeping, Jiang Nan went to prepare the spray medicine. There was no spray bottle at home, so she poured the medicine into a plastic bottle, drilled small holes in the lid, and could spray directly without waste. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Nan quietly entered the room. The man on the bed was lying flat, tall and with long legs, almost touching the wall. He was breathing evenly and sleeping peacefully. Jiang Nan nodded slightly at Old Master Lu, who was peeking inside the door. Old Master Lu held the powder she gave him today and came in. This powder needed to be sprinkled on the burn, then sprayed with the prepared medicine every 2 hours to keep the powder moist on the wound, so it could work effectively. The powder was used once every 3 days, but the spray needed to be applied continuously for better results. She washed her hands outside and disinfected with alcohol from Lu Hao's home. Before removing the gauze, she whispered to Old Master Lu, "Grandpa, you go to sleep first. I'll handle it myself." She really didn't want him to see Lu Hao's fierce-looking wound. She was afraid it would upset him. But Old Master Lu stood still and mouthed, "It's okay. I'll help you." Jiang Nan had no choice but to nod. Then she carefully started to remove the gauze from his face. As she slowly peeled back the gauze, Old Master Lu, already nervous, suddenly staggered. His wrinkled face turned pale with shock. His dry hand, holding the medicine, trembled slightly. Jiang Nan looked at him with concern and softly comforted, "Grandpa, it will be okay." Old Master Lu took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and signaled Jiang Nan to continue. With disinfected hands, Jiang Nan gently sprinkled the powder on the wound, then slowly sprayed the medicine over it and wrapped it with fresh gauze. Next, the spray could be directly applied onto the gauze to seep in. After wrapping the wound, Jiang Nan helped her strongly stimulated grandfather leave the house. Old Mr. Lu still couldn't calm his mind. The day after Lu Hao bravely helped others, he went to the hospital as a family member.
The wound was really terrible at that time.
The doctor comforted him, saying it would get better after some time. But he clearly overheard the doctors sighing and saying, "What a shame for that face. In the future, it will be a disfigured monster." Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept this fact. In the hot summer weather, Old Mr. Lu and Jiang Nan sat in the yard. Jiang Nan comforted the old man, telling him not to worry. Everything would be fine. Hearing her gentle words, Old Mr. Lu felt very sad. He wiped his face, sighed, and said, Nan, I'm sorry." "Grandpa, why are you sorry to me?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile. "I'm selfish. I am in poor health, and after I heard Lu Hao was hurt, I wanted to arrange his future quickly. So I went to the Jiang family to propose that marriage. He immediately liked Jiang Nan at first sight. Even if Jiang's family asked for a much higher bride price than others, he accepted it with gritted teeth. Following the tradition of marriage arranged by parents and matchmakers, he never asked Jiang Nan if she was willing. "I'm sorry for making you suffer," he assured Jiang Nan. "I will make sure Lu Hao treats you well." Old Mr. Lu didn't understand free love, nor did he understand what true love was. He only knew that making his grandson treat Jiang Nan well and letting her live a good life was a good marriage. Jiang Nan said, "Grandpa, don't blame yourself. Maybe this is what they call fate. You are a lucky star."
I don't know what to say.
"In any case, our family will never make you suffer." Old Mr. Lu's health was already poor, and now, because of guilt, his face looked even worse. Jiang Nan comforted him. "Grandpa, go to sleep quickly. I'll go see him." Jiang Nan entered the room and closed the door. Holding a bottle of medicine, she sat on the kong, a traditional bed, staring at the sleeping man in a daze. She naturally understood old Mr. Lu's guilt. The old man knew he had health issues, and his grandson was seriously injured. In desperation, he tried every possible way, even paying a huge bride price in this era, to arrange a wife for his grandson. This matter was unfair to Lu Hao and to Jiang Nan herself. In her past life, she and Lu Hao also pursued true love and did not compromise with the feudal arranged marriage. As a result, when they finally recognized each other, they both regretted and blamed fate for playing tricks on them. She now carries the memories of her past life and is naturally willing to stay. Because he is the person in her heart. She is also the person he keeps in his heart. Therefore, it cannot be said that old Master Lu has wronged her. As for Lu Hao in the future, when his face is healed and he recognizes her, he will thank his grandfather for today's decision. Jiang Nan sat on the kong, lost in thought, recalling many people and events from her past life. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. She sprayed the medicine onto the gauze on his face, then gently wiped the medicine that had flowed down to his neck with tissue paper. She couldn't sleep, afraid that if she fell asleep until dawn, she would miss spraying the medicine again. So she sat at the table, flipping through Lu Hao's books. She had seen before that Lu Hao's room was full of textbooks from middle school and high school. Those books definitely bore traces of his youth. For some reason, she searched through them and pulled out a first-year high school textbook. She met him during the summer after his middle school graduation. He was going to the city to find his working grandfather and, by the way, was transferred by his grandfather to study there. At the station, she was kidnapped by human traffickers. She was clever and rescued herself from them. At this moment, she inexplicably wondered if his old books might have left some mark of her. She held the first-year Chinese textbook and flipped through it casually. There were many dense notes inside, clearly made by a diligent student. She turned page after page until she reached the second-to-last page and stopped. Inside, there was a piece of candy wrapper. That was the wrapper she had given him back then. Actually, the fruit candy was bought by him for her. When they were children, all the kids in their village loved collecting candy wrappers. After eating the candy, they didn't want to throw the wrappers away. They would fold them into flowers, stick them on the wall, or tuck them into books. So, that day at the station, she, with nothing else, ate the candy, folded the wrapper into a flower shape, and gave it to him as a keepsake. Unexpectedly, he still kept it. Jiang Nan's heart was filled with complex emotions. Honestly, in her second life, the events of her youth felt distant. Her memories of the boy at the station had also become blurry. But now, seeing that candy wrapper, she finally confirmed that Lu Hao was that boy, the little brother who saved him. In the gap of the page with the candy wrapper, there was a line of writing. The handwriting was wild and lively. Her heart was deeply touched. Lan Fan, see you on July 18, 1992. July 18, 1992 was their 10-year promise. Today is May 13th on the Gregorian calendar, and there are 2 months left. 2 months. In her past life, after she was sent away by Lu Hao, she worked at a herbal shop owned by Boss Yang in the county town to earn money. Her goal was to wait until July 18th at the county station to meet him. But when that day actually arrived, she hesitated. She spent the whole day picking herbs under the hot sun, turning her skin dark as charcoal. She became fat and unattractive. Most importantly, she broke her promise. She failed to become a better person and keep her vow. So, on that day in her past life, she went to the station but hid in the shadows, not daring to show herself. At that time, she really wanted to secretly see the young man from 10 years ago, see what he had become, whether he had already become someone she admired. But unfortunately, the station was crowded with people rushing by. She waited until nightfall, but did not see the man she was looking for. That evening, she returned disappointed. She thought that maybe the young man had already forgotten the small incident from 10 years ago. Or perhaps he had a girlfriend and didn't need to meet her anymore. Jiang Nan withdrew her thoughts, carefully stacked his books, then got onto the Kong, a traditional heated bed, sprayed medicine on him. The man was sleeping peacefully and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Jiang Nan sat beside him and finally couldn't resist, reaching out to hold his hand. In this life, she finally held his hand again. This time, she wouldn't let go. Jiang Nan's mind was restless all night. Sometimes she stared at Lu Hao in a daze, and other times she involuntarily thought of many people she met in her past life. Everyone who appeared in her life left a deep impression on her. Her eccentric, aloof godmother, her good friend Shinrolin, who she met unexpectedly, and Gu Yahue, who liked Shinrolin but dared not pursue her. She suddenly missed them very much. But she refused to think of one name, Sun Wanru. Sun Wanru, the mother of the fake crown prince Gu Yiji, Lady Gu. No, more precisely, she was her mother, the so-called mother who abandoned her, as Jiang Mei often said. Every 2 hours, Jiang Nan sprayed medicine on Lu Hao. By 5 in the morning, she finished the last spray and planned to sleep. She couldn't hold on any longer. After so many sprays, the medicine had fully soaked into the powder, and the effect was good. It would be absorbed during the day, and she would continue spraying the medicine tomorrow night. With this treatment, the burn scars should almost heal completely. She carefully bandaged Lu Hao's face with gauze. If she didn't change the dressing, he probably wouldn't notice that she had used a regenerative ointment on his face. After finishing everything, she took the medicine bottle to her grandfather's room. Then she entered the room, closed the door, and went to sleep. Jiang Nan took off her coat, wore only a tank top, curled up in bed, turned off the light, and fell asleep. In the morning, Lu Hao woke up, felt groggy for a moment, opened his sleepy eyes, and saw that the sky outside was bright. He was a bit surprised. Last night, he seemed to have fallen asleep very early, but surprisingly, he woke up later than usual. Looking at the other side of the bed, the girl was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking. However, he didn't hear her snoring last night. Maybe, as she said, it was the pillow's fault. Lu Hao got up, put on his coat, and opened the door. When he lifted the curtain and stepped outside, he saw his grandfather crouching and peeking toward the house. When he saw Lu Hao come out, the old man immediately straightened up, pretended to exercise, and took a deep breath. Lu Hao greeted him. "Good morning, Grandpa. Xiao Hao, you're awake." The grandfather looked unusually serious and glanced toward the door again. "Where's Nan Nan?" "Still sleeping." Lu Hao went to get his toothbrush to brush his teeth. "Let her sleep a bit more. Don't wake her up." Lu Hao looked suspiciously at his grandfather, then went to the vegetable garden to brush his teeth. Grandpa Lu initially wanted to ask subtly about Lu Hao's injury to see if there was anything unusual, but he was afraid of alarming him and held back. Jiang Nan slept until after 9 o'clock before waking up. When she saw the clock on the wall, she was frightened and quickly got out of bed. Oh no, she overslept. She washed up, styled her hair into a bun, and just then, Grandpa Lu carried in a bowl of chicken soup. "Nan Nan, I made a poached egg for each of us. This one is yours. Hurry and eat." Jiang Nan scratched her head awkwardly. "Grandpa, I'm sorry I woke up late." Grandpa Lu looked at her with concern and said, "What late? You probably didn't sleep well last night." "I know." "Grandpa, you didn't sleep much either?" Grandpa was also worried. When she was putting in the medicine last night, he was sitting at the head of the bed. While they were talking quietly, Lu Hao suddenly came in. He looked strangely at the two people whispering and asked casually, "Did you guys not sleep last night?" Grandpa Lu looked a little guilty. He looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's mind was racing. She scratched her arm and nodded. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep because of the mosquitoes. I was trying to chase them away. The night before, you didn't sleep well either, right? I was worried you'd wake up from mosquito bites and rest poorly." Lu Hao was confused.
Huh?
"You were chasing mosquitoes for me? So, considerate?" Old Mr. Lu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, once summer begins, the mosquitoes come. I'll go pick some mugwort to repel them." She opened a silk box containing jade seed material, selecting a piece of icy, greenish bicolored tourmaline about the length of a finger. It felt cold to the touch, clear and sharp in color. After placing it aside, she picked out a piece of pink jade about the size of a fingernail. She began to carefully carve it, more like opening and joining pieces rather than carving. She used carpentry techniques, like those used in building furniture, to join these tiny pieces of jade seamlessly. Two thin, translucent pieces of jade were perfectly joined together. At the gap in the icy green tourmaline, "Is she joking?" Jiang Nan looked at old Mr. Lu with bright eyes and asked, "Grandpa, are you on good terms with the village chief? Could you ask him to make an announcement on the loudspeaker?" "No problem. We'll talk about it when the boss arrives." After finishing her fried egg, Jiang Nan checked the clock. It's 10 o'clock. She didn't know when Aunt Yang and the others would come. She wondered if she could find a place. She carried her bowl to the kitchen to wash the pot. Just finished washing and pouring out the water, someone called her at the door. Jiang Nan ran to the yard, where neighbor Aunt Wang was peeking at the gate. "Aunt, are you calling me?" Jiang Nan politely asked. Aunt Wang looked cautious. "There's a guy in a small truck asking about you at the village entrance. I came over to ask what kind of person he is. I didn't dare bring him to your house." Such kindness from the neighbor moved Jiang Nan. "Aunt, thank you. That's my friend." Jiang Nan called out, "Grandpa, Boss Yang is here," then hurried outside. When she reached the edge of the village grain field, she saw Aunt Yang and her husband Yang Fu standing beside a small truck, chatting with a villager carrying medicinal herbs. Jiang Nan ran over and cheerfully greeted, "Aunt Yang, you've arrived?" Aunt Yang saw Jiang Nan and smiled. "Finally found you. This place is quite remote. Come inside the house." Jiang Nan invited them to walk home. Near the grain field, villagers carrying firewood for cooking approached and asked Su Yuqin, who was also carrying straw, Xiaoya's mom, "Who is this relative?" Su Yuqin shook her head. "I don't know. They're looking for your daughter-in-law." "How could you not recognize her?" Hearing daughter-in-law, Su Yuqin rolled her eyes. "As a stepmother, what kind of daughter-in-law was she?" Someone else asked, "I heard the new daughter-in-law moved to live with your father-in-law?" "Yes, she moved out," Su Yuqin replied coldly and sharply. Aunt Zhang sneered sarcastically, "Your stepmother, she's not close to Lu Hao at all? Mind your own business. What's wrong with me not being close to him?" Su Yuqin was very angry and stormed home. However, thinking about how bad her relationship with Lu Hao had been over the years, especially with her son, she felt they were at odds. Lu Hao didn't live with them, and villagers talked about her behind her back, which was unavoidable. Su Yuqin was also curious about who came to find Jiang Nan, but she felt shy to ask directly. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan welcomed Boss Yang and his wife inside. Old Master Lu smiled and came over warmly to greet them into the house. Boss Yang and his wife looked around the yard. The small courtyard was quite clean. Jiang Nan said to them, "Aunt Yang, when you came, you probably saw that villagers are actively going up the mountain to dig herbs." "Yes, I saw that," Aunt Yang replied with a smile. "Your family hasn't gone up the mountain to dig herbs? We really want to see fresh medicinal herbs." Since they came to observe, they naturally wanted to check carefully. They wanted to see fresh herbs, so Jiang Nan said, "No one from my family is going up the mountain. Maybe I can find some fresh herbs now and bring them over for you to check the quality." Aunt Yang nodded. "That sounds good." Lu Hao came out of the house and said to Jiang Nan, "My aunt has some." In recent days, Lu Hao had repeatedly mentioned his aunt openly in front of old Master Lu, which made old Master Lu look displeased. Hearing Lu Hao, Jiang Nan smiled and said to old Master Lu, "Grandpa, to save time, Lu Hao and I will take Boss Yang and his wife to my aunt's house to see the herbs. She has dug a lot of herbs." Old Master Lu didn't expect his granddaughter-in-law to join in the fun. He kept a serious face and said nothing. "We're going back to Lan City." "Really? So soon?" Lu Huifeng was surprised. She had been happily spending time with her family, and hearing this made her feel suddenly sad. Lu Hao was going back to the city eventually. His work was there. She thought of her elderly father and quietly asked Lu Hao what about.
Grandpa?
Lu Hao replied, "I want him to go back with us. I also want to check on his health." "Oh." Lu Huifeng looked down, her voice sad as she whispered, "Grandpa is leaving too?" For many years, she hadn't had a good relationship with her father. Their relationship had just begun to improve, and now the old man was leaving. She wanted to see Fred. She was very enthusiastic and invited them to check her herbs. "I didn't dig many, just these. Our village has been crazy about digging herbs these days. Those with more laborers have gone up the mountain." "Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang, do these herbs look good?" Aunt Yang picked up some freshly dug yellow sephora, sniffed it, and said, "Pretty good." Yang Fu also expressed his satisfaction. They had authentic North Mountain medicinal herbs. Securing the market in Beishan is very important for their future growth. "Are all the herbs on the mountain like this?" Jiang Nan could tell that Mr. and Mrs. Yang were very pleased. Lu Huifeng replied, "Almost, we just started digging." "Come inside quickly," said Fong Guoping, leaning on his cane, warmly inviting them in. They sat in the main hall. Lu Huifeng hurriedly poured water for them. There was no tea or sugar at home, so she served plain boiled water, looking a bit awkward. "Mr. Yang, how is it? Are our herbs good?" Jiang Nan asked. Mr. Yang Fu came nodded repeatedly, "Yes, very good. Beishan herbs are quite famous. Medicine factories like the herbs here. Our soil and climate are perfect for growing traditional Chinese medicine herbs." In her memory, a few years from now, with the government strongly supporting local farmers to grow herbs, the whole county would become rich from this industry. The herbs from Longshan County would become famous nationwide after a few years. Since they liked these herbs, Jiang Nan suggested, "If you're interested in these herbs, let's work together. We can start buying today. The seasons wait for no one, and if other traders come to the village, it will be harder to do business." Other traders naturally meant Lao Huang. Aunt Yang was quick to agree, "All right, no problem. Let's formalize the deal and start harvesting herbs soon. Write us a receipt, and we'll give you a 500 yuan deposit. We'll come back in a week to pick up the herbs." "A 500 yuan deposit?" Lu Huifeng and Fong Guoping looked surprised. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Aunt Yang, you're so generous. Let's go ahead and agree." Fearing that Mr. and Mrs. Yang might change their minds, Jiang Nan quickly asked Lu Huifeng, "Aunt, do you have paper and pen?" "Find some for me. I'll write the receipt." Lu Huifeng hurriedly found a pen and a piece of her son's homework paper. Jiang Nan wrote a receipt and handed it to Aunt Yang with both hands. Aunt Yang looked at her handwriting, studying Jiang Nan carefully. She thought to herself, "This girl is impressive." Despite her young age, her writing was strong and confident. Mr. Yang Fu took out 500 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Nan. "Little Jiang, count it. We're set. Next Monday, we'll come to pick up the herbs." Jiang Nan took the money, counted it, and assured Mr. Yang no problem. The deal to buy the herbs was now settled. Mr. and Mrs. Yang didn't stay long, collected the receipt, and left happily. When one person left, Lu Huifeng and Fong Guoping looked at Jiang Nan together and asked surprised, Nan, Xiao Hao, are you really going to buy medicinal herbs?" Lu Hao glanced at Jiang Nan and said calmly, "She will buy." Lu Hao acted as if he didn't care, which made Lu Huifeng look at Jiang Nan with even more surprise. Worried, she asked Nan, "Are these two bosses trustworthy? They might be tricking us. No one in our village has ever made money from business." "Auntie, they are definitely reliable. Look, they already paid." Jiang Nan explained, "I'm buying medicinal herbs at a higher price than the usual traders who come into the village. Also, we don't cheat or cheat people." "That's great. Once I dry my herbs, I'll send them to you. Lu Huifang looked down sadly, her expression dull. She felt heartbroken for her father. Even if she took the herbs, her father might not agree to let Jiang Nan buy her herbs. Lu Hao saw her expression and comforted her. Auntie, my grandpa is stubborn.
Don't argue with him.
Lu Huifang sighed with a bitter smile, feeling guilty. How could I argue with my own father? I hurt his feelings long ago. If he doesn't forgive me, I deserve it.
It's all my fault.
I didn't do enough to give you a good life, Fang Guoping said sadly, sitting in a chair, looking at his shrinking legs with a tone full of helplessness and guilt. If he had tried harder, if he could make his wife's life better, then his father-in-law wouldn't resent his daughter so much now. Fang Guoping looked at the woman who hadn't had a good day since she married him, feeling heartbroken. Their promises from before, not a single one was fulfilled, and life had become even harder for them. Brother-in-law, don't say that. Being hurt isn't your fault. Lu Hao looked at Lu Huifang, who was silently crying, and spoke seriously. Auntie, I need to tell you something. My grandpa is sick. If he scolds you, just listen. You can't let him get angry. As his daughter, Lu Huifang had the right to know about her father's health. Lu Hao also hoped his aunt would be patient with her grandpa and try to resolve their differences peacefully.
Sick? What's wrong with Grandpa?
Lu Huifang asked anxiously. Lu Hao didn't go into details, just said simply, his lungs aren't good. He's taking medicine. Hearing this, Lu Huifang felt so sad she couldn't speak and kept crying. Jiang Nan sympathetically held her hand and comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. It will be okay. She looked at her troubled family and couldn't help but sigh. The news of old Master Lu's illness was undoubtedly a heavy for Lu Huifang. Her husband was disabled and struggling to live, and she was already suffering enough. Now she learned of her father's serious illness. She wanted to visit and care for her father, but was not allowed inside. Jiang Nan felt very sorry for this weak middle-aged woman. Besides trying to cure her father, she also thought she should help Lu Huifang. Jiang Nan's gaze fell on Fang Guoping's leg. The injury caused necrosis of the femoral head. From their 2 meetings, it seemed that the space in the hip joint was still okay. If there was no gap, he wouldn't be able to lift his leg or walk properly. Basically, he would lose function. Lu Huifang wiped her tears sadly and then struggled to stand up. You all stay and eat. I'll go cook. Even though her family was very poor and couldn't make good food, she believed that hosting her nephew and his wife was the right thing to do. When she heard Lu Huifang was going to cook, Jiang Nan realized it was already noon. She asked Lu Hao for his opinion. How about we eat at Auntie's house? I can bring a bowl of her cooking to Grandpa. It's close by and convenient. Improving their father-daughter relationship should start with a simple meal. Lu Hao looked into her sparkling eyes and nodded. Okay. Jiang Nan then followed her. Auntie, I'll help you. In the kitchen, Lu Huifang was wearing an apron and sending her daughter to fetch firewood. Soon, a small girl in a worn blue puff-sleeve shirt hurried in, carrying a bundle of corn stalks. Jiang Nan entered the kitchen, looked at the girl helping with the firewood, and asked, Auntie, how old is your younger sister? She's 8 years old. Lu Huifang told her daughter, who was busy working, Qing, call her sister-in-law. Why are you so timid? When visitors come, you hide outside. The little girl timidly replied, Sister-in-law. Jiang Nan patted Qing's head and said, You're very well behaved. She remembered that on her wedding day, her little sister went to Lu's house and was scolded by Lu Huiyue, which made her feel uncomfortable. Not only do children from poor families have to grow up fast, but they also face insults and contempt when visiting their uncle's house. Qing, aren't you in school? Jiang Nan asked curiously. She was 8 years old and helping with chores at home. Has she not started school yet? Not yet. Lu Huifang looked at her daughter and sighed. Our family really can't manage everything. The tuition is one thing, and she needs to go to school. I work in the fields, and your uncle is alone at home. He can't handle everything. I'm worried he might fall again and get hurt a 3rd time. He already fell once before. Jiang Nan said, even if it's hard, she should go to school. If she doesn't study, what will she do when she grows up? They were already poor, and if she became illiterate, it was hard to imagine what kind of life she would face in the future. Your uncle usually teaches her to recognize characters, Lu Huifang said with a bitter look. He teaches her at home, but it's not the same as being in school. Next semester, I will send her to school. Just as she finished arranging the firewood, a little girl who was preparing to light the fire heard her mother say she would go to school next semester. Her dark eyes lit up immediately. She looked at Lu Huifang eagerly and asked, Mom, are you really going to let me go to school? This time, you can't change your mind. Lu Huifang smiled gently, her expression firm. I won't change my mind. The little girl instantly became happy. Annie, do I have a cousin too? Jiang Nan asked casually. Yes, his name is Fang Yu. He's in high school. Lu Huifang explained awkwardly. Nan, it's not that I favor boys over girls. It's just that we really can't manage. Qingqing will have to start school a bit later. At this age, it wasn't unusual for children to start school at around 8 or 9. The village didn't have a kindergarten, so children went straight to first grade. They could also repeat grades freely at this time. Jiang Nan comforted her. Auntie, life will get better little by little. When her nephew and his wife stayed for dinner, Lu Huifang carefully moved around the kitchen. What made her sad was that there were no decent vegetables at home. Her own crops hadn't ripened yet, and the flour in the pantry was running low, only about half a small bag left. Recently, she had been reluctant to use it, saving it for busy farming times. The grinding was a collective effort, with villagers helping out. If she didn't have enough flour to feed everyone, she would be laughed at. Jiang Nan noticed Lu Huifang's difficulty and said, Auntie, let's just make something simple. I'm on a diet and Lu Hao doesn't like spicy food. Just make something light. Seeing Lu Huifang's awkwardness, she wondered whether her suggestion to stay for dinner was right or wrong. When she heard about her diet, Lu Huifang smiled and said, You're such a chubby kid, so pretty. Why do you want to lose weight? Their family couldn't possibly want to be thin. Just having enough to eat was good enough. Lu Huifang rummaged in the kitchen for a while and finally decided to make some pancakes filled with her father's favorite ingredients. Stir-fried vermicelli with shredded potatoes, wrapped in big pancakes. This was her father's favorite dish. Previously, when she was at her parents' house, she would always cook this dish to improve their lives. Her father and Lu Hao always ate happily. She put the rice noodles into the pot to soak, then started making flatbread. Jiang Nan helped cut the potatoes into thin strips. The two of them cooked quickly while chatting casually. Originally, the old man insisted on marrying Lu Hao a wife, and Lu Huifang was worried, afraid Jiang Nan might cause trouble. But she had no right to say anything. Now, seeing how sensible Jiang Nan was, Lu Hao seemed to accept this wife, and Lu Huifang felt more at ease. This chubby girl, the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Auntie, you're really good at cooking, no wonder Lu Hao always misses your dishes when he eats. Lu Huifang lifted a large flatbread from the pot and placed it on the chopping board, smiling happily. Yes, Xiao Hao loved my cooking the most when he was a child. I remember back then, when Xiao Hao was in elementary school in the village, he would always run into the kitchen after school to ask what delicious food I made. Our family was poor back then, and there wasn't much to eat. I did my best to make different dishes for him. Lu Huifang reminisced about those times, her eyes shining like stars. Jiang Nan finished cutting the potatoes and stirred the soaked rice noodles in a small pot with chopsticks. He even mentioned yesterday that your homemade corn noodles were delicious. Really? He still remembers. Lu Huifang finally showed a smile. But that smile quickly faded, replaced by a hint of bitterness. She missed the days living with her father and nephew in the old house. Seeing Lu Huifang suddenly silent, Jiang Nan softly comforted her. Grandpa will understand eventually. Lu Huifang took another flatbread out of the pot and sighed. It's my fault. Now life has become like this. Grandpa is really disappointed. She couldn't help but wipe away tears of sadness, smiling bitterly. When I married your uncle, I promised Grandpa that we would have a good life and make him proud. But fate, who can fight against it? Some people, just by living, have already given their all. Auntie, do you regret it? Do you regret it? Honestly, after 2 encounters, Jiang Nan became very interested in Lu Huifeng and Fang Guoping's love story. She was really curious why Lu Huifeng chose love even if it meant breaking with her father. Now that life has turned out like this, does she regret it? Do you regret marrying your uncle? Lu Huifeng stopped her actions and looked at her. Jiang Nan nodded carefully. Lu Huifeng shook her head firmly without hesitation, her expression determined. No, I have never regretted it. If I were to regret anything, it would be. She lowered her eyes, with a look of bitterness. I regret being reckless when I was young, not knowing how to handle problems. I clearly had better solutions, but I chose the most extreme way, hurting your grandfather's feelings. If time could be turned back, she would consider the feelings of the elderly, communicate well with her father, even if it was difficult. She would try hard to influence her father, instead of. Hearing her answer, Jiang Nan's heart was not unaffected. There was a popular saying in later years, some people would rather smile on a bicycle than cry on a treasure horse. Maybe Lu Huifeng is such a person. She unhesitatingly chose love, married for love. No matter how hard it was, as long as she was with her beloved, her heart was happy and at peace. Jiang Nan personally admired Lu Huifeng because she chose a path that few could stick to. Even if it was full of thorns, she still pressed on bravely, without giving up. She suddenly really wanted to hug this fragile woman. Auntie, you are a brave person. I really respect you. Lu Huifeng was surprised. Respect? Over the years, people talked about her behind her back, saying all kinds of things. Some said she was blind. Some sighed that she had a hard life. Others mocked her for being timid and weak, unable to compete with her sisters-in-law, not getting anything in the family division, and her man ended up disabled. Some even ridiculed her, saying her life was a punishment for her past misconduct. No one ever said they admired her. Jiang Nan sincerely said, in your era, it was rare for girls to bravely pursue their happiness. You were willing to fight against elders and the whole society for love. I really admire you. Lu Huifeng felt a bit better to have her niece-in-law's support. She smiled at Jiang Nan. What admiration! I was actually a bad example back then. Lu Hao, and I will advise Grandpa. You shouldn't argue with him. After all, he is ill now.
How could I argue with him?
I just hope he stays healthy. Even if he hits or scolds me or doesn't want to see me, I just want him to be well.
Whatever it takes.
When Lu Huifeng said this, she couldn't help but cry again. How could such a strong old man become ill? In the past, she always believed that time could heal all wounds. Once her days of waiting are over, her whole family will kneel before her father and admit their mistakes. Her father will surely forgive them. So, she's been trying to find ways to cure Fang Guoping. But she overlooked one fact. Her father is 70 years old. Time is not kind, especially when it comes to aging and illness. At this moment, Lu Huifeng really wants to see her father right away. Kneeling to apologize or being scolded by him doesn't matter to her. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. Lu Hao said that the old man must not get angry. She cannot appear in front of him for now. After the meal was ready, Jiang Nan and Lu Huifeng brought it into the main room. Lu Hao was explaining to Fang Guoping how to exercise and what to watch out for. Come on, eat quickly. Lu Huifeng directly handed the bowls and chopsticks to Fang Guoping. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan also sat down to eat. Lu Huifeng had no appetite. She packed some dishes into an aluminum lunchbox, carefully added her father's favorite noodles, and put her own flatbread into a small bag. When Lu Hao and Jiang Nan finished eating and were about to leave, Lu Huifeng carefully handed the lunchbox to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took it and said, Aunt, don't worry too much. Grandpa is drinking Chinese medicine. When we collect the medicine later, you can come sell medicine. Okay. Lu Huifeng watched Jiang Nan and Lu Hao walk away, placing all her hope on her niece-in-law. She hoped she could persuade her father and get him to let her into the house. When Jiang Nan and Lu Hao returned home, old Master Lu was pacing at the door with his hands behind his back. Seeing them come back, he asked sternly, Where is that boss? He's gone back. Grandpa, come inside quickly. Jiang Nan placed the lunchbox on a low table. We ate at my aunt's house. I brought you a lunchbox. We're not cooking today. Please eat quickly, and after you're done, call the village chief to broadcast about collecting the medicine. Old Master Lu glanced at the lunchbox in Jiang Nan's hand and snorted coldly. I won't eat. I can cook myself. The old man was stubborn. Lu Hao, feeling unhappy, tried to reason with him. Grandpa, don't be so stubborn. After all these years, is there anything you can't forgive? My aunt didn't do anything wrong back then. Didn't she do anything wrong? Or was it me who was wrong? The usually kind old man suddenly became emotional, slamming the table. Who hurt whose feelings? Lu Hao looked serious, but couldn't argue with him. Jiang Nan shrank her shoulders and timidly said, Grandpa, don't get angry. Worried Jiang Nan might misunderstand, Old Master Lu quickly put away his angry expression and spoke softly, Nan, don't be afraid. Grandpa isn't angry at you. Jiang Nan looked terrified and awkwardly said, Grandpa, I brought the food. If you don't want to eat it, that's fine. Don't be angry. I'll just pour it into the chicken coop to feed the chickens later. Old Master Lu remained silent. Seeing Jiang Nan carrying a lunchbox and a big pancake heading toward the chicken coop, Lu Hao stood there without stopping her. Old Master Lu suddenly became anxious. Such waste. That food could feed the chickens? He thought she hadn't experienced hunger before. His eyes flickered as he cleared his throat awkwardly and tried to stop her. I've already fed the chickens. You all do your own thing. Then I'll go make some food for you, Grandpa. What would you like to eat? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. No need. I ate this morning, so I'm not hungry. We'll talk later. Jiang Nan exchanged a look with Lu Hao, a smile in her eyes, then placed the lunchbox back on the table. Grandpa, look. Boss Yang paid a deposit of 500 yuan. Now we have money to buy medicinal herbs. Jiang Nan took out a large sum of money from her pocket and happily waved it in front of her grandfather. The old man's eyes lit up as he looked at the brand new money. Really? Then I'll go find the village chief now. Jiang Nan handed the money to her grandfather. Grandpa, while you're at it, take this money and exchange it at the village shop for small bills. Otherwise, we won't have change when we buy the herbs. All right, I'll go now. The old man carefully stored the money and left. After he left, Jiang Nan looked at Lu Hao and smiled. Did you notice? Grandpa just can't swallow his pride. Don't argue with him. Talking reason doesn't work. He'll compromise eventually. Lu Hao glanced at her. You're quite clever. Are you praising me? When he looked into her starry eyes, Lu Hao's usually cold heart suddenly trembled. Maybe it was just his illusion, but little Fat's round face didn't seem as swollen as before. Yes, the biggest feature of hormone-induced swelling is a puffy face. Now, looking at it, her skin seemed firmer. Her face had become smaller, with more defined features. As she said, long-term hormone use caused swelling. Has she stopped the medication? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Nan noticed Lu Hao's gaze and warned playfully, You better not have any inappropriate thoughts. I already have a little brother in my heart. Lu Hao. He snorted softly. Average looks, big dreams. Jiang Nan. Her sharp tongue was about to strike again. She pouted and retorted confidently, What do you mean, average looks? Just wait a few days and see my face. It'll blind your eyes. Lu Hao looked at her radiant face, momentarily stunned. A familiar smile appeared. Lately whenever I see her, I can't help but think of the young girl. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Nan's words brought him back. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Yun, still thinking about something from her past. She didn't want to be rude, so she changed the subject directly. Qin Yun, I want to tell you something. As girls, we must protect ourselves when we go out. Not long ago, I had a friend who got into trouble. Sister-in-law, what happened? Qin Yun asked curiously. Jiang Nan sighed and said she was dating someone, but they broke up because they weren't suitable. The guy didn't give up and kept bothering her. Later, he followed her to her hometown. One dark and windy night, when she was leaving, he bullied her. Bullied her? Caused swelling. Has she stopped? This nerve might be damaged, right? Lu Hao nodded silently. Jiang Nan pressed his forearm carefully, looking professional and serious. Actually, this can be gradually repaired through acupuncture. Seeing her serious gaze, Lu Hao couldn't help but glance at her more. He remembered the prescription she gave to his grandfather. Yesterday, old Mu, Gu Yahui's grandfather, listened to him recite the prescription and thought for a long time before saying just one word: wonderful. Getting approval from a senior professor at the traditional Chinese medicine college, the so-called Uncle Nia Jiang Nan mentioned, really meant she knew her stuff. Lu Hao thought maybe he should change his view. Western medicine might declare a death sentence, but traditional Chinese medicine could save him. He couldn't really give up. Just as he was about to change his mind and ask Jiang Nan about Uncle Nia, the village loudspeaker suddenly blared. First, a red song played, then the village chief gave 2 whistles before starting the announcement. Attention, villagers, attention. When the loudspeaker sounded, everyone in the village stopped what they were doing. They stood in their yards, listening carefully, afraid of missing any important news. Our village Lu Hao's family is collecting medicinal herbs. Lu Hao's family is collecting medicinal herbs. Dandelions are priced a dime higher than last year, and 1 gene of astragalus is 5 mao more than last year. If anyone has dried herbs, they can bring them to sell at his place. The village chief broadcasted seriously twice, and Lu Hao and Jiang Nan heard everything clearly. The herb collection news had been announced, and soon villagers would come by. Jiang Nan instantly became excited. She was about to start earning her first big sum. If everything went well, she would keep walking this path. Thinking about it made her a little excited. She smiled and asked Lu Hao, "Grandpa said there's a colorful cloth at home. Do you know where it is? It needs to be laid out in the yard. This way, the medicine would stay clean." Lu Hao pointed toward the firewood shed. "It should be in the shed." Jiang Nan hurried into the shed, searched around, and came out holding the colorful cloth, calling Lu Hao to help lay it in the yard. Lu Hao was gently pulled along by her and carefully spread the cloth on the ground. After laying it out, Jiang Nan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Now we should make a small blackboard to write the prices and hang it at the door. That way it's clear and simple, no need to explain the prices over and over. Lu Hao was inspired by her business spirit and, on a whim, gave an idea: write it on a small piece of paper first. Whether your business will succeed is still uncertain, so don't waste a wooden board. Jiang Nan hesitated. Her words were rough but reasonable. She didn't strongly believe her business would be successful, but she nodded. "All right, I'll leave this task to you. It's already kind of you for a wooden block to help come up with ideas." In the village, everyone heard the broadcast and came out of their houses to check if the news was true. The gathering spot for village news was near the wheat field. At this moment, several people had already gathered there. A gossiping Aunt Zhang said, "Did you all hear? They say old Lu's family is collecting medicinal herbs." I heard that too. At first, I thought it was about the agricultural tax and I was surprised. I also thought the terraced fields would start so early this year. I thought we weren't busy with farming yet. A few older men in the village exchanged a few words. Zhang Changgue, sitting under a tree smoking, said, "Why is his family suddenly collecting herbs? Did Lu Hao lose his job in the city and switch to selling herbs? Who knows? Maybe we should go see. If the herbs are good, we should sell them. Letting them go to waste would be too much." While everyone was discussing, old Lu, with his hands behind his back, humming a tune from a play, strolled over happily from the village chief's house. "Old Uncle Lu, I heard your family is collecting medicinal herbs?" A young village wife asked eagerly. Old Lu smiled and nodded. "Yes, my granddaughter-in-law is collecting herbs. We sell for cash, and the price is higher than the herbal traders. You all are digging up herbs too, right? Come quickly and bring them to my family. We sell directly, pay immediately, and weigh the herbs ourselves. No shortchanging." "Is the price higher than previous years?" Everyone was suddenly interested. "All right, let's go take a look." They followed old Lu to inquire about the prices. Jiang Nan has already laid out colorful cloth, and the scale is ready nearby. She is now holding a piece of cardboard, hanging Lu Hao's price list on the fence gate. Old Master Lu happily speaks. Nan Nan, your uncles and aunts are coming to check the prices of our medicinal herbs.
Please tell them about it.
Seeing some villagers, Jiang Nan smiles and says, Uncles, aunts, the price list is here. Take a look. Is it higher than last year's prices from the medicine traders? Old Jiang, we can't read. Can you read it for us? Zhang Changgui looks at Jiang Nan's price list and asks, Is it really 4 yuan 50 for astragalus? Jiang Nan replies, Yes, but that's for top-quality herbs. The usual ones are still 4 yuan. And dandelions, top quality at 50 cents, regular at 45 cents, 5 cents more expensive. Jiang Nan holds a thick stack of small bills exchanged from the village chief shop, smiling as she says, We buy herbs with cash. If you have dried herbs at home, bring them quickly. You can sell them immediately and get cash. Seeing the money, everyone feels more confident. Let's go and bring the herbs. Su Yuqin just finished washing the pots and comes out of the kitchen. She asks Lu Xingmin standing in the yard, What's being announced on the loudspeaker? Lu Xingmin also looks puzzled. I think I heard that Xiao Hao's side is collecting herbs. Dad, you must have misunderstood. My older brother wouldn't be collecting herbs like that. Lu Xiaoya comes out of the house, speaking with a look of disdain. Lu Xingmin's tone is unfriendly. In this village, only our family has the surname Lu. How could I mishear that? Su Yuqin looks at the pile of herbs hanging to dry and says to Lu Xiaoya, Go and see if they're really collecting herbs. Mom, I won't go. That fat guy might chop me with a knife again. Today, Officer Qin didn't come, so why would she seek trouble? Unable to command her daughter, Su Yuqin has no choice but to ask Lu Xingmin again, Old Lu, why don't you go and check? Lu Xingmin is curious about why his father suddenly started collecting herbs, so he agrees and plans to go see. When he reaches the alley entrance, he happens to meet some villagers carrying nylon bags heading toward the old house. Where are you going? Lu Xingmin asks. Zhang Changgui replies, Teacher Lu, your daughter-in-law is collecting herbs. We're taking them to sell. Oh, that's good. Lu Xingmin, as the village's intellectual, is respected by everyone. No one dares to tease him about not knowing his daughter-in-law is collecting herbs. When Lu Xingmin reaches the fence gate, Jiang Nan is busy inspecting herbs in the yard. Her old grandfather is happily weighing and recognizing the herbs. Lu Hao is nearby, recording the accounts. Lu Xingmin looked at the happy, well-organized scene and felt warm inside, but also a little sad. He felt like an outsider. Jiang Nan just weighed a bag of dandelions and said to Zhang Changgui, Uncle, you have a total of 24 jin. Sun Wanru finally snapped out of her trance. When she heard Gu Yahui mention her giving birth, her eyes shifted from obsession to anger as she looked at Gu Zhengyan. Her voice was sarcastic. Yes, the conditions are tough. I almost lost my life. Did you go to the hospital? Gu Yahui eagerly sought the truth. Although he sensed something was wrong, he continued to ask. Sun Wanru sneered coldly, full of mockery. Go to the hospital? Well, someone has to take you there first. Sun Wanru's sarcastic tone made Gu Zhengyan's face look unpleasant. Grandma Gu stepped in just in time. Enough, Yahui. Go check the kitchen. The illiterate women nearby looked honest and reliable. Lu Hao's wife, are you selling these herbs for business? Zhang Changgui asked curiously. Jiang Nan was busy checking the quality of the herbs. Uncle, we have our own way. You little girl. Always so mysterious. Jiang Nan smiled. Uncle, that's a business secret. A few villagers happily left after selling their herbs and counting their money. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao then saw Lu Xingmin come in. She politely greeted everyone. Xiao Hao Nan Nan, are you planning to buy herbs for business? Jiang Nan nodded.
Yes.
Where will you sell them? In the city. That's good. How have you been feeling these days? When will you go back to the city? Lu Hao answered politely, in a while. After greeting the villagers, everyone happily took their money and left. Lu Xingmin followed them into the house. He saw the prominent banner hanging on the wall and asked in surprise, What is this? It's an award from the county government. Lu Hao replied simply, answering any questions but not eager to chat. That's well deserved. Lu Xingmin looked at his son's face, and then at the banner on the wall, feeling a bit upset inside. His son liked to meddle in others' affairs. That was his way. If he hadn't been kind-hearted back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this today. Lu Hao noticed the inscription below the banner, and his dull eyes flickered strongly. Xiao Hao, is the person you saved named Qinyud? He suppressed a shock and tried to sound natural. Lu Hao glanced at the banner and replied, "It seems so, I'm not sure. Old Chen probably had that name. Where is he from?" Lu Hao suddenly became more talkative, asking many questions. "An outsider. We had an accident while staying at a hotel together. I happened to lend a hand," Lu Hao said casually, as if afraid that his family would trouble the other person over his injury. Lu Hao realized he was overthinking. The name on the banner couldn't possibly be the same person he remembered. Thinking this, his complicated feelings settled down again. He saw a herbal medicine pot on the table and asked, "Who is this for?" Lu Hao replied, "It's for my grandfather." He didn't go into detail about his grandfather's illness. There was no need. This so-called father of his had abandoned him and his grandfather when he remarried. "Dad, are you feeling unwell? Why are you drinking herbal medicine?" Lu Hao asked worriedly, looking at Grandpa Lu. "Nothing serious, just some toning herbs." Jiang Nan saw that neither Lu Hao nor Grandpa Lu wanted to tell the truth to Lu Hao, so she wisely kept quiet. At that moment, someone outside called Lu Hao's name again. Jiang Nan peeked through the door curtain. Someone was selling herbs. She and Grandpa Lu quickly went out to greet the customer. Lu Hao also went out. Lu Hao sat alone in the old house, his gaze falling again on the three characters at the bottom of the banner. He stared at the name. Uncontrollably, memories flooded his mind, making him feel very oppressed and helpless, overwhelmed by unexpressed pain. In the yard, Jiang Nan and others were clearly dividing tasks to harvest herbs. Lu Hao couldn't help much, and no one called him to help, so he felt unnecessary and went home. Su Yuqin waited a long time before seeing Lu Hao enter the house looking lost and distracted. She hurriedly asked, "Did you see it? Is that the place collecting herbs?" Lu Hao was distracted. Hearing Su Yuqin, he nodded, "Yes, Jiang Nan is collecting herbs." "Jiang Nan?" Su Yuqin looked surprised. "That chubby girl collecting herbs? Really?" Lu Xiaoya also heard her father's words and couldn't help but come out of the house, dismissively snorting. "Huh, it must be my big brother collecting herbs. That fatso is just helping out. She can't do it herself." Lu Xiaoya didn't want to believe or admit that Jiang Nan, a rural girl, could run a herbal business. She couldn't do it herself, after all. All rural girls probably couldn't do it. Whenever Lu Xiaoya mentioned Jiang Nan, she would mock her harshly. Lu Hao scolded, "Watch your words." Lu Xiaoya pouted. Angrily, she said to Su Yuqin, "Mom, don't go over there with them. If they take advantage and don't pay you, you'll have wasted your effort." "It probably won't happen," Su Yuqin replied, still eager to sell quickly and buy household supplies. Old Master Lu disdainfully rolled his eyes at him. "You bookworm, if they can find the village, they wouldn't be mistaken. Just be firm and refuse to meet." Lu Hao nodded. "Don't tell Lu Hao about this for now." While talking to his father, Lu Hao gaze casually fell on the banner hanging on the wall, which honored a hero. His eyes lingered on the signature, Qinyud. Suddenly, his mind recalled what the village chief had said. Chun Lao went to the county town but returned due to health issues. He stared at those 3 words and couldn't help but think. Could this Qinyud on the banner be the... Lu Hao went inside, sat in front of a simple bookshelf, and sat in silence for a long time. He pulled out a book from the top shelf, inside which was a yellowed envelope. He held the envelope, rubbing his fingers over it, but lacked the courage to open and read it again. A harsh, resolute phrase echoed in his mind. "If you want to see my daughter, unless I Qinyud die, and you hold your little troublemaker, get out." Thinking of painful past events, Lu Hao wiped his face with both hands, looking distressed. Over the years, he was constantly haunted by memories. Even after remarrying, some wounds remained for life. "Old Lu, aren't you going to school? You're late." Su Yuqin came in and saw Lu Hao with a pained expression, eyes closed. Worried, she asked old Lu, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingmin quickly opened his eyes and responded, "Nothing." He stood up, carrying an old black leather bag, and pushed his bicycle toward the school. Before leaving, he looked back and said to Su Yuqin, "Take your medicinal herbs over to Xiao Hao's place and sell them. Show some support." When Lu Xingmin mentioned supporting his son-in-law, Su Yuqin was displeased and deliberately disagreed. "I won't go. I'm waiting for the medicine traders to come to the village." Lu Xingmin frowned and said, "If our family doesn't sell, how can others take care of the business? Who are they to be our family?"
Su Jun not gon li.
"You go to work now, and stop bothering me." She believed it was her freedom to sell the herbs she dug up and to whom she sold them. Lu Xingmin's meddling only made her rebellious. Moreover, she had been thinking about Lu Hao for a long time, but he didn't see them as family at all. Thinking of this, she felt frustrated. But she also truly needed money. She hesitated, wanting to sell the herbs for cash but reluctant to lose face. She watched outside the gate for a while, seeing the villagers who were digging herbs gradually walking toward the old house. They didn't need her support. Their business was doing well. While Su Yuqin was standing by the road complaining, she saw a familiar figure. Lu Huifeng was carrying a nylon bag and hesitating near the wheat field, stepping on ants. Su Yuqin's eyes moved slightly. What is Lu Huifeng doing here? Looking at the bag on her shoulder. Could she also want to sell herbs? Since the old man doesn't associate with her, she probably wouldn't dare to go inside. So they could keep each other company. His aunt, "What are you doing here? Didn't go up the mountain today?" Su Yuqin approached and greeted her. "Sister-in-law." Lu Huifeng looked troubled as she spoke. "Xiao Hao and Nan Nan are collecting herbs. I plan to sell these dried ones." When she said this, she glanced toward the old house with a sad expression and lowered her head. Su Yuqin naturally understood her meaning. She asked, "Does the old man still not let you in?" Lu Huifeng remained silent and looked down. "Sigh, that old man is really stubborn." Su Yuqin's eyes flickered as she said, "I'll go with you." Lu Huifeng's dull face lit up with hope. "Sister-in-law, are you also selling herbs?" Su Yuqin pretended to hesitate. "I wasn't planning to sell, but since you're going, I'll go with you."
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
Having someone with her gave her the courage to go inside. After all, sister-in-law is the daughter-in-law. With her there, the father would probably consider face and not chase her away. Su Yuqin ran home to carry herbs and, in just a few minutes, met Lu Huifeng at the crossroads. Lu Huifeng looked at the nylon bag on her shoulder. "Sister-in-law, you have more dried herbs than I do." Su Yuqin shook the bag on her shoulder and smiled. "They're okay." The two carried the herbs toward the old house. At this time, fewer villagers were selling herbs. Jiang Nan told old Lu to go inside and rest, and also place the clay pot on the honeycomb coal stove to boil herbs. She was alone in the yard sorting the herbs she had just collected. There wasn't much huangqi, only about 20 jin, all dandelions. The weather had been good lately, so they dried quite well, with a nice color, top-quality herbs. Jiang Nan was working when she noticed someone at the fence gate. She turned her head to look. It was Lu Huifeng and Su Yuqin, each carrying a nylon bag, peering at the entrance. "Andy, Aunt Su, are you also here to sell herbs?" Jiang Nan stood up and approached the gate. Lu Huifeng instinctively looked into the yard. Her steps didn't move. Su Yuqin also looked a bit uncomfortable. Thanks to Lu Xiaoya, who specifically mentioned the ages of the girls in the village, when Qin Yun was taking measurements. Qin Yun made the sizes based on their ages, which might have some small errors, but they wouldn't be too big. Basically, these clothes were made to fit the little girls in the village. At noon, Jiang Nan put down the iron and stretched lazily. "Finally done. You two are amazing, so clever." Qin Yun smiled. "Sister-in-law, you're also great, ironing all these clothes." After tidying up the clothes, Jiang Nan took out a few bills from her pocket and handed them to Qin Yun. Yun, here's 30 yuan. Place the clay pot on the honeycomb coal stove to boil herbs." "Auntie, Aunt Su, your herbs are quite dry. 1 jin and 5 mao. Do you think they can be sold?" They were priced at the best rate. Su Yuqin felt her tense heart ease. 5 mao. that's higher than the herbal sellers from previous years. Lu Huifang remained very relaxed. Nan were family.
Just give a little, it's fine.
Nothing wrong with selling. Jiang Nan said seriously, Annie, that's not right. Business is business. Harvesting herbs isn't easy. Then I'll weigh them. Jiang Nan brought over a scale, and Su Yuqin hung the nylon bag on it. She saw Jiang Nan struggling to lift it, unable to do so easily, and felt a bit sorry for him. Let's both lift and weigh it. She placed a stick on the scale and helped Jiang Nan hold it. In her mind, she thought, marrying into the Lu family is truly a curse. All the men in the Lu family are the same, women work hard, and they don't even bother to help. Suddenly, she felt a bit sympathetic toward the chubby girl. She might be headed down the same path. While she was thinking this, a deep voice sounded behind them. Let me weigh it. Lu Hao, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, walked over steadily. Seeing Lu Hao helping with the work despite his injury, Su Yuqin felt a bit embarrassed. Well, this young guy has more potential than his father. Lu Hao helped settle the bill. When Jiang Nan paid, Lu Huifang politely said she was fine with just giving a little, genuinely wanting to support her niece-in-law's business. Jiang Nan forcefully handed her 21 yuan, Auntie, one rule for one rule. We do business and honest dealings are important. No one should be cheated. Lu Huifang could only accept the money. Next to her, Su Yuqin's face burned with shame, secretly feeling guilty for thinking poorly of others. Jiang Nan paid Su Yuqin too, giving her 8 more cents. She wanted to return it, but Jiang Nan refused to take it. The transaction was successful. Jiang Nan politely invited, Annie, Aunt Su, please come inside and sit. Su Yuqin shook her head. No, I plan to go up the mountain. I can dig again this afternoon. In just a few days, she had earned nearly 20 yuan. Feeling motivated, she quickly decided to work harder, taking advantage of this season to earn more and support the family. Lu Huifang stood in the yard, neither leaving nor entering the house. She looked nervously toward the main house, her expression complicated. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao naturally understood her meaning. Auntie, Grandpa is taking a nap now. Has he eaten? Lu Huifang asked hopefully.
Did he eat?
Jiang Nan also didn't know if he had eaten. She had been busy in the yard and hadn't gone inside. Faced with Lu Huifang's hopeful gaze, she didn't want to disappoint her and told a kind lie. He ate a little, but hasn't finished. Once I'm done, I'll wash the lunchbox and bring it to you. Okay. Lu Huifang hesitated for a few seconds, but didn't dare stay longer. She left with Su Yuqin. Su Yuqin didn't expect Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang to get along so well. Years ago, Lu Huifang had a falling out with the old master over her marriage. Lu Xingmin, her brother, originally sided with his sister and always supported her. Later, Fang Guoping was injured, and their family became a bottomless pit. She didn't want Lu Xingmin to keep filling it, so she deliberately avoided their family. Now, Su Yuqin was chatting with her, testing her. How is your aunt and uncle? Your nephew is back. Have you asked him if the big hospital can treat his illness? When mentioning Fang Guoping's leg, Lu Huifang's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Hao said he can have surgery, but it's not the right time yet. We don't have the money for the operation. Yes, going to the hospital costs a lot. We rural folks don't have that kind of money. This letter must be fake. Liang Mingting was accused of a crime and imprisoned, but I don't know what it was. I truly feel wronged. The Empress held back her tears and complained to the Northern Tang Emperor. She insisted she was innocent, crying and pleading at the same time. Before the Emperor could soften, Shun Juanxi sighed and said, There's no need to talk about innocence. During those days, Liang Mingting often visited the academy to see me. I could always smell a rose scent on him. Now it seems the Empress is enjoying herself every night, living more freely than the Emperor. The Northern Tang, thinking of Jiang Nan, who earns money by collecting herbs, and then looking at her lazy daughter. Su Yuqin felt overwhelmed. One head, 2 big worries. Lu Xiaoya was trying to style her wet bangs into curls with a comb. Mom, what do you want me to do? It's not mealtime yet. You talk as if you'd cook when it's mealtime. Come on, let's go up the mountain to pick herbs. She can't earn money by collecting herbs, but she can go to the mountain. A jean, about 500 grams, sells for 50 cents. If she picks 10 jean after drying, it's about 2 or 3 jean, which can sell for over $1. Su Yuqin thought she was quite clever, but Lu Xiaoya was completely unwilling. I won't go. The mountain path is too hard. What can you do? You could fill the water jar, feed the pigs, and prepare dinner. I'll be back late today. Su Yuqin looked at her daughter, wishing she could stuff her back inside. People kept coming to ask for help. Let my second brother carry water. I'm just a girl. I don't have that much strength. Your second brother is tired all day at the farm machinery station. Do you think he'll carry water for you when he gets home? Su Yuqin went inside, grabbed a pancake, put a basket on her back, tossed a shovel into it, and headed out, munching on the pancake. In the afternoon, the old, dilapidated house finally quieted down. Jiang Nan sat in the shady yard, counting her money in her ledger. There was no calculator at home, only an abacus, which she wasn't used to, so she had to do mental math. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, startling the sparrows in the trees so much they flew away. Lu Hao, sitting under an apricot tree reading a book on the other side, slowly looked up and gazed over thoughtfully. Jiang Nan slapped her thigh again for 120 gene of dandelions, 38 gene of astragalus, and 6.5 gene of pinelia. In just half a day, I made all this. She quickly scribbled and calculated on paper. Finally, she figured out her profit and was excited again. Just these herbs, I earned over 60 yuan. Holding her ledger, she ran over to the man reading and shared her joy. Isn't that amazing? Just look at how much I made. I just flipped these herbs, and I earned over 60. Lu Hao was captivated by her bright, beautiful face. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, more beautiful than when they first met. Jiang Nan continued showing off with her ledger. How much is your monthly salary?
About 100 yuan, right?
Ordinary workers don't even earn that much in a month. With this flip, I earned a month and a half salary in half a month. Don't get too happy just yet. Lu Hao closed the book and looked at the proud girl, speaking calmly. Today, 2/3 of the village's medicinal herbs are in the yard. That means in the next few days you won't get many herbs, and even if people come to trade, it won't be much. He glanced at her and said lightly, You can earn over 60 every day. Jiang Nan. I have to say, this guy's way of pouring cold water is really good. It's like a wake-up call. That's right, you can't earn over 60 every day. There are no more herbs in the village. She can't limit herself to just Jinshui village's herbs. She needs to go out. She wasn't discouraged by Lu Hao's words. Instead, she became even more excited. You're right, the village's herbs will be gone for a while. Tomorrow I will go to Dawan village and nearby villages. Some villages can set up purchase points. For villages close to Jinshui village, as long as the village chief announces over the loudspeaker, villagers will bring herbs to sell in Jinshui village. Before, when there were no herbal traders in the village, people carried herbs to sell in the county town. Lu Hao looked at her and asked, Are you going to your family's village? Jiang Nan nodded. Yes, many people in the village are digging herbs. She can set up the purchase point at Uncle Nie's house and have Boss Yang pick up the herbs directly. Lu Hao placed his book on his lap and looked at the girl thinking with her head tilted, speaking softly. Your mind is so quick. It's a pity someone exchanged your bride price. Is that so? You think I'm clever too? Jiang Nan deliberately acted to make him see her differently. You could actually talk to your family properly, work with them in business, and let them see your potential. Then they wouldn't just see you as someone to marry once. Lu Hao's deep eyes looked at her seriously. Tomorrow, go and have a good talk with your family. Jiang Nan understood what he meant. He wanted her to show her business skills and intelligence in front of her family, hoping they would see her value and change their minds, bringing her home. Without others' hardship, don't advise them to be kind. Jiang Nan stood up holding the account book, her voice cold. Lu Hao, I have my own life plan. You don't need to worry that I'll mess things up for you. This arrogant guy, afraid she might blackmail him. Lu Hao shrugged. Whatever you want. I might be leaving with my grandfather soon. You know that. Jiang Nan replied impatiently. Thanks for the reminder. Will he go back to the city so soon? With that look on his face, what could he do when he gets back? Jiang Nan went back to her room, picked up the round mirror on the table, and held it up in front of her face. In the mirror, I see a slightly rounded face. Slim, elongated eyes, a high nose bridge, and bright red lips. Much prettier than the way I looked the night I was reborn. My body is also firmer and less thin, not as flabby as before. But the clothes I wear seem a bit dirty, which really lowers my overall image. Once I sell this batch of herbs, I need to buy myself a proper outfit. Jiang Nan puts down the mirror and sits on the bed, counting the remaining deposit in her pocket. Yesterday, her grandfather gave her 50 yuan for medicine, and she paid 3 yuan. She still owes Uncle Nia over 90 yuan for herbs. Including that 90, she has a total of 200 yuan left. Buying herbs from other villages costs too much, and her funds are limited. But the seasons wait for no one, and the herbs won't wait either. If she doesn't act quickly, Old Huang will take her share. She needs to have Boss Yang move the herbs first, pay, and then continue. Jiang Nan runs to the village chief shop to call Aunt Yang. When she mentions she collected over 400 gene of dandelions, they agree to come pick them up. Aunt Yang praises her speed, but feels awkward. Little Jiang, we're going to the city to deliver medicine tomorrow morning. We don't have time to come over. Besides, with so few herbs, it's not worth making a trip. Can you collect more? We'll keep track first, then pick up the herbs the day after tomorrow. Aunt Yang, I'll think of a way, Jiang Nan replies. She could ask the village's cart to help, but that would reveal her herb shop's location. This business might get robbed. She hangs up and buys 2 spicy snacks with a dime, eating while pondering her next move. Tomorrow, she plans to set up a collection point in Dawan village. She doesn't have enough funds, and credit might not work. Borrowing money is also impossible. If nothing else works, she'll ask Uncle Nia for an advance. Suddenly, a loud, sharp sound of a bicycle brake rings out ahead. She instinctively looks up. Su Zheng is sitting on his bike, one foot on the ground, giving her a teasing look. Oh, you're still here? Where would I go? Jiang Nan lazily eats her spicy snack and rolls her eyes. Su Zheng's face is smiling, but his tone is cold. Are you really giving up? Mind your own business. Jiang Nan doesn't want to argue and tries to walk past him. I really don't understand. Why did you marry him? The man on the bike sneers. Is it because of his scarred face? His broken-down house? Or his useless personality that can't even make a proper sound? Is it just because he has a job in the city? Whether he can go back or not, that's another story. Facing his face every day, doesn't it make you sick? Jiang Nan walked over to him and stopped. She looked at Su Zheng and smiled softly. Su Zheng, you seem to have a lot of hostility towards Lu Hao and the entire Lu family. Su Zheng didn't answer. He thought he looked handsome, tilted his chin up, and glanced at her sideways. Look at my face. Isn't it more handsome than Lu Hao's? I don't think so. Jiang Nan didn't want to hear him flirt. She looked at him with a cold smile. It's because your father drowned while saving Mr. Lu, and you became an orphan. So you hold a grudge against Mr. Lu and dislike Lu Hao for having a father. You're jealous because he's better than you. Dark thoughts and hatred fill your heart, making you act like this. You want to take everything from Lu Hao, humiliate him, right? Feeling someone peering into his deepest, dirtiest thoughts, his face twisted for a moment. Then he quickly returned to his indifferent look and asked, should I hate him? Or should I be grateful? You really should be grateful, Jiang Nan said with cold eyes. Please investigate carefully how your father really died back then, she added. What do you mean? Su Zheng's face changed. Jiang Nan didn't answer but continued, also, I think the real troublemakers, full of hatred and hostility, are those who took your house and land, your relatives, not the Lu family who raised you. She looked at him as if he were a fool. Don't you understand the law? Do you know about inheritance rights? The land and courtyard your father owned should belong to you, not be divided by uncles and cousins. Do you get it? Jiang Nan rattled on, then finally took a spicy snack and turned away gracefully. Left standing there, Su Zheng pushed his bicycle, frozen in the wind. That fool Su Zheng, if he still can't wake up, he's truly hopeless. She didn't know the full story about Su Zheng's father and Lu Xingmin. In fact, only Su Zheng's uncle knew the truth. In her past life, she only knew that Su Zheng was twisted inside and full of hatred for everyone in the Lu family, to the point of causing Lu Xingmin to be hospitalized and chaos at home. Until his uncle was terminally ill and about to die, he revealed a letter from Su Zheng's father. Later, Su Zheng finally understood. He kneeled by the hospital bed and even came to apologize to Lu Hao. Jiang Nan wasn't entirely sure about the real cause of Su Zheng's father's death, but she was certain it wasn't simply because he died saving Lu Xingmin. She hoped that, through her reminder, Su Zheng would investigate the truth himself. If this person doesn't wake up and continues to be gloomy and sneaky, always stabbing others in the back. In his past life, he often caused trouble for Lu Hao. Jiang Nan was burned by spicy strips and quickly ran home to drink some water. Old Master Lu had already gotten up and was heating the stove to prepare medicine. Jiang Nan asked him to add more coal, so he wouldn't have to burn it every day in the smoky heat. But the old man was worried about wasting coal, so he only lit the fire during the medicine process and extinguished it afterward. He saved coal, but the firewood for starting the fire was not saved at all. Of course, in the countryside, people have plenty of firewood and are carefree. Jiang Nan entered the house and saw Lu Hao studying the aluminum lunchbox on the table. She casually asked, "What are you doing?" "The food is gone." "What's that?" Lu Hao picked up the lunchbox and waved it in front of her. "The food in the box is gone. Did Grandpa eat it?" Jiang Nan looked at the empty lunchbox with a relaxed expression. Lu Hao shook his head. "Not sure. I'll go ask." She hurried out the door. She watched the old man scooping water into a clay pot and asked, "Grandpa, where's the food in the lunchbox?" Old Master Lu paused slightly, his eyes flickering, and said proudly, "Fed the chickens." "Oh, you really are generous." Jiang Nan returned to the house and whispered to Lu Hao. He said he fed the chickens. It's hard to believe he's that generous. Jiang Nan stifled a laugh and whispered, "That old man is quite hypocritical. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame others." Jiang Nan said, and tried to walk around her. "You can't go. You can't just watch and do nothing." Wang Shenglan, stronger and more forceful, grabbed Jiang Nan and tried to pull her back home. Jiang Nan was her only hope. If she could persuade the police, Jiang Daming might be released. Her family's Zhigang was also looking for work, but she didn't know where. It all depended on Jiang Nan to contact them. Jiang Nan was thin and weak, and they were much stronger. It was a hot day, and there were no people around. Wang Shenglan pulled at her. "Otherwise, it won't be easy to digest." Hearing this, Jiang Nan was even more sure that the food in the lunchbox was eaten by the old man. He's really hypocritical. After all these years, he must miss his daughter's cooking. In the evening, Jiang Nan cooked millet porridge, picked some dandelions outside, blanched them in hot water, and mixed them with chopped green onions for a cold dish. At the dinner table, old Master Lu tasted the green dish and frowned. "Isn't this dandelion?" Nan, how did you turn this into a dish?" Jiang Nan explained, "Grandpa, dandelions have cooling and detoxifying effects, and they are anti-inflammatory." She felt like a fool, thinking they'd use her and hurt her family. At that moment, memories of how they had used and hurt her in her past life flooded back. Jiang Nan lost control and ruthlessly swung the stick again at Wang Shenglan. Just as she was hitting her fiercely, Jiang Dahai and his wife arrived. Jiang Dahai cursed, "Jiang Nan, you ungrateful girl. How dare you hit your mother? Where is Pingping? Did you sell her?" Seeing Jiang Dahai, that Jiang Nan knew she was in trouble, outnumbered 3-1. She couldn't fight them all. You don't know, during the starving years, we even gnawed on tree bark. These wild vegetables didn't have time to grow before they went into our stomachs. I've had enough of it. At the dinner table, he was too embarrassed to say that his stool was green. Old Mr. Lu complained while grabbing another bite. "It's tasty." Jiang Nan looked at Lu Hao and asked, "How does it taste?" Pretty good, Lu Hao replied. He took a bite, looked at Jiang Nan seriously, and asked little fatty, "Are you really serious about making money by selling things?" She chuckled softly, "Of course I am. Is there any fake in wanting to earn money?" Lu Hao calmly ate the dandelions on his plate and gave her an idea. "You could sell wild vegetables." "Sell wild vegetables?" Jiang Nan looked surprised. Lu Hao nodded. "Yes, you said earlier that city people like this kind of stuff." Seeing how eager and ambitious little fatty was to get rich, he pointed her in a clear direction. "Exactly." Jiang Nan clapped her hands as if she just had a bright idea. "Why didn't I think of that?" Lu Hao offered another suggestion. "You can't do it alone. Take your aunt with you." Jiang Nan nodded vigorously. "No problem. My aunt and I will go together. It's good to have company." Old Mr. Lu, who had been silent for a while, got anxious. "Why bring her?" Nan, if you're selling wild vegetables to make money, we should go together." Jiang Nan looked at the lively old man and patiently explained, "Grandpa, we need to stay home to gather herbs. Besides, your health isn't good. You can't just run around." Displeased by his granddaughter's refusal, old Mr. Lu picked up his bowl and went to the kitchen. Lu Hao glanced at the angry old man leaving, and a sly smile crossed his deep eyes.
You could try to persuade Grandpa.
Tell him the herbs are for medicine and let Uncle handle the accounts. He used to be an accountant. Lu Hao knew he couldn't persuade his grandfather himself, so he hoped Jiang Nan could. He really wanted his grandfather to forgive his aunt. "Oh, this is great. I'll talk to Grandpa later," Jiang Nan said with a smile, watching the serious man plan. "Lu Hao, why are you different from other male leads?" she asked with a laugh. Lu Hao was eating and looked up confused. "What male lead?" "Nothing much. I just didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. It was quite surprising." Lu Hao seemed worried she might overthink and cleared his throat to explain, "It's also for my aunt. I see you get along well with her." Jiang Nan corrected him, "It's not just getting along, it's loving the family."
Huh?
Lu Hao looked at her with a faint gaze. Jiang Nan chuckled, "I meant I love money." Old Master Lu was already washing the pot. When he saw Jiang Nan come in, he felt annoyed but didn't dare to show it in front of his granddaughter-in-law. "Grandpa, I think Lu Hao's idea is good. We shouldn't just focus on making money ourselves. We need to help relatives and friends get rich together. If my aunt has a good life, you'll be happy too, right?" Nan, that's just talk. Don't listen to his wild ideas. That Fongwu is unstable, and I get angry just thinking about him. I'll go see him tomorrow. If he can do some work, fine. If he can't even manage a single account, then he doesn't need to stay. That night, Lu Hao started reading again. His favorite pastime was reading books. Right now, he was holding a medical book about hip joint replacements, probably researching treatment options for Fong Woping's condition. Jiang Nan thoughtfully placed a glass of water on the table. "Drink some water." "Thanks, but I'm not thirsty." Lu Hao was fully focused. "Put it down there." "Did you take your medicine?" Jiang Nan softly asked. "Yes, I did." Lu Hao's eyes didn't leave the book. Jiang Nan waited for a long time, but he still didn't drink the water. She was getting anxious and stomped her foot. Lu Hao turned his head and saw the girl pacing behind him. He looked at her coldly and asked, "What are you doing behind me?" "Not exercising?" "Exercising. Jiang Nan stretched her arms and legs. "I'm just curious. What book are you reading today? Want to discuss medical skills with me again? Is that okay?" Jiang Nan looked at him with bright eyes. Lu Hao looked at the book and said 3 words, "No, it's not." Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and went outside to exercise. Old Master Lu was still sitting outside. When he saw Jiang Nan come out, the two of them seemed to exchange secret signals underground. They finally spoke once they reached the safe zone near the vegetable garden. "Did you drink water?" Jiang Nan shook her head. "No, I made millet porridge tonight. I'm not thirsty." She thought she should have added more salt. It was still early, not bedtime yet. Jiang Nan was still thinking about her weight loss plan. "Grandpa, don't worry about him. Come on, let's keep exercising." Old Master Lu stood beside her in line. Jiang Nan started counting the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After doing a set of calisthenics, Jiang Nan sighed. Broadcast calisthenics are not fun. If there was music, we could dance in the square. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, a voice came from behind the wall. Lu Hao's wife, what is square dancing? Startled by the unexpected sound, Jiang Nan quickly turned her head and saw Aunt Wang from next door, her head peeking through the wall. Jiang Nan patted her chest and said, Aunt Wang, you scared me. What are you doing here? I finished eating and am cooling off. I heard you and your grandpa doing calisthenics again in the yard. Just looking over. In the countryside, there isn't much entertainment at night. In winter, people stay in bed after dinner. In summer, it's too hot to sleep, so they stay outside to cool off. The yard is old, and the wall isn't soundproof. Especially since they are near the vegetable garden, separated from Aunt Wang's house by a half-wall. By half-wall, I mean a cracked mud wall with big gaps, big enough for a small child to crawl through. What is square dancing? Aunt Wang asked from the other side of the wall, her face full of wrinkles, looking curious. Auntie, it's a dance for exercise. Jiang Nan twisted her waist and said to Aunt Wang, would you like to join us and get some exercise too? Child, I'm busy all day with chores inside and outside the house. By evening, I can't even lift my feet, let alone exercise. You kids are just bored and looking for fun. Jiang Nan smiled. Yes, Auntie. We'll wait until winter to dance again. Grandpa, come on, let's keep doing the calisthenics. Today, old Master Lu wasn't in the mood to exercise. He gave Jiang Nan a look, signaling her to come inside. He motioned for her to come in and take a look. Jiang Nan twisted her waist a bit, but had to stop and ran inside to check. To her surprise, Lu Hao was already in bed sleeping. She signaled okay to her grandpa at the door. The more they practiced, the more they understood each other. The old man quickly understood what Jiang Nan was indicating. He hurried to get the medicine from inside. Old Master Lu, worried that Jiang Nan stayed up late, quietly suggested, Nan, maybe you should go to sleep tonight. I'll take care of it. Jiang Nan shook her head. Grandpa, no need. You rest early. I'll spray it on him and control the amount. Old Master Lu could only go back inside. Jiang Nan closed the door, sat on the bed, and started spraying medicine on his wound dressing. In summer, to prevent the wound from getting infected, a thin layer of gauze is used and the medicine is sprayed too deeply. She did this every 2 hours. Only when the medicine fully penetrates the wound can it promote healing. Jiang Nan looked at his peaceful sleeping face, yawned, and sighed softly. Lu Hao, what good deeds did you do in your past life? I was able to be reborn to help heal your face. Jiang Nan stayed awake almost all night, took a quick nap, then hurried to spray medicine. She repeated this cycle until dawn. After spraying the last dose and waiting for it to absorb, she gently removed the bandage from his face and rewrapped it with fresh gauze. Tomorrow is the day to change his dressing, so she had to make sure he wouldn't notice any scars. After finishing everything, she put the medicine bottle back in the cabinet and turned off the light to sleep. When she woke up, the sun was already high. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock on the table. It was 9:15. She had slept for over 4 hours. As she stepped out of the room, a village woman came to sell herbs. Carrying a 10-pound bag of inferior dandelions, Jiang Nan casually weighed them and paid 4 yuan and 50 cents. The woman happily went to buy salt at the small shop. After sending the herb seller away, Jiang Nan looked around the yard but didn't see Lu Hao's figure, not even her grandfather. Just as she was about to go find her grandfather, she saw him carrying a basket of dandelions, panting as he walked in. Grandpa, did you go digging for herbs? Jiang Nan hurried over and helped hold the basket. Yes, you said you wanted to sell wild vegetables in the county? I had nothing to do this morning, so I dug 2 baskets of them along the field edge. Since everyone was up the mountain, no one was working in the fields, so I took the opportunity. Old Mr. Lu pointed at the wall corner. There's a pile of them there. I dug those this morning. Jiang Nan looked at the pile of dandelions and then at her thin, frail grandfather. Feeling worried, she said, Grandpa, take care of your health. I'll do this work. It's okay. I feel much better today, and my cough isn't as bad. Jiang Nan thought the old man was just comforting her and didn't pay much attention. "Grandpa, where's Lu Hao?" Old Mr. Lu replied. "He went to the county. He just left. It seems he received a message this morning. Some friends are coming to the county, so he probably won't be back until the afternoon." Friends coming to the county? Most of Lu Hao's friends from his past life, she knew well. Who could be coming to see him? Did he notice anything? Jiang Nan asked cautiously, looking at her grandfather. After several days of continuous treatment, Lu Hao really hadn't felt anything? Old Mr. Lu thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. He just asked about you, saying you've been very sleepy lately. I told him you're exercising to lose weight and dieting, so you're weak." Old Master Lu looked at Jiang Nan and said seriously, Nan, you've lost some weight. It's better not to lose more in the future. Being too thin isn't good." Jiang Nan was happy to hear that she had lost weight and looked at herself. "Grandpa, do you think I've lost weight?" "Yes, your face looks thinner." Old Master Lu looked a bit uncomfortable. "When you married in, you were chubby and very pretty. It's only been a short time, and you've become so thin. People might talk and think we mistreat you." "Grandpa, I was just bloated before. Now I'm more solid," Jiang Nan explained. "The hormones stopped, I controlled my eating, and I exercised. I started to see changes in just a few days." As Lu Hao said, most of the village's medicinal herbs had been sold. Except for the aunt who came in the morning, no other villagers visited. After washing up, Jiang Nan saw it was still early. She looked at the dandelions her grandfather had dug up in the morning and said, "Grandpa, I want to borrow a bicycle to go to the county town and see if I can sell these fresh dandelions." It wasn't yet noon, and the market was lively. It was a good time to go now, or the dandelions might wilt by tomorrow. "Where will you borrow a bike from?" Old Master Lu asked. "From my aunt's house." Before he could object, Jiang Nan ran out the door. A few days earlier, when she visited Lu Huifeng's house, she saw a bicycle in their yard, an old one that Feng Guoping used to ride when he was an accountant. Soon, Jiang Nan pushed the bike over and also borrowed a small scale from Lu Huifeng's house, 20 jin. She put the fresh dandelions into a nylon bag, weighed them with the family scale, and they came to about 80 jin. Then she tied the nylon bag to the back of the bike. Nan, the road is quite far. Can you manage alone?" Old Master Lu asked, watching her ready to leave. "Grandpa, don't worry. I can handle it alone," Jiang Nan assured him. She pushed off with her bike and rode from the small path onto the dirt road. It took about half an hour to reach the paved road. Finally, she arrived at the county. Today was market day, and the green wheat fields on both sides of the road waved in the breeze. There were men carrying loads into town, and young people riding bikes quickly, and occasionally, a flashy motorcycle sped past. The scenery was beautiful. Jiang Nan enjoyed her ride, feeling the strong sense of the era and the fresh scent of the earth blowing toward her. If she weren't in a hurry to sell dandelions, she would really like to stop, push her bicycle slowly, and enjoy the scenery. When she entered the town, she headed straight to the vegetable market. She parked her bicycle, locked it at the market entrance, took off her nylon bag, and stood next to her bike. She opened the bag, rolled the opening, and used her hand to gather the fresh, tender dandelions inside. Then she started calling out at the market entrance, "Fresh dandelions. You can eat them cold, stir-fry them, or brew tea with them. Everyone take a look. Newly picked dandelions, good for cooling heat and detoxing, beautifying your skin." Jiang Nan didn't hold back. She shouted loudly, using a lively tone, and kept selling her goods energetically. Finally, a woman carrying a shopping basket stopped in front of her nylon bag. Paused in front of her nylon bag. "Miss, how much are these?" "Auntie, 3 yuan and 50 cents a jin. Just dug up, very fresh. Look, still with dewdrops." Jiang Nan casually picked up a handful of dandelions and shook them. The dewdrops were just water she sprayed on to keep the plants fresh. The curly-haired aunt with a basket looked interested as she watched Jiang Nan grab the dandelions. "How do you make these?" "I remember eating them before, but they didn't taste very good." Jiang Nan explained, "Auntie, just blanch them in boiling water, then pour some scallion oil on top, and they're ready to eat. Dandelions are good for you, cooling heat, detoxing, reducing inflammation, and beautifying your skin. Especially for us women, if you have issues, eating them often can help break up lumps. As a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Jiang Nan knew the medicinal benefits of these herbs well. She didn't exaggerate but explained clearly, making the customer interested. When she mentioned that it could help break up lumps, the aunt unconsciously looked at her own chest, suspicious. Really? Do they have so many benefits? Annie, these are herbs. You can ask at the pharmacy. Eating more of them regularly is good for your health. The curly-haired aunt said, "Give me 5 Jin." Jiang Nan quickly weighed the dandelions. The aunt paid her 1 yuan and 50 cents. Jiang Nan put the money in her pocket, thanked her, and continued calling out, "Fresh dandelion powder. Cooling heat, detoxing, beautifying your skin. Come and take a look. 3 yuan and 50 cents per Jin. Honest prices for everyone." Ordinary people tend to follow the crowd. When they saw someone buying, the older women and men in the market also stopped to take a look. The dandelions were indeed very fresh. To them, the price wasn't high. Seeing the girl calling out so enthusiastically, they decided to buy a few Jin. Some older men and women still miss this kind of food. In the past, during times of famine, people even chewed on dandelions. An old man grabbed some dandelions and sniffed them, saying, "I'll take 2 Jin." "Ma'am, you should have some too. Dandelions are good for beauty and skin. With your good skin, you must take care of yourself." Jiang Nan was good at sweet-talking and persuading people. The older folks liked her praise. "Girl, weigh me 5 Jin." At noon, most people had left the market. Jiang Nan sold all her 80 Jin of dandelions. She was exhausted, her throat dry, and her mouth felt like it was on fire. Money was easy to earn, but the work was really tiring. She put the small scale into a nylon bag, pressed it onto her bicycle's back seat, and pushed it to a shady spot. Then she noticed she was covered in dust and dirt. Her blue cloth outfit was heavy, not breathable, and made her sweat, feeling very hot. She took out a dime and bought an ice cream from a shop, squatting in the shade to cool down. When she looked up, she saw the department store diagonally across from the market. She looked down at herself again. Her slim figure after losing weight made her want a new outfit. To buy a few silver needles from the pharmacy, she already had some money in her pocket, plus over 20 yuan from selling dandelions, so she felt pretty well off. After finishing the ice cream, she brushed off the dust on her clothes, locked her bicycle downstairs at the department store, and went inside with her money. Nowadays, all kinds of tickets for shopping had been abolished. As long as you had money, you could buy whatever you wanted. Jiang Nan wandered around inside. In this era, most people still preferred custom-made clothes, and tailors were very popular. The most fashionable clothes in the department store were fitness pants and floral shirts. But Jiang Nan really couldn't wear fitness pants. Aren't they just like leggings from later times? You could wear leggings outside, but now long t-shirts were also in style. Wearing fitness pants with a rounded looked uncomfortable. Times are different, and so are tastes. After a big walk, Jiang Nan finally found a pair of pants she liked. Blue bell-bottom jeans. They looked nice, but they were really expensive. She spent 20 yuan, a lot for her. In this era, prices were very uneven. Vegetables, grains, and pork were cheap, less than 2 yuan per Jin, eggplants and peppers only 30 cents, and 10 yuan could buy a lot. But jeans and electronic products were very costly. Only those who could afford jeans were considered fashionable trendsetters. Today, Jiang Nan spent a lot to catch up with the trend. After paying, she put on her high-waisted wide-leg jeans and bought a white shirt. She went to the public restroom at the department store, changed clothes, washed her greasy face from sweating, and tidied her bun. She tied the white shirt at the hem to make her figure look more slender. She carried her heavy blue fabric clothes and left the department store. Her old clothes were packed into a nylon bag on the back seat of her bicycle and tied to the rear rack. Women love beauty, and after putting on her new outfit, Jiang Nan looked at herself and felt more confident. She rode her bike to visit the pharmacy. Longshan County train station. Lu Hao wore a baseball cap and a mask, trying to hide his face with bandages, standing at the exit waiting for someone. As the train arrived at 11:30, crowds of passengers quickly poured out of the station. Lu Hao stood on the right side of the exit, waiting for Gu Yahui to come out. Until the crowd eased, a striking bright red figure leisurely appeared from the exit. A handsome young man with a hairstyle like Gu Fucheng, wearing a bright red flowing shirt, blue jeans, and sunglasses, with shiny pointed shoes and a silly camera slung over his shoulder. He was pulling a suitcase with one hand. His fashionable and bold outfit caught the attention of the local people, who kept looking at him. Even the train attendants looked at him twice. This caused a small commotion. Lu Hao touched his forehead and waved to the eye-catching red figure. Over here. Gu Yahui had been looking around, trying to find Lu Hao's figure, but hadn't seen him. When he heard the familiar voice, he looked in that direction. Then he saw Lu Hao dressed in black, wearing a black baseball cap, looking like he was about to rob a bank. As he stepped closer, the brim of Lu Hao's sunglasses slid down, revealing that his face seemed to have something stuck on it. Gu Yahui hurried over, reached out to take off his hat, and said with disdain, "It's so hot today. Why are you covering up so much?" Before he finished speaking, he saw the bandages on Lu Hao's face and his handsome face, which froze suddenly. "Old Lu, what's going on? Why is your face injured?" Lu Hao calmly took back his hat from his hand, put it on again, and said casually, "Just a small injury, nothing serious." "It's been a while since we last saw each other, and you've made yourself look like this?" Gu Yahui tilted his head, looking at Lu Hao's face that was turning away. "This doesn't look like just a small injury. It's nothing. Big men shouldn't be so delicate." Lu Hao carried his suitcase in his left hand and said, "Let's go." Gu Yahui, visiting this small town for the first time, looked around curiously and asked, "Where's your home? Can I stay at yours? I miss Grandpa Lu a lot." Lu Hao thought about the extra woman at home and made an excuse. "Home is quite far. You should stay at a hotel."
Far is far.
"I can take a bus," Gu Yahui replied. Lu Hao walked ahead firmly and said, "Stay at a hotel." Lu Hao didn't give Gu Yahui a chance to argue and led him straight to Longshan Hotel. Gu Yahui was unfamiliar with the area and had to follow his arrangements. "Aren't you here to pick up Grandpa Lu and take him back to the city? Why haven't you gone back yet?" Lu Hao answered calmly. Something unexpected happened. Gu Yahui asked, "Our teacher is worried about your hand." His tone was calm. "Unlike the lady, I don't talk about liking. The lady need not worry about Xiao Chen." He answered a question and then asked back, "Later, the emperor will marry the princess to the young marquis. How should the lady feel?" This sentence, though simple, was shocking. Su Tianxue looked like she had heard a huge piece of gossip. Her eyes widened as she stared at Xiao Chen in surprise. "Did the emperor marry the princess to my husband?" Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression and slight nod, she awkwardly smiled. "That's good. That's good. As long as my husband likes it." Su Tianxue was almost laughing inside. Asked, "Where's your home?" "Your house, I decorated simply as you asked. It's not just for Grandpa to live in. It could also be your wedding house. It's good enough." Hearing Gu Yahui's words, Lu Hao's expression stiffened slightly, and his sharp eyes flickered. Wedding house. His mind flashed with the character for happiness on the mud wall at home, and the bride sitting on the Kong, heated bed. He paused slightly. Gu Yahui saw him stop and teased, "Just joking. I know you're like Tang Monk. Why are you carrying so much luggage?" Lu Hao glanced at his camera on his shoulder. "Are you here to travel and enjoy the scenery?" Gu Yahui snorted softly. "In your Les Plateau. Where's the water? My second uncle used to work on the railway here when he was young. He misses the tracks and asked me to take photos for him." "Your second uncle isn't a businessman?" Lu Hao remembered Gu Yahui mentioning his family's occupation before. Gu Yahui explained before going into business, he was a technician on the railway, built the railway from here to Launching. He has feelings for this place. Lu Hao stopped at the entrance of Longshan Hotel, his tone complicated. "When we arrive, stay here." His face was also damaged in this incident. Lu Hao looked at the entrance of Longshan Hotel and sighed with a bitter smile. Did he regret risking himself to save others? He didn't know. All he knew was that whether it was blocking a knife for his teacher or carrying old Chin out of the fire, Everything was just instinctive reactions in a dangerous moment. He couldn't think about the pros and cons. Gu Yahui carried his suitcase and followed Lu Hao into the hotel. At the front desk, the clerk was dozing off with her chin resting on her hand. Gu Yahui tapped the table twice and said, "Miss, wake up, it's time to check in." Hearing the familiar voice, the clerk opened her eyes and was about to scold him for being rude, but when she looked up and saw Lu Hao's face, she forgot to complain and exclaimed excitedly, "Hero! Are you the hero from that day?" "Miss, I'd like to rent a room," Lu Hao said calmly, signaling Gu Yahui to show his ID. "You're the young Mr. Lu, right?
How is your face now?"
she asked with concern. During the fire, she was on duty and shouted that someone was in room 203. Lu Hao didn't hesitate and rushed inside. Later, she heard that the young man's face was badly injured, and she felt guilty. If she hadn't called for help, he wouldn't have been hurt like this. Lu Hao responded indifferently, "It's okay." The clerk didn't rush to give them a room. "Wait a moment, I'll call the manager." She started dialing. Gu Yahui stood nearby, watching her attitude toward Lu Hao and feeling that something was off.
"Hero?
"What's going on?" he asked, glancing at Lu Hao. What exactly had this guy done? "It's nothing," Lu Hao replied briefly, recounting his heroic act of saving someone from the fire. After hearing this, Gu Yahui sighed. "You really are something. Recently, I risked my life to save someone at the hospital, and now I see another act of bravery back home." Gu Yahui feels a bit upset. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands. After coming back, he still complains, "Look at you, you're in such a state. Let me see your face. How badly did you burn?" He reached out, but Lu Hao stopped him with a hand. "It's okay, don't look." Seeing him like this would scare Gu Yahui. Lu Hao didn't want him to remove the bandages, so Gu Yahui had to give up and look at his arm instead. "Where's your arm?" Lu Hao moved it a little, tried to make a fist, and admitted, still shaking, "It might be useless." Hearing this, Gu Yahui was the first to get angry.
"Impossible."
"Useless? It's only been a month since the injury. Muscles and bones take about 100 days to heal. You haven't even been that long. Don't worry." Then Gu Yahui suddenly fell silent. Ordinary people can fool themselves, but they are doctors. Doctors who understand the human body well. Lu Hao's injury involves nerves. No one can tell if he will recover or be able to operate in the future. Gu Yahui suddenly slammed his hand against the hotel wall and cursed angrily. That patient was also crazy. He didn't take care of his fracture properly, blaming the doctor's skills. If there's a problem, just talk it out. Cutting someone with a knife, that's just crazy. Everyone in the hospital was relieved, glad that the knife didn't cut the orthopedic department head's arm. Otherwise, the decades of training for the bone surgery specialists would be wasted. But few thought that this knife might cut short a young doctor's dreams and future. That single act could destroy the future of a young orthopedic expert. Gu Yahui, usually talkative, was silent now. Lu Hao also kept quiet, and the room suddenly became very tense. Lu Hao was used to being cold, but Gu Yahui couldn't stand this tense atmosphere. He changed the subject. "By the way, my grandfather asked me to ask you, where did you get that prescription?" Lu Hao replied, "It was from an old folk doctor." Gu Yahui teased, "He's studied traditional medicine his whole life and rarely finds a prescription that surprises him. But he treasured yours like a gem." He immediately wrote it down and called his old friends to show off, acting like he invented it himself. Unexpectedly, the prescription that amazed his grandfather came from a humble folk doctor. Gu Yahui sighed. It seems that true masters often come from the people.
"That's no lie."
Gu Yahui's grandfather was very confident in the prescription from Jiang Nan, which surprised Lu Hao. It also made him feel more at ease. If his grandfather takes traditional medicine, it should work. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the healing ointment Jiang Nan mentioned. Could it also work for his burns? Gu Yahui nudged the distracted man with his elbow and continued, "Old man still wants you to give him the contact info of that master." Lu Hao could only reply helplessly, "He's a rural guy, no communication tools."
"Don't be so sensitive," Gu Yahui said.
"I'm here on a mission. First, to check on your injury for the teacher. Second, to take photos for my second uncle. Third, I need the old Chinese doctor's contact info. I can't offend any of these people. I must complete my tasks. Especially for his grandfather, who had given him many strict instructions before leaving. If he couldn't get the old Chinese doctor's contact info, he wouldn't be able to go home. Regarding the 3 tasks Gu Yahui brought, Lu Hao could only try to satisfy them as best as he could. He glanced at his watch and said, "Let's go eat first. We can talk about the rest later." When it came to food, Gu Yahui suddenly felt very hungry and looked at Lu Hao with anticipation. "Are we going to try your local specialty, belt noodles?" Back in medical school, Lu Hao often recommended his aunt's dumplings and the belt noodles from the county town. Just thinking about it made Gu Yahui drool.
Lu Hao nodded, yes.
Outside, the sun was shining brightly. From the station to the hotel, Gu Yahui was sweating heavily. Now, walking with Lu Hao under the blazing sun to the noodle shop, the young wealthy man who had never experienced hardship felt his legs weaken. "Don't you have a bicycle or motorcycle? We're walking to take photos later?" Lu Hao felt even hotter than Gu Yahui.
Why?
Because he was dressed in black, absorbing the heat. His recent wounds had scabs, and the sweat made the pain less. He reached out to Gu Yahui. "Give me your phone. I want to borrow a bike." Hearing this, Gu Yahui immediately took out his big brother phone from his waist holster and handed it to him. Lu Hao took the phone and made a call. After hanging up, he continued walking with Gu Yahui toward the noodle shop. They entered a narrow, dark noodle shop. Gu Yahui looked around at the black walls and asked with a subtle expression, "Is the noodles here good?" In response to his doubt, Lu Hao only threw him a sentence. "Master chefs are among the people, and so is good food." They found a seat, and the owner's wife warmly greeted them, pouring noodle soup. "Boss, 3 bowls of belt noodles, no chili in one of them." "All right, you can start with the soup." Gu Yahui, feeling parched, quickly picked up the warm noodle soup and took a sip. Soon, a flashy sidecar motorcycle stopped outside the shop, and Qin Feng hurriedly walked in. He immediately saw Lu Hao sitting on a stool and a lively young man across from him wearing a bright red shirt with gelled hair. "Brother Hao." Qin Feng called out to Lu Hao and walked over. When he saw the familiar red-shirt man, he was momentarily stunned and couldn't recall his name.
Huh.
"Aren't you someone I know? The one from the medical college. Wait, I'm blanking out." Qin Feng covered his forehead, thought for a few seconds, then excitedly shouted, "Gu Yahui. Is that Mr. Gu?" Gu Yahui looked at his excited, buzz-cut head and nodded. "I am Gu Yahui. Mr. Gu, did the wind you hear?" Qin Feng eagerly grabbed his hand and shook it. "Who is this?" Gu Yahui asked, looking suspiciously at Lu Hao. Before Lu Hao could speak, Qin Feng introduced himself. "Qin Feng from next door to your medical college. Lu Hao's hometown friend, always sneaking into your school's places." Hearing his introduction, Gu Yahui looked at Qin Feng strangely. "Fengxi?" Qin Feng smiled. "Brother Hui, do you remember me? Back then, I often tagged along with Lu Hao to your meals." Gu Yahui examined the young man in a police uniform and patted his shoulder. "Brother, are you now a policeman?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Serving the people."
Come, sit down.
As Qin Feng sat down, the owner brought over a large bowl of noodles. Qin Feng pushed a bowl as big as a basin in front of Gu Yahui and cheerfully handed him chopsticks. "Brother Hui, eat up. I'm treating today. Back in Lancheng, I used to take advantage of you a lot." Gu Yahui looked at the bowl bigger than his head, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "The people of Longshan are straightforward. This bowl is a bit too big." Lu Hao asked Qin Feng, "Old Gu wants to take a walk along the railway this afternoon. Do you mind if I use your car? I'm on night shift tonight, so
I can lend it to you."
There are only 3 people at the police station. The director stays there all the time, so he rides his motorcycle wherever he goes. Qin Feng was quite generous. "Come have some food. After eating, I'll take you for a ride." Gu Yahui picked up a wide noodle and sighed silently. "Wow, this thing is too wide." Qin Feng explained, "It's called belt noodles as the name suggests, as wide as a belt. Try it, it's a local specialty." Gu Yahui could only open his mouth wide and struggle to stuff the wide noodles into his mouth. He'd never seen noodles this wide before. Jiang Nan locked his bike outside the noodle shop and accidentally glanced at the motorcycle parked nearby. Isn't that Qin Feng's bike? Suddenly, she remembered that the motorcycle belonged to Qin Feng's workplace, not his personal property, so it might have been ridden over by someone else. She parked her bike and planned to eat her favorite wide noodles from her past life. In this new life, she still missed that wide, delicious noodle dish. She was wearing new wide-leg jeans, a white short-sleeved shirt, tall and slim, with a graceful figure. Her hair was tied in a bun, her face fair, and she carried a small floral cloth bag she bought for a little over $1 at a street stall. She entered the noodle shop. The young waitress sweeping at the door kept glancing at her. Today, so many fashionable and good-looking people came to the small shop. It really made the place more lively. She lifted the curtain and called out, "Boss, 1 bowl of wide noodles, please." Qin Feng, sitting at a table behind the door eating noodles, heard her clear voice. He looked up at Lu Hao. "How gee, that girl's voice sounds like your little chubby at home?" Gu Yahui asked, "Who is little chubby?" Little chubby is what Hao Ji's wife is called.
Wife.
Gu Yahui almost spat out the wide noodles he was trying to eat. He looked at Lu Hao with a strange expression, as if he had heard a huge joke, and laughed loudly. "Old Lu, you have a wife?" Qin Feng turned his head toward the entrance and said, "Hao Ji, that's your little chubby. Wow, she looks so pretty today." Qin Feng stared like a young man seeing a beauty, eyes wide, his gaze dull. Why isn't her big round face visible? Her elephant legs are much thinner, and she's not wearing that sloppy collared jacket anymore. That's way too fashionable. Lu Hao looked in the direction Qin Feng was staring. Sure enough, he saw a fresh-looking girl with a bright smile, talking to the shop owner. Lu Hao's usually cold heart suddenly trembled. Gu Yahui was already agitated after Qin Feng revealed a shocking secret. His attention was no longer on Jiang Nan but on the table, and he slammed his hand down loudly. "Old Lu, explain this to me. How come you suddenly have a wife out of nowhere?" "Little chubby, over here," Qin Feng waved at her. Jiang Nan glanced to the side and saw Qin Feng, Lu Hao, and a handsome guy in a bright red shirt having a meal. When she saw the figure facing away from her, she was stunned. That fiery red, handsome guy was Gu Yahui. Is Gu Yahui in Longshan? Jiang Nan blinked, sure she hadn't misread. Her mood immediately became unsettled. She never expected to see Gu Yahui so early in this life. Gu Yahui is here to visit Lu Hao in Longshan? This brother's actions are very thoughtful. Jiang Nan stands still, looking at Gu Yahui's back, feeling a mix of emotions. Tears even well up in her eyes. Finally, those familiar faces from her past appear one by one. Friends who once brought her happiness, like-minded and close. They can meet again, discuss medical skills, save lives, and do many meaningful things together. Qin Feng calls out to her, "Xiao Pang, come over." "Are you stunned? This is Hao's friend." Jiang Nan takes a deep breath, still wearing a bright smile, and walks over. She speaks carefully, looking at the people at the table, smiling as she greets them. "Are you all eating here too?" Gu Yahui turns his head and sees a sweet-looking, confident young girl with a warm smile and 2 shallow dimples. He looks at her face, which has a bit of baby fat, a pure smile, and gentle dimples, making her look very comfortable. However, he definitely doesn't believe that she is Lu Hao's wife. His first thought is that she probably just calls him that casually and she's not the same as a wife who shares a bed with him. He teases Lu Hao. "Old Lu, introduce her. Has he gone back home to find a partner?" Lu Hao's eyes flicker slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed, but he doesn't speak. Instead, his gaze unconsciously falls on the girl's face. Her bright smile and demeanor make him momentarily dazed. It feels somewhat familiar. Lu Hao sits there pretending not to hear, not introducing himself. Jiang Nan simply speaks up, "Hello, I am Lu Hao's newlywed wife." Gu Yahui, surprised, opens his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. What, his newlywed wife? "Old Lu, you have to give me an explanation today. Why suddenly has he a new wife? What's going on?" Zhang Fenglin moves quickly, which makes Xiao Yunzi feel that among these useless people, only the illegitimate son of the Ministry of Rights is somewhat capable. He kicks over the still-burning fire basin in frustration and curses. What's going on? Isn't it because of that scheming little fox? Shun Juanxi is playing us for fools. Last night, Uncle Emperor from Yingchuan arrived in the capital. Can you imagine? Shun Juanxi openly brought Xiao Qin to meet with the emperor? To this day, I, the king of Fulu, and the king of Yong haven't seen the emperor, but Xiao Qin, that can have deep midnight talks with him. Same as a wife. Jiang Nan thinks of their gentle senior brother, and her eyes turn cold slightly. The same door is the easiest place for internal conflicts to happen. At this moment, Jiang Nan watched the two figures, one in red and one in black. She silently wished in her heart that, with her presence, Lu Hao and Gu Yahui would become the best team on the operating table in the future. No one should hurt them. Jiang Nan stood there, lost in thought. When she saw Lu Hao questioning Gu Yahui, she didn't explain their marriage publicly. Instead, she simply said softly, "I'll explain later." Qin Feng looked at the tall girl with curiosity and smiled. "Little fatty, it's been a few days. You look completely different." "Officer Qin, do you think I've lost weight too?" Jiang Nan asked eagerly. Qin Feng commented, "Not just thinner. You look more beautiful." She smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Gu Yahui couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nan twice. This girl, her words and manners, seemed very confident. The waiter brought over some noodles. Jiang Nan politely told them, "You guys eat quickly. I'll go over there." Qin Feng said, "Sit down and eat with us. I'll sit at the next table." That table was small, and 4 people sitting there felt crowded. She understood moderation. Li Miao, who was still sleepy, walked over to Xiao Yunze and said flirtatiously, "Your Highness, don't be angry. Why do you like him? We can just ruin him. I have medicine. It works fast. Very soon." Unexpectedly, Feng Yu, who was still putting on his shoes, was the first to oppose. "Forget it. Don't bring out your useless, lewd pills and powders to embarrass yourself." That day, it was because you poured that lewd medicine on Xiao Qin that he got so excited and seduced the young Marquis. I almost got kicked to death by him. You don't understand. The young Marquis must be a clean person. He doesn't like children." And smiled. Qin Feng, with noodles in his mouth, looked back and forth at the two men. He didn't understand. Gu Yahui cast a cautious glance toward Jiang Nan and whispered, "Aren't you waiting for that girl with the sugar paper?" "Who is the girl with the sugar paper?" Qin Feng swallowed his noodles and asked again. Gu Yahui continued to wave his hand. "You wouldn't understand. The girl with the sugar paper." While stirring her bowl of noodles and listening carefully, Jiang Nan's expression became subtle. At this moment, did Gu Yahui realize the girl with the sugar paper was nearby? It seemed that Lu Hao and he really had no secrets. In her past life, she also first met Gu Yahui. When she heard him mention the girl with the sugar paper casually, she recognized that Lu Hao was the young man who saved her back then. However, at that time, they were already in their 30s. Lu Hao's face injury was now final. He couldn't even hold a scalpel. Frustrated by Gu Yahui's constant questioning, Lu Hao finally gave only 2 words: accident. Jiang Nan was eating noodles and looked at the large bowl in front of her. She suddenly remembered how Lu Hao once called her face Big Basin Face. Now, she felt a bit guilty and unconsciously lowered her head, gesturing with her hand. Haha, that basin was much bigger than her face. Jiang Nan thought about the noodles she had been eating all along, but now she lost her appetite. Her eyes kept drifting toward the red object on the table. She wasn't ready to face them, but suddenly someone appeared in front of her unexpectedly. In her past life, she had a very close relationship with Gu Yahui, who even wanted to acknowledge her as a sister. Now, in this new life, if her guesses were correct, she might really have some family connection with Gu Yahui. When she looked over, the red object also smiled at her. Their eyes met, and Jiang Nan responded with a polite smile. Lu Hao was reluctant to discuss this topic, and Gu Yahui didn't press further. Everyone focused on eating. But just as the atmosphere was settling down, a loud cry suddenly broke the quiet of the small restaurant. "Ma'am, are you okay?" The waiter holding a mop looked at the woman who had suddenly fallen to the ground and shouted anxiously. Boss, someone has fainted. As the waiter finished speaking anxiously, 3 figures from 2 tables quickly stood up and rushed toward the person who had collapsed at the door. Lu Hao, closest to the door, was the first to reach the woman who had fainted on the ground. At the herbal shop? Lu Hao was surprised to hear that. Yes, it's right under everyone's noses. He seems to be eyeing Jiang Ping. Lu Hao was more shocked to hear this than to learn that Su Zheng was at the herbal shop.
What?
He's involved with Jiang Ping? Is he serious? When Lu Hao and Jiang Nan just got married, Su Zheng deliberately flirted with Jiang Mei from the Jiang family to annoy him. They got married the next day, and he brought Jiang Mei to their house to provoke them. Now he's with Jiang Ping, which made Lu Hao think more. Is he trying to do the same trick again? Jiang Ping is different from Jiang Mei. She's honest and straightforward. With Gu Yahui. When she looked over, at that moment, Jiang Nan spoke up, "Let me do it." She knew Gu Yahui had a cleanliness obsession, especially towards women. Without waiting for their reaction, Jiang Nan pushed Gu Yahui aside, knelt on the ground, bent down, one hand supporting the woman's chin, and pinched her nose with the other hand. She then pressed her mouth to the unconscious woman's mouth and began blowing air. Gu Yahui looked confused. Everyone around held their breath and watched the scene. The restaurant owner and waiters, whether frightened or surprised, stared wide-eyed at the 2 women kissing on the ground. After performing rescue breaths, Jiang Nan signaled Gu Yahui to continue pressing. They worked together smoothly, repeating the process 3 times. Lu Hao checked the woman's pulse and observed her chest rising and falling slightly. He said, "She's breathing now." Jiang Nan quickly straightened up, released her grip on the woman's nose, tilted her head to help her breathe freely. Although the woman was breathing, she looked pained, one hand clutching her chest, appearing very uncomfortable. Jiang Nan grabbed her other hand, checked her pulse, then gently lifted her eyelids to observe her pupils. "I'll give her an acupuncture treatment." Jiang Nan took 3 silver needles from her bag, as if by magic. She told a few men nearby, "Turn around and look away." "What are you going to do?" Lu Hao asked nervously. "The woman probably has a heart flutter. Acupuncture can help relieve her symptoms. I need to target the Naguan, Tongli, and Shanzhong points. If you want to learn, you can watch." The Shanzhong point is between the. Her meaning was clear, giving them the choice. Jiang Nan quickly unbuttoned the woman's shirt and began inserting the needles. In a hospital, doctors don't see gender, but here in the restaurant on the floor, the young men probably couldn't stare directly at her chest. Gu Yahui and Qin Feng looked away as Jiang Nan opened the woman's shirt. Lu Hao, worried, turned his back and asked softly, "Jiang Nan, are you confident?" "Don't worry," Jiang Nan replied firmly. She continued her work, placing the needles precisely on the acupuncture points. Gu Yahui glanced at Qin Feng and quietly asked, "Old Lu's new wife still knows medicine?" Qin Feng looked confused. "I don't know." After about 5 minutes of needling, the woman's face relaxed and her consciousness cleared. She's awake, Jiang Nan said. She asked gently, "How do you feel, ma'am?" The woman opened her eyes and saw Jiang Nan's gentle face, like an angel. Weakly, she said, "Miss, thank you. I feel better now." Jiang Nan fastened her buttons, helped her sit in a chair, then looked at the men behind her and smiled. "We all helped save you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, young people." The elderly woman paused on the chair to catch her breath before saying, "I have a weak heart. I forgot to take my medicine before going out. When the weather gets hot, I feel worse. Then you should rest for a while." The restaurant owner kindly brought over some soup. In this era, people are honest and kind. Elderly folks are willing to help others, and doing good deeds usually doesn't cause trouble. The customers in the restaurant saw these well-dressed young people kneeling down to help in an emergency. It was truly admirable. Although the artificial respiration performed by the young woman was a bit unusual, she saved a life, and everyone sincerely applauded her. "Ma'am, I am a police officer. Where do you live?" "I can take you home," Qin Feng asked. He couldn't help with her illness, but as a police officer, it was natural for him to the sick elderly woman home. The woman replied, No need to trouble yourself. I live just ahead. My son will be off work soon, and we plan to eat together. I'm waiting for him here. All right, take your time. Seeing them about to leave, the woman hurriedly asked, "Young friends, where do you live?" A bone surgeon who understands the human body wouldn't be so innocent as to not understand anything. His kisses moved from her earlobe to her neck. Then he gently wrapped his arms around her, facing her, and kissed her lips. This time, the kiss was no longer rough. He started with gentle touches, then his tongue explored her mouth, teasing and lingering, like an experienced driver. Even his large hand around her waist became restless. She stiffened for a moment, then slowly raised her hand to hold his waist. Her action greatly encouraged him. He kissed her more passionately, losing himself in the moment. Customers in the restaurant, Jiang Nan packed up her silver needles, carried her cloth bag, and left the restaurant with Lu Hao and the others. Gu Yahue caught up and stopped in front of her, asking, "Lu Hao's wife, are you a traditional Chinese medicine doctor?" "Yes," Jiang Nan nodded. Gu Yahue studied her carefully, with curious eyes. "You're so young. Where did you learn your medical skills?" No wonder Lu Hao could produce traditional remedies that amazed his grandfather. There's a young doctor right here. In Longshan, traditional Chinese medicine is common. "From my master," Jiang Nan replied. She had already shown her abilities through her actions, so there was no need for further explanation. She looked at Lu Hao and asked, "I rode my aunt's bicycle here. Do you want to come back with me?" Suddenly making this offer, Lu Hao felt a mix of emotions. He replied, "I have some things to do and might be a little late." Jiang Nan pushed her bicycle over and politely invited Gu Yahue, saying, "I'll go home first. If you have time, bring your friend to visit us." Lu Hao hadn't spoken yet, but Gu Yahue responded warmly, "Sure, no problem. I'll visit you later." Jiang Nan waved goodbye to them and rode away on her bicycle. Lu Hao stared blankly at the figure of the bicycle fading into the distance, feeling a bit confused inside. Gu Yahue patted his shoulder heavily and asked, "Can you tell me now? What's going on?" Lu Hao was snapped out of his thoughts by the pat and looked away. He didn't answer. Instead, Qin Feng, who knew the situation well, spoke up, "Brother Hui, this was arranged by Grandpa Lu for Hao. He really doesn't want it." "Arranged marriage?" Gu Yahue chuckled.
Huh?
"Even a blind marriage can marry such a capable and beautiful girl? You're pretty lucky." He then gave Lu Hao a firm pat and joked, "You could just get married first and fall in love later. Spend some time building feelings and maybe end up with a good mix of Western and Chinese ways." He teased and made a gesture with his thumbs touching each other. Qin Feng agreed, "Brother Hui, I think so too. You don't know, Xiao Pang is really interesting. The dumplings he makes are delicious. He's quite a character." Hearing this, Gu Yahue clicked his tongue and looked back. He decided he should go to Lu Hao's house later to try some dumplings. Lu Hao felt inexplicably annoyed and urged, "Aren't we supposed to go take photos? Let's go quickly." He told Qin Feng, "Start the motorcycle." "Why rush? He's still thinking about his girl with a candy wrapper." Gu Yahue chuckled softly and got on Qin Feng's sidecar motorcycle. Jiang Nan didn't rush home. Instead, she rode her bike to Boss Yang's herbal shop. After eating, she still had things to do. If Boss Yang could take the herbs from his house and settle the bill today, she could manage her expenses. When she arrived, she saw Boss Yang's truck parked right outside the shop, probably just back from delivering herbs to the city. Jiang Nan locked her bike and went straight into the herbal shop. De Lu was squatting next to a pile of burlap bags, drinking water. When he saw the beautiful woman at the door, his dark, dull face froze for a moment. "De Lu, taking a break?" Jiang Nan greeted him with a smile. De Lu looked carefully and recognized her as the girl who had visited before. His dark face turned slightly red, and he didn't dare look at her. He nodded slightly. "Where's Aunt Yang?" De Lu pointed to the backyard. Jiang Nan went inside and called out casually, "Aunt Yang, I'm here." Aunt Yang was organizing empty burlap bags for storing herbs when she saw Jiang Nan approaching. She smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Zheng is here? You look very pretty today." Aunt Yang looked her over with surprise. "Why do I think you've lost some weight?" Have you been working hard collecting herbs these days? It's not hard, Jiang Nan replied directly. Auntie, I came to ask if you have time to help us pick up some herbs? Aunt Jiang looked puzzled. Xiao Jiang, why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Nan shrugged helplessly. My funds are running out. I want to bring over that batch of herbs, settle the bill, and then continue collecting. All right, that's perfect. We just delivered herbs to the processing factory this morning, and the yard is empty now. You can bring your herbs here first. Aunt Yang shook the burlap bag in her hand and said to Jiang Nan, by the way, Xiao Jiang, I see you're a hardworking girl. I need someone to dry herbs here. Why don't you come work with us? Your family can help with collecting herbs. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile inwardly. How is this different from her past life? But in this life, she wouldn't work for them. She replied, Auntie, I have elderly at home. My husband, as you saw the other day, got a minor injury. I need to take care of him, so I might not be able to help. A hint of disappointment crossed Aunt Yang's face, but she quickly agreed. All right, if you find someone reliable and hardworking later, introduce them to me. I'll pay 60 yuan a month, including food and accommodation. Jiang Nan nodded. No problem. Aunt Yang went inside to call Yang Fulai, who was taking a nap, and went to Jiang Nan's house to pick up the herbs. Their home was run by the wife. Yang Fulai rubbed his sleepy eyes, glanced at the bright sun overhead, and didn't dare argue. He washed his face with cold water and went to start the car. Jiang Nan's bicycle was loaded onto the truck, and she sat in the small van with it. A scale was also placed in the truck bed. The old house of Master Lu was spacious and flat on both sides. When the truck reached the village, it went straight to the gate of the fenced yard. Boss Yang carried the scale down. Jiang Nan pushed open the door inside and called out, Grandpa, I'm back. Boss Yang came to pick up herbs. Old Master Lu came out from the house. Seeing Jiang Nan, who looked refreshed, a gentle smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Nan, you bought new clothes? You look very nice. Grandpa, did you cook lunch for yourself? Jiang Nan asked with concern. Yes, I had millet porridge. Old Master Lu looked at the scale Yang Fulai carried in and smiled. Got the scale? That's convenient. They used their scales to weigh the herbs, which was tiring with so many. Yes, it's convenient and saves time, said Boss Yang as he placed the scale in the middle of the yard, then checked the quality of the herbs. The herbs were piled on colorful cloths, drying in the strong sun, with their colors bright and fresh. Even the lower-quality herbs Jiang Nan collected were not many. Aunt Yang was straightforward and set the prices based on top-quality herbs. Everyone had clear tasks, packing the herbs into burlap bags and tying them up, then starting to weigh. In the yard, only women or elderly people were present. Boss Yang was the only strong man, so he personally carried the bags to weigh them. Old Master Lu had worked at a weigh station before and knew how to read a scale, so Yang Fulai carried the bags, reported the weights, and Aunt Yang used a calculator to do the math. Total of 620 gene of dandelions, 58 gene of astragalus, and 71 gene of white mugwort. Aunt Yang was skilled in calculating. Dandelions are 1.6 yuan per gene, astragalus is 5 yuan, white mugwort is 0.3 yuan, total 683 yuan. Jiang Nan nodded. Aunt Yang, that's correct. After calculating, Aunt Yang took money from her small bag and handed it to Jiang Nan. I already gave you a 500 yuan deposit. Since you're having trouble with cash flow now, the deposit stays with us for now. We'll settle everything after we finish collecting all the herbs. Jiang Nan took the money and said, Thank you, Aunt Yang and Uncle Yang, for trusting me. If we don't settle now, I really can't manage. If we extend credit here, the villagers won't trust us, especially since we're a small family business. Understandable. You're an honest girl, and we want to work with you long-term. After loading the herbs, Boss Yang and his wife didn't stay long and drove off in their small truck. The villagers resting by the threshing floor watched the truck pass through the village and started talking. Where do you think those folks are from? Where are they taking the herbs? Probably introduced by Lu Hao from the city. An ant weaving straw asked curiously, I wonder how much profit they're making in the middle? Why do you care? The money goes into their pockets. Once they left, Jiang Nan, holding the money, happily went inside with the old master. She counted the money, her eyes shining. Grandpa, we have money again. We can buy herbs now. Old Master Lu was also very excited. Girl, you really are a lucky star. You're so clever. Just a little trading and we're actually making money. After all the herbs were taken away, Old Master Lu finally felt relieved. Jiang Nan finished counting the money and poured herself a glass of water. Things will get better and better. Just wait and enjoy the good days. Old Master Lu looked happy and spoke firmly. When Lu Hao comes back, I must have a good talk with him and tell him to treat you well. Such a lucky wife is hard to find. It's already this late. Why hasn't he returned yet? Old Master Lu looked at the sun outside. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan said, he's still in the county town, said he'll come back later. Did you see him? The old man asked in surprise. Yes, I saw him and we ate together. Hearing this, the old man felt even more pleased. They ate together in the county town? Does this mean their relationship has warmed up? Jiang Nan counted the money carefully, then poured herself a glass of water. Things will get better and better. Just wait to enjoy your happiness. Old Master Lu looked happy and spoke confidently. When Lu Hao comes back, I must have a good talk with him and tell him to treat you well. Such a lucky wife is hard to find. It's already this late. Why hasn't he returned yet? Old Master Lu looked at the sun outside. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan said, he's still in the county town, said he'll come back later. Did you see him? The old man asked in surprise. Yes, I saw him and we ate together. Hearing this, the old man felt even more pleased. They ate together in the county town? Does this mean their relationship has warmed up? Jiang Nan finished her water, then took the money out of her pocket. She divided 300 yuan and gave the rest to the old man to keep. If anyone came to buy medicine, he should pay. Old Master Lu looked at the money she handed over and asked, Nan, are you going out again? Jiang Nan nodded. Grandpa, I need to go back to my mother's village to pay Uncle Nia for the medicine herbs and see if I can collect some herbs there. Let's go together. I want to thank your master properly. He gave me such a good prescription. Look, I've already seen some effects. My cough has eased up these days, and my breathing is better. Grandpa, it's too hot now. Stay at home. I'll take you there next time. What if someone comes to buy medicine? Our home can't be left empty. Jiang Nan went back to her room, took off her new clothes, and put on a pair of black pants and a beige jacket. She also took the nylon bag from the back of her bicycle, took out the clothes and a scale inside, and casually put the price tag hanging at the door into the nylon bag. She pressed the bag onto the back seat of the bike, then rode out. The weather was hot, but riding the bike with the wind felt quite cool as she traveled along the country path through the fields. Jiang Nan rode comfortably, humming a song, and enjoying the various crops along the way. She arrived at Dawan village and went straight to Nie Yun's house. Nie Yun was not idle and did not take a nap. Under the blazing sun, he was in the yard sorting his medicinal herbs. Jiang Nan pushed open the slightly open wooden door and called out, Uncle Nie, I'm here.
Nie Yun ignored her.
Instead, Da Huang saw Jiang Nan enter the broken wooden door and rushed over. Jiang Nan was frightened and stomped her feet, worried that Da Huang might bite her pants. Uncle Nie, please call Da Huang away quickly. Today, Nie Yun seemed in a bad mood and didn't lift his head. Jiang Nan became anxious and grabbed a broom standing at the door to defend herself. She swept Da Huang away with 2 quick swipes. Jiang Nan approached him, squatted down, and grabbed some astragalus root. Uncle Nie, you've dug so many herbs again. You're quite diligent. Nie Yun glanced sideways, his face darkening as he looked at her. Are you here to rob me again? Jiang Nan hesitated. She awkwardly explained, Sorry, Uncle Nie. I was busy a few days ago and couldn't come. Today, I'm here to pay you back for the herbs. After hearing her explanation, Nie Yun's expression finally eased a bit. He spoke softly, I thought you ran off with the money. Look at what you're saying. It's just over 90 yuan. Do I need to run off with it? were people doing big things. Jiang Nan quickly took out the money she used to buy herbs for Nie Yun and handed it to him with both hands. Uncle Nie, here's the money. Nie Yun glanced at the bills in her hand. Without hesitation, he took the money and put it in his pocket. Let me help you sort the herbs. Nie Yun didn't say anything or refuse. Jiang Nan skillfully and quickly helped him sort through the various herbs in the yard, then followed Nie Yun into the house. Uncle, I want to borrow your yard for a bit, is that okay? Jiang Nan looked at him sincerely. I want to harvest herbs in your yard. Harvest herbs? Nie Yun's face darkened again. He thought that since this girl mentioned learning medicine from him, she would take it seriously. But unexpectedly, she didn't mention studying medicine at all and wanted to use his yard for business. Uncle Nie, everyone in our village is digging herbs, right? I plan to harvest herbs to make some money. Otherwise, life will be really hard. Before he could speak, she quickly took out 200 yuan in loose bills. Here's a deposit. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. Nie Yun kept a stern face and didn't say anything. Jiang Nan looked at him pitifully and begged, please agree. It's not easy for me to find a way to make money. If I don't find a way, I might starve. Her act of pretending to be pitiful worked. Nie Yun remembered how she had come to ask him for several prescriptions last time. It must be hard for the whole family to be sick. The seemingly cold uncle finally softened his heart and said, whatever you want. Jiang Nan heard this and stood up excitedly. I'll go to the village chief's house now and use the loudspeaker to tell everyone to buy medicine. She ran into the yard but then came back. Uncle Nie, I said it's you who's selling medicine. Otherwise, those bloodsuckers from the Jiang family will come bother me again and ask for money. Before Uncle Nie could reply, she ran out the door. When the village chief heard that Nie Yun was selling medicine, his first reaction was disbelief. Jiang Nan explained several times. Seeing how honest she had been since childhood, the village chief decided to visit Nie Yun's house himself. He took his patched Zhongshan suit from the coat rack, put it over his shoulders, and went with Jiang Nan to Nie Yun's house. For many years, Nie Yun had lived at the village head's end of the village, mostly cut off from others, living a solitary life on the mountain top. Why suddenly start doing business? The village chief came to check and, seeing that Nie Yun was somewhat respectful to Jiang Nan, didn't expose her. When the village chief confirmed that Nie Yun was indeed selling medicine, he was very pleased and patted his thigh. Old Nie, you did a good job. I always said you're not meant for the city. You should do something else. Otherwise, it's a waste to be from the city. Selling medicine is good, and it will make your family lively. Look, there's not a single footprint at the door. It's all overgrown. I'll broadcast it, said the village chief. Without waiting for Nie Yun to speak, he ran off quickly. Jiang Nan smiled sweetly at Nie Yun. Thank you, Uncle Nie. I will repay you in the future. Nie Yun ignored her and went back inside to do his own things. Jiang Nan had prepared price signs beforehand and hung them on Nie Yun's broken wooden door. Then she started tidying up the herbs in the yard to make room. Before long, the loudspeaker in Dawan village announced that Nie Yun was selling medicinal materials. First, some villagers came to check it out and saw the price sign hanging on the wooden door, which was quite attractive, more than the usual herbal sellers. Seeing people come to inquire, Jiang Nan pushed Nie Yun outside and whispered, Uncle Nie, please be more enthusiastic. If you make money, we'll split it. Although Nie Yun kept a serious face, he cooperated. When people asked questions, he responded and showed them the prices on the sign. Someone asked whether it was cash only or credit. Jiang Nan hurriedly replied, cash only. Soon after, villagers came carrying herbs to sell. Seeing Jiang Nan at Nie Yun's house, villagers wondered and asked, aren't you married? Why are you here at Uncle Nie's house? Jiang Nan said she came to see Nie Yun for a checkup and to ask for some help. The others didn't ask much. After all, Jiang Nan has not been very noticeable in the village since she was young. She used to be shy, walking with her shoulders hunched and not daring to greet people. Now she is busy weighing herbs diligently. Nie Yun's eyes are sharp, like a fire eye, and he can spot even small flaws in the herbs. At this time, most villagers are either working in the fields or up in the mountains. The only ones left at home are mostly the elderly and children. Not many come to buy medicine. They worked until evening, and no villagers came anymore. Jiang Nan looked out at the door, hoping more people would come. She had only sold herbs for 100 yuan. But no one came to buy, and instead, her father Jiang Daming showed up. Jiang Daming heard from a neighbor that Jiang Nan was at Nye Yun's house. He immediately stormed over angrily. From afar, he saw Jiang Nan standing at the broken wooden door of Nye Yun's house. He shouted loudly, cursing, "You brat! Why aren't you staying at your in-law's house? What are you doing here? Do you have something to say?" Jiang Nan leaned lazily against the doorframe, looking indifferent. Jiang Daming glared at her fiercely and asked, "I want to know, why did you suddenly come home that morning? What's your meaning? Is it true that you caused trouble with your sister and Wuerju? Did you do something bad? Look at how you're talking, blaming everything on me. I only wanted to come and see my mother because she was very sick. That morning I planned to bring her to see Uncle Nia, but she pretended to be sick." Jiang Nan looked disappointed and heartbroken, with a face full of sorrow. "You all really disappointed me. To make me get married. You even schemed to make my mom pretend to be sick. What kind of parents are you? If she's not sick, then return the bride price to the Lu family." "Bride price?" Jiang Daming looked at her, as if she were an idiot. "Return what? You've been married for a while now. You're already a married woman. What bride price? Just live your life well." Although Jiang Nan explained the morning incident reasonably and seemed filial, Jiang Daming still felt something was off. "Why are you so thin?" he asked, staring at Jiang Nan with intense eyes. Did she not take the medicine? Her face was thinner, but she looked much better than before, almost like her childhood self. Jiang Nan pouted, feeling wronged and angry. "The Lu family went into debt to marry me. They drank porridge and ate cornmeal every day. No wonder I'm so thin," she said. Jiang Daming's eyes darted around nervously, speechless. Jiang Nan continued to complain, "You all don't know how much you've helped me. A daughter who gets married is like water spilled out." Jiang Daming snorted coldly. "Our family is so poor. Where would we get money to help you? Your brother's wife doesn't even have a child. You just stay obediently at the Lu family and take your tonic." "Did you take it?" Jiang Nan tilted her head and explained, "The head of our family is a doctor. He said I shouldn't take medicine randomly. The tonic I took doesn't seem like a real tonic, so I threw it away." Jiang Daming was so angry he nearly spat blood. This stubborn girl refuses to take hormone medicine. No wonder her face has become thinner and more attractive. She no longer looks like the rest of our family. Just then, 2 village women carrying herbal medicines came by. Jiang Nan quickly, eagerly went inside to help with weighing. Before Jiang Daming finished giving instructions, he also followed in worried. Jiang Nan was busy weighing when she saw Jiang Daming shamelessly come in. She felt she had laid the groundwork enough. Her eyes flickered slightly as she chatted casually with the villagers and Yayan outside. "By the way, I heard a big piece of news today when I went to town." "What's the news?" The village women immediately brightened up, very interested in gossip. Jiang Nan casually moved the weight on the scale and said nonchalantly, "I heard there's a young master from Lancheng who came here looking for his family. He said 20 years ago, his biological parents sent him away in our county. Now he's grown up and successful, and he wants to find his family. The person who provides clues will get a reward of 1,000 yuan. A young master looking for his family?" Everyone looked shocked upon hearing Jiang Nan's words. Nian looked at Jiang Nan strangely, then at Jiang Daming, but quickly regained his calm and continued to check the herbs. 1,000 yuan reward? Is there really such a good thing? Lu Auntie wasn't focused on the money. She sighed. "My goodness, whose child is this? So ungrateful, being sent away and still coming back to find their family. His biological parents must have been very kind in a past life." Jiang Daming, who had come in to try to persuade Jiang Nan to forget about searching for her family, almost tripped over a pile of herbs after hearing Jiang Nan's words. He immediately thought of something and looked shocked. "Is that true?" Jiang Nan nodded seriously. "Yes, I heard it with my own ears. I just asked Uncle Nia if he had any clues. With so much money as a reward, if I can get it, I'll be rich. Nia Yun, who was checking the herbs, furrowed his brow slightly. Lying without preparation. Jiang Daming, worried that Jiang Nan would go help someone find their family, flickered with suspicion and immediately poured cold water on her. You keep thinking about useless things all day. Just live your life well. What does it have to do with you? Otherwise, what if you end up finding your relatives on your own? Jiang Nan sighed. Sigh, I should help Uncle Nia collect medicine. Uncle Nia, you have to pay me for my work. I'm now in Jinshui village and can't even afford to eat. Upon hearing this, a few village women looked at her with sympathetic eyes. They also began to look down on Jiang Daming. His eldest daughter exchanged a huge amount of bride price. His second daughter was involved with Wu Erju, and he himself had an affair with Wu Erju's mother. It was truly scandalous, corrupt morals and crooked examples. The women didn't pay much attention to what Jiang Nan just said. They were used to gossiping and had limited connections in the village. They didn't know much about families who sent their sons away. There were quite a few families who sent their daughters away. The women took the medicine money and left with nylon bags. After Jiang Nan finished her chores, Jiang Daming pulled her aside. He asked casually, Nan, is what you just said true? Absolutely. I've been thinking all day about how to find some clues and earn that reward.
Then,
where does that young master live now? Jiang Daming asked, suppressing his excitement. Jiang Nan tilted her head and said seriously, I heard on the bus that his surname is Gu. It seems he lives at Longshan Hotel. I heard he came here secretly, away from his family in the city. They say he has a token from his biological parents to identify himself. Someone pretending to be related was exposed. Jiang Daming's guesses became more accurate. A token? What kind of token? Something made of jade, I think. Jiang Nan rubbed her forehead, trying to recall. Jiang Daming tentatively asked, Jade pendant? Yes.
Dad, how do you know?
Jiang Nan looked at him in surprise. Jiang Daming hid his excitement and said, I guessed. Dad, do you know something? Jiang Nan stared at him blankly. Jiang Daming's eyes darted around nervously. How would I know? You know a lot of people. Try to find out about what happened 20 years ago. The reward is 1,000 yuan. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled, dreaming aloud. When the time comes, you have to share some with me. I'll give you the tip. Jiang Daming looked at Jiang Nan, who seemed desperate, and said impatiently, got it. If this really happens, you'll get your share. Jiang Daming couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. He planned to go home and said to Jiang Nan, go back to Jinshui village early. When will Mimi and Wu Erju get married? Jiang Nan could tell he was already excited, so she cooled him down at the right moment. Married? How can your sister marry such a person? Jiang Daming's expression flickered. Then he said to Jiang Nan, by the way, you're good friends with Pingping. When you see her later, tell her some good words. She's a gentle girl, and marrying in the village would be good for her.
Okay.
Jiang Nan smiled politely, acting very obedient. Jiang Daming advised Jiang Nan a few words, telling her to stay away from Nia Yun and to return home early. He hurried back home. Jiang Nan stood at Nia Yun's door, watching Jiang Daming's distant figure, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The bait was taken. After Rebirth, she thought carefully and concluded that Jiang Daming and his wife stayed in the countryside because they didn't know where their exchanged son had been taken. Otherwise, they would have looked for him long ago. In her past life, she didn't understand how this family got involved with Gu Yiji, that fool. She always thought Jiang Mei had interfered in Gu Yiji's marriage. It was only before her death that she learned they were actually siblings with cruel hearts. So this time, she was helping their family as vampires to reunite with her son quickly. Of course, she might have to use Gu Yahui a little. Since her rebirth, Jiang Nan kept telling herself to face this problem. No matter if Sun Wanju was her biological mother or if she abandoned her, she needed to find out the truth. Have you found out anything? Did you locate her family? Old Nia asked with concern and curiosity over the phone. Gu Yahui replied, yes, I found them. That's good. By the way, it's the weekend today and you're not working, right? I want to visit Xiao Jiang and discuss medical skills with her. Can you ask if she's available? If yes, please give me her address. Grandpa, are you visiting Nan Nan again? I'll ask her if she's free to meet you. Gu Yahui covered the phone and looked at Jiang Nan. My grandpa wants to visit you. Do you want to see him? Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked hesitant and turned to the Gu parents. Concluded that Jiang Daming and his wife leaving me with this mess? No, I have to go to the county town in the morning to sell dandelions. When I come back, I need to visit other villages. I won't be able to come earlier, so I might come a bit later. Jiang Nan suggested, or I could call the village chief to help you. When the medicines are sold, I'll pay for the help. She felt that the village chief would be very excited and eager to help when it came to selling medicines. When asked to help, Nya Yun immediately refused. No need, I can do it myself. The weighing work should be done by the person selling medicine. I only handle the bookkeeping and payments. All right, Uncle Nya. Thank you for your trouble. We'll split the money later. Jiang Nan left 200 coins as capital and rode his bicycle back to Jinshui village. After Jiang Daming hurried home, he kicked off his cloth shoes and climbed onto the Kong bed, rummaging through the cabinet. Wang Shenlan was cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, she saw a dark shadow quickly flash past the kitchen door into the main hall. She put on her apron and chased after it. Seeing Jiang Daming rummaging through the cabinet, she frowned and started cursing. You scoundrel! What are you rummaging for now? Are you planning to give my things to Yang Kaihua again? You're old. Don't you have any shame? When Jiang Daming opened the small drawer in the Kong cabinet and heard Wang Shenlan cursing him again, he said angrily, When did I give anything to Yang Kaihua? Wang Shenlan was emotionally agitated, her face twisted with anger, spitting as she spoke. I bought a headscarf last year, and I can't find it anywhere. I asked you, and you said maybe mice dragged it into their hole. But during the new year, Yang Kaihua was wearing a headscarf that looked exactly the same. I was foolish enough to praise her for how nice it looked. Now I realize that was my headscarf. Jiang Daming's eyes flickered with guilt. Enough. Stop talking. How dare you? But you won't let me say it. Wang Shenlan, thinking about this shameless man flirting with other women, felt like vomiting blood. What's so good about that Yang Kaihua? She's an old widow and has body odor. Can we move past this? I have something important to say. Jiang Daming got off the Kong, closed the door, and pulled Wang Shenlan to sit on the edge of the bed. He cleared his throat, admitted his mistake. It was my fault before. From now on, our good days are coming. Wang Shenlan snorted softly. With you, a lazy good-for-nothing. What good days can we have? We're already halfway to the grave, and still dreaming of good days. Listen to me first. Jiang Daming spoke mysteriously, lowering his voice. Our second son has a lead.
What did you say?
Wang Shenlan's eyes widened in surprise, and her voice rose several tones. Jiang Daming looked at her and repeated, Our second son has a lead. We'll find him soon, and life will get better.
Really?
Where is our second son now? Wang Shenlan almost fainted with excitement upon hearing the news. She grabbed Jiang Daming's arm anxiously and asked, Where is my son now? I've missed him so much all these years, Wang Shenlan said tearfully, crying out loud. Jiang Daming glanced cautiously at the window and warned her, Don't get too excited. Be careful not to be overheard. He scolded her, and Wang Shenlan immediately stopped expressing her feelings, staring intently at Jiang Daming. Then tell me, where is the second kid enjoying his life now? The old woman from that year said she would take their son to enjoy life, and they made a deal with her. Jiang Daming whispered, I heard that a young man from the county town, surnamed Gu, came looking for relatives. It should be our second son.
Who told you that?
Is it reliable? Wang Shenlan asked suspiciously. You should remember, that old woman also helped deliver you back then. Was the man of that woman's family surnamed Gu? 20 years later, Jiang Daming's memory was a bit fuzzy. Afraid of remembering incorrectly, he confirmed with Wang Shenlan. Wang Shenlan nodded confidently. I remember. The woman's husband's surname was Gu. I recall he was quite cold to his wife. Looked a bit scary. I even joked that they didn't seem like a real couple. Wang Shenglan vividly remembered the scene when she gave birth in the county town 20 years ago. It was in an empty room in the workers' dormitory, where the old woman helped her deliver the baby. Lu Hao looked at Jiang Nan with gentle eyes, about to speak, but she spoke first. I heard Director Yi arranged a rehab specialist for Lu Hao. We can only wait for the specialist's assessment. After saying that, she held Lu Hao's hand. Hope there's good news. Lu Hao looked at her suspiciously, realizing she didn't seem eager to share details about her acupuncture treatment for his arm. He cooperated and replied, yes, let's wait until the rehab specialist checks tomorrow. Make sure to do your rehab properly. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, no matter the cost, you must. Are you stupid? Could we ask them? That old woman already said 200 yuan for a buyout. Our son was taken back by them to enjoy life. She told us to treat the little girl better. Wang Shenglan recalled the events from that year and looked at Jiang Daming with blame. Nan was sold for money by you too. If her real mother finds out, it'll be a big problem. What's selling money? You're talking so harshly. It's just that she reached marriageable age and got married normally. So what if she knew? It didn't hurt her to have enough to eat or wear. I even supported her to go to school. How many girls in the village can go to high school? Listening to Jiang Daming's words, Wang Shenglan felt more at ease. Indeed, although Jiang Nan was able to attend high school because of her good grades and the school kept persuading them, regardless of the reason, she was now educated. If they had made a quick stop, that girl might have gone to college. Jiang Daming rummaged through a small drawer in the bedside cabinet and finally found a transparent jade pendant tied with red string inside a small cloth bag. He held the jade pendant and rubbed it excitedly. Found it.
Our future depends on this.
Wang Shenglan was worried that hope might lead to disappointment, so she warned him, don't get too happy too soon. What if it's not the right one? If it's not, then it's not. Anyway, I need to check tomorrow. I can't miss any clues. Jiang Daming said this, but was filled with full hope inside. According to the clues Jiang Nan mentioned, it matches perfectly with what happened to us back then. Wang Shenglan frowned and said to the man handling the jade pendant, can you go and tell Yang Kaiwa clearly? Don't let them come and bother us again. My Mimi will never marry Wu Erju. I would rather die than have Yang Kaiwa become my daughter-in-law. Thinking about her husband's mistress being related to her made Wang Shenglan furious just at the thought. In this era, especially among rural women, many could not be independent in thought or money. When men cheated outside, all she could do was find that troublemaker, argue with her, ruin her reputation in the village, then go home and argue with her own husband. Life just went on. No one would divorce over this. Now that her son was of marriage age, where could she go if she divorced? Men's ideas were deeply rooted and hard to change. Recently, Wang Shenglan had been arguing with Yang Kaiwa a lot. But Yang Kaiwa, ignoring her reputation, only focused on one thing. Your daughter slept with my son, so she has to marry him. Yang Kaiwa was a widow and had a terrible reputation in the village. All the women in the village kept a close watch on her, like guarding against a thief. When her children were young, as a single woman, she couldn't do heavy farm work herself and had no help, so she resorted to selling her body to persuade strong men in the village to work for her. Now, to get her second son married, she was determined. No matter how Wang Shenglan caused trouble, she insisted on becoming a relative. Seeing Wang Shenglan soften her tone and stop arguing, Jiang Daming immediately assured her, don't worry. Mimi is going to the city with us to stay with her second brother and enjoy life. If they come again, we will fight back. Jiang Daming now feels that, as the son of a city gentleman, his status has suddenly risen. He believes he can no longer associate with women like Yang Kaihua. Wang Shenglan begins to imagine the future. Yes, I will take Jigang and Mimi to the city. Once there, I will find Jigang a job and help him marry again. Hearing this, Jiang Daming glances at her and says, don't tell that stubborn fool about this.
Why not?
Wang Shenglan asks, confused. Because if he finds out, Jiang Nan will too. With his simple mind, what can he do in the city? He should marry a girl and live in the countryside. They plan to stay in the countryside so their son can return when they grow old. The whole family moving to the city is too ambitious. Their second son would bear too much burden. Wang Shenglan worries. Who would want to marry him? They've already spent a lot on matchmaking gifts, but no one has agreed to marry him yet. Jiang Daming tidies up the jade pendant and feels confident about finding a wife for Jiang Jigang. I have my ways. You go cook. I'll visit the second son later. By the way, where's Mimi? Jiang Daming asks. Wang Shenglan replies, it seems she went to town to find Su Zheng. Lately, she's been going to town often. Tell her when she gets back not to pay attention to Su Zheng. She'll marry someone from the city someday. When Jiang Nan returns to Jinshui village, it's already past 7 o'clock. At this season, it doesn't get dark until after 8 p.m. on the Lus Plateau. At this time, only a few groups of people are walking back from mountain herb gathering. Old Master Lu is also at the village entrance, carrying a basket of dandelions, anxiously looking at the dirt road. He sees Jiang Nan riding her bicycle along the road and finally relaxes. He quickly goes to greet her. Nan, why are you so late? I was so worried. Grandpa, I told you to rest. Why are you out gathering herbs again? Jiang Nan looks at his hunched figure and scolds gently. Old Master Lu smiles. There weren't many people selling medicine this afternoon. I had nothing to do. Jiang Nan goes to take the basket on his back. Come, I'll carry it. He insists, no, I'll carry it. You push the bike. I've been feeling much better these days and need some exercise. As Lu Huifeng comes down the mountain, she sees Jiang Nan and her father walking ahead. Worried about the old man's health, she quickly follows without caring about scolding. Nan, Auntie, you just came down the mountain? Jiang Nan turns around, sees Lu Huifeng, and greets her with a smile.
Yes.
Lu Huifeng's eyes fall on the figure ahead, not looking back. Seeing the elderly man with his back bent under the weight of the basket, I couldn't hold back and called out, crying, Dad, I heard you're sick. Are you feeling better now? What's it to you? Old Mr. Lu said angrily and strode quickly toward the house. Glancing at the tall pile of medicinal herbs on Lu Huifeng's back, his face darkened further. Hardworking person. He walked home without looking back. Lu Huifeng wiped her tears, feeling very sad. Jiang Nan looked at the stubborn old man walking away and sighed inwardly. Old Nia gave her a thumbs up. You're very perceptive. Yes, it's for gout. Jiang Nan was silent. As a doctor, isn't that basic? Old man really likes to flatter people. How do you feel about this prescription? Old Nia looked at her expectantly. Jiang Nan finished reading the notebook and smiled. Old Nia, your prescription is perfect, but traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes syndrome differentiation and treatment. When treating patients, the herbs should be adjusted based on their specific condition. This prescription is probably Xian Bai Tang, mainly for acute gout attacks, right? I think someone will come to sell herbs tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Nan happily said, That's great. When I go back, I'll talk to Grandpa and ask my uncle to help with the bookkeeping. Lu Huifeng didn't hold much hope for her words. Her father wouldn't even talk to her, so how could her fifth brother go to do the accounting? But Jiang Nan was firm. Auntie, when I go back, tell my uncle to prepare. Wait for my signal. She had plenty of ways to make the proud old man compromise. When Jiang Nan pushed her bicycle to the gate, she just happened to meet Lu Hao, who was carrying a small paper bag from the alley. Lu Hao saw the fashionable, pretty girl from the county town, but now she looked like a village girl again. His eyes flickered slightly. This girl really is capable of being both rough and delicate. Jiang Nan pushed her bicycle and saw Lu Hao approaching. She greeted him calmly. You're back? Yes. Lu Hao asked, Where did you go? Jiang Nan replied, I went to my mother's village. Lu Hao looked at her face, feeling something subtle in his heart. He couldn't speak to her as casually as before. He raised the small bag in his hand. I bought roast chicken. No need to cook. Hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately smiled, parked her bicycle, and called out to Grandpa, who was already in the kitchen. Grandpa, we have roast chicken. We don't need to cook. Bought roast chicken again? Grandpa turned around, saw what Lu Hao was holding, and responded, All right, then no cooking. We'll just eat the roast chicken. Upon entering the house and taking a seat, old Master Lu first tore a chicken leg for Jiang Nan. Nan, you must eat more. You've lost weight since marrying into our family. After saying that, he looked at Lu Hao sternly. Be nicer to Nan. Such a good girl. Where can you find another like her? Lu Hao gazed quietly at the girl rolling up her sleeves to eat the chicken leg, without saying a word. Old Master Lu raised his voice. What are you looking at? Did you hear me? Lu Hao didn't answer. He withdrew his gaze, calmed his complex feelings, and stood up. You all eat first. I need to visit my aunt's house. The old man frowned and said angrily, Aren't you going to eat? Why are you always running to their place? I've already eaten. Send a roasted chicken to my aunt's house, so they can enjoy it too, Lu Hao said, holding a paper bag, ready to leave. Jiang Nan told him, Return the lunchbox from your aunt's house. Lu Hao looked at the girl with oil on her face, a slight smile forming on his lips. Okay, he replied. While Jiang Nan and old Master Lu ate the roasted chicken, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with thought. Grandpa, I want to discuss something with you, she said cautiously. What is it? Old Master Lu, perhaps not having eaten meat in a while, licked the oil from his dry fingers, still eager. I want to invite my uncle over when I gather herbs, so he can help us keep track of the accounts. You can weigh the herbs, and you two can work together to gather them. Hearing this, old Master Lu's wrinkled face scrunched up. Nan, we're doing well gathering herbs. Why does he need to come? Jiang Nan explained, Grandpa, I can't stay at home all the time. I need to do other things like selling wild vegetables. That way, I can make money faster. Gathering medicinal herbs is a long-term plan. Later, when local herb cultivation begins, she plans to process the herbs herself. Right now, it's just the starting phase, gathering experience and connections. Relying solely on this won't make money yet. Old Master Lu looked at her with concern and guilt. Child, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lu Hao is here. Once he starts working, he'll get a salary and life will get better. He felt sorry for her suffering so much. Grandpa, I'm not under pressure. I just think I should work harder while I'm young. As long as I stay active and clever, there are many ways to earn money. We can't just stay at home doing nothing, Jiang Nan said. Old Master Lu spoke. Then you can sell wild vegetables. I can gather herbs alone. Plus, Lu Hao is sometimes at home, so we don't need outsiders. Jiang Nan put down the chicken bone she had finished gnawing on and patiently explained, Grandpa, they're not outsiders. That's your daughter and son-in-law. You don't forgive my aunt because her life hasn't been good and you're disappointed in her, right? I have interacted with my uncle twice. He is a capable person, and I knew my aunt wasn't mistaken about him. It's just unfortunate that he hurt his leg. We can help them out. Old Master Lu remains calm and silent, unable to get past his own mental barrier. Jiang Nan's fair face also becomes serious. Grandpa, look at Lu Hao's injury. I married into the family too, didn't I? When my aunt married my uncle, he was healthy. We should learn to see things from their perspective. As she finishes speaking, a hint of shame flashes in old Master Lu's eyes. He lowers his gaze, silent and unable to respond to Jiang Nan. She continues, although my aunt went against your wishes as a father, she was right. She is in love freely, and everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Old Master Lu doesn't listen to her words afterward. He sighs, feeling guilty, and looks at Jiang Nan to apologize. Child, I'm sorry. I know you feel wronged. But my grandson is a good person, really good. Jiang Nan interrupts him mysteriously. Let's not talk about Lu Hao for now. Grandpa, I have good news for you. My uncle's leg can be cured. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appears in old Master Lu's eyes. He asks doubtfully, Lu Hao said he could only rely on surgery, right? Jiang Nan smiles kindly, watching his change in expression, and speaks confidently. Traditional Chinese medicine can treat it. Grandpa, I have two choices for you. If you agree to let my uncle come here to help with the accounts and medicine, I will ask for a prescription to treat his leg. If not, just forget I said anything. After all, he's your brother-in-law, and I have no close relation to him. Can it really be cured? Old Master Lu asks eagerly. Jiang Nan nods. It can. Old Master Lu feels happy inside but keeps a cold, indifferent look on his face, as if it's none of his business. Then give him a prescription. Why bother bringing him here to cause trouble? Grandpa, I'm not bargaining. The choice is yours. Jiang Nan shrugs. I told you, I have no close relation to them. After she finishes, Old Master Lu falls silent. Yes, this girl is not related to them, yet she's still trying so hard to persuade him. Even if she's not obedient, she's still his daughter and his brother-in-law, who gave this old man such confidence, acting so proud and aloof. What if Jiang Nan loses patience and starts to see him differently? Or, because of this, she also starts to see Lu Hao differently and doesn't want to stay with him? Old Master Lu is startled by his own assumptions. He had been struggling with his thoughts for a long time, but finally, for the happiness of his eldest grandson, he made up his mind and convinced himself to compromise. All right, he can come, but he has to settle his own accounts. I won't talk to him. Jiang Nan smiled. As you wish. I don't believe I can't handle you, a stubborn old man who speaks one way, but thinks another. After finishing the roast chicken and washing his hands, Jiang Nan waved to the old man. Grandpa, I'm going to my aunt's house now. I'll tell them the good news. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Nan happily strolled over to Lu Huifeng's house. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Qingqing holding a chicken leg, sitting alone on the steps, eating carefully. Jiang Nan smiled and walked over. Qingqing, are you eating the chicken leg? Qingqing looked up, saw Jiang Nan, wiped some oil from her mouth, and shyly greeted her sister-in-law. Hello. Jiang Nan approached her, patted her fluffy head. Eat slowly. This child seemed so pitiful, so adorable. Lu Huifeng, inside the house, heard the voices outside and came out. Nan Nan, you're here? Come inside quickly. She looked at her daughter sitting on the steps eating the chicken leg, feeling a bit awkward, and said to Jiang Nan, this girl, she doesn't eat very neatly. Children rarely get the chance to eat chicken legs, but today Lu Hao brought roast chicken, and she tore off a chicken leg for her. The girl grabbed it and ran off, worried the meat might fall. Jiang Nan smiled. Kids are like that. Grandpa and I were just eating like this earlier. She went inside and saw Lu Hao sitting on a chair, with an X-ray film on the table beside him, probably just looked at. Fong Guoping was holding a chicken wing, tearing it apart slowly with reluctance. Seeing Jiang Nan come in, Fong Guoping hurriedly put down the chicken wing and greeted her. Nan Nan, you're here? Lu Hao also looked up at her. For some reason, seeing her smiling face made his thoughts feel a bit chaotic again. Fong Guoping pointed to most of her roast chicken on the table and enthusiastically said, Nan Nan, this is the roast chicken Xiao Hao brought. Shun Juanxi puts down his carving knife, stands up with his hands behind his back, and says, Young master, I don't care who sent you before, but because of your loyalty in protecting your master, I will keep you in Beiyang to serve. Chongqing kneels respectfully and replies, Thank you, young Marquis, for your help. Your life-saving grace will not be forgotten. Shun Juanxi waves his hand and looks into his eyes, which shimmer with a blue glass-like color, and says, But from now on, you must call yourself Shin Chongqing. Your appearance is special. You need to remember your identity and background well, so you can stay close to the ninth prince. The girl grabbed, It will help you get stronger. I'll eat the chicken neck. I like the chicken neck. Lu Huifeng hesitated and reached for the chicken neck. I won't eat it. You eat more. Look, you've lost a lot of weight, Fong Guoping insisted, pressing the chicken leg into her hand. Lu Huifeng put it back on the table. If you don't want it, then let's see you have it, she said. Lu Hao watched them argue over a chicken leg, feeling sad. Auntie, Xiuyu won't come home until the day after tomorrow. It's hot, and the chicken might spoil.
Just eat it now.
I'll buy more next time Xiuyu is home. Jiang Nan also said, Auntie, please eat. Things will get better for us. I'll buy more next time. Under everyone's gentle urging, Lu Huifeng slowly picked up the chicken leg. She tore off a piece of chicken meat and forced it into Fong Guoping's hand. Let's eat together. Fong Guoping couldn't refuse and reluctantly took it. All right, then you can eat the rest. Seeing this, Jiang Nan and Lu Hao exchanged glances without speaking. Lu Hao looked into the girl's bright eyes, feeling a gentle tickle in his heart, like feathers softly brushing past. He quickly looked away, a bit flustered. Jiang Nan also looked away. She watched Lu Huifang and Fang Guoping, feeling a bit envious. Although they were poor, they loved each other very much. Their hearts were together. She sighed inwardly. She wondered when she and Lu Hao, this simple-hearted guy, could be so loving so that they looked at each other with love in their eyes. She remembered that in their past life, they had loved each other just like this. Lu Huifang asked Jiang Nan, Nan, how is the medicinal harvest today at your mother's village? Jiang Nan was lost in thought and didn't hear her. Nan? Lu Huifang gently called again, seeing her distracted. Lu Hao, sitting close to her, reached out and lightly patted her shoulder. Auntie is talking to you.
Oh.
Jiang Nan snapped back to reality, brushing her hair aside. Auntie, what did you just say? How is the medicinal harvest today? Lu Huifang asked with a smile. Not bad. Jiang Nan collected her thoughts and got to the point. Auntie, uncle, I came today mainly about the medicinal harvest. She looked at Lu Hao and then at Fang Guoping and the others. I want to invite my uncle to come help us with the herbal gathering tomorrow and help with the accounting. What did you say? Hearing her words, Lu Huifang and Fang Guoping looked at her in surprise. Even Lu Hao looked at her in astonishment. Did you bring your uncle-in-law to help with the accounts? Fang Guoping was stunned for a moment, then understood what Jiang Nan had said. His face looked bitter. Nan, about your grandfather. I'm afraid I can't help with that. How could his father-in-law let him in? For many years, the old man and Lu Hao lived in the city. 2 years ago, the old man returned to the village. He was on crutches and went with Lu Huifang to visit him, but they were turned away. During the new year, on the second day, they also wouldn't let them in, which made everyone unhappy. In the same village, people were laughing at them. Lu Huifang also lowered her head, feeling unsure. Yes, Nan, your grandfather won't let your uncle-in-law in. That day, Jiang Nan saw it too. She took her daughter there but was scolded and driven away. Jiang Nan smiled. That was before. Now, I've convinced my grandfather, and he agrees for my uncle-in-law to help. Nan, is that true? How did you do it? I just used reason and emotion, Jiang Nan said casually. Actually, my grandfather is just pretending. When he sees you're having a hard time, he feels upset but doesn't show it. Deep down, he still cares about you. Lu Huifang's face darkened as she spoke. I understand. I understand how my dad feels. Tomorrow, go over there. At first, the old man might be a bit proud and ignore you, but at least he won't chase you out. That's progress, right? Jiang Nan looked confident, not joking. Lu Huifang saw hope. She knew this niece-in-law could change her father-in-law and improve their family situation. Lu Huifang gratefully held her hand, tears of excitement in her eyes. Nan, thank you. Thank you so much. Jiang Nan patted Lu Huifang's rough hand and smiled. You're welcome. I'm doing it for my own convenience too. Tomorrow morning, I need to go to the county to sell dandelions. I can't stay at home, so I'll leave it to your uncle-in-law. After I finish selling the herbs, I'll pay you for your work. Fang Guoping waved his hand. What payment? If you can persuade the old man to accept us, we're truly grateful. Lu Hao was ignored, like a transparent person. He watched his aunt and uncle-in-law, feeling grateful and respectful toward the chubby boy. He had to admit, if she really could persuade his grandfather to accept his aunt and the others, he'd be very thankful. He couldn't help but look at her again. Her eyes were bright, her smile sincere, like a little sun shining around everyone, lighting up their lives. But his family didn't know that this honest girl's relationship with him was just acting. He was pretending to be close for his grandfather's health. And she acts and plays to fool her family and temporarily have a place to stay. Lu Hao looked at her and, after getting to know her better during this time, suddenly felt that her reasons did not hold up. With her abilities, how could she leave their poor family and not have a solid reason? Why insist on staying with them, sharing a house with him, and dealing with a series of family issues? The only reasonable explanation Lu Hao could think of was that perhaps she needed to rely on her husband's family, using it as a legitimate reason to do business. Once she was more successful, she would leave. Jiang Nan was still advising Lu Huifeng, "Annie, this morning you helped my uncle go to the county. I have to go to the county town today, and I won't interfere with the rest." Lu Huifeng nodded. "Okay, thank you, Nan. Don't worry. Since you've given us a chance, we will do our best to help the elders accept us." After leaving Lu Huifeng's house, it was already dark. The two of them walked side by side along a rural path, enjoying the cool early summer breeze in a pleasant atmosphere. Lu Hao glanced at her and kept looking at her. Jiang Nan noticed his intense gaze, looked at him, and teased, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I look prettier now that I've lost weight?" Lu Hao was silent. The night concealed his feelings. He spoke insincerely, with a calm tone, "You're quite narcissistic." Jiang Nan snorted softly. "I think I have good reason to be confident. I told you, every chubby person has potential. Look at me now, my appearance is about 60% back. Today, everyone praised me for looking good. Officer Qin said I not only lost weight, but also became more beautiful. When I went to the herbal shop, De Lu kept staring at me with disbelief. The people's eyes are sharp." Hearing her words, Lu Hao felt a strange, indescribable feeling inside. Bitterness. At least, in name, she was his wife. Is it appropriate for others to look at her so openly? Especially Qin Feng, who didn't know his limits. He needed to teach him a lesson. When they were approaching the door, Lu Hao suddenly spoke in a deep voice, as if talking to himself. "I really don't know if Grandpa can accept the truth when he finds out." "What truth? Aren't we just business partners? You will leave eventually." His tone carried a hint of unintentional sadness. Grandpa loved and depended on her so much. If Jiang Nan left in the future, how could Grandpa accept it? When there is no hope, there is no disappointment. The elderly, being old, couldn't handle shocks or face separation and loss. Lu Hao suddenly had a thought in his mind. He thought if nothing else works, he could pretend to be serious with her, just for Grandpa. But he wasn't very confident. He could tolerate it, but could she? People said she had a little brother in her heart. Jiang Nan heard his words and was momentarily stunned before realizing what he meant. She thought she had forgotten about that. Does this guy think about how to persuade Grandpa to send her away all the time? She spoke coldly. "That's your business. If Grandpa gets upset, has a breakdown, or doesn't want to live, that's on you. Be prepared." After speaking, she led the way into the yard. Lu Hao stood at the fence gate, his eyes dull in the dark night. Indeed, this fence yard could only raise chickens, not a phoenix. Jiang Nan was very tired today and wanted to sleep. After several nights of staying up late, her body couldn't take it anymore. But she still had things to do at night, so she couldn't sleep. Lu Hao's face really couldn't be delayed. Jiang Nan ate some roasted chicken and felt thirsty. She poured herself a glass of water and also brought a cup to Lu Hao, with some ingredients added. Lu Hao had just changed into his pajamas when she pushed the door open. He was startled and quickly adjusted his clothes. Living together was very inconvenient. Jiang Nan vaguely saw his abs, and her expression was subtle. She handed him the water. "Drink some water." "Why do you bring me water every night?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered slightly. "I drink my own water, and I pour you a glass at the same time. Drinking hot water is good for health." She drank a glass of water boldly. Lu Hao glanced at her and spoke softly. "Don't you know that drinking too much water before bed can cause swelling?" Jiang Nan snorted. "You're like this, still caring about swelling?" Lu Hao. "Anyway, I don't care. Drinking water helps detox. Look, I've lost weight." She tilted her face up and leaned close to Lu Hao. "Do I look thinner?" Lu Hao hurriedly took a step back, feeling uncomfortable, and turned his face away. Seeing his nervousness and shyness, Jiang Nan found it quite cute. She moved closer again and deliberately asked him, "At the restaurant, I heard your friend mention a sugar paper girl. Is she your sweetheart?" Lu Hao looked into her smiling eyes. but swallowed his words back. Keep your distance. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Jiang Nan pouted boredly. Fine. We're just fake spouses for now. I won't ask anymore. Then, do you want the water I brought you to drink? Lu Hao picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he made a request. No more sugar in the water.
It's too sweet.
It's good enough to have some. Don't be picky. To mask the smell of medicine, she added sugar. Jiang Nan got into bed, placing her pillow in the middle, with each of them on opposite sides, clearly separated. She pretended to sleep, waiting for Lu Hao to fall asleep. But she ended up sleeping deeply. She was awakened by the loud crowing of two big roosters from next door, belonging to Aunt Wang. She sat up, annoyed, rubbing her messy hair. How did I fall asleep? I missed my treatment. I even planned to give him acupuncture. Lu Hao was sleeping soundly, so she got up from the bed. At that moment, Grandpa was outside in the yard, busy burning a stove to cook medicine. Nan, you woke up so early today? Are you awake?
I'm awake.
Jiang Nan finished washing up and asked the old man, Grandpa, is the medicine gone today? I'll buy more when I come back. Okay, I'll give you some money, Grandpa Lu said, setting down his broom. He was about to go inside. Jiang Nan stopped him. Grandpa, you dug up the dandelions. I sold them to buy medicine for you. Why do you still want money from me? She drank some egg soup, wiped her mouth, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she reminded Grandpa, today, if my uncle and aunt come over, don't be too cold to them, okay? Grandpa Lu still acted proud. I can't be warm. All right, just don't chase them away, Jiang Nan said. She tied the nylon bag full of dandelions to the back of her bicycle and pedaled out the door. At the alley entrance, she met Su Yuqin carrying a basket on her back. Jiang Nan greeted her and then pedaled away quickly. Su Yuqin curiously looked at the back of her bicycle and muttered to herself, What's that? Looks green. Is this the way into town? Jiang Nan reached the entrance of the county market early today, securing a good spot. Now, many people were shopping early. She locked her bicycle in the same place as yesterday, opened the nylon bag, and started selling her wild vegetables. While Jiang Nan's dandelions and wild vegetables were selling well, Jiang Daming also took a bus heading to the county. He had the jade pendant in his pocket. After arriving in town, he followed Jiang Nan's clues and went to Longshan Hotel. At that time, the cashier was still the same woman from a few days ago. She was idly knitting a sweater when a scruffy man with wild eyes and a beard entered. She asked emotionlessly, Are you staying here? Jiang Daming grinned and showed his big yellow teeth. Ma'am, I'd like to ask about someone. The woman at the cashier, hearing Jiang Daming speak in the local dialect, knew he wouldn't be staying at the hotel. She didn't lift her eyelids and showed a cold attitude. Why are you asking about people here? Jiang Daming's face was full of flattering smiles as he bowed politely. My aunt. I want to ask about a young man with the surname Gu. He's from a big city, around 20 years old, and should speak Mandarin. I don't have the authority to reveal guest information, the older sister said while knitting, her tone official. Auntie, please tell me. I told you, he's come to Longshan County to find me. If you don't tell me where he stays, it could cause trouble. The older sister raised her eyelids slightly, looking at Jiang Daming with disdain. He came to find you? Why would a city person look for you? Jiang Daming's eyes flickered slightly. That's none of your business. Just tell me which room he's in. I have something very important to do. The young master from the city was low-key, so he couldn't reveal his connection with the second young master. The older sister was very professional. I can't tell you that. I just said there are rules. You can't make me break the rules. Jiang Daming stroked his chin, sensing something from her words. So, you mean the city young man with the surname Gu is indeed staying at your hotel? The older sister didn't expect him to be so clever. She sneered, so what if he is? I said I can't tell you which room he's in. Find another way or I might make a mistake. Although the cashier didn't let him in, Jiang Daming's tense heart finally relaxed. His daughter Jiang Nan hadn't lied to him. There really was a city young master staying at Longshan Hotel. As long as he's here, it's manageable. He couldn't help but touch the jade pendant in his pocket again. He decided to sit on the wall at the hotel entrance, planning to wait and see. The hotel only accommodates guests and doesn't have a place to eat, but his second young master must eat. He would definitely come out around mealtimes. When he comes out, Jiang Daming would recognize him and stop him. The city young man would surely have an extraordinary aura. Jiang Daming was no longer in a hurry. He sat down and watched the entrance of the cashier's desk, imagining a wealthy future. The older sister at the cashier didn't bother him, so she ignored him. He was willing to wait. Around 9 o'clock, a man in a red shirt and jeans, with a hairstyle like Guo Fuqing, walked out of the room with one hand in his pocket, humming a song. He greeted the cashier warmly. "Hi, sister, good morning." When he first moved in, Gu Yahui overheard the big sister at the cashier counter saying, "Big sister is entertaining guests," which made her dislike him. But he was a friend of hero Lu Hao, and he was going to stay for several days. He was from the city, very friendly, and not pretentious. Her impression of him improved a lot. "Comrade Gu, good morning," she said, glancing toward the door. She saw that the middle-aged rural man was still there and quietly warned Gu Yahui, "There's a man over there, saying he's looking for a guest named Gu from the city. Our hotel only has you as a guest with the surname Gu. I'm worried he might be a bad person, so I didn't let him in. Go check if you know him." "Okay, I'll go see." Could it be Qin Feng coming to find him? Jiang Daming, sitting at the base of the wall, had already heard the cashier sister call the young man Comrade Gu. He suddenly stood up quickly, staring fixedly at the red figure at the counter. He was handsome, elegant, dressed brightly, and even had a big walkie-talkie on his waist. Could this be his second son? Jiang Daming almost got so excited he could faint. He hurried over 2 steps and stopped Gu Yahui. Seeing how fast Jiang Daming moved, the sister said to Gu Yahui, "It's this person. He says he's looking for the city guy named Comrade Gu. Do you think he's looking for you?" Gu Yahui glanced at the middle-aged man, about to say he was definitely not the person he was looking for. But before he could speak, the bearded man rushed over, eyes shining as he looked at him, making Gu Yahui feel uncomfortable. That look, how to describe it? It was like he was staring at a treasure mountain. "Uncle, do you need something?" Gu Yahui hadn't finished speaking when the man grabbed his hand. "Child, I've finally found you." Gu Yahui was confused. "Child, have you been well all these years?" I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything back then. I just wanted you to have a good life." Jiang Daming, a grown man, saw Gu Yahui and immediately burst into tears, crying and apologizing loudly. "Sir, please calm down first." Gu Yahui, who had a cleanliness obsession, pulled away from Jiang Daming's rough hand, frowned, patted the fabric of his wrinkled shirt, and took a step back. "You've got the wrong person, right? Are you from Lan City?" Jiang Daming wiped his tears, confirming his identity. Gu Yahui nodded. "Is your surname Gu?" Gu Yahui continued to nod.
Yes.
"Are you here looking for someone?" Gu Yahui replied. "Yes, I am." He was looking for Lu Hao. "Then it's right." Jiang De confirmed everything clearly and immediately became excited. Without hesitation, he secretly pulled him a few steps toward the door. His series of actions were quick and forceful, and Gu Yahui was passively pulled along. He impatiently asked, "Uncle, what are you doing? You must have the wrong person." Jiang Daming was already sure this was the person he was looking for and ignored Gu Yahui's denial. He then emotionally began to pour out his feelings. "Child, I didn't expect you to find this place. I couldn't sleep all last night after hearing the news.
I'm really happy.
I never thought I would see you in this life. Seeing how you are now, you must be doing very well. My decision back then was right." Jiang Daming looked at the young man in front of him, who was handsome and talented, and felt so proud of his wise choice from the past, secretly praising himself. Tears of excitement also started to flow uncontrollably. Finally, he saw hope. Gu Yahui once again pulled away from his touch, annoyed, rubbing his forehead. "Uncle, don't cry yet. You're really mistaken. We don't know each other." Jiang Daming smiled at him. "We will know each other from now on. I will take you back to our village now." "Our village?" Gu Yahui asked. "Uncle, are you treating me like your son? You really have the wrong person." Tears still clung to Jiang Daming's stubble as he hesitated, then confirmed. Are you looking for your biological parents? Are you searching for your birth parents? Gu Yahui was confused. He shook his head. No, my parents are in Lancheng. I'm not looking for my birth parents. I came to find friends. Jiang Daming didn't believe Gu Yahui's words and couldn't accept that his hopes, built up with all his heart, ended in disappointment. He quietly said to Gu Yahui, I know you are cautious and low-key. Let's not say anything more.
I want to show you something.
Jiang Daming took out a jade pendant from his pocket. Gu Yahui saw what Jiang Daming was holding and looked surprised. How do you have this jade pendant? His expression was fully visible to Jiang Daming, who immediately smiled happily. Child, now you admit it, right? I am your father. Where did you get this? Gu Yahui asked seriously, looking at him. Jiang Daming honestly replied, back then, it was worn by that girl. Your adoptive mother put it on. This is our token of trust. Gu Yahui was stunned because of this jade pendant. It confirmed his identity. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Daming was even more sure he had found his son. This is when he saw the evidence and became excited. Jiang Daming was also very happy, his eyes wide as he looked up and down at Gu Yahui. Kid, the decision you and your mom made back then was right. Look at how well you're doing now, dressed nicely, tall, and successful everywhere. Uncle, I recognize this thing, but I'm not the person you're looking for. Gu Yahui returned the jade pendant to him. Lost in his joy, Jiang Daming asked, Please move aside. I have something to do. Jiang Daming wouldn't let him go. He blocked Gu Yahui and said, Kid, are you too excited? Can't you accept it right now? I told you I don't know you. Gu Yahui grew annoyed with his persistence. Jiang Daming kept blocking him, so he turned around and went back to his hotel room. Jiang Daming stared at his back, feeling stunned. All the clues matched, so why wouldn't he admit his identity? He wanted to stay and wait at the hotel entrance, but the hotel clerk chased him away, saying, Where did you come from?
Don't disturb our guests.
Just leave. I'm not leaving. I still have things to do. If you're not staying, then just go. Otherwise, I'll call security to arrest you and take you to the police station. Jiang Daming could only leave the hotel feeling disappointed. He needed to figure out where the problem was. Gu Yahui returned to his room, poured water, washed his hands, and muttered to himself, then let out a deep sigh. He took out his mobile phone, lay on the bed, and started making a call. Mom, what are you doing? A female voice answered from the other end. I just arrived at work. I want to ask you something, Gu Yahui said. Go ahead. Am I your biological son? There was a pause on the other end. Then Nye Yuhua's voice scolded, You brat. Always acting so unruly. You call long distance, just ask that? Yeah, I just want to know if I'm really your son, Gu Yahui said lightly, but his face showed nervousness. Nye Yuhua replied calmly, No, you're not my child. Then where did I come from? Gu Yahui asked nervously, holding his breath. Could it really be that crazy uncle from earlier? Found on the street, Nye Yuhua replied irritably. Mom, I'm asking you seriously. Nye Yuhua sighed, resisting the urge to curse, and patiently said, Yahui, you're a doctor. Your profession is serious. Don't always act so unruly, or it will affect your image as a doctor. By the way, how is your friend doing? When will you come back? Mom, I am asking you a question.
Please answer me.
Am I really your child? He couldn't get an answer, and felt very anxious. Finally, Nye Yuhua couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly on the phone, If you're not my child, then maybe you came out of an Iraq. If you're bored over there, just come back. Gu Yahui quickly moved the phone away from his ear, instantly obedient and polite, saying, Mom, I will be back in a few days. After hanging up, Gu Yahui lay on his bed, legs crossed, hands behind his head, and let out a sigh. He was really bored just because some crazy uncle from the countryside called long distance to confirm if he was truly his mother's son. How could he not be her biological son? If he hadn't inherited his mother's beauty, could he be so handsome? But the crazy uncle's jade pendant was exactly the same as the one his mother used to keep. Even the red string tied around it was identical. Could it be a coincidence? The crazy uncle's confident look and assured manner didn't seem fake. Gu Yahweh suddenly felt uneasy living here. Looking at his watch, it was already 10 a.m. Why hasn't Lu Hao come over today? He kindly came to visit him, but didn't invite him to his home or stay with him. Gu Yahweh didn't dare go out alone for breakfast, afraid of being stopped by the crazy uncle again and forcibly made to be his son. So he called Qin Feng again, asking him to come over and pick him up. Jiang Nan finished selling dandelions early today, took 60 jin, and sold them for a total of 18 yuan, all of which she gave to old Master Lu for medicine. She bought some buns in the county and ate them before riding her bike back home. Lu Hao was supposed to leave early in the morning but was worried about the family, afraid that his uncle and aunt might come over, or old Master Lu might chase them out or even fight. He could only wait at home until Jiang Nan returned. Now, Jiang Nan just arrived in the village and saw villagers from other villages carrying herbal bundles, asking around as they approached their house. Let's go. I'll take you to the street at the alley entrance. There are several hardware stores with all kinds of pots, pans, and utensils, and everything is cheap. Old Mr. Lu heard that things were inexpensive and immediately became interested. He said to Wang Tsuaping, "Little Wang, please lead the way." "Uncle, no need to thank me." Wang Tsuaping felt that her way of addressing him was wrong and smiled. "Actually, I should call you Grandpa too, or it would be too distant." Old Mr. Lu chuckled. "Just call me whatever you like. It's all the same." Wang Tsuaping went downstairs with them. Occasionally, she greeted residents coming upstairs. And for "Uncle, Aunt, have you collected so many medicines?" She pushed her bicycle into the yard and smiled as she spoke. Lu Hao, who was helping to weigh the herbs, heard her voice and instinctively looked back. Seeing her bright smile, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt more grounded. Nan is back. Lu Huifeng said, "Yesterday when we went up the mountain, we told the neighbors that we were collecting herbs. This morning, everyone came to sell herbs." Jiang Nan looked at Feng Guoping, who was moving the counting beads, and asked, "The 300 yuan I left isn't enough? Did you keep track?" Feng Guoping replied, "No, Xiao Hao gave me the principal again, so the money is enough." Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at the man in a white shirt and black pants, busy working with a crew cut. "Is it that good? And they covered the costs? This guy is quite rich, just casually taking out 300 yuan? After sending away a farmer who had just paid, Feng Guoping reported the expenses to Jiang Nan, the boss. "There's still over 100 yuan left. Today, we collected a total of 530 jin of dandelions, 32 jin of astragalus, 140 jin of white mugwort, and 8.5 jin of halogen. Xiao Hao gave me 300 yuan, plus the 300 yuan you left earlier, and now there's over 140 yuan left. That's the account." Jiang Nan took the notebook handed over by Feng Guoping, which neatly recorded each farmer's name, weight, unit price, and total price. The records were clear and tidy, like those of an accountant. "That's a lot," Jiang Nan praised Feng Guoping. "Uncle, I really didn't hire you in vain. The accounts are so clear, it's easy to see at a glance." Jiang Nan started to check the quality of the herbs. The high-quality and lower-quality herbs were separated, and everything looked fine. "Grandpa, where is he?" she asked, brushing the dust off her hands. Lu Huifeng looked sad. "In the house. Since we arrived, he hasn't come out." The old man hadn't come out all morning? That's really impressive patience, refusing to speak to Lu Huifeng and the others, and truly not speaking at all. Jiang Nan said, "I'll go check on him." She carried the herbs she picked for her grandfather and headed to the main house. She saw the old man peeking through the door, watching the outside. His eyes flickered slightly. When he saw Jiang Nan approaching, he quickly retreated and climbed onto the Kong bed. In his haste, he slipped and fell into a squat. "Oh no!" Jiang Nan pushed open the door and saw the old man bumping into the edge of the Kong. She asked worriedly, "Grandpa, are you okay?" I'm fine. The old man awkwardly rubbed his bottom, smiling. Nan, you're back? Are you hot? Drink some water." "Okay." Jiang Nan poured himself a glass of water, took 2 sips, and looked at the old man. "Grandpa, It's so busy outside. Why are you staying inside? Why not go help with the medicine collection? You need to watch over us. I don't want to see them, the old man Lu said with a stern face and a cold snort. Everyone's gone now, right? You should send them away quickly. He was stubborn, and Jiang Nan was even more stubborn. I won't send them away. They are your daughter and son-in-law. If anyone should be sent away, it should be you. The old man Lu was speechless. If he really wanted to send them out, he couldn't do it himself. Besides, if he did, his daughter-in-law would definitely have opinions about it. Honestly, this morning he was secretly watching the yard and couldn't help but feel old. The young people worked quickly. Fong Lao was fiddling with the abacus, counting fast and accurately. Lu Hao was helping with the scale. They worked well together, and soon a pile of medicinal herbs was ready. He also saw the little girl running around in the yard helping out, and a gentle light appeared in his eyes. That little girl, even at school age, was still helping with chores at home. Thinking of this, he felt especially angry. Fong Lao Wu, making his wife and children suffer so much. At this moment, old man Lu was full of conflicting feelings. He was afraid Jiang Nan would drag him into the yard to scold him, but he couldn't do that either. So he simply climbed onto the bed. I'll take a nap, he said. Jiang Nan responded, Okay, I'll call you when the food is ready. Lu Hao came in and saw Jiang Nan smiling. He felt a strange, indescribable feeling in his heart. Jiang Nan asked, Didn't you go look for your friend from the city? He replied, I don't trust the house. I'm waiting for you to come back. Hearing this, Lu Hao was surprised himself. Since when did this family really become so dependent on little Fatty? When she was gone, everything felt empty. Jiang Nan smiled softly, her eyes curved, and her tone was meaningful. Waiting for me? Lu Hao's eyes flickered slightly. He touched his nose and said, Don't misunderstand. I'm afraid if we both leave, Grandpa, who's not very reasonable, might bully Auntie and Uncle. You can handle him at home, but this old man is getting more stubborn the older he gets. The old man, lying on the bed, pretending to sleep, said, Can you be more obvious? Grandpa, Lu Hao is talking badly about you, Jiang Nan said with a sly look in her eyes, loudly accusing the old man on the bed. After shouting, she ran off quickly. Lu Hao was speechless. The old man Lu felt that pretending to sleep was no longer convincing, so he opened his eyes angrily and shouted at Lu Hao, You little brat, do you think I'm a devil? When have I ever been unreasonable? You really are unreasonable. Lu Hao finished speaking and ran away. He ran into the yard and saw Jiang Nan holding a ledger, eyes shining, muttering about how getting rich was just around the corner. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just thinking about getting rich? It seems life used to be really hard. Today, Lu Huifeng was also very happy and feeling blessed. She was worried about Fong Guoping, so she didn't go up the mountain and followed along. With Lu Hao around, she didn't need to do much medicine gathering. She cut some chives from her vegetable garden and made dumplings. When there were many villagers coming to buy medicine, she helped with weighing. When no one was there, she stayed busy in the kitchen. Gradually, she finished making the dumplings. Jiang Nan went to her room, took off her heavy, dirty clothes, and changed into a pair of relaxed jeans and a shirt, tying her hair up. She suddenly looked fresh and clean. Seeing it was mealtime, she planned to cook in the kitchen. But when she opened the door and saw the dumplings on the cutting board, she was surprised. Auntie, you made dumplings? Lu Huifeng came over, smiling. Yes, I cut some chives and made chive and egg dumplings for you. You grandpa likes sour soup dumplings. I'll add some broth to make sour soup dumplings for him. Auntie, I'll start the fire, Jiang Nan said. Lu Huifeng looked at Jiang Nan's new clothes and shook her head. Nan, you can rest for a bit. I can handle it myself. The more Lu Huifeng looked at Jiang Nan, the more she liked her. Since she married in, Jiang Nan had changed a lot. She was thinner and looked like a beauty now. This family also felt warmer with her around. Jiang Nan replied, Then I'll go tidy up the herbs in the yard. It was almost noon, the sun was blazing, and no one was coming to sell herbs. Fong Guoping was still sitting on a chair, holding an abacus, with nothing to do, constantly looking toward the main house door. His face was troubled. He wanted to go inside and talk to his father-in-law but lacked the courage. He was afraid he might mess up again and break the calm surface of the moment. Jiang Nan came out of the kitchen and saw Fang Guoping looking uneasy. She felt a bit sorry for him. She walked over and said, "Brother-in-law, you should get up and stretch your legs. Sitting too long isn't good for your blood circulation." "Okay," Fang Guoping replied. He supported himself with his crutches and slowly strolled around the yard. Jiang Nan grabbed a broom, swept the scattered herbs into a cloth, then turned and dried them. Lu Hao saw her working under the hot sun and didn't say a word. He came over to help. Jiang Nan glanced to the side and saw the man squatting by the herbs, looking a bit surprised. Recently, this guy had changed a lot. He wasn't so cold when talking to her anymore, and even helped with chores voluntarily.
Good.
"I like that you dared to write this. I like it very much." Faced with Zhou Xuefu's praise, Shen Juanqi awkwardly but politely smiled. Her simple understanding was that to revive the country and turn North Tang from bad to good, it depended on the emperor. If the emperor was good, the country would be good. But she also understood another meaning, that the emperor was already good, having improved North Tang from bad, but still needed to keep working hard. Everyone interprets these things differently depending on how they see it, especially since she didn't specify anyone by name. "Even if I missed one question, I can still be top?" Fang Guoping looking uneasy. He wouldn't agree to her offering herself in return. Suddenly, the familiar roar of a motorcycle broke through the sky, interrupting Jiang Nan's words. Everyone in the yard turned to look at the door, where Qin Feng's motorcycle had stopped outside the fence. A figure dressed in red was sitting on it. "Gu Yahui?" Jiang Nan asked Lu Hao, "Is your friend here?"
Lu Hao also saw them.
He stood up and headed toward the door. Qin Feng and Gu Yahui had already stepped off the motorcycle with long legs. Gu Yahui was holding a gift in his hand and called out from afar, "Old Lu. Why are you here?" Lu Hao asked in surprise. "Can I come?" Gu Yahui looked around the fence yard and the scenery with curiosity. "Nice, just like in your photos. That locust tree is still here." When they were in school, Lu Hao had shown him a photo of himself as a young boy taken at the gate of his home. Gu Yahui had seen the full view of this fence yard in that photo. In the picture, the old locust tree at the gate wasn't as thick as it looked now. Jiang Nan saw Gu Yahui's sudden visit and felt confused. She wondered if Jiang Daming had gone to find him that morning. Gu Yahui finished inspecting the yard and then looked at Jiang Nan. He waved at her with a charming smile. "Lu Hao's new wife. What are you doing here?" "We're gathering herbs," Jiang Nan apologized with a smile. "Sorry, Comrade Gu. The yard is a bit messy." No problem, no problem. I heard from Fingzi that you're making money doing business." Gu Yahui had already figured out the story behind Lu Hao's quick marriage. He knew Lu Hao was just pretending to be married to stabilize his grandfather's health. When he visited Lu Hao's home, he didn't dare mention that Jiang Nan was his fake wife. He even deliberately called her the new wife in front of Lu Hao, teasing him. Having seen Jiang Nan's medical skills in the county town, he hadn't had a chance to chat properly back then. Today, he came to get to know this young doctor better. Gu Yahui had no airs of a city person and entered the yard casually. Seeing Fang Guoping with a crutch, he warmly asked, "Are you the uncle-in-law?" Fang Guoping looked confused. "The uncle-in-law who was injured and hurt his bones?" Gu Yahui looked at him to confirm. Fang Guoping realized and nodded nervously. "Yes, I am Lu Hao's uncle-in-law." After greeting Fang Guoping, Gu Yahui looked around the yard and asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Jiang Nan watched Gu Yahui act naturally as if he were visiting his own home, feeling warm inside. Gu Yahui, a rich young master with a pure heart, was very close to Lu Hao. Unlike their senior, who looked gentle and refined on the surface but was actually sneaky and dishonest, not allowing others to be better than him. Jiang Nan said, "Grandpa is inside. Please come in quickly." Old Master Lu heard visitors and came down from the Kong bed. Seeing Gu Yahui, he was surprised and felt close. "Yahui, why are you here?" When they were in the city, Gu Yahue often went with Lu Hao to their rented house and was familiar with them. Gu Yahue put down his gift and kindly took the old man's hand. Grandpa Lu, I came to see you and Lu Hao. How is your health? Yesterday, Lu Hao told him about Grandpa Lu's illness, which made him feel sad. The old man had worked in the city for a few years and probably developed health issues. Old Master Lu smiled and said, I'm fine. Please sit down. Gu Yahue felt very close to Grandpa Lu, and they chatted about recent news. Lu Hao was pouring water for him nearby. Grandpa, you really love Lu Hao. You even helped him marry his wife, spending your life savings. You must let him earn money to pay you back. Gu Yahue teased, looking at Lu Hao, who was handing him water. This old man was incredibly strong-willed. On their wedding night, the first time the bride and groom met, there was no one like that. Old Master Lu sighed. Yahue, I have no choice. That kid is a quiet type, doesn't talk to girls. With our situation, if he were as cheerful as you and had some charm with the opposite, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to arrange things. And his face.
Sigh.
Gu Yahue was silent. Charm with the opposite? He had it, but Lu Hao did too. Many nurses at the hospital secretly liked him. But that was in the past. Gu Yahue looked at Lu Hao's face wrapped in bandages, and his expression suddenly darkened. He suddenly understood Grandpa Lu's worries. However, I have good judgment. You've met Lu Hao's wife, right? She is a hard-working, honest girl who looks very nice. Since you are his friend, you must advise him well to treat his wife kindly. Tell him to live happily with Nan for my family. He must not mistreat her. If he does, I will fight him fiercely. Oh my, for his daughter-in-law, he's willing to fight his own grandson? Gu Yahue nodded seriously. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will talk to Lu Hao. Such a good girl. Where can I find another like her? And she's skilled in medicine too. Gu Yahue looked serious as he saw Lu Hao bringing water. Lu Hao, did you hear that? Be good to the girl. No second thoughts. Lu Hao. Who is this kid? We already told him she doesn't want to be with him. At this moment, Jiang Nan pushed open the door curtain, her gentle voice sounding, Dinner is ready. Let's eat in the yard. It's spacious. Okay. Lu Hao looked back at her and nodded. He sighed impatiently and said to the old man, Let's go, Grandpa. We've been inside all morning. Luckily, Gu Yahue came, or the old man might not have gone out to eat. Gu Yahue asked curiously, Grandpa, what are you doing in the house? Old man Lu coughed lightly. Nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy this morning. Internal conflicts among the people shouldn't be made a joke for outsiders. Qin Feng helped carry a stool and they ate at a stone table in the yard. Fong Guoping saw old man Lu come out, leaning on crutches, and immediately went over to greet him. He carefully called out, Dad. Old man Lu didn't even look at Fong Guoping and pulled Gu Yahue to sit down. Yahue, this is your first time coming to the countryside, right? Our environment is backward, and living conditions aren't great. But the air here is much better than in the city. Look at our vegetable garden, we have everything. Fong Guoping stood there awkwardly, unsure what to do. Lu Hao brought a chair over for him. Uncle, sit down. His legs weren't good, so it was inconvenient for him to sit on a low stool. Lu Hao thoughtfully let him sit on a chair. Lu Hao patted Fong Guoping's shoulder and softly comforted him. Uncle, my grandpa didn't chase you away. It's a good sign. Don't be sad. Take your time. Fong Guoping nodded. I understand. Soon, Jiang Nan and Lu Huifeng brought over dumplings to the table. Because there were guests from the city, Jiang Nan also quickly prepared a dandelion salad and placed it on the table, making it a side dish. Gu Yahue saw Lu Huifeng coming out of the kitchen in an apron and greeted her warmly. Auntie, these are the dumplings you made, right? Today, I really came prepared. In the past, I often heard Lu Hao say how delicious your dumplings are. Because Gu Yahue was here, old Master Lu couldn't show any attitude toward his daughter and son-in-law. He simply ignored them and focused on eating. In the kitchen, Lu Huifeng, sweating profusely from the heat, saw her father eating the dumplings she made. A faint smile finally appeared on his dark face. Gu Yahue sat down and took a bite, nodding repeatedly. Auntie's dumplings, I've been craving them for a long time. They are really delicious. Gu Yahui is from the city and has no heirs. He treats Lu Hao's family like his own. Qin Feng often visits too, and they are quite familiar. They don't need extra effort to entertain him. They can take care of themselves. While eating, Gu Yahui patted his chest and said, "Today, I want to eat more to calm my nerves." Calm your nerves? Jiang Nan looked at him with a slight movement in her eyes. Comrade Gu, did something happen today? Gu Yahui swallowed a dumpling and said, "You don't know. This morning, a crazy man came to the hotel, mistook me for his son, grabbed my hand, and insisted on taking me to their village. I was so scared." Hearing Gu Yahui mention the crazy man mistaking him for his son, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly. Sure enough, Jiang Daming went to Longshan Hotel. Gu Yahui looked at Lu Hao with a resentful expression. "You haven't been around this morning, and you didn't worry about me. What if something had happened?" Lu Hao was indifferent. "Probably just a mistake. As long as you explain clearly, it will be fine." "Explain what?" "That old man is very stubborn. He insisted I was his son, and spoke as if it were true. It made me doubt my own background. I even called my mom to confirm and got scolded." Jiang Nan listened quietly as Gu Yahui vented. It seemed there was progress. Gu Yahui had already called home. He must have seen the jade pendant in Jiang Daming's hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't take it seriously. Hearing this, Lu Hao also paid attention and advised Gu Yahui, if anything happens, report it to the hotel staff or call the police. Gu Yahui said, "Actually, I didn't even eat breakfast this morning. I sent a message to Fengzi, and he came to deliver you home." Qin Feng was very enthusiastic. "Brother Hui, just call me if you need anything. We're responsible for maintaining order." Jiang Nan heard this and smiled as she said, "Maybe the old man is looking for his son." Then Gu Zheng'an personally led them on a tour of the workshop. Inside the workshop, Gu Zheng'an explained new employees here are paired with experienced workers. There is a 1-week adaptation period. If after a week you can work independently, you're considered qualified. If not, you'll be asked to leave. Jiang Nan said, "Yun Yun, Xiaoya, you must study hard and aim to become regular employees soon. You both know how to operate the sewing machine, so a week's training shouldn't be a problem." Qin Yun confidently replied, "Sister-in-law, we will work hard." Earlier, Qin Yun carefully observed the sewing workers. "Called my mom to confirm and got scolded." Jiang Nan listened. In her previous life, she only saw Sun Wanru twice. She felt that woman was a bit crazy. Nearly 60 years old, she refused to be called auntie and insisted on being called Madame Gu. Calling her auntie made her angry. That woman turned out to be her mother. Jiang Nan thought that Madame Gu was eventually driven to death by her useless son, who was over 30 years old. It was quite sad. She initially guessed that she was swapped with the crown prince by Gu Yiji. Before she died, she heard Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei say she was abandoned by Sun Wanru. Now, she wants to know the truth. Why did Sun Wanru abandon her? Is her father Uncle Gu Yahui's second uncle? The jade pendant Jiang Daming had in his hand. In her previous life, she saw Gu Yahui also wearing one, said to be passed down in their family. That's why she asked Jiang Daming to take the jade pendant to find Gu Yahui and recognize him. Gu Yahui should be able to recognize that it's his family's item. Gu Yahui finished the dumplings and then drank the soup.
I was terrified at the time.
Besides, that person looked fierce and sinister, with suspicious eyes. I couldn't feel any sympathy for him. Regarding Gu Yahui's words, Jiang Nan didn't comment. That foot-licking Uncle Jiang Daming only recognized his son for money. Seeing Gu Yahui, he probably acted very exaggerated. It's unlikely to evoke sympathy. Old Master Lu listened to their conversation and sighed. We rural folks, no education, all rough and simple. If we can help, we help. Losing a child must be distressing. Gu Yahui, worried that Grandpa Lu might think he looked down on rural people, nodded. Grandpa, I understand. If I meet him again, I'll ask about the situation. At this moment, everyone was sitting around a stone table, eating dumplings and chatting. Fong Guoping saw that his wife, Lu Huifeng, hadn't come out yet. He was uncomfortable and, looking at his bowl of dumplings, couldn't bring himself to eat. 2 guests had come to the house, and the dumplings they made were probably gone by now. He quietly told his well-behaved daughter sitting beside him, "Qing, take my bowl and give it to your mother." "Dad, you haven't finished eating." Qing looked at the dumplings in his bowl and said sweetly, "Dad is full. Let Mom eat." A group of young people were happily chatting, not noticing the conversation between Fong Guoping and Qing, but old Master Lu heard it. At first, he thought Fong Guoping was like the older brother, giving his daughter leftover food, and he wanted to curse him. But he quickly realized what was really happening, and his anger suddenly subsided. Jiang Nan's attention was focused on Jiang Daming going to find Gu Yahui to recognize him as a relative, so she didn't eat much. She saw Qing carrying half a bowl of dumplings to the kitchen and followed her. Lu Huifeng sat by the stove, holding a bowl of noodle soup and sweating from the fire. Jiang Nan saw her drinking the soup and frowned slightly. "Auntie, are there not enough dumplings?" "It's enough. I've already put them in the pot. I'll eat after you finish." Qing held her bowl and stood in front of Lu Huifeng. "Mom, Dad said he's full, so you can eat. Your dad is like that." "Fine, I'll eat," Lu Huifeng said as she took the bowl. When the second batch of dumplings was cooked, no one ate much. Lu Hao ate 1 bowl and said he was full. When he came in to put down his bowl, he saw Jiang Nan and casually asked, "Aren't you eating anymore?" He had noticed she hadn't eaten much earlier. "I'm full," Jiang Nan replied. "Losing weight," she added. "If you keep losing weight, people will think we're mistreating you at home," Lu Hao said coldly before leaving the kitchen. With 2 guests added, the dumplings Lu Huifeng made ended up with a bowl left over. Lu Huifeng looked at the remaining dumplings with a touch of emotion. These young people were sensible and considerate. After dinner, Gu Yahui glanced at Fong Guoping's leg and asked Lu Hao, "Where are Uncle's X-ray films? I want to see them." As a doctor, he naturally wanted to study the patient's condition. "Auntie, go to our house and bring Uncle's X-ray films. Let Yahui see them." "He's a fellow doctor," Lu Hao said. Lu Huifeng quickly got up and went to fetch Fong Guoping's films. Gu Yahui sat on a bench in the yard, holding the films and carefully examining them with a serious and professional look. After looking, he didn't comment much but comforted Fong Guoping, "Uncle, take good care of yourself. In a few years, we can do surgery. In the meantime, avoid heavy lifting and massage more to prevent muscle atrophy. Things will get better." "Things will get better?" Fong Guoping's eyes dimmed. He knew these were words of comfort. When will the future come? He longed to exchange the present for the future, so his wife and children wouldn't have to suffer so much. "I was mentally prepared. Although Fong Guoping was disappointed, I had become used to it. When I saw Gu Yahui, I only offered comforting words, which made old Master Lu anxious." Nan. Old Master Lu looked at her and gave her a warning glance. "Didn't she say that Fong Lao's leg could be treated with traditional Chinese medicine? Why didn't she say that out loud?" At this moment, Jiang Nan's attention was focused entirely on the X-ray film. She also wanted to see Fong Guoping's X-ray to understand his condition better. Gu Yahui noticed Jiang Nan staring intently at the X-ray in his hand and asked with a smile, "Little doctor, do you want to see it?" Jiang Nan nodded, "Yes. Traditional Chinese medicine also looks at X-rays? Isn't diagnosis usually by pulse?" Gu Yahui asked skeptically, teasing her. "Having the X-ray makes diagnosis more accurate," Jiang Nan replied seriously as she took the film from Gu Yahui and examined it carefully. Lu Hao's gaze unconsciously fell on her focused face. She looked serious, her eyes fixed on the X-ray. At that moment, he felt her aura was as commanding as that of their chief doctor. Jiang Nan quickly put away the film. Gu Yahui looked at her expectantly. "Little doctor, say a few words." He really wanted to hear her medical opinion. Jiang Nan spoke. The femoral neck fracture was not successfully treated with surgery, which later led to avascular necrosis of the femoral head. The current situation is still manageable. The femoral head has cystic areas, and from the X-ray, it hasn't collapsed yet. The bone density is low, and the bone quality isn't very good. The pain is likely due to the cystic areas. She pointed to a part of the upper left femur with her finger. See this? It's full of cysts, right in the weight-bearing area. If not treated in time, it will collapse in the future. She looked at Lu Hao and Gu Yahui seriously. Isn't that right? Gu Yahui awkwardly looked at Lu Hao and said, You taught her, right? This doesn't sound like a typical Chinese medicine doctor. It sounds more like their chief. Lu Hao glanced at him and denied it. His eyes showed a hint of shock. Honestly, her conclusion after examining the X-ray was completely accurate. You can't fake that kind of insight. She even pointed out the exact location of the cystic area. While they were all surprised, Jiang Nan continued, Uncle's condition can still be treated conservatively. Conservatively? Do you mean bone grafting or decompression?
Gu Yahui asked.
Jiang Nan shook her head. No. The success rate of bone grafting is very low, and it's as painful as joint replacement. Decompression will only speed up collapse. Don't listen to those doctors trying to scam money. Lu Hao and Gu Yahui are orthopedic surgeons, mainly performing surgeries. They don't really understand conservative treatment for femoral head necrosis. 10,000 taels of gold as a reward, Zhang Feng coldly added. Wan Gu immediately said, As long as the young master can cure Our Lady, King Lin will surely give you the gold as promised. King Lin was Xiao Chen's uncle. Rong's state was strong, and as regent, he hadn't been able to contact his sister for years. When he heard about this, giving his nephew 10,000 taels of gold for treatment was not a big deal. Zhang Feng walked up to Xiao Chen, looking down at the dog in his arms with a disdainful expression, and said lightly, Now you can put down this beast. Xiao Chen looked at him with a cold, sharp, In the future, it can at least lead to clinical cure. What is clinical cure? Fong Guoping asks, not understanding. It means the pain disappears, and you can live normally. But Xiao Hao said I need surgery. Fong Guoping looks at Lu Hao, who has been silent. He feels conflicted and nervous, holding on to a little hope. Jiang Nan explains, Uncle, you haven't met the surgical criteria yet. Also, joint replacement surgery is not very mature in China now, especially the prosthetics, which are made of titanium alloy. Bone cement has a limited lifespan and, over time, it can cause bone dissolution. Even if the surgery is successful, the prosthetic only lasts 10 to 15 years. You're only 40 now, so even after 15 years, you'll need another revision. Plus, the prosthetic isn't as good as the original. Looseness, infection, and other complications can happen. You need to be constantly careful. Falling could loosen it. It's better to try conservative treatment while you're young and can still do things, save some money, and when you're older and can't do conservative care anymore, the materials and medical techniques will have improved. Then, you can spend money on surgery and enjoy your later years. In the 1990s, domestic femoral head replacement surgeries were still not very advanced, and prosthetics were expensive. In a few years, titanium will be phased out, replaced by ceramic on ceramic or black gold materials, which can last at least 10 years longer. Once Fong Guoping has surgery, it will be irreversible. Conservative treatment won't be possible anymore. Because of the limited lifespan, Lu Hao's teacher said he hadn't met the surgical criteria yet.
He needs to wait.
Jiang Nan's words hit Fong Guoping's heart. He eagerly nods, Yes, just let me get better now, help take care of your aunt, and worry about old age later. As long as he can recover now and take care of his wife and children, even if he doesn't live to old age, it's okay. Feeling like life is worse than death is so painful. Lu Hao, sitting nearby, had turbulent emotions in his eyes, watching her with a very complicated look. He and Gu Yahui follow their mentor, Director Yi from Lancheng Hospital's orthopedics department, who specializes in surgeries for femoral head necrosis, herniated discs, and spinal joint diseases. Last year, Director Yi also went abroad to learn new techniques. The problems they face now are exactly the same as Jiang Nan described. Titanium implants, bone cement, surgical complications, infections, loosening, these are all technical terms from orthopedics that she mentioned. Lu Hao felt his head throb. Gu Yahui was also stunned. This is probably their specialty. His grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine professor, but he doesn't understand these things at all. The old man only talks about conditions like stiffness, cold and damp toxins, and yin or yang deficiency. Nan Nan said these things and I don't understand them either. I just want to know, can my Chinese medicine really cure this? Fong Guoping seemed to hold onto a life-saving straw. But he didn't dare show too much hope, afraid of more disappointment. In the end, they still relied on Lu Hao's opinion. Lu Hao spoke calmly, "Uncle, don't worry too much yet." Gu Yahui went to Jiang Nan, looking at her with bright eyes. "Oh my, you're quite skilled. You're a young doctor. Where did you learn your skills? Can you introduce me to your teacher?" Gu Yahui was always aware he was on a mission. Seeing his eager look, Jiang Nan could only disappoint him. "My teacher is a bit temperamental and doesn't like to see strangers. Uncle Nia's prescriptions for Grandpa were refined and edited by her. If they went, it would definitely give them away. Uncle Nia also doesn't like to meet people. That's really a pity. He also has a family secret recipe passed down, and he taught it to me." Such high-level hidden weapons required no internal energy to operate. Compared to her internal strength, they were insignificant. "You're too weak. Want revenge? Maybe calling your sect leader will give you a chance?" Shun Junshi's arrogant, provocative expression showed she never considered anyone under 50 a worthy opponent. Xiao Chen's pupils shrank in fear of the danger, but he knew Shin Junshi was highly skilled in martial arts. He stepped back a few paces to keep a safe distance from Jiang Feng, preventing him from threatening him. "What's your real name? Why do you look so different? I shoot an arrow at you. If the collapse is severe or the bones are fully fused, only surgery can help. However, if the hip socket is too badly worn, the success rate of surgery drops significantly and may affect future revisions. Our goal is the same: delay replacement. Western medicine tends to wait passively, while traditional Chinese medicine can stop the disease from progressing and solve the problem at its root." She spoke confidently, and Gu Yahui deliberately smiled and asked, "You probably can't even perform surgery, right?" Jiang Nan shook her head. "No, I can't. Young doctor, I want to be friends with you." Gu Yahui's eyes showed sincerity. Finally, there is a doctor who understands both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. His grandfather disliked Western medicine, and they didn't respect traditional Chinese medicine much either. They just did their own things. Combining Chinese and Western medicine is wonderful. Gu Yahui wanted to be friends with her, and Jiang Nan was very happy, saying cheerfully, "Great. Let's be friends." In their past life, they were good friends who shared the same goals. Old Master Lu watched the scene go off track. His grandson, sitting there without saying a word, made him anxious and frustrated. He was eager to see him succeed and felt disappointed. His granddaughter-in-law was a treasure, and there was even a chance she could be taken away. Old Master Lu coughed heavily, cough, cough. "Yahui, who is older, you or Xiaohao?" Old Master Lu looked kindly at Gu Yahui and asked with a gentle smile. Gu Yahui replied, "Grandpa Lu, Xiaohao is older than me." "Then you can't call her little doctor. You should call her sister-in-law," the old man said seriously. He was so worried about his grandson. It was exhausting and unappreciated. "Can I call her sister-in-law?" Gu Yahui looked at Lu Hao with a half-smile, asking what he thought. Old Master Lu glared fiercely at his unmotivated grandson again. Lu Hao continued to daydream. It seemed that when no one was around, he needed to give this stubborn block of wood a good talking to. Otherwise, he might end up crying. While everyone was happily chatting in the yard, a glamorous figure sneaked peeking inside from outside the fence gate. Lu Xiaoya went to the village shop to buy ice pops. When she arrived, she saw a flashy motorcycle parked outside the fence. Her eyes lit up immediately. Officer Qin was here. So she moved closer to the gate. At this moment, seeing so many people sitting in the yard, she was stunned. Not only was Officer Qin there, but also a handsome young man talking happily with a woman. Isn't that woman Jiang Nan that overweight girl? She hadn't seen her in days, and she looked thinner and more stylish now. Also, why were Auntie and Uncle in the yard? Wasn't Grandpa against letting them in? Had they made peace? Since her last argument with Jiang Nan, when Jiang Nan grabbed a kitchen knife, Lu Xiaoya was too scared to come here again. Of course, she also had no reason to visit their house. Seeing this scene, A string of question marks floated above her head. But she wasn't in the mood to care about other trivial matters. All her attention was on Qin Feng. After so many days, she finally saw him again. He looked darker than before, more masculine, sitting there especially in his uniform, radiating charm. Seeing him, Lu Xiaoya's girl heart was overwhelmed. She remembered what her cousin Su Qiaozhen said. If you like someone, you should confess boldly, or how will they know you like them? Su Qiaozhen also said that society is more open now, and men like confident, outgoing girls. No one liked shy girls who stuttered or blushed when talking. Lu Xiaoya thought this made sense. That overweight girl Jiang Nan, on her wedding day, held her brother's arm right in front of everyone. And her brother didn't push her away. So she thought she should also be brave and passionate in pursuing her happiness. These days, she had been staying home, embroidering insoles, waiting for Qin Feng to come to her brother's house again so she could give him the insoles and show her feelings. Now, Lu Xiaoya didn't think much and quickly ran back home. She entered her small room, tidied her hair, applied the lipstick Su Qiaozhen gave her, looked at her fashionable red fitness pants, and smiled happily. She took out a pair of insoles embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water from under her pillow on the bed. Although the stitches are not very even, it's clear she put effort into it. The insoles with the mandarin duck pattern are something a girl would only embroider for someone she likes. It's similar to the old-fashioned meaning of a small pouch. If she embroidered for others, it would usually say something like peace and safety. She hid the insoles inside her loose coat, planning to go to the old house and find a chance to give the gift. Su Yuqin just finished washing the pots and came out of the kitchen. Seeing her daughter sneaking out, she asked annoyed, "It's so hot today. What are you going to do?" Lu Xiaoya was hiding the insoles and stood there afraid to move. Suddenly, she found an excuse. "Mom, I just saw my aunt and my uncle in my grandfather's yard, talking and laughing. I want to see what's going on. Why are they suddenly getting along?" Hearing this, Su Yuqin immediately looked surprised. "What did you say? Your uncle is in your grandfather's yard?" Su Yuqin had just come back from picking herbs on the mountain and went into the kitchen to cook. She hadn't heard anything about what was happening outside. Lu Xiaoya nodded. "Yes, I just came out of the small shop and happened to pass by them. I saw them laughing and talking in the yard. It was lively." Su Yuqin looked incredulous. "Your grandfather hasn't forgiven your aunt all these years. Before, he would chase them away when they came to visit. How did he suddenly let them in and be so friendly?" "Mom, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. Could it be that Jiang Nan persuaded your grandfather and changed his mind?" Su Yuqin muttered to herself, lowering her head. Lu Xiaoya snorted coldly. "It must be that my grandfather figured it out himself. What does that fat woman have to do with it? Don't try to take credit for her." She firmly refused to believe Jiang Nan had that kind of power. "All right, you go over there and listen to what's happening. But don't get into a conflict with Jiang Nan. You can't beat her." Although Lu Xiaoya felt unfair, she had to admit her mother was right. She really couldn't beat that fat woman. No, wait, that woman seemed to have lost weight and was wearing very fashionable clothes. Fashionable? Well, not exactly. Just a pair of flared jeans and a white shirt. Not as stylish as her tight fitness pants. But her outfit looked simple yet very comfortable, and strangely, it was hard to look away. Ugh. She definitely wasn't looking away. Lu Xiaoya entered the yard and immediately saw the tall figure helping to tidy up the benches. She tightly clenched the insoles in her hand, heart pounding at 108 beats per minute. Gu Yahui took Jiang Nan and Lu Hao into the house to write prescriptions for treating femoral head necrosis. Lu Huifeng was washing pots in the kitchen, and old Master Lu went to feed the chickens. In the yard, besides Qin Feng tidying up the benches, only Feng Guoping was there. Feng Guoping saw Lu Xiaoya come in and kindly asked, "Xiaoya, you're here? Have you eaten?" Lu Xiaoya was distracted. "Brother-in-law, yes, I've eaten. Why are you here?" Feng Guoping replied, "I'm helping your sister-in-law and them with medicine records."
Oh,
Just this one sentence was enough for Lu Xiaoya to go back and report to her mother. She lost the desire to continue talking to Fong Guoping and kept her eyes fixed on Qin Feng's figure. Qin Feng arranged the bench, then turned around and saw a pair of fierce, wolf-like eyes staring at him. Why was Lu Hao's sister looking at him like that? Today, this woman had bright red lipstick, smiling widely, which looked quite intimidating. Lu Xiaoya felt nervous to death, but, remembering Su Qiaozhen's words, she silently encouraged herself. Cannot be timid. Absolutely cannot be timid. She must boldly pursue her happiness. Officer Qin was experienced and surely liked women who behaved confidently. Jiang Nan could tell that Gu Yahui was just making an excuse to keep the father and daughter calm. She replied, "See the doctor. After that, I'll go back to the countryside." Jiang Daming hesitated. Really?
Of course, really.
If Jiang Mei recognizes her family and lives a good life in the future, don't forget your older sister here. Of course not. Jiang Daming and his daughter were led to the backyard by Gu Yahui. Lu Hao, feeling uneasy, followed them. The backyard wasn't big, just 2 empty rooms. There was a small door on the wall, locked with a latch. After Gu Yahui led the people inside, Lu Hao signaled him to lock the door. "I can't accept this." He hurried to catch up and wanted to return the insult to Lu Xiaoya. Just then, Gu Yahui and the others came out of the house. He was satisfied as he tucked away the prescription. As everyone stepped outside, they saw a brightly dressed girl running out into the yard. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao naturally recognized her as Lu Xiaoya. They also saw the insole in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng had wanted to chase after her to return the insole, but Gu Yahui saw it first, grabbed it, and said curiously, "Wow, this embroidery is really beautiful. Who made it? Such skill. Is it for you?" Qin Feng watched Lu Xiaoya run away and took the insole from Gu Yahui's hand. "I want to return it to the girl." "Don't want it? Then give it to me," Gu Yahui said. Such a beautiful insole, placed inside leather shoes, would be very comfortable. Qin Feng frowned. "Brother Hui, no, you have to return it." Clearly, Qin Feng understood what the shoe insert with the pair of swans meant. "Return it?" Gu Yahui looked confused. "Isn't that rude?" Jiang Nan reminded him from the side, "Comrade Gu, you can't just take the shoe insert without permission. Is there any reason not to?" Gu Yahui looked eager to understand. Of course, Qin Feng looked embarrassed and turned to Jiang Nan. Xiao Peng, could you please return the shoe insert to Lu Xiaoya? Just tell her I appreciate her kind gesture." "I'm probably not the right person for that." Jiang Nan hesitated. "I don't want to have anything to do with Lu Xiaoya." But she already left. Qin Feng looked awkwardly at Lu Hao. How Ge. This sudden romantic situation caught him off guard. He wasn't prepared at all. Lu Hao's sister, whom he had only met a few times, was unfamiliar to him. Suddenly dealing with this was quite troubling. Qin Feng didn't want to hurt Lu Xiaoya's feelings, and he also didn't want any messy issues to affect his relationship with Lu Hao. Lu Hao thought for a moment and then looked at Jiang Nan. "You can return it to her on my behalf." Lu Hao was usually slow to notice these things, but now he realized that his sister was interested in Feng Zi. Qin Feng's attitude made everything clear. Taking the shoe insert could cause trouble. As a man, it didn't seem proper for him to return it himself. Besides, he didn't have the time. Xiao Peng could handle Lu Xiaoya well enough. He didn't have to worry about her getting hurt. Lu Hao spoke, and Jiang Nan had no choice but to take the shoe insert from Qin Feng.
All right.
Before leaving, Gu Yahui gently held old Master Lu's hand and said farewell with reluctance. "Grandpa, Lu Hao's house is already tidied up. When he goes back to work, remember to go to the city with him and live there. He can't be left alone here." Lu Hao is worried and can't focus on his work. "Okay, when he goes back to the city, Nan and I will go too. Auntie, uncle."
Goodbye.
Gu Yahui waved kindly at them and then rode off on his motorcycle. "Young doctor, remember my phone number. Keep in touch." Gu Yahui made a phone gesture. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. "Yes, little Gu." Old Master Lu heard that Gu Yahui even left his number for Jiang Nan, and his heart tightened again. Could this young man be trying to steal his grandson's affection? Old Master Lu thought he should quickly talk to Lu Hao and encourage him to build a good relationship with his wife immediately.
But Lu Hao
Was also about to get on his motorcycle. When Jiang Nan was about to leave, Ding Zhu advised, "I'm going to the county town with them. You don't need to wait for me for dinner. Will you come back tonight?" Jiang Nan asked as she went out. Lu Hao nodded. "Yes, I will come back." Gu Yahui watched Lu Hao and Jiang Nan acting like an old married couple, with a slight smile on her face. This old man, Lu, was just pretending for Grandpa. Probably, he was already part of the act without realizing it. Qin Feng rode his motorcycle, carrying Gu Yahui and Lu Hao away. Old Mr. Lu asked curiously, "Nan Nan, I heard you say, what did that girl Xiao you take?" "Grandpa, nothing much. You should go inside quickly. It's really hot outside now." Fong Guoping was still in the yard, looking tired even in the shade, needing rest. There weren't many people selling herbs now. Jiang Nan told her aunt, "Auntie, you and Uncle can go home and rest. Come back tomorrow morning. There probably won't be many people in the afternoon since everyone has gone up the mountain."
Okay.
Lu Huifeng gently said to old Mr. Lu, "Dad, we'll go back now." Old Mr. Lu ignored her. Lu Huifeng patted Qingqing's head. "Say goodbye to Grandpa." Qingqing was a little afraid of old Mr. Lu and hadn't dared to speak to him all morning. Now she timidly said, "Goodbye, Grandpa." The old man could be stern with his daughter and son-in-law, but he couldn't ignore his little granddaughter. His eyes showed genuine kindness.
Goodbye.
"Grandpa, you should go inside and rest. I'll see my aunt and uncle off." Jiang Nan put her insoles into her jeans pocket, planning to give them back to Xiaoyu later. It was quite hot outside now, and the village was quiet, everyone staying indoors to avoid the sun and rest. By the big locust tree near the threshing ground, only a few elderly folks were chatting idly, usually not working in the fields. Seeing Lu Huifeng, Fong Guoping, and Jiang Nan coming together, they smiled and said, "Old Five, are you going to your father-in-law's house?" Fong Guoping leaned on his crutch and smiled at them. "Yes. That's great. Your father-in-law finally understands." Among the women weaving grass, there was one wearing a floral shirt, looking quite harsh. She rolled her eyes at Lu Huifeng and muttered, "Huh. So what if you acknowledged your maiden family? You still married, eh? And are so poor you can hear the coins jingling." Jiang Nan overheard her and looked at her coldly, retorting, "Madam, how rich is your family? Others are poor, but they don't take from you." "Humph, how come they didn't take from my family?
My land is just being occupied by them."
Jiang Nan saw the woman muttering and insulting others and wanted to confront her, but Lu Huifeng held her back. "Nan Nan, let's go. Don't bother with her." "Who is that woman? She looks so mean and sharp," Jiang Nan asked. Lu Huifeng sighed. "That's Aunt Qingqing, my sister-in-law."
"Oh?
"Your own family?" Jiang Nan inquired. Lu Huifeng looked sad and didn't want to talk about the trouble between sisters-in-law. Jiang Nan didn't ask further. She looked at the blooming acacia trees along the village road and said to Lu Huifeng, "Auntie, later don't go up the mountain to pick herbs. Today, let's pick acacia flowers." "Are they for the chickens?" Lu Huifeng asked. Jiang Nan shook her head.
"No, people will eat them. Who would eat that stuff?"
In the village, acacia flowers are usually fed to pigs and chickens. Few people eat them, and no one really knows how to cook them. Jiang Nan smiled mysteriously and whispered, "City folks like to eat them. These are actually good things, rich in nutrients and tasty. But rural folks only use them to feed animals. Maybe because there are so many wild vegetables in the countryside, no one wants to eat these. Today, we'll pick acacia flowers, and tomorrow morning, we'll take them to the county to sell.
Keep this a secret.
If anyone asks, just say they're for feeding pigs." Jiang Nan explained, "This makes more money than selling herbs. The key is quick cash. No need to dry them. Fresh is best. If we pick about 100 or 200 jin, we can sell for 20 or 30 yuan." Lu Huifeng had never done this kind of business before, but she chose to trust her niece-in-law. After all, Jiang Nan had sold fresh dandelions as wild vegetables to city people before. She agreed, "All right, Nan Nan. I'll listen to you. I'll go home and get a basket. Then we'll go into the woods to pick acacia flowers." Lu Huifang helped Fong Guoping back home. Jiang Nan passed by an old acacia tree and saw Uncle Zhang herding sheep. She looked at the sheep, which was very ugly and completely bald, and asked curiously, "Uncle, why is your sheep bald?" Uncle Zhang angrily said, "My wife sheared its wool to make yarn." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Shearing a sheep like that? Is this based on Aunt Baiyun?" "This sheep is obedient, so it gets taken advantage of," Uncle Zhang said. Jiang Nan glanced at her sister-in-law Lu Huifang and raised her voice. "Yes, people are the same. Only the honest ones get bullied." Recently, she had learned quite a bit about Lu Huifang's family. Fong Guoping has 5 brothers. 4 of them divided the family land completely. Only Fong Guoping was left with a small shed and little land. Later, with hard work from 2 people, they managed to get by. But after Fong Guoping was injured, he returned to a life similar to before liberation. Now, he is still being bullied by this mean sister-in-law. When Jiang Nan spoke, Old Fourth's wife snorted coldly, her face pulling into a long frown. While Jiang Nan was chatting with the old man, suddenly a sorrowful cry for help echoed across the sky. Nan, save me." Hearing this, Jiang Nan instinctively looked to the side. She saw Jiang Ping with messy hair, only one cloth shoe on her foot, the other foot bare, running desperately toward her. "Ping? Jiang Nan quickly stood up and moved to meet her. "Stop, you reckless girl. Do you want to die?" "Stop right there," Jiang Dahai shouted angrily, holding a shoe in his hand as he chased after her. Jiang Ping had already reached Jiang Nan, her face streaked with tears, gasping for breath, sobbing as if she couldn't breathe properly. It was heartbreaking. Had she been running all the way from Dawan village? Jiang Nan didn't have time to ask what was wrong. Jiang Dahai was already catching up. Jiang Dahai was exhausted too, holding a shoe sole in his hand, panting heavily before shouting at Jiang Ping, "You reckless girl. It's no use finding anyone. Come back home with me." Jiang Nan protected Jiang Ping behind her. "Jiang Dahai, what are you doing to drag Ping back?" "Fatso, you still call me by my name?" Jiang Dahai crossed his arms, his face red and veins bulging as he glared at Jiang Nan. "What else should I do? Do you think you're worthy of being my second uncle?" Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Ping hiding behind her and asked coldly, "Is he trying to make you marry Wu'erju?" Jiang Ping trembled and nodded behind Jiang Nan. He brought the elderly to the city, hoping they could enjoy their retirement peacefully, not to have them become scavengers. Let's go home first," old Mr. Lu said. "You 2 go back first. I'll sell these cardboard boxes." "Do you know where to sell them?" Jiang Nan asked. Old Mr. Lu confidently nodded. "Of course. I've already checked. Exit the residential compound, walk straight ahead, and at the end of the alley, there's someone who collects scrap." He had also inquired about the price before coming to collect scrap. Jiang Nan watched his grandfather nervously and spoke up, "We'll go with you to sell them." "Away from Dawan village?" Jiang Nan didn't have time to ask what was. "Jiang Ping, go home now. Don't blame me for being rude. You all are shameless. Jiang Mei sleeps in the same bed with Wu'erju, and you still want Jiang Ping to marry him? Do you have no shame? Have all the men in the world died?" Jiang Dahai snorted coldly. "That has nothing to do with you. You, a daughter who married out, is like water spilled. Why are you shouting here? Move aside." Jiang Nan stood firm and righteous. "I've made up my mind today. Trying to sell your daughter for fame? Do you have no shame?" Jiang Dahai snorted coldly. "If I sell my own daughter." Jiang Mei was caught in bed with Wu'erju, and you know it. "Do you think what you're doing now isn't disgusting?" Jiang Nan suddenly caught sight of Su Zheng pushing his bicycle over and shouted, "Su Zheng, you're just in time. A few days ago, Jiang Mei was caught cheating with Wu'erju from our village. Don't be fooled into wearing a green hat." The villagers watching nearby all looked at Su Zheng as he approached with his bicycle. A few days ago, Su Zheng had been persistently asking Jiang Mei to get back together. That fat guy. Can't he just die quietly? He hasn't even eaten lamb, but smells like sheep. He has no intention of being with Jiang Mei, okay? He just wanted to annoy Lu Hao, who knew that she was just a broken shoe. Over at Jiang Dahai's place, he was still arguing with Jiang Nan. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't move aside, I'll break your legs today. Jiang Nan was fearless. This is Jinshui village. I am the wife of Jinshui village. If you want to break my legs, you'd better ask the villagers if they agree. As soon as she said that, the villagers watching the scene felt their responsibilities suddenly heavy. Someone causing trouble in Jinshui village, how could they tolerate it? Everyone gathered to watch and pointed at Jiang Dahai. Since Jiang Dahai was from another village, being criticized put him under pressure. But when he thought about Jiang Ping changing her marriage for Jiang Jigang and that he could go to the city in the future, he felt very excited. He just wanted to take Jiang Ping away quickly. Jiang Nan pulled Jiang Ping, who was hiding behind her, forward. Ping Ping, do you dare to resist?
Dare, Jiang Ping nodded bravely.
Then cut ties with your father. Do you dare? Jiang Nan asked again. Jiang Ping hesitated for a moment, then looked determined.
Dare, she said.
Good. Then tell him you're cutting ties with him, Jiang Nan encouraged her. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, walked in front of Jiang Dahai, and said firmly, Dad, you've never liked me since I was little. I used to be timid and obedient, doing whatever you said. But this time, I really can't listen to you. If you watch me fall into a fire, I won't agree. I declare that from now on, I have nothing to do with you. I am no longer your daughter, and you can't control me. As soon as Jiang Ping finished speaking, the villagers in Jinshui village started whispering. It seemed she was pushed to the edge. They were about to cut ties completely. Pushing his bicycle, Su Zheng watched the scene behind him. His gloomy eyes unconsciously fell on the girl with messy hair and tears on her face. She was barefoot, with a cut on her foot, looking very helpless. But her clear, watery eyes looked both pitiful and captivating, making people want to get close and protect her. Su Zheng realized his thoughts and was startled. He snorted at himself for being so silly. He planned to ride his bike to work. Jiang Dahai heard Jiang Ping's words and thought he was joking. Are you crazy? You, a young girl, want to cut ties with me? Dad, it's your fault. Jiang Ping clenched her fists and said firmly. I don't know what benefits my uncle gave you, making you sacrifice your daughter. It's Jiang Mei who's really involved with Wu Erju. I can accept many things, but I will never let you control my future. Jiang Nan protected Jiang Ping behind him and looked at Jiang Dahai with a challenging expression. Did you hear that? Jiang Ping has nothing to do with you anymore. You have no right to interfere with her.
Get lost.
Jiang Nan, you. What are you pretending to be so brave for? Jiang Ping, you little brat, I'll beat you to death. Jiang Dahai, furious, raised his shoe and swung it at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, used to being hit since she was young, immediately ran away. She was barefoot and ran desperately forward. I hope the young man from the Shin family is lucky and survives this disaster. From now on, you must report all your actions to me.
Go now.
The king of Yingchuan relaxed slightly, bowed respectfully to the northern Tang emperor, and then withdrew. He stood on the high steps of the Hall of Diligent Governance, looking up at the distant starry sky where sky and earth meet, his gaze deep and distant. Worldly affairs are unpredictable. If Xiao Yingjie had succeeded in capturing Shinjuanxi, how could the current situation have happened? One step behind, 1,000 miles lost. How could a good person go mad like this, making you sacrifice your daughter? It's Jiang Mei who's real. When she touched his arm, Su Zheng let out a sharp cry. Xiao Zheng, what's wrong with your arm? Su Zheng's arm was hanging and couldn't be lifted. Jiang Nan examined his shoulder and said, it might be dislocated. Dislocated? Yu Qin shouted anxiously. Lu Hao, where is he? Call him quickly. He's a doctor. Let him put it back. Lu Hao has gone to the county town. Jiang Nan squatted down to check the situation. Let me do it. Su Zheng. What are you coming for? He grits his teeth. This woman always targets him. Does he still want his arm? Aunt Su, I learned from Lu Hao. I can set bones. It's quite easy. Jiang Nan, without hesitation, grabs Su Zheng's shoulder. My sister didn't do it on purpose. I apologize on her behalf. You are a kind person, so please forgive her.
Ah.
Su Zheng lets out a loud cry. His eyes look at Jiang Nan, fierce and almost threatening. Jiang Nan releases his arm, moves slowly. Su Zheng looks at her suspiciously and tries to move his arm. It seems really better. He looks at the chubby girl in front of him with disbelief, eyes full of suspicion. Su Yuqin anxiously asks nearby, Xiao Zheng, how are you? I'm fine now. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Ping apologizes repeatedly, looking very flustered. Su Zheng's face is cold as ice, annoyed by her apology. It's okay. He gets up, planning to check his bicycle. But as he lifts his foot to walk, he notices something is wrong. His foot is also crooked. Earlier, he was so focused on his arm that he didn't notice the pain in his foot. He limps and Su Yuqin becomes even more worried. What's wrong with your foot now? Maybe twisted it. When he fell earlier, his foot was under the bicycle pedal and got sprained. He really has bad luck. Jiang Nan squats down and presses on his foot with her finger. The bone should be fine, just a sprain. At this moment, Jiang Dahai notices everyone's attention on Su Zheng and quickly takes the opportunity to pounce again, grabbing Jiang Ping. Are you sick or what? Su Yuqin, seeing this bald man, directly scratches his face. The fighting spirit of women is impressive. In just a few moves, Jiang Dahai's face is scratched and bloody. Are you done? Because of you, my son's foot is crooked. Lu Huifeng also chimes in to support. Your girl doesn't want to get married, so there's no reason to force her. Do you understand marriage freedom? At a critical moment, Jiang Daming blocks his face and reveals his identity. I am Jiang Nan's second uncle. We are related by marriage. You a shrew, are you polite? Your daughter didn't marry my son, so how can you call us relatives? Su Yuqin, losing her temper, steps forward, tough and straightforward. My son's foot is crooked. You must take him to the hospital for treatment. It's not like I pushed him into the ditch. Why should I treat his foot? Isn't that your daughter? Your daughter caused trouble. As a father, you are responsible. Su Yuqin doesn't care about family ties. Jiang Nan always calls her second uncle by his name. She doesn't give him face. Going to see the foot. Wouldn't that cost money? When Jiang Dahai heard he had to pay, he was so scared, he forgot to stop Jiang Ping. With a face scratched and bruised, he ran away in frustration. As he ran, the villagers of Jinshui village looked at his retreating back with disdain and contempt. Zheng, how's your foot? Can you walk? Su Zheng moved slightly and spoke in a low voice. I might not be able to work this afternoon. Su Zheng works fixing cars at the local farm machinery station. It's both a skill and physical work. His foot is crooked, so he can't even pedal a bicycle. When Jiang Ping heard Su Zheng couldn't work and saw his bad face, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Let me take you to the clinic to check. Su Zheng glanced at the girl with messy hair and coldly refused. No need. Dealing with Jiang family's daughter is bad luck. Usually, Jiang Nan's sarcastic remarks are enough, but recently, Jiang Mei's harassment and today, Jiang Ping's injury, dislocated arm and sprained ankle, made things worse. Jiang Nan saw Su Zheng like this and, feeling guilty, said to Su Yuqin, Su auntie, you help him back home. Apply cold on his foot. It's not broken, so he should be fine. Su Yuqin, with a sullen face, hummed and helped Su Zheng home, calling Lu Xiaoya, who was watching and riding her bike. Jiang Dahai ran away, so Jiang Nan finally went to check on Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was only wearing one shoe. Her other foot was cut by something, with 2 scratches on her instep. She looked very miserable. Ping, what did you do to yourself? Jiang Dahai really isn't a good person. Jiang Nan cursed angrily, not noticing that the shoe insert in his jeans pocket had fallen out due to his rough movements. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoya, who was pushing Su Zheng's bike, saw the shoe insert that had fallen from Jiang Nan's pocket. She was stunned at first, then, upon realizing it was the pair she had just given to Qin Feng, she went crazy. She quickly ran over, picked up the fallen shoe insert, and looked at Jiang Nan, shouting hysterically, Why is this shoe insert in your hand? Jiang Nan looked down and saw one of the inserts had fallen out of his pocket. When he saw Lu Xiaoya's furious eyes and the villagers around, he lowered his voice. There's so many people here. Do you really want to question me here? Lu Xiaoya, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled as she demanded, "Give me an explanation." Jiang Nan ignored Lu Xiaoya and turned to the confused Lu Huifang. "Auntie, take my cousin to rest with you. I'll come to pick her up later." "Okay." Jiang Ping was taken away by Lu Huifang. Lu Xiaoya still looked angry at Jiang Nan, grinding her teeth. "Fatty, tell me clearly." She bravely handed the insoles to Officer Qin, but how did they end up in Jiang Nan's pocket? "If you don't want your little secrets to be known by everyone in the village, you'd better stay calm." Jiang Nan pointed to the alley ahead. "Let's go over there to talk." Jiang Nan led the way, and Lu Xiaoya, holding back her anger, pushed her bicycle to follow. As soon as they reached the quiet alley entrance, Lu Xiaoya couldn't wait and stopped, her face twisted with anger. "Fatty, tell me honestly, how did the insoles end up in your hand?" Jiang Nan replied calmly. "Officer Qin asked me to return them to you. He said he accepted your gesture, but he can't keep the item." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoya was so upset she almost lost her mind. "You're lying. You definitely stole them from him and are just trying to humiliate me." "Why would I humiliate you? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Nan rolled her eyes at the irritable, emotional girl. "Then how come the insoles are in your hand?" Jiang Nan, impatient, explained, "I told you, he asked me to return them. I'm just running errands."
Impossible.
"Why didn't he take my insoles? Did you tell him bad things about me?" Lu Xiaoya couldn't accept the cruel fact that her confession was rejected. Because the insoles were found on Jiang Nan, she irrationally blamed her. Being falsely accused, Jiang Nan also lost her temper. "Why are you blaming me? He doesn't want them. It's very clear. Just accept reality." Tears suddenly fell from Lu Xiaoya's eyes as she stared blankly, muttering to herself, "I dressed up so beautifully. What's wrong with me? Why did he reject me?" Seeing her like this, Jiang Nan felt a bit sympathetic but annoyed. She comforted her unkindly. "Maybe you two are not meant for each other. Just move on." "Not meant for me? Then who is he meant for?" "You?" Lu Xiaoya spoke without thinking and was full of hostility toward Jiang Nan. The little bit of sympathy Jiang Nan had felt disappeared instantly. "Can you stop biting like a mad dog? I was trying to help you. I don't need you to comfort me. If you are so kind, you should speak well of me in front of Officer Qin, so he wouldn't refuse me so easily. Officer Qin has his own thoughts and opinions. Do you think he listens when I speak well of you?" Jiang Nan was tired of talking to someone with a strange way of thinking. Anyway, Lu Xiaoya had already taken the insoles, and she planned to leave and find Jiang Ping. Just as she was about to go, Lu Xiaoya suddenly ran over and blocked her way, looking around her with her eyes. "Jiang Nan, where did you buy that outfit?"
Why?
Jiang Nan looked at her with disdain. "What trouble is she up to now?" Lu Xiaoya wiped her tears and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me where you bought it." "At the county department store." "How much did it cost?" 28. Lu Xiaoya exploded. "So expensive?" "Good clothes are not cheap," Jiang Nan replied and quickly walked away from her. Does this girl think that Qin Feng rejected her because of her clothes? Of course, her flashy outfit was definitely an issue. But it was definitely not the main reason Qin Feng refused her. Jiang Nan had only taken a few steps when she heard Lu Xiaoya burst into tears. She shook her head, sighing. Historically, the most passionate people get hurt the most. Lu Xiaoya and Qin Feng simply were not the right match. Jiang Nan went to Lu Huifang's house to find Jiang Ping. Lu Huifang found her own cloth shoes for Jiang Ping to wear, washed her face, combed her hair, and tidied up. Jiang Ping was quite pretty and had a gentle personality, like a delicate girl from a wealthy family. Her situation made Lu Huifang and Fang Guoping feel sympathetic. Lu Huifang had been brave enough to pursue her own happiness back then. In her heart, marriage was sacred and free, even if it came at a cost. She was very angry when she heard Jiang Ping's father wanted to marry her off to a second-rate guy in the village to exchange for her cousin. She gently comforted Jiang Ping. "Ping, don't be afraid. We're here. Your father won't take you away." "Thank you, Aunt." When Jiang Nan arrived, she saw Jiang Ping had tidied herself up and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Nan, I'm at my wit's end today. My dad wants to lock me up. The only person I could think of was you, so I came to your village."
Sorry to trouble you.
Thinking about how her presence earlier caused Jiang Nan's brother-in-law to stumble, Jiang Ping spoke with guilt in her voice. Jiang Nan patted her shoulder. "No trouble at all. We've grown up together. I'm happy you came to find me." Jiang Ping worriedly spoke. "My dad will definitely come again. When that happens, you won't be able to rest peacefully." She was afraid of causing trouble for Jiang Nan, but she had nowhere else to go except to rely on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan hesitated, realizing this was indeed a problem. Next time Jiang Dahai came, he would surely take Jiang Ping away. Today, he was frightened by Su Zheng's injury and ran off, worried about bleeding. Suddenly, Jiang Nan remembered the job recruitment at Aunt Yang's place. Her eyes lit up. Ping, I'll find you a job." When Jiang Ping heard this, her face brightened. "A job? Really? Can I do it?" She had only done farm work and household chores since she was young, with no work experience. Jiang Nan looked confident. "Of course you can. The job isn't technical, just be diligent. You'll be sorting herbs at the medicine supplier." "Just being diligent?" Jiang Ping nodded quickly. "I can do that. I'll be diligent. It's already late today. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to Boss Yang's herb shop in the county town. They're hiring." With a job, Jiang Ping's mood lifted considerably. Fong Guoping couldn't wait and asked Jiang Nan, "Nan, when will you take me to visit your master in the village?" "I want him to see me." "Uncle, I'll check your pulse first. My master gave me his secret formula. I'll prepare the medicine for you." Fong Guoping extended his arm, and Jiang Nan checked his pulse. Jiang Nan said, "Uncle, I've examined your pulse and looked at your condition. When we go to the county tomorrow, I'll prepare the medicine for you. Besides taking Chinese medicine, you'll need to apply some ointment. I'll tell you how to use it once I get the medicine." "Okay." Fong Guoping was very excited, suddenly full of hope. Jiang Ping sat nearby, watching Jiang Nan check his pulse and talk about prescriptions, looking confused. Is this really the Jiang Nan she grew up with? When did she start treating patients and become so confident? She realized that since Jiang Nan got married, she had completely changed. She had truly escaped her suffering. She was blooming again. "Nan, let's go pick locust flowers now." Lu Huifang was also full of enthusiasm, wanting to gather herbs for her fifth brother, which also required money. She needed to hurry and pick locust flowers this afternoon, hoping to sell them tomorrow morning. Lu Huifang carried a basket, and Jiang Nan and Jiang Ping each took a nylon bag. Qingqing also wanted to go, but Fong Guoping asked her to stay and learn to read with him. The small grove in the village was lively today, with many women picking acacia flowers and some arguing over who should get a particular tree. Seeing Lu Huifang with Jiang Nan and a strange girl, an older woman asked Lu Huifang about her relatives and whether she had a partner. Since she was a young woman, she was quite sought after. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Aunt, this is my maternal cousin, and she is a partner now." Hearing Jiang Nan's explanation, Jiang Ping looked at her with suspicion. "Does she have a partner now?" Jiang Nan quietly explained, "You're silly. If I didn't say that, Aunt would definitely introduce someone to you." When the acacia flowers bloom heavily, a branch can be hooked easily with a homemade hook. By evening, everyone's nylon bags and baskets were full. Lu Huifang knew there was no extra space at the old house, so she decided to let Jiang Ping stay with them for the night. "Okay, Auntie. After dinner, I'll take Ping over." On the way home, Jiang Ping nervously asked, Nan, is your little uncle's foot badly hurt? Should I go apologize and pay for it?" Jiang Ping had already caused trouble for Jiang Nan and was worried that her presence might make Jiang Nan's family think poorly of her. "Let's put things down first, then go check." After arriving home, Jiang Nan explained Jiang Ping's situation to old Master Lu, then they went to see Su Zheng's injury. The atmosphere at the Lu family was very tense. Lu Xiaoye was crying in her room after being rejected in her confession. Su Zheng had twisted his ankle, and Yuqin was also distracted and not working well. Lu Xingmin had just come back from work, and Yuqin kept complaining to him. I tell you, something bad is bound to happen over there. Xiao Zheng was walking on the road, and trouble just fell from the sky. Now he can't even go to work. Stop talking so much. He'll be fine after a couple of days, Lu Xingmin said, smoking with a worried look. Yuqin snorted, I've already tried to be nice to your daughter-in-law today. Xiao Zheng got hurt, and I didn't say a word. Are you upset that I'm talking too much? When Jiang Nan and Jiang Ping arrived at the door, Yuqin immediately braked her words, swallowing what she wanted to say. Her eyes flickered with awkwardness as she brushed her hair behind her ear to hide her embarrassment. Jiang Nan entered the yard and asked, Aunt Yu, how is Xiao Zheng's foot? Is it serious? Should we take him to the clinic? Yuqin responded indifferently, it's a sprain. He probably needs to rest for a couple of days. Xiao Zheng was sitting on a bench in the yard, one pant leg rolled up, shoes removed, with a towel on his foot. When he saw the two girls, his face looked sour. Jiang Ping, gathering her courage, walked timidly to Xiao Zheng and apologized, sorry. Su Zheng's gloomy eyes slightly lifted, and the shy girl trembled as she saw him, like a mouse seeing a cat. He sneered, is an apology worth anything? Jiang Ping became even more scared, her voice trembling, then I will pay you back. Pay up, Su Zheng said with a slight smirk, not letting her off easily. Jiang Ping's face was as clean as a sheet, awkward and nervous. I'll earn the money tomorrow and pay you back later. Su Zheng looked at her timid and easy-to-manipulate appearance, smiling playfully, all right, I'll wait. Jiang Nan pulled the trembling girl aside and said, Su Zheng, you should take a break first. If my cousin needs to pay you for lost work time, I'll cover it. Don't scare her. Su Zheng glanced at Jiang Ping with a meaningful tone. I think she's quite brave. She dared to cut ties with her father. How timid can she really be? Pretending to be a little kitten. Lu Xingmin stepped in as a mediator. Nan, your cousin didn't do it on purpose. There's no need to worry about lost wages. We're family. Rest for a couple of days and it'll be fine. As soon as Lu Xingmin spoke, Su Zheng immediately changed his expression. Uncle Lu, who do you think we are? Does she consider you family? Or does she consider me family? Hearing Su Zheng's provocative words, Jiang Nan knew he wasn't taking her words seriously that day. She was angry and said, You really are good at nitpicking what you should and shouldn't. Don't worry, the lost wages will be yours. Rest first, apply some red flower oil, and we'll reimburse you later. Jiang Nan was also full of frustration. She wanted to remind Lu Xingmin that he didn't owe Su Zheng anything and didn't need to indulge him so much, but she had no proof that Su Zheng's father's death had nothing to do with Lu Xingmin. After all, she wasn't born yet at that time. Bringing it up now might cause Su Yuqin to say she was stirring trouble within their family. This matter should start with Su Zheng himself. Let him investigate. Just as Jiang Nan was about to leave the Lu family with Jiang Ping, Lu Xiaoye suddenly opened the door and came out of the house. Lu Xiaoye was disheveled, her eyes swollen from crying, and her lipstick was smudged. She looked very striking and uncomfortable to look at. Dad, give me some money, she said as soon as she opened the door, directly addressing Lu Xingmin. Lu Xingmin asked, Xiaoye, what's wrong? The most likely reason was her deep internal strength, which allowed her to suppress her energy, but how long could she keep it up? Zhang Feng also closed his eyes, unwilling to watch anymore. Shun Juanxi leaned against Xiao Chun, listening to him softly recite beads. Her long eyebrows relaxed, her breathing gentle and even, gradually falling into a deep sleep. Finally, she buried her face in Xiao Chun's chest. This feeling of safety was truly irreplaceable. Although she usually protected Xiao Chun, she felt that if danger arose, he would protect her without hesitation. Sleep, you're just idling around. I don't have money to give you. If you want money, go earn it yourself. Lu Xingmin is a private teacher earning only a few dozen yuan a month. Su Zheng also found a job this year, but his earnings are barely enough for his smoking. Su Yuqin is now thinking about saving money to help Su Zheng get married. Lu Hao spent 2,000 yuan on bride price, setting a precedent. When her family's Su Zheng gets engaged, The bride price will definitely be high. Thinking of this, Su Yuqin's eyes grew more resentful towards Jiang Nan. All day buying clothes. Didn't you just buy some fitness pants a few days ago? Su Yuqin refused to give money. Lu Xiaoya, who had just broken up and was outspoken, complained, "You only favor your son. I know you're saving money to marry my second brother. It costs thousands for his wedding, but I can't even afford a few dozen yuan for clothes. My grandfather favors my eldest brother. You favor my second brother. I feel unloved and unappreciated. If this keeps up, I'll lose myself." Su Yuqin's face twitched with anger. Where am I biased? Your second brother works and earns money. Unlike you, who does nothing. I just spoil you too much. Jiang Nan was about to leave when she saw Lu Xiaoya throwing a tantrum. She couldn't hold back and said, "Lu Xiaoya, these clothes I'm wearing were bought with money I earned from gathering herbs. I didn't spend a penny from the family. If you have hands and feet, you can pick herbs for a couple of days and buy a pair of pants. You're an adult, still throwing tantrums like a pest. Who would like you? What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoya felt Jiang Nan was mocking her for being unwanted. It's nothing special. Wearing fashionable clothes doesn't make you beautiful. What matters most is inner beauty. No matter how pretty you look, you're just a hollow vase. After saying this, she turned to Zhang Ping, who was stunned, and said, "Let's go." Seeing the situation at the Lu family, Jiang Nan felt a bit emotional. A couple who married halfway, each with children, naturally had many hidden conflicts. Plus, Su Zheng still harbored resentment towards Lu Xingmin. Su Yuqin truly felt deep down that Lu Xingmin owed them. She was grateful that Lu Hao still had a proud grandfather. No matter how hard or tired he was, her grandfather still paid for Lu Hao to attend university, so he wouldn't have to squeeze into this family and live with his stepmother and half-brother. Jiang Ping was more surprised than scared just now. She was shocked that Lu Xiaoya dared to speak to her parents like that. If it were her, she would have already been hit with a shoe. In the evening, Jiang Nan specially made a soup with locust flowers and stir-fried chives. After dinner, she took Jiang Ping to stay at Lu Huifeng's place. Old Master Lu was worried that Jiang Ping, the girl, might be inconvenient to stay at home. When he heard she was going to work in the city tomorrow, he felt a bit more at ease. "Auntie, will you go sell locust flowers with me tomorrow?" Lu Huifeng said, "With Ping Ping here, I won't go. I need to loosen the soil in the potato field tomorrow and also cook for your uncle and grandpa. I have dozens of locust flowers. You just help me sell them, I'll give you the money, and you can give some medicine to your uncle." "That's fine too. One bicycle can't carry everything. Can we borrow another bicycle? If we take the bus, these few bags of locust flowers will be hard to carry." She was also worried about being seen and losing business. Ping Ping isn't looking for a job. Who will ride the bicycle back? Lu Huifeng asked. Jiang Nan said, "Boss Yang will pick up medicine tomorrow. I'll put his goods in his truck." Lu Huifeng nodded. "All right, I'll go borrow a bicycle." Just as they were talking, Lu Hao came in. "Little Hao, you're back?" Lu Hao responded, "Yes, Grandpa asked me to come help Jiang Nan with the directions." Seeing Jiang Ping, he asked, "Annie, do you have relatives at home?" Jiang Nan explained, "This is my cousin." Lu Hao, the new groom, wasn't there on the wedding day, so none of the relatives had met him. Jiang Nan probably told him about Jiang Ping's situation. "Tomorrow I'll take her to work at Boss Yang's place." Lu Hao wasn't very interested in Jiang Ping's matter. Instead, he asked, "Are you guys planning to borrow a bicycle?" "Yes. Tomorrow Jiang Nan and her cousin will ride a bike to the county to sell locust flowers." Lu Hao didn't expect that after selling dandelions, the little chubby girl would go sell locust flowers again. He raised an eyebrow and deliberately teased her. "Are you sure someone wants them? Don't waste your effort." Jiang Nan's eyes twinkled with confidence. "Of course someone wants them. Locust flowers help lower blood pressure and taste good. With my shouting, they'll be sold out in minutes." Lu Hao looked at the lively girl and couldn't help but smile. "You're quite capable." Jiang Nan felt that Lu Hao's words sounded a bit indulgent, didn't they? Surely she was imagining things. He was just teasing her. Jiang Nan is just talented like that. Lu Huifeng smiled at Lu Hao. Little Hao, it's your blessing to marry someone like Jiang Nan. Look at how well-matched you two are, both studying medicine, sharing common interests. Lu Hao heard Lu Huifeng's words and looked at the woman beside him. Are they a good match? Almost everyone around him said they were compatible. Lu Hao couldn't help but think of what Gu Yahui and Qin Feng said this afternoon in the county town. Old Lu, your grandfather has found a good girl for you. Are you sure you don't feel anything for her? Gu Yahui said, Tongji girl is just a 10-year-old girl. Maybe she's already married now. Even if you meet her, will sparks fly? Who knows if she's changed? Do your values and thoughts match? You should cherish the person in front of you. Qin Feng chimed in, Brother Hao, I also think shopping suits you. You should stop messing around and treat her well. At that time, he was annoyed by their arguing. Finally, he just said, she has no feelings for me. Gu Yahui made a lot of excuses. No feelings can be cultivated. You pursue her, move her, sleep on the same bed, and feelings can develop even then. Thinking about Gu Yahui's careless words and looking into Jiang Nan's bright, star-like eyes, Lu Hao's ears felt a little hot. He hid his strange emotions and spoke, Auntie, I'll go find Shunzi and borrow a bicycle. After all, he was the first college student in the village. Now he had a job in the city. Last year, when someone in the village went to the city for treatment, he helped find the doctor. When he borrows a bicycle, people give him some face. Lu Huifeng might not be the same. Living like this, others avoid them. When they visit someone, they think they are there to borrow money or things. Okay. Before leaving, Lu Hao said to Lu Huifeng, Auntie, I'll return to the city tomorrow. Please take care of things at home. Xiao Hao, you're going back to the city? Are you going back to work? Lu Huifeng asked. Some things to handle. He glanced at Jiang Nan with his peripheral vision. Jiang Nan was talking to her cousin and didn't seem to hear him. Ping, I'm leaving. Wake up early tomorrow. We leave at 6. After leaving Feng's house, the two walked along a small path. Jiang Nan seemed lost in thought. Usually, she was chatterbox, but now she said nothing. Lu Hao couldn't help but break the silence. I'm going back to the city tomorrow. Jiang Nan responded. Oh, are you nervous? He suddenly leaned closer and asked with a smile. Jiang Nan pretended not to understand. What am I nervous about? Didn't we say that when I go back to the city, we'll just part ways? Jiang Nan asked back. So, you want to part ways with me now? When she asked this, she swallowed nervously, feeling a bit tense. She was nervous not because she was afraid of losing contact with Lu Hao after returning to the city, but because her medicine collection was not finished and she hadn't earned enough money. She planned to set up a herbal processing factory. The Longshan County government would soon support local people to grow herbs on a large scale. Little fatty, you probably can't bear to leave, right? Lu Hao didn't answer her and spoke in a slightly flirtatious, deep voice. Jiang Nan felt guilty and turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. Dream on. I just don't want to upset Grandpa. I'm worried about him. Hearing this, a faint dark light crossed Lu Hao's eyes, and he chuckled softly. We've slept on the same bed for so long. Haven't we developed some feelings? Jiang Nan hesitated. Dr. Lu, what kind of flirtatious talk is that? Did this person go out and unlock the seal? Jiang Nan nudged him with her arm. Jokingly, could it be? You have feelings for me? Jiang Nan nudged his arm and flirted. Dr. Lu, could it be that you have feelings for me? That gentle touch seemed to pass through the flesh and directly hit his heart. Lu Hao's whole body shivered like an electric shock. Earlier, he was deliberately trying to tease her, following the method Gu Yahui taught him. But this woman not only wasn't shy, she responded back immediately. It left him speechless. Does he have feelings for her?
He didn't know.
All he knew was that ever since she appeared that day with such stunning beauty at the noodle shop and, in a very professional and serious way, helped save the old lady, his heart had become restless. He had imagined countless times how the girl he once promised to would grow up and walk gracefully toward him. Bright eyes, white teeth, a radiant smile. That day, little Fatty's appearance overlapped with the figure he had imagined. Seeing Lu Hao frozen there, not answering her question, Jiang Nan felt disappointed and shook her head. Just joking.
You scared me.
After saying that, she walked ahead on her own. She touched her face. Without hormones, she had become thinner. Her features hadn't changed much since childhood. Could this wooden man not see that? Or perhaps her true love was someone else? After all, he's been in contact with many women, medical school classmates, hospital nurses, female patients. Would he remember the girl he met by chance 10 years ago so clearly? They walked along a country path, each lost in thought, silent all the way. After sending her home, Lu Hao went to borrow a bicycle. Jiang Nan finished washing up and returned to her room. She quickly poured a glass of water for Lu Hao and poured herself one as well. When Lu Hao entered, he saw the girl with her hair loose, holding a water glass, sitting comfortably on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, with one leg curled up, drinking water peacefully. Her relaxed aura at this moment was out of place in their cramped, earthen house. Jiang Nan took a sip of water and said softly, "You're back? I made you a detox drink." Lu Hao returned to his usual cold demeanor, sat at the desk, looked at the water she poured for him, and replied, "Thanks."
About us.
Lu Hao looked at her, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, hesitant to speak. "What is it? Do you need something?" Jiang Nan glanced at him. This guy. Earlier he either ignored her or was sarcastic, and just now on the road, he was teasing her again. Now he looked shy and awkward, like a nervous young man. What does he want? Lu Hao rubbed his nose and said, "Just want to chat." "About what?" Jiang Nan's expression tightened slightly. Is he planning to send her away now? Her herbal medicine business is doing well. Lu Hao looked at her unpredictable face and said, "Let's talk about medicine." Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. She took a sip of water and smiled faintly. "I'm just a village healer. How can I compare to you, a top student from a medical college? I shouldn't show off. Unless you're willing to trust me, let me put some medicine on your face or give you an injection on your arm." Lu Hao paused and then said. He changed his tone then, "Let's talk about your life." Jiang Nan looked at him, puzzled. She remained calm and composed, saying lightly, "My life? Haven't you seen it all? When I was at my mother's house, I lived aimlessly, fed hormones, and gained weight. After marrying you, I became a married woman. Then you started to ignore me. I realized men are unreliable, so I decided to be self-reliant, work hard, and build my career. That's all." Lu Hao was surprised. What does he mean by men are unreliable? It seemed that he was indirectly pushing her to be independent and ambitious. His eyes flickered slightly as he tentatively asked, "When will your little brother come back?" Jiang Nan looked at him with a meaningful smile.
Soon.
"How long has it been since you last saw him? Do you think he would mind that you're married?" When Lu Hao asked this, there was a hint of mischief in his tone. He wanted to subtly remind Xiaopeng that she was a married woman. Jiang Nan tilted her head and pondered. "It's been about 10 years since we last saw each other. I don't know if he would mind. I think he probably wouldn't, especially if he really liked me. Does he really mind? Do you get jealous of yourself?
How about you?
Would your crush mind?" Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow and asked back. Lu Hao lowered his eyes, his voice deep. "I don't know. Right now, he isn't even sure if the girl with the sugar paper is really his crush. Like Gu Yahue said, even if they meet again, will their views and thoughts still match? Who can guarantee she has no boyfriend? Moreover," Lu Hao thought about his face. "Will she be scared away when she sees it?" The woman sitting beside him didn't scream or look disgusted when she saw his face. That made him feel comfortable.
But
she has a little brother in her heart. Thinking of this, he sighed heavily.
Dr. Lu, you seem a bit sad today.
Is he sad about unknowingly becoming a married man?
Really?
Lu Hao seemed to hide something. He picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and looked at her face. Unconsciously, he asked Xiaopeng, "Have we met before?" Jiang Nan looked into his eyes. Hearing his words, her heart trembled fiercely. Did he recognize her? Because of this realization, she felt a shiver all over. Should she admit it? Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Hao's gaze flickered for a moment. He yawned, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Jiang Nan watched the man sleeping soundly, annoyed as she patted her own head. Oh no, drinking water at such a bad time. If he hadn't drunk that glass of water, maybe they would have already recognized each other and hugged, crying loudly. She looked at the sleeping man, gently touched his cheek, and softly said, "I've seen you before, little brother." Jiang Nan removed the gauze from his face. Carefully examining the wound, she saw that the scar tissue had grown back, pink and tender. It worked. She told herself her special burn ointment was truly magical. If she caught the right moment and treated it actively, the burn scar would become flat and leave no mark. After a few more days of treatment, when Lu Hao changed his own dressings, he would see the difference. Then she would tell him the truth. If it worked and he still refused treatment, he would be a fool. She sprayed medicine on the wound, then went to wash her hands, wiped Lu Hao's arm, sterilized the silver needle, and started acupuncture. His arm was dark and muscular, strong and slim. After the acupuncture, she sprayed more medicine, massaged his arm for rehabilitation, and worked busy for several hours without rest. Recently, she had gotten used to staying up late, but she was still sleepy. Late at night, she reattached the thin gauze cloth, packed her things, and prepared to sleep. During the night, the room was stuffy. She glanced at the man sleeping soundly on the other side of the Kong, a traditional bed. She decided to take off her jeans, wear only a tank top, and crawl into her own quilt. In the early morning, Jiang Nan was dreaming when she was awakened by someone. In her dream, she was holding hands with Lu Hao from her youth, running happily in the fields. But her beautiful dream was disturbed by someone who lacked understanding. She opened her sleepy eyes and mumbled, "Why? I don't want to wake up yet." Then she hugged her quilt and closed her eyes again, smacking her lips as if she wanted to continue her dream. On such a morning, her soft, delicate voice, combined with her round, tender, bouncy face, made people's hearts melt. Lu Hao stood by the edge of the Kong, deep in thought as he looked at the woman sleeping peacefully on it. His Adam's apple moved. He really wanted to pinch her soft, round face. Just as he reached out to do so, the woman on the Kong turned over, kicking the blanket aside. Lu Hao's ears instantly turned red as he saw her cleavage and her two large, white legs. He quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed. This woman actually dared to sleep without pants. He trusted her so much. Early in the morning, seeing her like this, he felt his mouth dry and tongue parched. He didn't call her but picked up a wash basin and knocked on it loudly, turning his back to her. The woman in sleep was startled and flinched, pretending to be dead. Her hair was messy, her eyes barely open, and her face showed fear. "What's that noise?" "That's what woke you up." Jiang Nan brushed her messy hair aside and turned her head. She saw Lu Hao holding her dowry basin in his hand. She rolled her eyes in anger. "Can't you call me? Why knock the basin? You scared me to death." "I did call you, but you were sleeping too deeply." He didn't look at her and walked stiffly away. "Get up. We need to go to the county early, right?" As soon as Lu Hao left, Jiang Nan yawned and rubbed her blurry eyes. She looked down and was shocked to see her big, white legs. Her eyes widened. "Oh my God, where are her clothes? Who took off her clothes?" She patted her forehead, remembering that she took them off last night because it was too hot. Usually, she and Lu Hao either got up first or he left after waking up, so she was still sleeping soundly. They each covered themselves with a quilt at each end of the Kong, not bothering each other, so they rarely experienced awkward moments. "Last night, I was careless. Mostly because I didn't expect Lu Hao to wake up early. Doesn't that mean he saw how she looked? Her elephant legs have become thinner. With this figure, she's still quite attractive, right?" No, that's not the main point." Jiang Nan quickly got dressed and went down to wash up. Like usual, Grandpa gave each of them a bowl of egg drop soup. After Jiang Nan finished washing up and was slow to come out, Lu Hao was sitting there, drinking his soup, with half his face covered, so you couldn't see his expression clearly. Old Master Lu warmly greeted her. "Nan Nan, come, eat the poached egg. There's also some pancake."
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Jiang Nan glanced at Lu Hao and sat down to eat. She wasn't sure if she felt guilty or what, but seeing the man sitting across from her, she felt a little nervous. But Lu Hao didn't even look at her. He calmly finished his soup, looked at Grandpa, and said, "Seriously, Grandpa, are you really not going to check your health in the city? We'll be back in 2 days." Old Master Lu firmly refused. "Go to the city? Haven't you seen how much I've been drinking traditional medicine? The medicine Jiang Nan is taking works so well. Why would I waste money at the hospital? But you should let Jiang Nan help treat your face. You can't keep covering it up forever." Old Master Lu thought that secretly treating it was too tiring for Jiang Nan. If Lu Hao agreed, openly treating it would definitely have better results. Lu Hao looked at the girl drinking soup with her head down and spoke. "Let's talk about it when I get back. You should take your medicine on time." He meant he would discuss it after he returned, not like before, outright refusing. Grandpa Lu finally saw a slight change in his grandson's attitude and took the opportunity to press further. "Hurry up and come back. If the hospital makes you work, you can come pick up Nan and go to the city. I tell you, my health can't handle much stress. You'd better behave." This was a clear threat. Jiang Nan was drinking her soup absent-mindedly. Seeing her seem preoccupied, Lu Hao put down his bowl and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Nan snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head, "No." "Then finish your soup quickly, and let's go." Jiang Nan looked confused. "Aren't you taking the bus?" Lu Hao tied a nylon bag to the car seat and said, "The bus leaves at 8. It's too late. I'll ride my bike and take you. We'll go together." Jiang Nan looked awkward. She reminded him, "There's a bag. Will you be able to pedal with that?" "Yeah," Lu Hao said as he secured the nylon bag and went inside to grab his backpack. Today, Lu Huifeng brought Jiang Ping to meet Jiang Nan. After they finished collecting the flower buds, they packed them into a bag. The bag was tied to a bicycle, with Jiang Ping responsible for riding. Lu Hao, in a hurry and unable to wait for the bus, insisted on riding the bicycle with Jiang Nan into town. Jiang Nan had to sit on the front handlebar, feeling as if Lu Hao was holding her in his arms. Sitting like that, her backside was uncomfortable. Luckily, she had some flesh there, or it would have been very painful. Lu Hao being so close to her was a sign that their relationship was warming up, so she had to endure it. As Lu Hao pedaled the bike, his breath brushed over her head, making her feel fluttery inside. Halfway there, Jiang Nan turned to look at him and asked with concern, "Does your arm hurt? Should I ride instead?" Looking into her bright eyes, Lu Hao smiled and said, "Want to sit on my lap?" Jiang Nan was speechless. He added, "Just sit tight. We'll be there soon." They stopped at the entrance of the market. Jiang Ping pushed the bike and saw Jiang Nan get off, her face flushed. She asked in confusion, Nan, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so red?" Jiang Nan touched her face and explained, "It's hot." It really was hot.
Hot.
Jiang Ping looked puzzled. In the morning, before the sun rose, riding the bike with the breeze, she felt cold. Lu Hao glanced at the girl's rosy face, a slight smile on his lips. He helped her unload the nylon bag, set up his stall in the best spot, and locked the bike. Only then did he plan to leave. He looked at Jiang Ping and waved at Jiang Nan, saying, "Come here. Is there something else?" Jiang Nan followed him a few steps, tilting her head to ask. He looked at her and said, "Seriously, I'll be back in 2 days." Jiang Nan obediently replied, "I know. When I return, we'll talk." His tone was unusually serious and sincere. Though she didn't know what they would discuss, Jiang Nan nodded obediently, "Okay. If there's anything at home, send me a message." His sudden tenderness made Jiang Nan feel strange. She wondered why his attitude had changed so much, but she still replied perfunctorily, "Okay." Seeing her just nodding blankly, a trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. He asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Jiang Nan naturally reached out and gently brushed off the dust that had somehow gotten on his white shirt. She looked at him softly and said, "I will take good care of Grandpa, don't worry."
Goodbye.
Jiang Nan smiled and waved at him. Lu Hao watched her smile, feeling his heart skip a beat. I think the scene now feels very much like a wife saying goodbye to her husband leaving home. This feeling is warm, and it seems he also really likes it. Jiang Nan watched Lu Hao walk away before turning around, ready to call out and get busy. Just now, Jiang Ping, who saw everything clearly, felt pleased when Jiang Nan approached and said, Nan, your partner is very caring. I think he's not as scary as we used to imagine. We heard that he was disfigured and burned in a fire, turning into a monster. Before Jiang Nan got married, they hugged tightly and cried a lot. They were very hopeless, thinking Jiang Nan's life would fall into a deep abyss. But unexpectedly, things turned around. This person, despite the scars still covering his face, is actually a very steady and caring man. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Yes, he's quite good. He's a doctor, and you're a doctor too. You're a good match. Take good care of each other, and maybe you'll even move to the city someday. Jiang Ping was very happy for Jiang Nan. It turns out, the real danger was always in the Jiang family. Yes, work hard. We can both move to the city in the future. Jiang Nan untied the nylon bag, revealing fresh, tender locust flowers inside, which looked very tempting. The two of them started calling out at the market entrance, locust flowers for sale, freshly picked from the tree. You can steam them, stir-fry them, mix them, or even eat them as a snack, sweet and tasty. Jiang Nan picked up a bunch of locust flowers, swinging it in her hand, and said, Locust flowers, fresh and healthy, a natural way to lower blood pressure. Take a look, only 3 jin for 1 yuan, cheap and affordable. Today at the market, there was an uncle who had dug dandelions and came here to compete with Jiang Nan for business. They were almost ready to fight. But unexpectedly, today she was selling locust flowers. Regular shoppers recognized Jiang Nan. When they saw her carrying a basket of vegetables and heard her say that locust flowers could help lower blood pressure, they immediately stopped to look. Miss, aren't you selling dandelions today? Jiang Nan smiled and said, Annie, today I'm selling locust flowers. Everyone try something new. Actually, the dandelions had already bloomed, and she was eating some. There was a seller nearby offering dandelions, but she didn't want to cut off her business, so she didn't say anything directly. Come on, Auntie, try some. We just picked these, they're very sweet. Jiang Nan grabbed a bunch of locust flowers and generously handed it to an older woman, then gave another bunch to an elderly man. Everyone tasted and nodded in satisfaction. These were really fresh. On the first day of selling, everyone was curious because this item was light. You could buy 3 jin for 1 yuan, enough to fill a cloth bag. Jiang Nan and Jiang Ping sold a nylon bag of their honeysuckle flowers. Nearby, an uncle was loudly selling dandelions but hadn't opened his stall yet. He looked enviously at the busy girl selling flowers next door. A few days ago, he saw her selling dandelions very successfully. Why, then when he tried to sell his, no one wanted them. Jiang Nan noticed the uncle glancing at them often. She confidently approached and asked, Uncle, are you not open yet? The uncle frowned, looking very upset. Jiang Nan reached into his bag and grabbed some dandelions, saying, Look, the dandelions are already flowering. These are too tough to eat now, so no one is buying. Hearing this, the uncle realized why he hadn't opened his stall yet. Even if someone wanted to buy, they would just look and then leave. Jiang Nan looked at the uncle's dark face with seriousness and smiled. Uncle, can you sell me these dandelions at a lower price? The uncle asked annoyed, Aren't they too tough now? What do you want them for? I'm going to dry them for medicine, Jiang Nan replied. Or you could dry and sell them yourself. It's a waste of time for you to stand here. Look, I'm not selling anymore. The uncle thought for a moment and named a price 1 jin and 2 mao. 1 mao 5, drying them will cause some loss. 2 mao is too expensive. Dried dandelions only sell for 4 mao. I just see you struggling to sell, so I want to help. After hesitating a bit, thinking he'd have to feed pigs if he took them home, the uncle agreed. All right, I'll sell them to you. They weighed 50 jin, and Jiang Nan paid 7 yuan and 50 mao. The uncle, after working all morning, had finally made some money, even if it was cheap. He wiped his sweat and prepared to leave. Uncle, are there many people digging for dandelions over there? Jiang Nan asked. Nobody's digging. They're feeding pigs, he replied. A few days ago, He came to town for some errands and saw this girl selling dandelions. Seeing her doing well, he picked up a bag of dandelions from the roadside to sell, just to earn some pocket money. "Uncle, if you dig a lot, I can buy at 1 mao per jean." Hearing this, the uncle was surprised. "Really?" "Of course. You can deliver them to the Yang herbal shop in the south of town." The uncle's face lit up a little. Their farm had a large patch of dandelions growing. If he could harvest 200 jean a day, he could earn 20 yuan. "Are you serious? You really want to buy?" Jiang Nan pointed to Jiang Ping. "Yes, really. If you dig them, just send them over to that girl." Jiang Ping was going to dry medicinal herbs. She had 200 jean of fresh dandelions. At least 80 jean could be dried, worth about 40 yuan. This way, she could earn 20 yuan more. It was also a favor for Aunt Yang. Additionally, the uncle wouldn't come to the market to compete with her for business anymore. Jiang Ping saw Jiang Nan carrying a bag of dandelions and quickly went over to help carry it. She asked, Nan, are you taking the dandelions home?" Jiang Nan replied, "I'll pick out the tender ones and try selling them. The tougher ones will be sent to the herbal shop." While shouting to sell the locust flowers, they poured the dandelions onto the ground and picked out all the tender ones. During the sale, they also promoted the dandelions along with the locust flowers. Around 9 o'clock, both bags of locust flowers were empty. Jiang Nan planned to give the 10+ jean of picked dandelions to Aunt Yang for drying herbs. The bags and scale were placed on the back seat of the bicycle, and half a bag of dandelions was tied to another bicycle's back seat. Jiang Nan started counting money. "Ping, the locust flowers you picked weighed 42 jean this morning, at 3 yuan 30 per jean, totaling 13 yuan 26 cents. I'll give you 13 yuan 30. Jiang Nan handed the money to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping refused to accept it. Nan, why are you giving me money? I was just helping you pick locust flowers. I didn't think about selling them. It's good enough that you let me stay."
"Take it."
"In the future, if we do business, we need to be honest about the accounts," Jiang Nan insisted, giving her the money. Jiang Ping looked at the 13 yuan in her hand, her eyes turning slightly red. It was heartbreaking. She had never truly had more than 10 yuan of free cash to spend in her life. Holding the money, Jiang Ping imagined, Nan, if I only pick locust flowers, I can earn a lot of money in the future." Jiang Nan shook her head. "Selling twice is okay, but locust flowers only bloom for a few days. Besides, no one wants to eat this all the time. We're just earning some pocket money. Work well at Boss Yang's herbal shop. When I succeed, you can work with me." They put the money away and rode their bicycles to the herbal shop. When Lu Hao arrived at the hotel, Gu Yahui had just gotten up and was packing her things. He arrived early. The train to Lancheng left at 9 in the morning, so he watched Gu Yahui pack slowly. Lu Hao saw a red string jade pendant on her desk. He picked it up and asked, "Is this something you wear close to your body?" "Don't forget it." Gu Yahui, who was packing her camera into her bag, replied, "No, I met a man yesterday who was looking for his son. This is his token of hope." Last night, after he and Lu Hao and the others finished dinner outside, he was walking alone back to the hotel when that crazy uncle surprisingly blocked his way at the hotel entrance. At first, he didn't want to pay attention to him, but then he remembered Grandpa Lu's words. Grandpa said that rural people often lack education, and since his son was missing, he must be anxious. If he could help, he should try. So he stopped and asked the uncle about his son. The crazy uncle said his son was 20 years old, with a surname Gu, and that years ago, he was taken by a middle-aged woman in Longshan County. Actually, it was more accurate to say that the woman swapped her own child for his son. Gu Yahui found the story so unbelievable that he looked at the uncle with disdain and didn't really want to help. But then he thought, in this kind of case, the little girl the uncle mentioned was the real victim. If he helped find the truth, he wasn't really helping the shady middle-aged man, but helping an innocent girl. Moreover, the jade pendant the man had looked very familiar, and the clues the uncle provided made him feel like he recognized something. "Token?" Lu Hao asked, puzzled, glancing at him. "Someone asked me to find his son," Gu Yahui said casually. Lu Hao turned the jade pendant in his hand and jiggled it. "This isn't cheap. The uncle trusts you so much? Gu Yahui replied, I gave him 200 yuan and left my phone number. He also felt that the uncle had already assumed he was his son. Giving him the jade pendant was a sign of trust. Maybe the other person thought he was going to verify his identity. Gu Yahui didn't say much, but it wasn't because he was eager to help. The jade pendant was exactly the same as the one his mother had, so he spent money to get it back to investigate. His gut told him that even if the uncle's son wasn't him, they definitely had some connection. After packing up, the two of them went out to eat steamed buns and then headed to the bus station. On the way, they still attracted strange looks from passers-by. Lu Hao was used to all kinds of gazes, but Gu Yahui felt uncomfortable seeing someone look at Lu Hao as if he were a monster. He patted Lu Hao's shoulder and said lightly, Old Lu, the burn specialist my grandfather contacted is very reputable. With your face, you'll definitely be fine. Lu Hao responded hopefully. In fact, he was prepared for his family's little doctor to fuss over him, but after Gu Yahui arrived and saw his face, he was so impressed that his grandfather found a top burn specialist in Lancheng. Additionally, the person he saved, Mr. Chen, also sent him a message asking him to return to the city quickly as he wanted to introduce him to a doctor. Lu Hao, being a trained doctor himself, subconsciously preferred to trust authoritative figures. Jiang Nan and Jiang Ping first went to the herbal shop to buy medicine for Fong Woping. Lu Huifang sold a total of 16 yuan worth of honeysuckle flowers. They bought a course of medicine and hot compresses for Fong Woping, which cost over 30 yuan. After getting the medicine, the two of them rode their bikes to the herbal shop. Aunt Yang saw Jiang Nan leading a girl and asked curiously, Little Jiang, who is this? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Ping and smiled, saying, Aunt Yang, you needed someone to dry the herbs, right? I introduced my sister to you. She works very hard and quickly. You still remember that? Come in quickly. Jiang Nan took a half bag of dandelions from the back of her bike. By the way, this is a fresh half bag of dandelions I just bought from a man for a yuan and 50 cents per jean. I told him if he digs more, he can sell it to us at the same price. Maybe we'll send some to you later. Little Jiang, you're really good at business. A yuan and 50 cents per jean, and drying it will make us profit. Thanks for bringing me this business. Aunt Yang briefly learned about Jiang Ping's background and discussed her wages. 60 yuan a month, including food and accommodation. Jiang Ping, if you're willing to stay, you can. Your wages will increase later. Jiang Ping nodded heavily, saying, I'm willing to work. At this busy time, even if she wasn't paid, as long as she had a place to stay, she would work. Jiang Nan told Aunt Yang about fetching the medicine. Aunt Yang invited her to eat at the herbal shop, then asked Yang Fu to drive a small truck to follow Jiang Nan to pick up the herbs. Before leaving, Jiang Nan reminded Jiang Ping, Ping, work well at Aunt Yang's place. I'll come to see you in a few days. Nan, do you think my dad will trouble you again? Jiang Ping asked worriedly. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to do anything to me. I won't tell him you're here. Just focus on working. Jiang Nan loaded both bikes onto Yang Boss's truck and returned to the village. As soon as the truck stopped, Ching happily ran over, hugged Jiang Nan's leg, looked up excitedly, and said, Sister-in-law, my grandpa bought me an ice lolly today. It's so sweet. Jiang Nan patted her head and smiled. Really? Grandpa is so good to Ching. Did you thank him? I said thank you, but he didn't pay attention to me. Still, I'm very happy. Ching, please step aside first, so you don't delay your sister-in-law's important work. Jiang Nan took the bicycle down from the truck and also carried out Fong Guoping's traditional medicine, handing it to Ching to take back. Then she led Boss Yang into the house. Today, Fong Guoping came again to help with bookkeeping. I heard that not many people came to sell herbs this morning. Old Master Lu felt awkward staying with Fong Guoping, so he went alone to the cornfield. When he arrived, he saw his daughter, Lu Huifang, working in his field. He was touched and worried, so he turned back home. On the way back, he met someone selling sugar ice pops in the village and bought one for his granddaughter Ching. Ching was surprised and happily finished the ice pop her grandfather bought. When Jiang Nan came in, she showed off proudly. After Lu Huifang finished explaining, Jiang Nan felt very pleased. No parent in the world truly holds a grudge against their children. It seems the misunderstanding between Grandpa and Lu Huifeng is about to be resolved. After applying the medicine, she asked Boss Yang to drive the truck to Dawan village to deliver medicine to Uncle Nia's house. She didn't know how much medicine Nia Yun had collected, but if he hadn't stored it, Boss Yang could shout in the village, and soon all the dried herbs could be loaded onto the truck. What surprised her was that, when they arrived, there was a huge pile of herbs in Nia Yun's yard, like a small mountain. Jiang Nan was stunned. "Uncle Nia, you collected so much medicine?" she asked. "Are you paid in cash or on credit?" Nia Yun remained proud and said, "You don't need to worry. Take it at your price and pay me in cash." Jiang Nan happily agreed. "All right." Passing by the grazing cows, Jiang Jigang saw Jiang Nan following a boss to Nia Yun's house to load herbs. He tied the cows to a tree and also came in to help. Jiang Jigang was a strong worker. Though he walked with a slight limp, it didn't affect his work. Jiang Nan helped him load herbs into sacks and casually asked, "Brother, is everything okay at home?" She wanted to know if there was any progress on Jiang Daming finding a son.